Bang, 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 on the frozen surface of the lake. Lin Shi struck the ice with his pickaxe with fervent intensity. 1 meter beneath the ice, a frozen crucian carp was faintly visible. Lin Shi felt his mouth water involuntarily, resolute in his decision that this fish would constitute the evening meal for him and Zhao Xiao. Zhao Xiao had been his companion for 14 years, supporting each other through 8 arduous years of the apocalypse. He was undoubtedly the person Lin Shi trusted the most in his life. Today, it was his turn to forage for food, while Zhao Xiao kept watch over their surroundings. Suddenly, amidst the howling wind, a barely perceptible sound pierced through the air. Pop! Lin Shi's pupils constricted in an instant. A silenced gunshot, an excruciating pain shot through his back. He collapsed to the ground, the pickaxe slipping from his grasp and landing 3 meters away. What was happening? How could he be caught off guard without Zhao Xiao warning him? Struggling to turn his head, he saw Zhao Xiao standing beside his former nemesis, Shun Jinbin, engaging in a flattering conversation. Faintly, he caught words like space, unworthy, and shelter carried by the wind. In that moment, Lin Shi's mind raced faster than ever before. Zhao Xiao had betrayed him. Blood flowed from Lin Shi's body, the cold enveloping him more and more. But what was more unbearable than the physical agony and chill was the betrayal from the one person he trusted most. The two approached Lin Shi. Shun Jinbin looked down at him with an undisguised contempt. Lin Shi, you've fallen into my hands. Lin Shi's clenched jaw oozed blood as he fixed his gaze on Zhao Xiao. His lower body had lost all sensation. This was all the doing of his once dear brother. Zhao Xiao, unable to meet Lin Shi's bloodshot eyes, averted his gaze and said, Lin Shi, don't blame me. I played a part in unlocking the space, yet you always treated it as your own. You refused to share it so we could go to the shelter together. If we align ourselves with young Master Shun, your space will serve him, sparing you the arduous task of scavenging for supplies. I'm doing this for your own good. The world is becoming increasingly perilous. Lin Shi possessed an ancestral broken bowl, a relic from his father, which he had carried with him even amidst the apocalypse. During one of their scavenging missions, they inadvertently unearthed an ancient coin. What they initially thought was a mere trinket turned out to activate the bowl, granting Lin Shi a personal space. The proverbial saying, one does not fear poverty, but rather inequality, rang true. From that day forth, Zhao Xiao's demeanor shifted subtly. Meanwhile, Lin Shi remained engrossed in thoughts of how to ensure both of them had enough to eat, oblivious to Zhao Xiao's transformation. 8 years. A full 8 years. Lin Shi suddenly found it laughable. You betrayed me. For this. Ha ha ha. Bloodied and laughing maniacally, he couldn't contain his disbelief. Zhao Xiao knew that Shun Jinbin was one of the people Lin Shi loathed most. They had supported each other for 8 years without faltering, yet a space awakened for less than half a year had severed their bond. It turned out this was the consequence of possessing something precious while being guilty of its misfortune. After his laughter subsided, Lin Shi firmly closed his eyes for a moment before reopening them, addressing Shun Jinbin with conviction. I can work for you, but Zhao Xiao is of no use now, is he? Zhao Xiao's mouth fell slightly agape, realization dawning upon him, panic flashing in his eyes as he turned to Shun Jinbin. Young Master Shun, you won't. Lin Shi interjected. He will inform you, and he will inform others. My space has no connection to him. The more who know, the greater the risk of exposure. At that moment, Lin Shi's eyes were bloodshot, filled with a depth of darkness that was terrifying. He should have appeared utterly disheveled, yet a smile lingered on his face, sending chills down the spine of anyone who beheld him. Zhao Xiao gazed at Lin Shi, a glimmer of fear and resentment flickering in his eyes, and he forced a smile, more grotesque than tears, as he addressed Shun Jinbin. Young Master Shun, the information about the space was provided by me, right? I can keep an eye on Lin Shi to prevent any harm toward you. Indeed, you have contributed, Shun Jinbin affirmed with a nod. Zhao Xiao's smile became genuine. I will always remember your contribution. Zhao Xiao's pupils dilated, his body trembling slightly. He wanted to say more. But Shun Jinbin had already pressed the gun against Zhao Xiao's head. He never intended for Zhao Xiao to live. Pop! A burst of crimson and ivory erupted from the back of Zhao Xiao's skull. Swish! In a swift moment, as Shun Jinbin turned the gun to execute Zhao Xiao, Lin Shi's arm surged with strength. One hand propped him up while the other grasped a sharp shard of ice, hurling it fiercely at Shun Jinbin. Perhaps fate favored him, as the ice struck Shun Jinbin squarely in the head. Shun Jinbin's body collapsed onto the ice, the gun slipping from his grasp and landing a meter away from Lin Shi. With desperation, Lin Shi crawled towards the handgun, inching closer, ever closer. That strike had not been lethal enough. He needed to kill Shun Jinbin, to end him. A tempest of hatred flickered in Lin Shi's eyes. He had reached the handgun. A fleeting glimmer of joy crossed his features. Pop! A sharp pain pierced the back of Lin Shi's head, plunging his consciousness into darkness. Beep, beep, beep. Lin Shi bolted upright, gasping for breath. Had he not just died? Was there a fourth person present? Who could it be? At that moment, Lin Shi realized that his injuries had vanished without a trace. The warmth surrounding him, the softness of the bed, was entirely incongruous with the frigid apocalypse. The jarring beeping continued, and Lin Shi's gaze fell upon the phone on the bedside table. A phone, the very one that had ceased functioning at the onset of the apocalypse. It took Lin Shi quite some time to calm himself, and he confirmed that he had been reborn. He had returned to the time before the extreme cold apocalypse. Back to the moment before the onset of the extreme cold apocalypse. The current date was March 1st, 2024, 7:30 a.m. At this point, he was merely 19 years old, a first-year student in the city. He did not reside in a dormitory, but lived at home. Lin Shi stood on the balcony of his bedroom, savoring the cool morning breeze. The March sun radiated warmth. From the 28th floor balcony, he could see the bustling traffic on the road outside the community. It would soon become congested. But such a peaceful and prosperous scene would swiftly be replaced by a vast expanse of white snow, never to be seen again. The reason lay with the sun hanging high in the sky. Lin Shi raised his hand to shield his eyes, casting a sidelong glance at the sun that was essential for human survival. Perhaps humanity had never contemplated what would happen if one day the sun encountered a problem. Yet Lin Shi knew it would spell disaster, heralding the apocalypse for humanity. Chapter 2. The Quest for Ancient Coins. 3 months later, on June 1st, an unprecedented SSS-class solar flare erupted, marking the predicted onset of the apocalypse as calculated by scientists. The eruption occurred so unexpectedly that no prior warnings were issued. It was not until the coronal particles were on the verge of reaching the planet, on June 3rd, that anomalies were detected by scientists, leaving humanity with merely 1 day to react. At 10 a.m., on June 4th, a violent electromagnetic pulse obliterated all satellites surrounding the planet, leaving no survivors. All electronic devices ceased to function, followed by a global geomagnetic storm. The power, which humanity had taken centuries to harness, was instantaneously rendered useless, plunging civilization back into a primitive darkness. Yet, the horror did not end there. Following the solar eruption, the sun seemed to enter a state of weakness, visibly dimming before the human eye. Within 3 days, the global average temperature plummeted to a frigid -50 degrees Celsius, encasing the planet in ice and ushering in a new ice age. Over 90% of species faced extinction. Animals, plants, food sources, and even low-lying structures were trapped beneath layers of snow and ice. Humanity confronted an unprecedented existential crisis, and those who yearned for survival found themselves in dire straits. Returning to his room, Lin Shi paused for a moment of contemplation before opening a safe and retrieving a seemingly unremarkable bowl. Its surface was uneven and dull gray, with a jagged edge that suggested a history of wear. It could easily be mistaken for a begging bowl by the roadside. Lin Shi had once questioned why his father had bequeathed such a trivial object, but after discovering its hidden potential, a space within, it became clear to him. This bowl was a treasure trove, requiring specific items to unlock or restore its capabilities. In his past life, Lin Shi had only managed to repair the bowl and gain access to its space in the 8th year of the harsh ice age. Unfortunately, by that time, the resources he found were barely sufficient to stave off hunger, let alone stockpile. In the wake of the apocalypse, what was of utmost importance? Resources, those that could be carried without fear of theft. Thus, Lin Shi's foremost objective was to unlock this treasure trove. The item needed for its activation had been discovered in a southern antique market in his previous life. Time was of the essence. This object was crucial to his rebirth, and Lin Shi resolved to set out immediately. He retrieved a backpack, placed the treasure bowl inside, and shouldered the bag as he stepped outside. descending the stairs. He noticed a breakfast shop and suddenly remembered he had yet to eat. Having grown accustomed to hunger in the apocalypse, often surviving on mere snow for days, Lin Shi entered the shop and devoured a hearty breakfast. After finishing, he relied on his memories and navigational assistance to drive to the southern antique market. The market, bustling with activity, featured hundreds of stalls lining the street, filled with people. In his previous life, it was here that he and Zhao Xiao had unearthed the crucial item necessary to restore the treasure bowl, a unique ancient coin adorned with intricate patterns. In a previous life, that ancient coin was unearthed beneath a thick blanket of snow. Lin Shi could only ascertain that it was somewhere within this antique market. Yet the precise location had become indistinguishable, leaving him to search each stall individually. The most abundant items in the market were ancient coins, with nearly every booth displaying heaps of them, amounting to hundreds. After 2 hours of searching, Lin Shi had yet to locate the uniquely patterned coin. A grave expression crossed his face. He had just learned that this antique market only gathered vendors on weekend mornings, and the stall holders varied with each occasion. This, undoubtedly, was disheartening news. If the vendor possessing that exceptional coin had only set up shop here on the day of the apocalypse, would he not be required to wait 3 months before he could seek it again? Such a delay would significantly diminish the advantage brought by his rebirth. Within 1 or 2 hours, the booths along this street would close for the day, and if he failed to find it, he would have to return next weekend in hopes of better fortune. Taking a deep breath, Lin Shi steadied himself and continued his search towards the next stall. Lin Shi? A familiar voice echoed from behind. Lin Shi's gaze lifted, a flash of lethal intent gleaming in his clear eyes. He would never forget that voice. Zhao Xiao, a classmate and friend from junior high to high school, had betrayed him after 8 years of hardship during the apocalypse. Suppressing the murderous intent in his eyes, Lin Shi turned in surprise. Zhao Xiao? What brings you here? Zhao Xiao, clad in a city management uniform, approached and playfully patted Lin Shi's shoulder. I was about to ask you the same thing. What is this? The academic overachiever has taken an interest in antiques? Zhao Xiao teased, his gaze flickering with a barely perceptible hint of jealousy as he scrutinized Lin Shi's handsome features and expensive attire. Having lived an additional lifetime, Lin Shi noted the jealousy in Zhao Xiao's eyes and felt a cold glimmer of realization. It appeared Zhao Xiao had harbored dissatisfaction towards him even back then. As a temporary worker for the City Management Bureau, Zhao Xiao's presence here was not surprising. Lin Shi nonchalantly brushed off Zhao Xiao's hand resting on his shoulder, replying casually, I had some free time this weekend and heard there were many antiques here, so I thought I'd take a look. Zhao Xiao chuckled inwardly. He had worked nearby for nearly a year and was well aware that this street was rife with deception. Many came hoping to find a hidden treasure. Yet in a year, not a single genuine find could be expected. Just recently, a naive individual had been swindled out of over 100,000. However, he would not divulge this information to Lin Shi. He was all too eager for Lin Shi to be taken in, especially since Lin Shi was not lacking in funds. Maintaining a facade of camaraderie was essential. Otherwise, how could he exploit Lin Shi, the unwitting benefactor? Zhao Xiao smiled. There are quite a few fakes here, but some genuine items as well. 6 months ago, an elderly gentleman found a genuine Han Dynasty relic for 200 here and sold it for 500,000. Any normal 19-year-old hearing this would undoubtedly feel a surge of excitement. Even those initially intending to browse would find themselves tempted to purchase a few items. Lin Shi maintained a composed exterior while inwardly scoffing at how he had never perceived Zhao Xiao as so cunning. Nodding in acknowledgement, he replied, Then I shall make sure to look thoroughly. At that moment, a commotion erupted not far off, drawing a crowd. Driven by curiosity, Lin Shi made his way over to investigate. As the crowd grew increasingly congested, Zhao Xiao shouted, Make way! Make way! The city management is here. The throng indeed parted to create a path. Lin Shi seized the opportunity to advance to the forefront. A young man, around 25 or 26 years old, appeared agitated, brandishing an ancient coin while vehemently exclaiming, Old man, I had this appraised yesterday, and it's merely a modern imitation. It's a fake. How could you possibly sell it for 100,000? Refund me. I demand a refund today. The vendor, an elderly gentleman in his 70s, garbed in a coarse cloth shirt, bore the marks of time etched deeply into his weathered face, now contorted with distress. This is truly a treasured heirloom passed down through my family. He protested. What a worthless trinket. Will you refund or not? If not, I'll call the police. The onlookers watched with a mix of amusement and curiosity, with with Zhao Xiao leaning towards Lin Shi's ear, remarking, "Such incidents occur every few months here. In the past, this lad would have surely received a beating. There exists an unwritten rule in the antique world. Once an item is purchased, even if it is a counterfeit, it cannot be returned. If one misjudges, it is a lesson learned at a cost." Yet, it was evident that the young man either genuinely did not understand or pretended not to, insisting on a return. Lin Shi, upon glimpsing the ancient coin in the young man's possession, felt a jolt of recognition. It was the very coin that could unlock a treasure trove. The elderly vendor trembled, his voice laced with anguish. "This is indeed a family heirloom, dating back to my great-grandfather. Young man, I assure you, I am not deceiving you." Many in the crowd regarded the young man with disapproving glances, questioning his understanding of the rules. Simultaneously, some believed the old man was convincingly earnest. After all, could an authentic item be misidentified as a counterfeit during appraisal? Taking a deep breath, Lin Shi approached the young man, curiosity evident in his demeanor. "Might I see the coin you hold?" Chapter 3. 2 Ancient Coins. Qin Tai, noticing the newcomer was a student younger than himself, waved him off impatiently. "Move aside. Go play somewhere else." Lin Shi remained unperturbed, responding, "I have a penchant for collecting various currencies, and I am intrigued by the coin you possess. Would you consider selling it to me?" Upon hearing this, murmurs rippled through the surrounding crowd. Was the young man truly so naive? Did he not realize it was a fake? Was he really a student? Did he possess sufficient funds? Zhao Xiao was momentarily taken aback, uncertain why Lin Shi would wish to acquire something he knew to be counterfeit. He was aware of Lin Shi's wealth. 100,000 was a sum he would need to earn over 3 years of unyielding labor as a city inspector. Why squander such money on a mere piece of copper? A flicker of envy crossed Zhao Xiao's eyes as he stood behind Lin Shi. Why was it that, despite being of the same age, Lin Shi's fortune seemed so vastly superior? Hearing Lin Shi's willingness to purchase, Qin Tai's eyes brightened, and he promptly handed the ancient coin over. It was a peculiar piece, resembling gold yet not quite, one side engraved with a gold ingot, while the other bore an array of strange symbols and designs. Many approached for a closer look, only to shake their heads and retreat. The majority of the crowd consisted of seasoned antique market hunters, possessing a discerning eye. The ancient coin, in pristine condition, bore patterns unlike any currency from known dynasties, resembling coins one might find in an arcade. The onlookers regarded Lin Shi with disdain, as if he were a foolishly wealthy simpleton. An elderly gentleman kindly cautioned, "Young man, one must examine items closely before purchasing." Feeling the warmth emanating from the treasure trove in his backpack, Lin Shi confirmed that this was indeed the object of his quest. Regardless of its monetary value, the coin's ability to unlock a storage space rendered it invaluable to him. Casually, Lin Shi inquired, "How much for the transfer?" Qin Tai, sizing up Lin Shi's attire, responded, 150,000, and it's yours. Just moments ago, he had been clamoring for a refund, yet now he demanded a steep price, provoking scornful glances from the crowd. 50,000, Lin Shi countered. Qin Tai snatched the coin back, exclaiming, "I acquired it for 100,000. What are you thinking?" Lin Shi smiled and turned to leave, counting to 3 in his mind, certain that the man would call him back. Indeed, after only a few steps, someone halted him, not Qin Tai, but the elderly vendor. "Young man, if you seek such a coin, I have another for sale at 80,000. Lin Shi whirled around, astonished. "You have another?" The elderly man, trembling, retrieved a cloth pouch from his bosom and presented another coin to Lin Shi with hopeful eyes. He was desperately in need of money. His son was suffering from leukemia. Otherwise, he would never part with this heirloom. His ancestors had entrusted him with 2 coins, ensuring their legacy would not fade. Yet now, if he did not sell, his lineage would face extinction. Selling both coins would secure the funds for his son's surgery. Lin Shi accepted the coin, lowering his gaze to mask his astonishment and delight. It was indeed identical. The treasure trove responded as well. To his surprise, there were not merely 1, but 2 of these ancient coins. "How many of these coins do you possess?" Lin Shi inquired. "Only these 2, passed down through generations. Were it not for my urgent need for money, I would never sell," the elderly man sighed. This answer came as no surprise. Such unique coins were likely scarce. The one he held was probably the very coin he had discovered in his previous life, while the one in Qin Tai's possession was one that had eluded him. "Very well, I shall take this one." Lin Shi nodded to the elder and promptly initiated a transfer via his mobile phone. Noticing Lin Shi's prompt payment, Qin Tai scrutinized the coin in his hand, pondering whether it concealed some secret. The elderly man, elated by the sale, began to tidy up his stall, preparing to depart. Observing Qin Tai's expression, Lin Shi sensed a flicker of suspicion. He was intent on acquiring the second coin, yet from their earlier exchange, he recognized Qin Tai's greedy nature. Should he discover any clues, the price would surely skyrocket, or worse, the coin might not be sold at all. Thus, after completing the transaction, Lin Shi turned to leave, feigning disinterest in the coin held by Qin Tai. This sudden display of indifference left Qin Tai, who awaited Lin Shi to reveal any sign of eagerness, feeling quite flustered. Ultimately, he chose to place his trust in his cousin, hurriedly stopping Lin Shi. "Handsome, look, this coin in my hand. Would you consider taking it?" Lin Shi replied displeased. "I already possess one. This coin holds little significance for me now." Qin Tai glanced at the elderly man who was about to depart, refraining from further pursuit. He was well aware that the prospect of a refund was slim, as the conventions of the antique world were firmly established. Initially, he had relied on his youth to attempt some trickery. He quickly proposed, "I'll sell it to you for 100,000. I acquired it for the same price. No profit for me. Is that acceptable?" Lin Shi cast him a fleeting glance, responding, 50,000. After a round of haggling, Lin Shi eventually purchased the second ancient coin from Qin Tai for 80,000. Gazing at the two coins nestled in his palm, a faint smile graced Lin Shi's lips. Had he not come today, this coin would have slipped through his fingers. Eager to witness the changes the treasure basin would bring in this lifetime, he swiftly dismissed the envious Zhao Xiao and hurried home. Zhao Xiao would eventually need to be dealt with, but not at this moment. Upon returning home, Lin Shi secured the door and entered the windowless storage room, closing its door as well. The activation of the treasure basin was quite pronounced. He could not afford to attract unwanted attention. He retrieved the slightly warm treasure basin and placed one of the ancient coins within. The basin levitated, suddenly emitting a dazzling light. The grime and patina fell away in layers, revealing the true form of the basin. Subsequently, a golden beam shot into Lin Shi's forehead. As his vision flickered, a game-like interface materialized before him. Treasure basin. Function, storage space 333, funds required for upgrade, 1,000, space measured in meters. The space had indeed manifested. In his previous life, when he activated the treasure basin, a similar digital interface had appeared. At that time, Lin Shi had not delved into its intricacies. And this time he chose not to waste time on such inquiries. The existence of the space was reason enough. With the acquisition of this space, Lin Shi clenched his fists, unable to conceal his delight. The dimensions were akin to a small room. Any object that could fit, excluding living beings, could be stored and retrieved with mere thought. Time within this space stood still, preserving items in their original state upon entry. Most importantly, this space could be upgraded using gold, silver, and jewels. In his past life, Lin Shi had attempted to enhance the space with gold and silver, but regrettably, by the 8th year of the apocalypse, such treasures had been buried beneath layers of snow, preventing him from completing even a single upgrade. He wondered if this additional ancient coin would induce any significant changes to the treasure basin in this lifetime. Lin Shi picked up the second ancient coin and placed it on his forehead. Instantly, he felt a warmth at his brow, and the coin vanished from his grasp. The treasure basin interface appeared garbled, becoming indistinct. After a brief moment, it returned to clarity, revealing a substantial transformation. Treasure basin, function, storage space 333, required wealth points for upgrade 1,000. Function, item duplication 3, required wealth points for upgrade 10,000. Chapter 4, item duplication, an additional feature for item duplication. Lin Shi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Could it be the duplication he had envisioned? He promptly set out to conduct an experiment. With only 3 uses available, he pondered carefully and returned to his bedroom, where he opened the safe and retrieved the most valuable possessions in his home, 500G gold bars left by his father. Clutching them in his hand, Lin Shi whispered, "Item duplication." In an instant, a flash of golden light appeared before him, and the next moment, 5 gold bars materialized from thin air, falling to the ground with a crisp sound. Lin Shi immediately crouched down to collect the gold bars, aligning them on the table to compare with the ones he held. The size and weight of the duplicated gold bars were identical to those in his possession, including a tiny flaw on one of the bars, which was perfectly replicated. Lin Shi glanced at the treasure basin interface. noting that the item duplication section had changed to item duplication 2. Currently, the international gold price was 430 yuan per gram, with pawn shops offering a rate 10 yuan lower than the market. The gold bars in his possession, all inherited from his father, could fetch 1.05 million yuan. With item duplication, the treasure basin had instantly increased his assets by 1.05 million. This truly is a treasure basin, Lin Shi murmured, his gaze fixed on the 10 gold bars before him as he attempted to steady his racing heart. While he was aware that activating the duplication again could potentially double his gold bars to 20. The duplication count on the treasure basin interface now showed only 2 remaining uses. He was uncertain whether this total of 3 uses was a one-time limit or could be replenished. If it were a finite resource, he would need to reserve the remaining uses for a more critical moment. Moreover, the legendary Shun Wansan had met his demise due to his immense wealth, inciting the envy of the emperor. A commoner, innocent yet possessing great riches, could easily attract unwanted attention from the authorities. With this in mind, Lin Shi decided to utilize the 5 duplicated gold bars to upgrade the treasure basin. He picked up one of the bars and silently intoned, "Upgrade space." Suddenly, a few red characters flashed on the treasure basin interface. Duplicated items cannot be used for upgrades. Could it truly not be used for upgrades? Lin Shi examined the gold bar in his hand, which bore no distinguishing marks from an ordinary gold bar. Confirming that there were no loopholes to exploit, he felt a slight disappointment. Yet, this outcome was somewhat expected. He then took the original gold bar from the safe and again intoned, "Upgrade space." The numbers on the interface began to dance, transforming into treasure basin, function, storage space 333, required wealth points for upgrade 500, function, item duplication 2, required wealth points for upgrade 10,000. A single 500G gold bar could be exchanged for 500 wealth points, with 1 gram of gold convertible into 1 wealth point. This was knowledge that Lin Shi had possessed from his previous life. If it were silver, one would need 100 grams to exchange for a single wealth point. Lin Shi, having consumed a gold bar, witnessed the interface shimmer, signaling a spatial upgrade. Treasure bowl, function, storage space 666, wealth points required for upgrade 2,000, function, item duplication 2, wealth points required for upgrade 10,000. The space expanded significantly. Although the numerical value merely doubled, its volume had increased 8-fold. However, the wealth points required for the upgrade also doubled. The 2 gold bars, valued at 420,000, vanished in an instant. Had this been 3 years prior, Lin Shi would not even have qualified for the upgrade of the treasure bowl. 3 years ago, Lin Shi's father tragically passed away, leaving behind an inheritance and a substantial death compensation of 10 million. The treasure bowl was a bequest from his father. Currently, aside from his house and a few gold bars, he possessed 14.52 million in cash. While this sum may seem insignificant to the affluent, for a 19-year-old, it represented a considerable fortune. Yet, for Lin Shi, this amount was far from sufficient. Upgrading to the next level of space required 4 gold bars, equivalent to 860,000 in cash, while enhancing item duplication demanded 24 million. He needed to stockpile ample resources and construct a shelter, which would also necessitate a significant amount of money. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Shi formulated a plan. He retrieved his phone, scouring for the contact numbers of several real estate agents, and called them one by one. First and foremost, Lin Shi intended to sell his apartment near the city center. His past experiences had taught him that in an apocalyptic freeze, such high-rise apartments were unsuitable for habitation. Sanyuan City, with its flat terrain and bustling economy, was densely packed with skyscrapers. Yet, this abundance would not ensure survival for the millions residing in the city. Most southern buildings were designed for optimal heat dissipation, but their insulation was inadequate. Consequently, when the apocalypse struck, a staggering majority of the deceased in southern cities succumbed to the cold. The onset of the extreme cold apocalypse arrived in June, as Sanyuan City's average temperature plummeted from 2027 to between -50 and -80 degrees. The steel and concrete of those towering edifices would warp and crack under such frigid conditions, while the beautifully illuminated glass windows would be shattered by blizzards. Within just a year or two, most of these high-rises would collapse. Some perished not from the bitter cold, but under the ruins of fallen buildings and homes. In his previous life, Lin Shi's building remained standing, but the adjacent one did not, leading to its eventual downfall. Fortunately, Lin Shi had managed to escape unscathed. This time around, residing there was simply not an option. This apartment boasted an excellent location, close to the city center. Over the past decade, property prices in the country had soared, and Sanyuan City was no exception. Even Lin Shi's 128 square meter old apartment had appreciated to a staggering 80,000 per square meter, amounting to a valuation of 10 million. Lin Shi had two primary demands for the sale of his property: a swift transaction and full payment up front. While these requests might seem challenging, Sanyuan City was not short of wealthy individuals. Lin Shi set a bottom-line price of 9 million, clearly stating that he had contacted multiple agencies and would only accept that amount, regardless of the selling price. Whoever possesses the greater acumen to sell first shall claim the excess commission. These real estate agents, driven by the allure of substantial commissions, will exhaust every resource to assist Lin Shi in purchasing a property. Although time is of the essence, even a sale at 1 million would yield them a handsome 100,000. The agents privy to the property information are already speculating in their minds whether Lin Shi is a typical rich second-generation heir squandering his wealth. Regardless of the property's affordability, time is essential for a successful sale. Hence, this becomes Lin Shi's foremost priority. The more funds required for his subsequent plans, the better. His next endeavor entails utilizing all his assets to procure gold bars from the bank. By employing his duplication skill, he aims to double the gold bars and sell the replicated ones back to the bank, reclaiming his principal investment. The remaining gold bars can then be entirely devoted to upgrading his treasure basin. Chapter 5. Earning some interest after listing his property. Lin Shi contacted his counselor to request leave due to a family emergency. With the impending apocalypse, attending school would only be a futile endeavor. However, simply skipping class would result in an onslaught of calls from his counselor. Thus, requesting leave was the most practical solution. Being alone, no one could unmask his ruse. Lin Shi contemplated whether to inform the authorities about the impending SSS-level solar flare set to erupt in 3 months. This might mitigate human casualties and minimize the losses incurred by the government. Yet, this notion was swiftly dismissed. Setting aside how an ordinary citizen like him could ever reach the upper echelons of authority, the police would hardly believe his claims if he reported it. Lacking any evidence to substantiate his assertions, he would merely be regarded as a lunatic. Disseminating apocalyptic warnings online would also prove futile. Over the past few years, the worsening climate conditions of the Tianyun star have led many to speculate about various apocalyptic scenarios. Even if he spoke with conviction, he would merely be perceived as another alarmist, potentially inviting danger upon himself. Ultimately, he was merely a self-serving mortal. Lin Shi drove to a pawn shop. The gold bars in his family's safe had been purchased by his father from a gold store over a decade ago, and could only be sold back to gold shops or pawn establishments. He successfully sold 5 duplicated gold bars, resulting in a deposit of 1.05 million. Once this was accomplished, night had fallen. Satisfied after indulging in a grilled fish meal, Lin Shi returned home. That evening, he devised an exercise plan for the next 3 months. In the face of an impending frigid apocalypse, the most vulnerable are the elderly and children. Thus, the survival rate is highest among physically robust young adults. A strong physique can withstand the cold, enhance survival chances, protect oneself, and prepare for mutations that may arise in the aftermath of the apocalypse. Just as he completed the plan, his phone chimed with a notification. Upon checking, Lin Shi discovered a message from his high school classmates group chat. This small group of 6 had been pinned at the top of his chat list, signifying its importance to his former self. The most recent message was from Zhao Xiao. Zhao Xiao. Hey guys, are you free tomorrow night? Let us gather. Everyone. Huang Miao. I'm available. Where are we heading? Ling Gu, take us on a ride. With a playful emoji. Zhao Xiao. I will spend all my salary from these past few months at the Huaqiao Club, treating you all to a delightful meal, for you are my dearest friends. Sun Xiaodong. Brother Zhao, you are so bold, but I won TB in Sanyuan City for the next few days. Crying, Su Feifei, oh my. Cute expression, Zhao Xiao. Feifei, such places are not suitable for young ladies. Su Qin, alas, I'm studying out of town. Do enjoy yourselves. Let us gather again during the summer break. Lin Shi, upon reading the messages, recalled many overlooked details from his past life. Although he was a classmate of Zhao Xiao in middle school, Zhao Xiao had always maintained his own circle, merely nodding in acknowledgement to Lin Shi. Reflecting on it now, The shift in Zhao Xiao's attitude coincided with the time of Lin Shi's father's passing. At that moment, the exorbitant death compensation made headlines in Sanyuan City. Subsequently, Zhao Xiao and his close associates began to refer to Lin Shi as a brother. They frequently invited Lin Shi out for dining and entertainment under various pretenses. Considering they were all students with limited finances, Lin Shi often insisted on paying the bills. In retrospect, over the course of 3 years, involving countless expenditures, these individuals never contributed even once. Particularly, Zhao Xiao would overtly and covertly lament his financial struggles, feigning hardship. He instilled in Lin Shi the notion that brothers should share both fortunes and misfortunes. While he claimed to be treating, he would invariably find ways to make Lin Shi pay. The expenses at the Huaqiao Club far exceeded Zhao Xiao's monthly salary of 3,000 yuan. Reborn. Lin Shi was no longer the naive person he once was. He now comprehended these matters with clarity. It seemed that Zhao Xiao's urge to indulge himself stemmed from the excitement of purchasing ancient coins, compelling him to take advantage of Lin Shi. Noticing Lin Shi's lack of response, the group began to tease him. A cold smirk curled at the corners of Lin Shi's mouth. Since that was the case, he would first collect some interest. Lin Shi, sure, but I won't be available until after 8 tonight. The next day, accustomed to rising early, Lin Shi awoke naturally at 5. The interface of the treasure basin showed no changes, and the consumed items had not been restored. Lin Shi remained unperturbed. If usage was limited to 3 times, then the new abilities conferred by this ancient coin were far less practical than those of space. Moreover, the cost in points required for upgrading the item duplication ability was tenfold that of space. This indicated that this ability was undoubtedly more precious and powerful than space. He chose not to dwell on it further. When the time came to upgrade with gold, everything would become clear. After his morning routine, Lin Shi descended to warm up with a morning run, followed by a methodical workout for his entire body. He avoided strenuous exercises, instead opting for a balanced regime of stretching and training. This approach not only enhanced muscle strength, but also improved the flexibility of his muscles and joints. Having developed a training method best suited to himself during the apocalypse, he now only needed to progress gradually. The intensity of the first day's training should not be excessive, and by 8 o'clock, Lin Shi returned home. After showering and having breakfast, he began to compile a list of supplies. In the frigid apocalypse, the necessities are numerous. Drawing from the experiences of his previous life, Lin Shi meticulously compiled a comprehensive list of essential items. In the afternoon, he contacted an agency and rented a warehouse spanning 1,000 square meters for 1 month, paying a total of 60,000 with a deposit and first month's rent. They arranged to sign the contract the following day, and Lin Shi hung up the phone. The warehouse was intended as a cover. The supplies he would procure later would be delivered there first before being transferred to his space. Within the warehouse, there was a small night watch compartment, and Lin Shi had already resolved to reside there in a few days until his preparations were complete. As night fell, the group chat on his phone lit up with Zhao Xiao and others urging an early departure. Lin Shi was in no hurry. Around 8 o'clock, he changed into a fresh outfit and drove to the Huaqiao Club. By the time he arrived, Zhao Xiao, Huang Miao, and Su Feifei had already indulged in considerable amounts of alcohol in the private room. Upon seeing Lin Shi enter, Su Feifei's eyes sparkled with delight, and with a rosy complexion, she playfully linked her arm with his and teased, "Lin Shi, why did you arrive so late? Have you missed me?" Su Feifei was strikingly beautiful, with fair skin and large, twinkling eyes. When she looked at someone, it felt as though her gaze was solely focused on them, giving rise to the illusion that she held a special interest. In truth, she treated everyone in her circle this way. In the previous life during the apocalypse, Su Feifei had fared far better than he had. Lin Shi, using the pretext of greeting the others, deftly withdrew his arm. Su Feifei was momentarily taken aback. Before she could ponder Lin Shi's unusual demeanor, Huang Miao called him over. "Brother Lin, come here quickly. Tonight, we shall not return until we are thoroughly intoxicated." Zhao Xiao's gaze flicked over to Lin Shi's arm, where Su Feifei had just been, and the smile on her face visibly faded. "Lin Shi, Miao, I have prepared a splendid surprise for you today," Zhao Xiao said with a mysterious smile. Huang Miao, curious, inquired, "What kind of surprise?" Shortly after, 4 alluring women entered the private room. Lin Shi raised an eyebrow, a hint of derision flashing in his eyes. They had actually hired companions, though their looks were lacking. They certainly knew how to entertain. Lin Shi cast a glance over the bottles on the table. They would cost at least 20 to 30,000. He was keen to see if Zhao Xiao could indeed cover such an expense. Zhao Xiao, looking at Lin Shi, said, Lin Shi, these lovely ladies are here for you, and Miao. Thank you both for being my brothers. Now let us raise a glass. Chapter 6. You wouldn't be treating us without having any money, would you? Lin Shi refrained from taking a glass and replied, I have a slight cold today and took some antibiotics, so I cannot drink. You all enjoy. The three paid him no mind and continued singing and drinking in the private room. As the clock approached 1 a.m., the table was strewn with empty bottles. Everyone, except Lin Shi, was somewhat inebriated. Su Feifei, with hazy eyes, expressed her desire to go home. Zhao Xiao immediately offered to escort her. Huang Miao, his eyes darting, chimed in, I'll go with Zhao Gu, it's on the way. Then let us settle the bill and leave together, Lin Shi said with a smile. The server was summoned to retrieve the bill. Zhao Xiao approached Lin Shi, casually draping his arm over Lin Shi's shoulder, his gaze a blend of haziness and shrewdness. Lin Shi, come to my house for dinner tomorrow. My parents miss you dearly. Remember the last time when my mother suggested adopting you as her godson? What have you decided about that? It took Lin Shi a few moments to recall the incident Zhao Xiao referred to. Last month, during his visit to Zhao Xiao's home, his parents had expressed an overwhelming fondness for Lin Shi and proposed the idea of adopting him, envisioning a future where they would be like one family. Lin Shi's father, having relocated to Sanyuan City from afar, had left him devoid of connections with paternal relatives. After his father's passing, Lin Shi's mother remarried, severing ties with her side of the family as well. The presence of Zhao Xiao and his family had timely filled the emotional void within Lin Shi, fostering a sense of trust. In his previous life, although Lin Shi had declined the offer to become Zhao's godson, he had grown closer to Zhao Xiao. The latter had even lent them 1 million when they purchased a new home. However, when the apocalypse struck, Zhao Xiao's parents perished early on, and the money was never reclaimed. As Lin Shi reflected, it was nearly time for Zhao Xiao to repay that debt. No, I am not accustomed to being someone else's son, Lin Shi replied with a smile, though the mirth did not reach his eyes. Throughout their acquaintance, Zhao Xiao had always approached him with ulterior motives. In his previous life, Lin Shi had regarded Zhao Xiao as his closest friend, neglecting many underlying issues. Now, stripped of the lens of friendship, Lin Shi discerned that Zhao Xiao's tactics were not as sophisticated as he had once believed. He could see through them effortlessly. This newfound clarity was undoubtedly influenced by the treachery he had witnessed during the apocalypse. Zhao Xiao, taken aback by Lin Shi's refusal, froze momentarily as the waiter entered with the bill. The total amount exceeded 38,000, rounded down to 38,000. The waiter presented the bill to the group. Zhao Xiao, Huang Miao, and Su Feifei turned their gazes toward Lin Shi. Why are you looking at me? Lin Shi raised an eyebrow. Zhao Xiao said he was treating. Zhao Xiao seemed to just grasp the situation, patting his pockets in realization and awkwardly pulling out his phone. Oh no, my phone is dead. He cast a pleading look at Lin Shi. In his past life, Lin Shi would have immediately stood up to cover the bill without hesitation. However, now, he wore a knowing smirk, his eyes sparkling with mischief as he addressed the waiter, bring him a charger. The waiter's expression soured as he cast a disdainful glance at Zhao Xiao before exiting the private room to retrieve the charger. Upon stepping outside, he instructed the individuals waiting there to keep an eye on things. The atmosphere inside the room became somewhat tense. Huang Miao and Su Feifei exchanged glances, having grown accustomed to Lin Shi taking the initiative to pay the bill. This unexpected scene had never crossed their minds. Although Zhao Xiao had insisted he was treating, they were well aware of who would ultimately settle the payment. Had Lin Shi and Zhao Xiao had a falling out? Huang Miao gestured to Zhao Xiao, inquiring, what is going on? Zhao Xiao, equally perplexed, felt a flash of irritation cross his face. Lin Shi's actions left him feeling humiliated. His phone was functional. He had merely turned it off to provide Lin Shi with a plausible reason to pay. Did Lin Shi want him to beg for assistance? In the depths of her heart, Zhao Xiao had begun to harbor resentment towards Lin Shi, yet she forced a smile and said, Lin Shi, why don't you cover today's bill? I'll treat you next time. Lin Shi, however, showed no mercy, his expression one of confusion as he replied, Zhao Xiao, didn't you say you were inviting everyone out today? Please don't tell me that you expect to treat without any funds. The smile on Zhao Xiao's face froze. Huang Miao and Su Feifei exchanged incredulous glances at Lin Shi. They had witnessed how well Lin Shi treated Zhao Xiao over the past 3 years. They had never seen him act this way before. At that moment, there were still 4 waitresses in the private room, none of whom had received their tips, and now they were witnessing an unfolding drama of evasion from the bill. Zhao Xiao had confidently proclaimed her intent to treat, and now she was met with a barrage of disdainful, scornful, and astonished looks directed at her. Just then, a waiter entered with a charger and placed it before Zhao Xiao, gesturing for her to proceed. Zhao Xiao stared at the charger, caught in a dilemma. The waiter, with an impassive expression, urged her, "Please charge it, ma'am. We will be closing in an hour." Zhao Xiao's complexion shifted dramatically, a palette of emotions, red, white, and black, flashing across her face. No matter how cunning she might be, she was still just a 19-year-old who had recently stepped into this world, and at that moment, her anger could no longer be contained. Enough. Zhao Xiao gritted her teeth, forcing out each word with difficulty. "Lin Shi, I implore you to settle the bill first. Can we discuss this later?" She still believed that if she placated Lin Shi as she had done before, he would comply with her wishes. However, after experiencing Zhao Xiao's betrayal, Lin Shi could no longer be the naive person he once was. His expression grew cold as he replied, "So, you truly came unprepared to treat." Zhao Xiao felt her pride being ground into the dirt, her eyes reddening with anger. "Yes," Lin Shi chuckled softly, casting a glance around the group. "In that case, let us split the bill." "What? Split the bill?" Huang Miao and Su Feifei were also thrown into disarray. Su Feifei frowned, saying, "You can't expect me, as a girl, to cover this outing alone, right?" Huang Miao, his gaze flickering, awkwardly added, "I wasn't aware we were splitting the bill today. I didn't bring any money." He nudged the now visibly distressed Zhao Xiao. "Zhao, what did you do to offend Lin? You should apologize." Zhao Xiao looked at Lin Shi, whose expression was one of amusement tinged with mockery, and felt an overwhelming urge to strike him. She couldn't even recall what had angered him. Ignoring the 3 of them, Lin Shi paid for his own share, a mere 30 yuan for lemon water. Zhao Xiao, in disbelief, exclaimed, "Didn't you say we were splitting the bill?" Her mind was racing, struggling to comprehend the situation. Lin Shi smirked, genuinely pleased to see Zhao Xiao flustered. "Indeed, we are splitting. Each person pays for what they ordered. I only had a glass of juice tonight. You can check the surveillance if you don't believe me." As events unfolded, the club had no choice but to review the footage, confirming Lin Shi's account was accurate. After Lin Shi paid 30 yuan, he left without hesitation. Amidst the furious glares of Zhao Xiao and the others, Lin Shi pushed the door open and departed. Only the 3 of them remained, facing the server who coldly urged them, "You still owe 37,970 yuan. Please settle the bill." Chapter 7. Liao Peng. Could it be that Lin Shi truly walked away just like that? The trio could hardly believe that the usually affable Lin Shi had turned so callous. By the time they came to their senses, Lin Shi had already vanished from sight. "Lin Shi, wait for me." Su Feifei attempted to follow him, but the server blocked her path. "Why are you stopping me? The person ahead is my boyfriend." Su Feifei glared at the server angrily, her tone sharp. The server smirked. "You can always call your boyfriend and ask him to cover your share too." Su Feifei's chest heaved with anger, yet she dared not confront the seemingly formidable server. She turned and shot Zhao Xiao a fierce glare. "What are you dawdling for? Hurry up and pay." I don't have that much money." In front of the girl he admired, Zhao Xiao felt utterly humiliated and had developed a deep-seated hatred for Lin Shi. Having worked for less than a year, his savings had yet to surpass 4 digits. How could he possibly afford 38,000? Lin Shi had indeed guessed correctly, having seen Lin Shi spend over 100,000 in mere minutes the day prior. Zhao Xiao felt envious and sought to invite Lin Shi out today with the hope of making a hefty profit. Zhao Xiao believed Lin Shi would undoubtedly pay, as he could not afford to lose their only good friends, and even if it pained him, he would acquiesce. Why had Lin Shi suddenly changed so drastically? Unwilling to accept this, Zhao Xiao made a call to Lin Shi. Stepping out of the club, feeling rejuvenated, Lin Shi ended the call from Zhao Xiao, blocked all of them, and returned home. When Zhao Xiao's call was disconnected, he tried again only to find it directly unreachable. At this moment, he truly realized that Lin Shi would no longer concern himself with them. Faced with the server and the watchful eyes of several security guards outside, Zhao Xiao whispered, "Let's split the bill." Naturally, Huang Miao and Su Feifei refused. One was just starting a job while the other was still a student, both lacking funds. It was Zhao Xiao who had proposed the outing and insisted on treating, even arranging for the drinks. After a heated argument among the 3, the club called the police. and only then did they contact their families to gather the money needed to settle the bill. Zhao Xiao, having aimed to take advantage of Lin Shi, ended up paying 18,000 for the most expensive drinks. Huang Miao, having also indulged, owed 13,000. Su Feifei, reluctantly, paid 7,000. The three left the Huaqiao Club in discontent. Huang Miao and Zhao Xiao had a fierce quarrel, exchanging accusations and nearly severing their friendship. Su Feifei also offered Zhao Xiao no kindness, blocking him on social media upon returning home. What began as a simple gathering resulted in the estrangement of not only a good friend, but also the girl he cherished, effectively casting him out of her life. Zhao Xiao harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Lin Shi. However, upon returning home, instead of finding solace, he faced a scolding from his father, who slapped him and berated him for his irresponsibility. He scolded Zhao Xiao for being thoughtless, as the family was preparing to buy a house and intended to borrow money from Lin Shi, insisting that he immediately apologize to him. Mr. Zhao believed that Zhao Xiao's motives for wanting to undermine Lin Shi were all too apparent, which had inevitably offended Lin Shi and incited his anger. Lin Shi was oblivious to this. Even if he were aware, it would not concern him. The following day, Lin Shi rose early as usual for his exercise. Shortly after breakfast, he received a call from a real estate agent. The agent, a young woman named Chun Qingqing, introduced herself. Mr. Lin, I have a client interested in viewing a property. When would you be available? Is it so urgent? Lin Shi inquired, slightly taken aback. I am available right now. You may bring your client over. Within a mere 10 minutes, the doorbell rang. Upon opening the door, Lin Shi was greeted by a middle-aged man clad in a jacket, accompanied by the strikingly youthful Chun Qingqing. She commenced a thorough presentation of the property's advantages. Lin Shi stepped aside. Recognizing that the agents were the true professionals in selling real estate, he merely needed to await the outcome. After the viewing, the middle-aged gentleman expressed his willingness to purchase the property outright. Chun Qingqing had negotiated a price of 9.45 million, which pleasantly surprised Lin Shi, as it exceeded his expectations significantly. However, as the two were leaving, Lin Shi caught sight of the man's inappropriate advances towards Chun Qingqing, and it dawned on him what was transpiring. Soon after their departure, Chun Qingqing returned. Mr. Lin, I've negotiated with the client, and we can proceed with the transfer formalities tomorrow. Please prepare the necessary documents. Given the magnitude of this transaction, Chun Qingqing was determined to seal the deal swiftly. Very well. Although taken aback by the woman's tactics, Lin Shi was quite pleased with the outcome. The quicker he sold the property, the sooner he could embark on his next venture. Chun Qingqing proceeded to elaborate on the documents required for the transfer. As she spoke, she gradually leaned closer. Lin Shi took a few steps back and cast a cold gaze in her direction. At approximately 25 or 26 years of age, Chun Qingqing was at the pinnacle of her charm, with a commendable figure. However, Lin Shi was indifferent to women who resorted to unscrupulous means. Under Lin Shi's frosty scrutiny, Chun Qingqing felt a chill run through her. She had never encountered such an icy stare from someone so seemingly youthful. Yet, the prospect of a substantial commission compelled her to maintain her most radiant smile. Mr. Lin, you previously mentioned that any amount exceeding 9 million would be subject to commission. I assure you that I will transfer the agreed amount upon the transaction's completion. I must take my leave, as I have other matters to attend to, Lin Shi stated. Dismissing her, the prospect of earning 450,000 was indeed commendable, and Lin Shi had no intention of reneging on their agreement. With this sum, he could initiate his subsequent plans. Hearing this, Chun Qingqing silently exhaled in relief and took her leave. Lin Shi then prepared to head out, as he had arranged to sign a contract for renting a warehouse that day. After inspecting the warehouse, he was quite satisfied. Before renting, he had stipulated several conditions: minimal foot traffic nearby, excellent confidentiality, and an unobstructed view from the exterior. The agent had been attentive, finding a warehouse that met his requirements and even previewing it in advance. The contract was signed smoothly. Once his apartment was officially transferred tomorrow, Lin Shi would be ready to move into the warehouse. As Lin Shi was about to leave, he intercepted the agent. This agent, a man nearing 30, was named Liao Peng. Lin Shi found him to be meticulous and steady in his work. With less than 3 months until the impending apocalypse, he needed to gather a vast amount of resources to upgrade his treasure trove, a task that could not be accomplished in just a few days. Constructing a shelter was labor-intensive and time-consuming, and he required assistance. Mr. Liao, would you be interested in working for me? I can offer you an annual salary of 500,000, Lin Shi proposed grandly. Liao Peng was taken aback. A salary of 500,000. That was 200 to 300,000 more than his earnings at the real estate agency. However, doubt lingered in his mind, questioning whether Lin Shi was jesting. He cautiously inquired, "What would you need me to do? I cannot engage in any illegal activities." Chapter 8. Preparing to purchase gold. Lin Shi organized his thoughts and replied, "I am an enthusiast of survival in apocalyptic scenarios, and I wish to construct an independent safe house in Sha City. However, I am currently occupied in Sanyuan City and hope to find someone to assist me." An enthusiast of apocalyptic survival? A safe house? Even someone as composed as Liao Peng felt a tremor of disbelief at Lin Shi's words. As a real estate agent, he had encountered all types of properties, and he was well aware that some wealthy individuals harbored peculiar ideas. Rumors of a potential Third World War and natural disasters had led some affluent individuals, fearful for their lives, to create extreme survival systems in basements beneath their villas. However, it was the first time he had encountered a request to build a safe house from someone so young. Had it not been for the recent transaction he had completed with Lin Shi, Liao Peng might have dismissed him as a fraud and walked away. Lin Shi understood that words alone were insufficient to instill trust. He gestured for Liao Peng to take out his phone and transfer 100,000 as a deposit. This sum represented over 2 months of salary. With this, Liao Peng began to believe Lin Shi, who would joke about such a significant amount of money. Nevertheless, his cautious nature led him to request a contract with Lin Shi. Lin Shi agreed, recognizing that the shelter was crucial for his future survival. And he could not expect Liao Peng to commit wholeheartedly based solely on verbal assurances. After discussing the details, they signed a contract. The agreement stipulated that Lin Shi would employ Liao Peng as his personal steward for an annual salary of 500,000. Responsible for overseeing the construction of new houses in Sha City, supervising the work, and managing some miscellaneous tasks for Lin Shi. In return, Lin Shi would guarantee Liao Peng's salary and other rightful benefits. Given the urgency of Lin Shi's demands, Liao Peng promptly resigned from his previous position and began his new role. With this job, he believed he could purchase a house in the suburbs of Sanyuan City in just a few years, a vastly superior opportunity compared to his previous work at the agency. Resolute to demonstrate his capabilities to Lin Shi, he was unaware that this job would conclude in 3 months. Lin Shi had no intention of retaining him for long. Once the shelter was completed, Liao Peng's responsibilities would cease. Lin Shi commanded, "Liao Peng, go to Sha City and find a plot of land willing to be sold according to my specifications." Lin Shi's requirements were for a location that was elevated, flat, devoid of towering skyscrapers, somewhat remote, and spacious enough for immediate construction. This was Liao Peng's area of expertise, and it should pose no challenge for him. A commendable employer indeed. Liao Peng swiftly assumed his role and promptly booked the earliest flight. Shashi in the southern province is a renowned tourist destination and the city closest to the equator, enjoying a perpetual summer. Following the onset of the frigid apocalypse, humanity's habitable space diminished drastically, with the northern temperatures plummeting to inhospitable levels. Despite northern architecture being more resilient to cold, the natural gas pipelines soon succumbed to freezing, resulting in a loss of heating. With outdoor temperatures averaging -70 degrees Celsius and nearly severed food supplies, the inhabitants of the north were compelled to migrate southward. This was merely the predicament during summer. Only a few regions, possessing national grain reserves, managed to survive and establish shelters for survivors. While the equatorial regions also faced extreme cold, their temperatures were at least 30 to 40 degrees higher than those of the north, averaging between -30 and -50 degrees. Additionally, Shashi's coastal proximity allowed for the periodic excavation of ice to retrieve frozen fish, alleviating food scarcity compared to the north. In this lifetime, Lin Shi's preparations were not merely for the sake of official supplies. With the ability to carry a vast array of resources, his primary concern became safety. The most terrifying aspect of the apocalypse was not the harsh weather, but humanity itself. In the grip of extreme cold and starvation, desperate individuals resorted to heinous acts, including murder for resources. No city maintained a stable order. Shashi boasted the largest official shelter of Qiming Nation, where most of the nation's elite, scientific researchers, and military personnel congregated, ensuring a far better order than elsewhere. Furthermore, in his previous life, Lin Shi had heard of Shashi developing food that could be cultivated in extreme cold. In this life, he aspired to establish his shelter in Shashi, striving for excellence. After advising Liao Peng on the pertinent details regarding the construction of the shelter, Lin Shi returned home. The following morning, after completing his routine exercises, he gathered all transportable belongings into his space. Items deemed unnecessary were discarded downstairs. Before departing, Lin Shi cast a final glance at the empty house, turning away without a trace of nostalgia. It was merely a house. To him, home was wherever he resided alone. Unbeknownst to Lin Shi, shortly after his departure, Zhao Xiao visited his home in search of him. Unable to locate Lin Shi, she faced the wrath of her parents for the following days. Lin Shi proceeded to complete the property transfer formalities at the agreed-upon time. Upon the funds being credited, he transferred 450,000 yuan to Ching, and then made his way to the bank. The Qiming National Bank, the largest branch in Sanyuan City, was situated in the city center. Anticipating the substantial amount of gold he required and fearing the bank might not have sufficient reserves, Lin Shi had already contacted his account manager the day before to make an appointment. By the time he arrived at the bank, it was already afternoon, and he had stopped along the way to purchase a suitcase to accommodate the gold. Lin Shi's current savings have reached an impressive 25.4 million. His original funds, coupled with the sale of 3 gold bars, after deducting the warehouse rental costs and the expenses incurred with Liao Peng and other miscellaneous expenditures, leave him with a sum of 15.4 million. He has also sold a property for 9 million and borrowed 1 million through various online lending applications. Were it not for the regulation restricting an individual from borrowing more than 1 million across different legitimate platforms, Lin Shi would have secured a larger amount. Presently, his total capital stands at 25.4 million, sufficient to acquire 60 kilograms of gold, based on the principle that wealth doubles with each level increase in the treasure basin. This quantity of gold can be upgraded to the spatial dimension 4 times, followed by 2 iterations of item duplication. Merely upgrading the space 5 times or enhancing item duplication 3 times would prove inadequate. The current volume of the space measures 666,216 cubic meters, which should be ample after 4 upgrades. Lin Shi is curious about the transformations that will occur in the item duplication ability post-upgrade. Upon entering the bank, Lin Shi, with his suitcase in hand, stood out conspicuously, prompting a bank staff member to approach him and inquire, "May I assist you with your banking needs?" Lin Shi replied, "I am here to purchase gold, and I made an appointment yesterday. May I ask which manager you have contacted?" "Manager Chu," he answered. Soon, Lin Shi was escorted to the office door. Zhao Xiao serves as the client manager at the headquarters of Qiming National Bank in Sanyuan City. The day prior, she received a phone call from a client with a deposit of 10 million, expressing a desire to purchase 60 kilograms of gold. Zhao Xiao was taken aback. What does 60 kilograms of gold signify? Although the international gold price has dipped slightly in recent days, each gram of gold still commands a price of 413 yuan. And with the bank's minimum processing fee of 5 yuan, the total for 60 kilograms of gold amounts to 25.08 million. Typically, affluent investors opt for gold stocks or futures rather than acquiring such substantial quantities of physical gold. Moreover, given the current geopolitical instability, the price of gold has remained elevated, making the purchase of such a vast amount of tangible gold susceptible to significant losses. Intrigued, Zhao Xiao reviewed the client's profile. The records indicated that the individual was named Lin Shi and was merely 19 years of age. She held a vivid recollection of the boy. 3 years prior, at the largest new energy company in Sanyuan City, Tianqi New Energy Company, Limited, an electrical engineer tragically lost his life due to an accident at work. The company promptly compensated 10 million yuan, receiving widespread acclaim for their response. Not long after, the son of the deceased engineer received the compensation, and it was Zhao Xiao who facilitated the transaction for him. She distinctly remembered the boy named Lin Shi. After verifying the bank's inventory of physical gold and confirming its availability, she informed Lin Shi that he could proceed with the purchasing process at his convenience. She waited throughout the morning, glancing occasionally toward the entrance. After a prolonged interval without any sign of him, she planned to take a brief rest at noon when a knock was heard at the door. "Manager, the client for the gold purchase has arrived." Chapter 9. An unexpected situation. Lin Shi waited in the lobby for a while, when a graceful woman in uniform emerged. He cast a glance at the nameplate on the woman's chest. "Client manager, Zhao Xiao. Are you Mr. Lin?" She inquired with a poised smile, politely gesturing. "Please follow me." Lin Shi nodded and accompanied Zhao Xiao to the VIP lounge. Zhao Xiao began by explaining the process for purchasing physical gold bars. Investing in tangible gold means that if the price does not rise by at least 10 yuan, one is essentially at a loss. This is because additional costs, such as processing and service fees, must be factored in. However, Lin Shi was not purchasing gold for investment purposes. A loss of 10 yuan posed little concern for him. I am already informed. Let us proceed with the formalities, he stated. They selected specifications, opened an account, and filled out the necessary documents. Despite the client manager's penetrating gaze making Lin Shi somewhat uncomfortable, the remaining steps unfolded smoothly. With a deposit of 25.4 million yuan and today's international gold price of 412 yuan per gram, after deducting processing and service fees, he could acquire 60 gold bars weighing 1,000 grams each. He had chosen the 1,000-gram bars himself, as he intended to sell them back, and thus the style was of no consequence. Upgrading was more convenient with 1,000-gram bars. Just 2 of them would suffice to elevate to the next tier of storage. After purchasing the gold bars, one could choose to store them in the bank or take them home. Naturally, Lin Shi opted to take them home. Zhao Xiao retrieved 60 gold bars from the safe, laying them out on the counter one by one. Lin Shi's gaze grew increasingly fervent. Investing such a substantial amount in gold certainly marked him as a significant client. Contemplating the commission that would equate to 2 months' salary upon completing this transaction, Zhao Xiao found herself increasingly drawn to this young man. Lin Shi averted his gaze, looking elsewhere. When he returned tomorrow to retrieve the replicated gold bars, that woman might very well wish to consume him whole. The VIP lounge was separated from the main hall by a vast frosted glass partition, with a few striped gaps allowing glimpses of the activity within. Bored, Lin Shi surveyed the bank's lobby, when suddenly his attention sharpened. He noticed something amiss among the crowd. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was not merely one individual, but 4. These 4 were dressed inconspicuously, seemingly loitering in different areas of the bank while waiting in line. Even the bank security personnel failed to detect anything unusual. Yet, Lin Shi had survived the horrors of a post-apocalyptic world, having encountered countless villains and taken lives he could not count. He could sense a palpable aura of menace emanating from these 4 individuals. In this era of peace, how could ordinary people possess such a murderous intent? Could it be that his mere presence had drawn bank robbers to this location? Lin Shi ruminated on whether there had been any news of bank heists in Sanyuan City during the early days of his previous life, but could recall none. Had his return triggered some unforeseen butterfly effect? Seemingly sensing Lin Shi's scrutiny, one of the individuals turned their head. Lin Shi quickly averted his gaze. Sanyuan City was one of the safest cities in Qiming Nation. For someone to dare attempt a bank robbery here was nothing short of madness. It was widely acknowledged that the potential rewards of a bank heist could never outweigh the inherent risks. Perhaps he was merely overthinking the situation. The obscured view prevented others from perceiving the situation here, yet Lin's heart was still beset by unease. It is not the fear of 1,000 dangers that troubles one, but the anxiety of a singular misfortune. This was, after all, his entire fortune in life. If it were to be seized, he would find no solace in weeping. He turned and quietly spoke to Zhao Xiao, who was still counting gold. Hold on, I will not make a purchase today. These 4 individuals had appeared without warning. He had been very conspicuous while carrying his suitcase, arriving in the VIP lounge. If this group harbored ulterior motives, it was possible he had already attracted their attention. What? Zhao Xiao thought she had misheard. I said, I will not make a purchase. I will return another day. Lin lowered his voice. However, upon hearing Lin's refusal, Zhao Xiao felt as though he were toying with her. After all the effort, she had already brought out the gold bars, only for him to declare he wouldn't buy. Her commission had evaporated. Zhao Xiao, now incensed, raised her voice. Sir, your transaction has already been successfully processed, and the amount has been deducted. If you wish to return, then do so. Lin interrupted her, wishing for the client manager to hastily collect the gold bars. Zhao Xiao's face flushed with anger, yet she forced a smile. Rather than reclaim the gold bars, she sought to continue her argument with Lin. Mr. Lin, these gold bars are already yours. If you wish to return them, it would mean initiating the repurchase process, resulting in a loss of processing and service fees. Lin's peripheral vision caught sight of one among the 4 approaching the VIP lounge. The man, approximately in his 30s, donned black casual attire and sported a crew cut. His appearance was unremarkable, yet a closer look revealed a menacing glint in his eyes, suggesting he had witnessed violence and bloodshed. Though of Asian descent, He bore an air that made Lin suspect he was not from this country. This fleeting glance deepened Lin's conviction that his suspicions might indeed be valid. Meanwhile, Chu Xiaodai continued her incessant reasoning with Lin. Lin silently cursed. Realizing the folly of this oblivious woman, he lowered his voice further. Quickly collect the gold bars. Otherwise, the consequences of theft will be yours to bear. Seeing that Lin was impervious to her words, Chu Xiaodai's frustration bubbled over. Mr. Lin, these gold bars remain on my counter, even if they are stolen. It is still the bank's responsibility. Please do not shift the discussion. Lin's focus shifted. Are you saying that if they are stolen now, it would not be my liability? At that moment, the security guard also sensed something amiss and approached. VIP lounges typically hosted high-value transactions, and seeing someone suddenly nearing, the guard instinctively grew wary. He stepped in front of the crew-cut man, blocking his path. Hello, please queue for normal transactions in the lobby. I'm sorry, I didn't realize. The crew-cut man feigned an apologetic demeanor, as if to bow in contrition. However, Lin's pupils dilated in sudden alarm. In a flash, a black handgun was swiftly drawn from the man's pocket, pressed against the guard's abdomen, and a deafening gunshot echoed through the room. The guard fell to the ground in disbelief, blood gushing from his wound, staining his once pristine uniform. In the next moment, the remaining 3 assailants also brandished their firearms. As the security guard brandished his baton, a gunshot rang out, echoing throughout the grand hall, accompanied by piercing screams. The blaring alarm followed suit. A bank employee stationed at the counter promptly activated the alarm system. Meanwhile, the man with the buzz cut forcefully breached the door to the VIP room. Lin Shi's gaze met the man's, and upon witnessing the greed and murderous intent in his eyes, he instinctively crouched down, cradling his head with his hands, and shuffled into a corner. If one were to inquire about his response to peril, Lin Shi would assertively declare, if one can fight, fight. If one cannot, flee. And if escape is impossible, then submit. Faced with 4 armed assailants while he was utterly unarmed, the notion of stepping forward was absurd. Survival was paramount. Chapter 10. Fame comes unexpectedly. Lin Shi remained quietly nestled in the corner. The other individuals in the hall had been swiftly subdued by the robbers. Clearly, these 4 criminals had come prepared, each with a distinct role. One kept watch over the outside, another monitored the hostages, while a third approached the buzzcut man. Clutching a bag, Chu Xiaodai, a bank employee, was paralyzed with fear. Could it be that someone dared to rob the main branch? The buzzcut man advanced directly to the counter, aiming his firearm at the bulletproof glass shielding Chu Xiaodai, threatening, hand over the gold bars. Quickly, instead of complying, she began to secure the gold bars back into the safe. Though terrified, she was trained. The bank's bulletproof glass could withstand an ordinary handgun. Situated in the city center, the bank's alarm was directly linked to the nearest police station, ensuring that officers would arrive within minutes. However, outside the counter, other bank staff were still present. One robber pressed his gun against an employee's head, dragging them to the entrance of the VIP room, causing the staff member to wet themselves in fear. Retrieve the gold bars at once. If you take longer than 10 seconds, I will execute someone. Chu Xiaodai had no choice but to comply. Lin Shi observed this harrowing scene from his corner. He noted that none of the robbers attempted to seize cash from the other counters. Their objective was singularly focused on the gold in the VIP room. Indeed, any sensible robber would avoid stealing cash from a bank, knowing that each banknote is meticulously recorded and would be unspendable. In contrast, stolen gold could easily be melted down and circulated in the market. Yet, a question lingered. The gold inventory at the counter was limited. The substantial reserves were stored in the vault. If they failed to seize a significant amount of gold, the risk of robbing the bank would far outweigh any potential reward. How could these robbers be so certain that there would be a large quantity of gold at the counter today? Individuals like himself, who invested 25 million in physical gold, were surely few and far between. Lin Shi's gaze shifted to the trembling Chu Xiaodai as she handed over the gold bars to the robbers. A sudden realization struck him. Perhaps someone had leaked the information regarding his substantial purchase today at the bank. With this thought, everything fell into place. They had been waiting for this batch of gold to appear. A chill coursed through Lin Shi's being, and his expression turned icy with dread. Fortunately, I refrained from taking the gold bars, and it was the vigilance of the security personnel that spared me from peril. Otherwise, had I placed the gold bars into my suitcase, I would have been utterly defenseless and unlikely to leave alive. 60 gold bars were swiftly passed out of the window by Chu Xiaodai, and collected by the assailants in a handbag. Though the gold bars appeared relatively small, their weight of 120 pounds was substantial, making it somewhat strenuous for one robber to carry. At that moment, the man with the buzz cut noticed the suitcase beside the counter, and I silently cursed my misfortune. Indeed, the buzz-cut man turned his attention toward me. As I had purchased a compact black suitcase with a combination lock for storing the gold bars, he menacingly commanded, "Come here. Open that suitcase." I feigned fear and obediently approached to unlock it. The robber placed a handbag filled with gold bars inside the suitcase. Throughout this process, I remained fixated on the robber's movements. 25 million worth of gold was confined within that unassuming suitcase. The thought of utilizing my spatial abilities to conceal the gold bars crossed my mind, but I swiftly dismissed the idea. The bank's surveillance equipment was still operational. The sudden disappearance of a suitcase under the watchful eyes of many would be glaringly conspicuous. If 25 million in gold vanished without a trace, it would undoubtedly attract scrutiny. Should my treasure trove be exposed, the consequences would be dire. The faint sound of police sirens began to echo in the distance. Although the robbers worked quickly, the authorities were swifter. Upon hearing the sirens, the robbers visibly panicked and hurried to flee. Before departing, the buzz-cut man cast one last glance at me. Suddenly, he lunged toward me, reaching out. Instinctively, I prepared to evade and retaliate, but then a thought struck me. I forcibly suppressed my instincts and remained still. The buzz-cut man seized me, pressing a gun against my back, and commanded, "Move." I complied and followed the robber out of the bank. Outside, a getaway vehicle awaited. I was shoved into the car, discovering that there were 5 robbers in total. It was an SUV, and the 4 large men in the back seat were cramped together. Yet none complained, accepting the buzz-cut man's lead in bringing me along. Just as I was forced into the vehicle, a journalist working nearby captured video footage of my abduction. The San Juan City headquarters has been robbed. A young man has been unfortunate enough to be taken hostage. This short video quickly surged to the forefront of trending news. Countless netizens witnessed the moment I was taken away. Wow, I can't believe I'm witnessing a robbery in my lifetime. Incredible. Someone dared to rob the headquarters. They must have guts. I bet these robbers won't escape for a day. They even have guns. I trust in the capabilities of our law enforcement. That hostage seems to be in grave danger. Wait, isn't that my high school classmate? Isn't that Lin Shi, my college classmate? Oh my. My high school classmate is also named Lin Shi. Soon, it became apparent that the Lin Shi they knew was indeed the same individual. Consequently, another short video emerged. Titled "Top Scholar from 985 University Held Hostage by Bank Robbers. Life and Death Uncertain." This video quickly ascended to popularity. It featured a clear frontal photograph of Lin Shi. Upon gazing at the youthful, handsome visage of Lin Shi in the image, countless older women and sisters felt their hearts ache for him and offered their prayers for his safe rescue. The university classmates of Lin Shi who shared this video gained a multitude of followers as a result. Little did Lin Shi know that he had already become an internet sensation. Not long after the vehicle set off, the sirens of police cars behind them grew increasingly closer. The 5 individuals in the car were evidently breathing much heavier. One of them began to chatter incessantly. It was then that Lin Shi realized these 5 individuals were likely not from his country. At that moment, a golden suitcase was placed under the feet of one of the robbers. Lin Shi could easily reach it with his foot. If he could merely touch the suitcase, he could transfer its contents into his spatial pocket. Indeed, Lin Shi had come specifically for this suitcase of gold. Chapter 11. Playing the fool when the gold was stolen. It had still been in the bank's counter, never having passed through his hands. Naturally, the loss would be accounted to the bank. He would still be entitled to a compensation of 60 kilograms of gold bars. If he managed to seize the gold taken by the robbers and store it in his space, regardless of whether the robbers escaped, the loss of the gold would be their responsibility. He would possess a total of 120 kilograms of gold. After duplicating it, that would amount to a staggering 240 kilograms. Upgrading his treasure pot with 120 kilograms of gold would be double his original plan. Wealth is often accompanied by peril. As long as these 5 robbers remained safe, he too would be safe. At that moment, Lin Shi was seated next to 3 robbers in the back row, in close proximity to the suitcase. However, bending down to touch the suitcase would be too conspicuous. He waited for the perfect opportunity. The robber driving the off-road vehicle exhibited exceptional driving skills, weaving through traffic at speeds of around 80 miles per hour, narrowly avoiding other vehicles and distancing themselves from the police cars. However, It soon became apparent to the robbers that 2 helicopters were tailing them. Lin Shi heard a crew-cut man curse in a foreign expletive. Before long, a roadblock appeared ahead. A row of sharp spikes rendered it impossible for even an off-road vehicle to break through. A squad of special police officers stood ready behind the barricade. The deafening sound of screeching brakes echoed as everyone in the off-road vehicle lurched forward. Lin Shi's eyes sparkled. What a splendid opportunity. As everyone lost their balance and focused their attention on the roadblock and the special police, Lin Shi seized the moment, bent down, and swiftly touched the suitcase before immediately straightening up. Not a single robber noticed anything amiss. These robbers remained oblivious to the fact that the gold they had so painstakingly acquired had vanished, all of it claimed by Lin Shi into his spatial pocket. Next, he needed to devise a plan for his escape. The off-road vehicle reversed wildly, making a U-turn as it sped towards a narrow road. The helicopter followed closely behind. One of the helicopters focused a camera on the robber's vehicle. The off-road vehicle circled for a while, and after a brief period, an overpass emerged ahead. Beneath the overpass, vehicles were bustling about, yet Lin Shi's body tensed with unease. A commonplace black sedan was parked beneath the bridge, but Lin Shi instantly sensed something amiss. Typically, even in urgent situations, individuals would park alongside the road outside the overpass, not directly underneath it. Moreover, this area was fortuitously within the blind spot of helicopter surveillance. It was highly probable that these thieves had meticulously orchestrated this plan to elude pursuing vehicles. Should they exit the car, they would discover that the gold bars in the trunk had vanished, thereby placing themselves in a precarious position. Lin Shi's suspicions proved to be correct. The off-road vehicle abruptly halted beneath the overpass. Had it not been for the vehicle switch and the absence of other cars ahead, such a sudden stop would have been unnecessary. At that moment, while seated between 2 robbers, Lin Shi's hand unexpectedly brushed against the weapons they held. Just as the 2 thieves were about to react, their firearms had vanished from their grasp. Stunned, they were taken aback. In the blink of an eye, Lin Shi had seized one of the robbers' handguns, swiftly aiming it at the third armed assailant in the back seat, delivering a fatal shot to his head. Following this, he fired 2 more rounds, dispatching the 2 unarmed robbers in the rear. Given the proximity, Lin Shi hardly needed to aim. Upon hearing the gunfire from the back seat, the man with a buzz cut in the front instinctively turned his head, his body leaning forward due to inertia. Before he could react, Lin Shi had already aligned his weapon with the man's head. The buzz-cut man's pupils dilated in shock. He had never anticipated that what he believed to be a defenseless rich kid hostage could snatch a gun from his comrade. The fluidity of Lin Shi's movements, the speed and precision of his shots, and his demeanor, cold and composed, entirely at odds with his youthful appearance, left the buzz-cut man speechless. Just as he opened his mouth to utter something, Lin Shi had already pulled the trigger. Though it may seem a lengthy account, all of this transpired in a mere instant. The robber seated in the driver's position had kept both hands firmly on the steering wheel. Upon sensing something was amiss, he reached for his firearm, but before he could disengage the safety, his head erupted in a spray of blood. Thus, all 5 robbers lay lifeless. Remarkably, the off-road vehicle was equipped with bulletproof glass, providing sound insulation. Coupled with the absence of other vehicles nearby, the commotion went unnoticed. After eliminating the driver, Lin Shi swiftly exited the vehicle, evading the sight of passing cars, and placed his hand on the vehicle's body, drawing both it and the bodies into his spatial storage. He then hastened towards the black sedan, yanked open the door, and took a seat inside. The car was indeed unlocked, and the keys were conveniently in the ignition. With a press of the accelerator, the vehicle sped away. Minutes later, having confirmed no helicopters were tracking his location, Lin Shi drove the car to a secluded forested area. The rapidity of the vehicle switch had left the helicopter unaware that the criminals would change cars, and given that vehicles routinely traversed beneath that bridge, Lin Shi swiftly evaded official surveillance. After ensuring the surroundings were clear and devoid of monitoring, Lin Shi stored the black sedan in his space and retrieved the off-road vehicle to commence collecting his spoils, 5 handguns, and a total of 10 magazines from the 5 robbers. Lin Shi picked up a firearm and deftly replaced the empty magazine. In his previous life, he had handled guns, but in Qiming Nation, firearms were stringently regulated, making it exceedingly difficult to acquire a handgun. Whether before or after the apocalypse, firearms were remarkably valuable commodities. This time, the considerable risk he undertook was not solely for the gold bars. The handgun was also a coveted objective. Possessing a firearm would undeniably enhance his survival capabilities in the early days of the apocalypse. Lin Shi continued to search the vehicle for a while longer, discovering a modest amount of cash and a couple of daggers. He gathered these items along with the gold bars. Although the acquisition of the gold bars from the bank had encountered unforeseen complications, the rewards surpassed his expectations. After ensuring nothing was overlooked, Lin Shi returned the off-road vehicle to his storage space. Once the apocalypse commenced, he would casually dispose of these individuals into the sea, allowing them to be entombed beneath thick layers of ice, never to be discovered. Having taken care of everything, Lin Shi walked a short distance to hail a taxi, directing it to the Public Security Bureau. Meanwhile, police vehicles arrived at the underpass where the off-road vehicle had vanished, only to find it utterly deserted. The robbers and the vehicle seemed to have evaporated into thin air. The surveillance cameras beneath the overpass had long been sabotaged by the well-prepared criminals, leaving all law enforcement officers empty-handed. Half an hour later, within the city center's Public Security Bureau, an officer inquired, "So you're saying that after they took the vehicle into the mountains, they released you? Then they drove away? Do you remember the license plate number? Did you see which direction they went?" The officers pressed on with a series of questions. The bank had been robbed of gold bars valued at $25 million, and a hostage had been taken. This incident garnered extensive attention in San Yuan City and even nationwide, although the hostage was unharmed. The disappearance of both the robbers and the gold bars posed a significant headache for the city center's Public Security Bureau leadership. In response to the officers' inquiries, Lin Shi answered truthfully to all questions he could address. For those he could not, he feigned innocence, expressing ignorance and lack of attention. With both the robbers and the vehicle seemingly vanished without a trace, the more lies he concocted, the more holes would appear. Lin Shi simply needed to play the fool. Although he himself was under suspicion, once the officers conducted their investigation, they would discover that he had not interacted with the robbers prior to this day. It is worth noting that just a few days prior, he had been a respectable university student. A perfectly crafted lie was unnecessary, as the official investigation would exonerate Lin Shi. Chapter 12. Threat Officer, is there any chance of recovering the gold bars? If they cannot be retrieved, will the bank compensate me? After the questioning concluded, Lin Shi expressed concern over his gold bars. Just as the officer was about to respond, Zhao Xiao and a middle-aged man in a suit hurried into the police station. The middle-aged man immediately inquired, "Is the hostage found? Where is he? What about the gold bars?" The officer turned to Lin Shi and said, "The bank representatives have arrived. The older gentleman is the bank's vice president, and you can communicate directly with him." Shortly thereafter, the vice president of the robbed bank, Li Chongbin, took a seat opposite Lin Shi. The officer had exited, leaving only Lin Shi, Zhao Xiao, and Li Chongbin in the room. "You are the hostage? You have returned? The gold bars are lost." Li Chongbin's tone carried a hint of interrogation, which stirred a slight discontent within Lin Shi, though he refrained from displaying it overtly. "You may direct those inquiries to the security personnel. My question pertains to when you will return my gold bars." Li Chongbin furrowed his brow and exchanged a glance with Zhao Xiao. Zhao Xiao produced a document and presented it before Lin Shi, stating, "Mr. Lin, your gold bars were seized by robbers. Should these bars not be recovered, our bank is willing to compensate you for 50 of your loss. If you find this acceptable, kindly sign this document." The incident of the stolen gold bars had already sparked widespread discourse online. To avert any damage to the bank's reputation, it was imperative to resolve the matter expeditiously. 50. Lin Shi turned to Zhao Xiao, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. "Did you not assert that the robbery was your bank's responsibility?" Zhao Xiao's gaze faltered. However, recalling the deputy president's instructions prior to her departure, she maintained a facade of righteousness as she asserted, "The loss of the gold bars was due to a third-party incident. Tragically, 4 of our security personnel lost their lives, while 2 others sustained severe injuries. We have fulfilled our obligations to the best of our ability. We too lament the occurrence of such an event. If the gold bars can be retrieved, we shall certainly return them in full." Lin Shi cast a cursory glance at the document presented by Zhao Xiao, densely populated with technical jargon. The gist was that if the gold bars could not be recovered, the bank would reimburse Lin Shi half the value, absolving themselves of any further accountability. Lin Shi nearly laughed at the absurdity of it all. Their self-serving rhetoric made it seem as though they regarded him as a mere child. He glanced at the deputy president, who wore a self-satisfied expression, as if offering half compensation was a magnanimous gesture. "I recall that the gold bars were taken from within the counter by the robbers. The transaction between the bank and myself remains incomplete due to your negligence in safeguarding the gold bars. Thus, it bears no relevance to me. Li Chongbin appeared surprised that a mere 19-year-old, having faced such peril, could maintain such composure. He spoke earnestly, Lin Shi. The loss of the gold bars is not solely the bank's fault. How about this? We will compensate you 60. Additionally, I have a good rapport with a professor at your university and can secure you a spot for graduate school recommendations. What do you say? Not interested. Lin Shi's refusal was resolute. Seeing that Lin Shi was impervious to persuasion, Li Chongbin's demeanor darkened, and he spoke with a harsher tone. Young man, do not be overly greedy. I have heard you are alone, without any adult supervision. You are still young and have yet to enter the workforce. You may not understand that today's youth must learn to compromise. Offending the wrong individuals could severely impact your future. Are you threatening me? Lin Shi's eyes glinted coldly. Zhao Xiao attempted to mediate the situation, saying, Mr. Lin, we are approaching you sincerely regarding compensation. However, we would like to know how you were aware of the robbers' intentions. These criminals are notorious, yet they spared you. Surely, you do not know them? Are you insinuating that I am colluding with the robbers? Lin Shi chuckled in disbelief. The silence that followed suggested an unspoken agreement between them. As negotiations faltered, Lin Shi resolved not to squander any more time. He rose and strode towards the exit. Let the two of you assist the police in gathering evidence. I shall take my leave. I will reclaim my possessions through legal channels. The likelihood of prevailing in a lawsuit against the bank is quite substantial, albeit it may require a considerable amount of time. Nevertheless, with the gold bars now in my possession, I am not at a loss. As for the threats issued by the bank's vice president, I chuckle. Let us hope he is still able to converse with me 3 months hence. A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Lin Shi's eyes. At that moment, his phone suddenly rang, displaying an unfamiliar number. Assuming it to be mere advertising, he activated the speakerphone. Upon answering, a female voice emanated from the device. Good day. Is this Mr. Lin Shi? I am a reporter from XX News in this city, and I would like to conduct a special interview with you. Do you have a moment? Lin Shi was taken aback. What could a local reporter possibly want with him? Just as he was about to decline, another call came in from yet another unknown number. Apologies, I must take this call, he stated, ending the first conversation and answering the second. Hello, Mr. Lin Shi. We are from XX New Media, the voice began, but before the message could be completed, yet another call interrupted. Confused, Lin Shi ended this one as well and answered the next. May I speak with Lin Shi? I am a news reporter. Reporters were contacting him? Lin Shi raised an eyebrow, hesitating to terminate the call. Instead, he engaged in conversation with the CCTV reporter. This is Lin Shi. What is it that you seek? Would you be available for an interview regarding your escape from the robbers? Many internet users are eager to learn about your experience. Lin Shi hesitated. He had no desire for fame. The online populace of the 21st century could be terrifying. If any of his indiscretions were unearthed, it would spell disaster. Although his actions against the robbers were ostensibly in self-defense, the fact remained that he had indeed taken the gold bars. A glance revealed that Zhao Xiao and the vice president were fixated on him, evidently anxious. What he had intended as a refusal transformed into an affirmative response. Very well. After arranging a time and place, Lin Shi hung up and continued his exit. Li Chongbin's eyes flashed with frustration. He had hoped to act preemptively before the reporter's arrival. Who would have guessed that Lin Shi was so unyielding? Wait, we need to discuss this further. Zhao Xiao attempted to grasp Lin Shi's arm, but he deftly evaded her. Turning to face her, Lin Shi raised an eyebrow, seemingly recalling something. By the way, I provided the police with a lead regarding the motive behind the robbery. What lead? Zhao Xiao instinctively inquired. When I was taken hostage, I overheard the robbers mention that a bank employee had leaked information about my gold purchase, which is why they targeted this shipment for the heist. This assertion was entirely fabricated. Lin Shi had not comprehended the robbers' dialogue. Nonetheless, he relished the opportunity to deceive this woman, as she was the most likely candidate for disclosing his information. A jolt of realization struck Zhao Xiao, her expression momentarily betraying a hint of panic. Chapter 13. The Gold Bars Acquired. Upon witnessing Zhao Xiao's increasingly panicked expression, Lin Shi, who initially possessed a mere 50% certainty, now felt entirely assured. Alas, for security guards had perished, and the bank suffered a loss exceeding 20 million. The fate of the informant remained uncertain, potentially facing years of incarceration. Observing Zhao Xiao's despondent demeanor, Lin Shi maliciously smiled before turning to depart. It was no wonder that a bank heist, absent in his previous life, manifested in this one. Indeed, it was a consequence of the butterfly effect triggered by his reincarnation and subsequent purchase of gold bars at the bank. Li Chongbin glared furiously, shouting at Lin Shi's retreating figure, "Stop!" When Lin Shi continued to walk away unimpeded, Li Chongbin tightly grasped Zhao Xiao's arm, demanding, "What on earth is happening?" He had approached Lin Shi for negotiation only under the assumption that the bank bore full responsibility. Never did he anticipate that the robbers were drawn by someone within their ranks. What was there to discuss? "It wasn't me," Zhao Xiao shrieked. Upon witnessing her guilty demeanor, Li Chongbin realized Lin Shi's reference to the informant was indeed directed at Zhao Xiao. Now that Lin Shi had established contact with the media, it was imperative for him to resolve the matter before it became public knowledge. Without casting another glance at Zhao Xiao, he departed, leaving her to collapse to the ground, muttering repeatedly, "It wasn't me, it wasn't me." The previous day, after receiving Lin Shi's call regarding a purchase of 25 million in gold, Zhao Xiao had been elated. During dinner with her boyfriend that evening, in a moment of pride, she mentioned the client's intent to buy the substantial amount of gold. Previously, when clients made large deposits, she would boast to her boyfriend. Yet she had never revealed their names. This hardly constituted a breach of client confidentiality. How could it attract the attention of robbers? Yet sometimes, fate intertwines in peculiar ways. As it so happened that two of the robbers were seated behind her in the restaurant at that very moment. As the saying goes, frequenting dark paths inevitably leads one to encounter spirits. By the time Lin Shi exited the Public Security Bureau, it was already dusk. He retrieved his vehicle and drove to the warehouse he had rented. Shortly thereafter, he received several phone calls, surprisingly from advertising collaborators. Upon checking his phone, Lin Shi realized he had gained notoriety. Numerous messages from university classmates, high school peers, and even elementary school acquaintances flooded in. Lin Shi deleted all notifications. He had no desire for fame. Were it not for the impending apocalypse in 3 months, he might have leveraged this newfound attention to create short videos and earn some money through advertisements. However, with the end of the world approaching, he lacked the energy for such endeavors. The online community was terrifying. If any traces were uncovered, it would spell disaster for him. After casually tidying up the warehouse's compartments and consuming some bread stashed in his space, Lin Shi collapsed into slumber. After a day filled with cunning and strategy, he fell asleep the moment his head hit the pillow. Awakening refreshed the following morning, Lin Shi completed his morning exercises. While heading out for breakfast, he received a call from the bank. "Hello, Mr. Lin. Your gold transaction from yesterday at our bank remains incomplete. When might you be available to collect your gold?" Lin raised an eyebrow in surprise. So soon? Initially, he had intended to leverage his current online prominence through the matter involving Zhao Xiao to generate a wave of public discourse, compelling the bank to expedite the completion of their interrupted transaction. However, he was taken aback by the bank's swift response. Lin replied, 30 minutes. After finishing his breakfast, Lin made his way to the bank. He had anticipated a lengthy negotiation, yet everything unfolded remarkably smoothly. The bank president personally attended to him, offered a sincere apology, and handed over the gold bars directly into his hands. Additionally, he was presented with several gifts, generously termed as compensation for emotional distress. In reciprocation, Lin obliged the president's request for a photograph, posing with the gold bars alongside the bank staff for a cheerful snapshot. As Lin departed, bank personnel and security staff voluntarily assisted him in carrying his belongings, escorting him to his vehicle and waving goodbye with smiles until it vanished from sight. This scene was naturally captured by reporters who had been closely monitoring the bank's activities. The images swiftly made their way onto news websites, garnering praise from netizens for the bank's exemplary service. Yet, these developments were of little concern to Lin. He had initially planned to participate in an interview, exposing the vice president's recorded statements and the matter concerning Zhao Xiao. However, having achieved his objective in the shortest possible time, he deemed such trivial pursuits unnecessary. The question of survival 3 months hence remained uncertain. There was no reason to squander time on those destined to meet their demise. At this moment, Lin's focus was solely on the gold bars. In his small compartment, 2 neat stacks of glimmering gold bars lay on the bed. One stack was freshly retrieved from the bank that day, while the other had been seized from the hands of robbers the previous day. Additionally, 3 smaller bars remained from his earlier collection, a staggering total of 50 million in gold. The thought of these gold bars potentially doubling to 100 million sent Lin's heart racing. Naturally, he could not lift 120 kilograms of gold as he had done the first time. He placed both hands upon the gold bars. Item duplication. As the words left his lips, a brilliant golden light illuminated the small compartment. Gold bars materialized out of thin air in front of him. The sound of heavy objects landing on the bed resounded continuously. The iron frame bed creaked under the immense weight, clearly overwhelmed. Yet, Lin was unconcerned about whether he would have to sleep on the floor that night. After counting, he found that he had duplicated 123 gold bars, 120 weighing 1,000 grams each, and 3 at 500 grams. Not a single one was amiss. Lin exhaled in relief, a wave of ecstatic joy washing over his face. 25 million transformed into 100 million within 2 days. Anyone would be driven to madness with delight. At first, he had not been entirely certain of success. What if the treasure pot had a duplication limit? What if it could only duplicate bars that he physically touched, or if other limiting factors existed? His duplications could potentially fail. Fortunately, it turned out he had underestimated its capabilities. This item duplication was even more powerful than he had envisioned. At this moment, the interface of the treasure pot also underwent a transformation. Treasure basin, function, storage space 666, required wealth points for upgrade, 2,000, function, item duplication 1, required wealth points for upgrade, 10,000. The opportunity for item duplication has dwindled to a single chance. Uncertain if the number of chances will alter post-upgrade, Lin Shi began organizing the gold bars. Each gold bar from the bank bore a unique identification number. He first arranged the 60 gold bars he had withdrawn today and placed their copies aside, intended for resale to the bank. The remaining 63 duplicates were set aside for potential melting and alternative sales channels. Lin Shi grasped 2 original gold bars weighing 1,000 G, silently whispering to himself, "Space upgrade." Chapter 14. Upgrading the treasure basin. Suppressing his excitement, Lin Shi adhered to his original plan to enhance the space. As he opened his palm, the interface of the treasure basin began to transform. In the blink of an eye, the dimensions of the space in his consciousness doubled in length, width, and height, resulting in an 8-fold increase in volume. Treasure basin, function, storage space 121212. Required wealth points for upgrade, 4,000. Function, item duplication 1. Required wealth points for upgrade, 10,000. The required wealth points for the next level of upgrade had doubled. Without pause, Lin Shi continued to elevate the space by grasping 4 gold bars, followed by 8, and then 16. After utilizing 31,000 G gold bars, the storage space transformed into treasure basin, storage space, 969696. Required wealth points for upgrade, 32,000. Function, item duplication 1. Required wealth points for upgrade, 10,000. The area of the space had expanded to over 9,000 square meters, with a volume nearing 900,000 cubic meters, akin to the size of a museum. In terms of standard shipping containers, it equated to a staggering arrangement of over 29,000 containers. Such an expansive space was more than sufficient for present needs. Currently, Lin Shi had 91 kilogram gold bars and 3 500-gram bars left for potential upgrades. This time, he picked up 10 gold bars, filled with anticipation. Upgrading item duplication. No sooner had he spoken than the gold bars in his hand vanished. The numbers on the interface raced swiftly before settling down. Treasure basin, storage space, 969696. Required wealth points for upgrade, 32,000. Function, item duplication 4. Required wealth points for upgrade, 20,000. The number of duplication opportunities had indeed increased. Remarkably, it had risen by 3 at once. This signified that with further upgrades, additional duplication chances could be acquired. Lin Shi's eyes sparkled with excitement. If he could repeat the process of purchasing gold from the bank, might he not be able to achieve infinite upgrades for the treasure basin? Yet, he quickly regained his composure. Engaging in the act of buying gold bars from the bank only to resell them could be ascribed to youthful naivety. Losing once could be overlooked, but a repeat transaction would undoubtedly raise suspicions. Moreover, the duplicated gold bars could not be utilized for upgrades and would prove challenging to dispose of. In contemporary Xia country, every citizen's account is under the vigilant scrutiny of the state. Any substantial influx of unexplained funds swiftly triggers investigations by the relevant authorities. Aside from the original sum of 25 million, any additional wealth must remain concealed, let alone be spent. The purpose of upgrading the treasure basin is to prepare for the impending arrival of an apocalyptic winter. To squander precious resources and time on upgrading would entirely contradict the original intent. Moreover, the onset of the apocalypse presents the most opportune moment for collecting gold. Within a month of the apocalypse, a vast number of the world's flora and fauna will perish. Human food supplies will plummet drastically, and in such dire circumstances, mere loaves of bread could be exchanged for a kilogram of gold. No one would care for the glittering jewels and gold when faced with hunger and cold. Upon realizing this, Lin Shi placed his hand upon the remaining gold bars and proceeded to upgrade the item duplication feature. As the gold bars vanished rapidly, the numbers on the treasure basin interface fluctuated incessantly. Once the gold bars had completely disappeared, the interface displayed treasure basin, storage space, 969696, wealth points required for upgrade, 32,000, function, item duplication 22, wealth points required for upgrade, 58,500. Lin Shi was elated, a smile gracing his face. Each upgrade bestowed him with double the number of duplications compared to the previous level, alongside the remaining one, totaling 13612. This amounted to a remarkable 22 duplication opportunities. According to the current upgrade pattern, the next item duplication upgrade would yield 24 opportunities. However, that was a concern for the post-apocalyptic world. At present, the most pressing matter was stockpiling resources. Lin Shi had 320,000 remaining and needed to sell the gold bars to withdraw funds from the bank. Considering the gold bars had just arrived, he decided to wait 2 days before selling them at the bank for a more secure transaction. With that resolved, he turned his attention to another batch of concealed gold bars. He first sought out a man in Lin Shi, the kind of individual who idled online without purpose. Luring him with a reward of 20,000, Lin Shi instructed him to procure a small gold melting machine from a manufacturer in the outskirts of Lin Shi. Next, he found another person to purchase several crucibles from a different factory and a third individual to acquire molds. He directed these 3 individuals to place their acquisitions in 3 remote locations with minimal surveillance before disguising himself to collect them. He understood that the authorities were undoubtedly keeping tabs on him. But so what? Even if they discovered his purchases, there would be no evidence linking him to any thieves. Furthermore, the situation regarding Zhao Xiao should have begun to unfold, and he believed the authorities would trace the origin and motives of the robbers through this lead. With Lin Shi's utmost caution, it would take time for any investigations to lead back to him. After retrieving the items and returning to his warehouse, Lin Shi commenced his operations, smelting, molding, and shaping. He toiled until 3 in the morning, processing 61 kilogram gold bars into a total of 180 gold bars of various sizes. How to handle the gold bars had already been contemplated by Lin Shi. In the eastern suburbs of Lin Shi, there exists a pawn shop. Ostensibly a simple pawn shop, it is, in fact, a den for a gang that traffics various illicit goods. They accept and sell anything. Lin Shi became aware of this establishment's existence because it continued to operate even after the onset of the apocalypse. It is rumored that someone once exchanged several hundred pounds of rice for a Type 54 pistol. Lin Shi resolved to take 5 kilograms of gold bars the following day to investigate. If the rumors proved to be mere whispers, he could still liquidate the gold bars for cash. He stored the gold bars and tools in his spatial pocket and concluded his day's labor, sinking into a deep slumber. As he breathed rhythmically, Lin Shi gradually stretched his body, then suddenly struck out with a swift motion, only to gently retract it moments later. At times, he was as still as a maiden, and at others, as swift as a hare. His movements flowed like water, reminiscent of Tai Chi, yet distinctly different. This was a training method devised by scientists from the Xia Kingdom in his previous life, aimed at enhancing human resilience in extreme cold. It required a certain level of physical fitness to begin practicing. After several days of foundational exercises, Lin Shi perceptibly noted a significant increase in his agility, strength, and endurance. He then commenced practicing a technique known as resonance. In his past life, scientists speculated that after the eruption of geomagnetic storms, a remarkable substance emerged in the atmosphere due to alterations in the Earth's magnetic field. This substance, when absorbed by living organisms, could greatly enhance their physical constitution. Evidence suggested that any flora and fauna that survived the initial 3 years of the apocalypse exhibited mutations, Their blood and muscles contained this mysterious substance. Surviving animals grew increasingly massive, while a few plants managed to thrive in sub-zero temperatures beneath layers of snow. However, its effects on humans were minimal. Aside from granting enhanced cold resistance, no other significant changes were noted. Consequently, in the 6th year of the apocalypse, a collaborative research effort between scientists and martial artists yielded this exercise regimen, which was disseminated among survivors in the 7th year. This series of movements enabled humans to accelerate the absorption of this substance. In his previous life, after practicing for over a year, Lin Shi could endure several hours outdoors in extreme cold without wearing a down jacket. It was rumored that some military personnel could even unlock their genetic potential, though the veracity of such claims was uncertain. Upon completing the series of movements, Lin Shi felt a warmth enveloping his body. After enjoying a refreshing shower and a hearty breakfast, he drove towards the eastern suburbs. Chapter 15. The Interception Crossbow. Lin Shi arrived in the eastern suburbs, searching for over an hour before locating the pawnshop beside an aging apartment complex. The pawnshop, named Chengxin Pawnshop, had a sign that was evidently faded, and its entrance was small and opaque. After a moment of contemplation, he retrieved a handgun from his spatial pocket, checked the ammunition, and tucked the firearm into the inner pocket of his jacket before exiting the vehicle. Caution is the mother of safety. With a backpack containing 5 pounds of gold securely fastened to his back, he stepped into the shop. Upon entering, he was greeted by a large screen emblazoned with the character pawn. Beyond the screen, a man was tinkering behind the counter, so engrossed in his task that he remained oblivious to Lin Shi's entrance. Thud! Lin Shi approached and tapped the counter. The man looked up, his expression instantly shifting to one of wariness upon seeing an unfamiliar face. It was then that Lin Shi noticed the man was holding a crossbow, jet black, with sleek lines exuding an air of tension. On the table lay an unassembled scope and various components. Judging by its overall form, this was a foreign-made intercept crossbow, a weapon far more potent than a handgun. It was said to have the capability of piercing an elephant's skull from a distance of 150 meters. Its firing rate rivaled that of a handgun, boasting high precision and ease of operation, with the added convenience of being disassembled at will. Its sound was significantly quieter than that of a pistol, and the arrows could be reused. In his previous life, possessing such a crossbow would have rendered him nearly invincible in the wilderness of the apocalypse. Indeed, he had not ventured to the wrong place. Noticing Lin Shi's gaze, Xie Jinxin hastily covered the unassembled crossbow with a cloth. Although he doubted that this young novice could discern its value, he nonetheless felt compelled to explain, "My child enjoys playing with these toys. What brings you here, young man?" Lin Shi chose not to expose the pretense and instead set his backpack on the counter, unzipping it to reveal gold bars within. Xie Jinxin's eyes brightened as he picked up a gold ingot for inspection. "Are you looking to sell or trade? Cash or transfer?" Lin Shi replied, "I wish to exchange for some items." Upon hearing this, Xie Jinxin's demeanor shifted from casual to serious as he scrutinized Lin Shi. Generally, one would not be aware that items could be exchanged here. Only acquaintances or those referred by acquaintances knew this. With the apocalypse yet to arrive, Xie Jinxin had not opened his doors for business. "Who referred you? What do you wish to exchange?" he inquired. Lin Shi chose to be circumspect. "Is that crossbow you just had available for trade?" Xie Jinxin appraised Lin Shi from head to toe, seemingly assessing his age, and asked, "Do you know what that is?" Just as Lin Shi was about to respond, the door behind him swung open once more. Though unseen, a voice called out, "Old Xie, has my shipment arrived?" A tall, robust man emerged from behind the screen. Only then did he notice the presence of another individual. Immediately scanning Lin Shi with a wary gaze, Xie Jinxin addressed the burly man. "The goods have arrived, though they are not yet assembled. Please wait inside for a moment. I have a transaction to conduct here." At that, the muscular man's attention was drawn to a bag of gold on the counter, a glimmer of greed flashing in his eyes. Once he stepped through the small door behind the counter, Xie Jinxin continued, "What will you exchange? Speak quickly. I have other customers to attend to. I wish to trade for that intercept crossbow on your counter, or perhaps the elite crossbow, the invisibility model, if available, along with matching arrows. I also require 54 caliber handgun ammunition. The more the better," Lin Shi stated. Xie Jinxin's pupils contracted as he studied Lin Shi intently. For in their line of work, discernment was paramount. With just a few glances, Xie Jinxin could typically ascertain who was a suitable trading partner and who was not. He would never exchange his possessions with desperate individuals, lest he inadvertently attract trouble and stain his hands with blood. Nor would he barter with ordinary folk, as they would find no use for his belongings. His exchanges were reserved for those who frequently traversed the borders or mercenaries. Such individuals often disregarded life and death. Once they acquired the equipment they desired, their gratitude was solely directed towards themselves. After years of conducting business, Xie Jinxin relied entirely on his keen perception. However, when he observed Lin Shi, he found himself at a loss. At first glance, Lin Shi appeared to be merely a student, perhaps there to pawn something. Upon a closer inspection, he discerned Lin Shi's calm yet penetrating gaze, his body taut, limbs seemingly relaxed yet poised to strike at any moment. This level of vigilance was something Xie Jinxin had only witnessed in seasoned veterans who danced on the precipice of life and death. Yet, the young man's skin and hands bore no resemblance to those who walked such perilous paths. They were too fair and soft, devoid of calluses, lacking the menacing aura often associated with desperate individuals. Yet, he could easily identify the incomplete crossbow assembly that lay before him. In that moment, Xie Jinxin found himself uncertain. Ultimately, he chose to trust his instincts. Young man, the gold bars you possess are insufficient for what you seek. As long as you have what I desire, the money is not an issue. Xie Jinxin nodded. Follow me. He turned and pushed open the door behind the counter. The burly man from before seemed to have lingered nearby, and upon opening the door, Xie Jinxin found him standing at the threshold. Old Xie, why are you bringing this kid in? Old Jin, your goods can wait. Let this young brother make his selection first. The burly man's name was Old Jin, and Lin Shi could sense the ferocity emanating from him. Old Jin cast a disdainful glance at Lin Shi, remarking, Old Xie, have you become so desperate for money that you are willing to engage in business with a mere child? Aren't you afraid that in a few days, your den will be raided? Xie Jinxin narrowed his eyes slightly, his smile fading. I am well aware of my own affairs. There is no need for your unwarranted commentary. Lin Shi silently completed the latter part of Xie Jinxin's statement in his mind. I'm merely concerned that our years of business might be disrupted by this kid. Old Jin huffed disdainfully, his gaze narrowing on Lin Shi, revealing a glint of menace. Lin Shi met his gaze calmly. When confronted by a fierce beast, one must exude composure to avoid being perceived as prey. Xie Jinxin, unwilling to engage further, waved his hand, signaling Lin Shi to follow. They traversed a dark corridor, arriving at a sturdy aluminum alloy door. Xie Jinxin retrieved a key, unlocked the door, and felt along the inner wall for a moment before the lights illuminated within. Through the crack, Lin Shi glimpsed rows of wooden shelves. Come in, Xie Jinxin urged as he stepped inside. Indeed, the interior was lined with shelves of varying heights, each adorned with sealed wooden boxes of various sizes, their contents concealed from view. Lin Shi followed to a row of wooden racks, where Xie Jinxin retrieved a wooden box from the shelf and used a screwdriver to remove the iron fastenings on top. Upon opening the box and removing the straw from the upper layer, it revealed an unassembled intercept crossbow. Chapter 16. Reservation. This is the intercept crossbow, priced at a firm 200,000. Xie Jinxin scrutinized Lin Shi, keenly observing the slightest change in his expression. Although the price was steep, he hoped that this young man might be ignorant of its value, allowing him to profit handsomely. Lin Shi remained unmoved, his displeasure evident as he remarked, a sniper rifle costs only a few tens of thousands, yet you dare to ask 20,000 for a crossbow? I recall that the price for such a weapon on the foreign black market hovers around 80,000. Offer me a sincere price. I require several items and want to deprive you of your profit. He had many more items to exchange and could not afford to be taken advantage of. Ha ha ha. Old Xie chuckled, displaying no hint of embarrassment. Where did you spring from? Fine, fine. I'll give you a fair price of 100,000. This item required considerable connections to procure. It cannot be sold at black market rates. Lin Shi raised a finger. 60,000. 70,000. No less. 65,000. Ultimately, they settled on 80,000. Lin Shi requested 50 accompanying arrows, as they were reusable. Xie Jinxin did not have quite that many in stock, or else Lin Shi would have asked for more. Following that, Lin Shi wanted all of Xie Jinxin's inventory of ammunition for the Type 54 pistol, 2,000 rounds in total. The selection here was comprehensive, an array of various models of sniper rifles, handguns, and other firearms. However, aside from the Type 54 pistol, Lin Shi only selected 2 AK-47s along with their respective ammunition. Initially, he had considered acquiring several rifles, but Xie Jinxin informed him that rifles were too difficult to obtain. Lin Shi chose not to take any other firearms. Precision firearms like sniper rifles would become mere scrap metal in the extreme cold. Due to the principles of thermal expansion and contraction, resistance in gun components increased and gun oil thickened. The more precise the firearm, the more susceptible it was to jamming. Some might even crack under such severe conditions. Similarly, sniper rifles, precision rifles, and highly sophisticated handguns were rendered ineffective. In contrast, the Type 54, a simple and robust handgun, could still function adequately. The AK-47, designed to operate reliably in extreme environments, was a superior choice. Nevertheless, even firearms that wouldn't T-jam would see their operational lifespan significantly reduced. After firing a few shots, they required maintenance to continue functioning. Otherwise, moisture from the heated barrel in the extreme cold could quickly freeze it, and snowflakes in a blizzard could easily infiltrate the barrel. As a deterrent, these weapons were far more effective than practical. For mere self-defense, a handgun sufficed, especially considering Lin Shi possessed more than one. However, for hunting or gathering resources, cold weapons were preferable. The post-apocalyptic era in extreme cold had ushered in a resurgence of melee weaponry. In the end, Lin Shi set his sights on 3 Nepalese kukris and 3 daggers. When Xie Jinxin attempted to promote a traditional Chinese sword, Lin Shi declined. "I thought young people like you favored such blades," Xie Jinxin muttered to himself. In recent years, the Tang Dao has indeed gained considerable popularity online. Although it boasts remarkable sharpness, the blade is excessively straight and lengthy, making it prone to fracture when colliding with hard objects or weapons in extremely low temperatures. Lin Shi smiled, yet offered no explanation, instead inquiring, "Do you accept reservations here?" Xie Jinxin confidently responded, "Feel free to request whatever you desire. As long as it isn't oversized, I can procure it for you. I require the finest military-grade cold weather gear, along with matching cold-resistant boots, combat gloves, and a helmet. They must be top-tier, the most resilient against the cold. Can you acquire such items?" Xie Jinxin's eyes widened in surprise. The premier military cold-weather combat suit comprises numerous pieces, capable of sustaining combat in sub-zero environments, and the cost is substantial, with each set priced at no less than several $100,000. Lin Shi added a number. "I need 50 sets, all tailored to my measurements." 50 sets. Xie Jinxin's eyes bulged in astonishment. "Are you preparing for battle? How can you afford this?" Lin Shi, with an earnest demeanor, fabricated, "I plan to stay in Antarctica for a few years." Naturally, Xie Jinxin was skeptical of such a dubious tale. However, upon hearing the list of items Lin Shi desired, he began to consider the possibility that Lin Shi's intentions might indeed be genuine. 5 night vision goggles, 20 military radios, 20 individual integrated tents capable of withstanding low temperatures, and 50 military-grade sleeping bags. Additionally, procure a few military crossbows, along with a substantial supply of arrows. Acquire as many bullets as you can. Xie Jinxin calculated hastily. The total value of these items exceeded 10 million. To place such a large order, you must provide at least 1 million as a deposit. I only accept cash or gold. Xie Jinxin's demands were reasonable. Lin Shi nodded. "I will return this evening." Although there were many gold bars in his space, he could not extract them directly. After setting a time, Lin Shi departed the pawnshop, carrying a mountaineering bag gifted by Xie Jinxin. Once Lin Shi left, Xie Jinxin resumed assembling crossbows for Lao Jin. With a hint of intrigue, Lao Jin asked, "Old Xie, is this sheep fat?" Lao Jin, "Do not entertain any ideas about him." Surprisingly, Xie Jinxin defended Lin Shi. He found the young man inscrutable and wished to avoid trouble. When he requested a deposit, the youth displayed no hesitation whatsoever. A person capable of casually producing such a substantial amount of cash or gold and purchasing an extensive array of equipment could not possibly be ordinary. Most notably, he had never witnessed such calm composure in someone so young. After hearing Xie Jinxin's words, Lao Jin fell silent, a shadow flickering in his gaze. Upon returning to the car, he ensured there were no surveillance cameras around before stowing the items in his space. After dinner that evening, Lin Shi retrieved 5 pounds of gold from his space and made his way to Xie Jinxin's pawnshop. The night in the already secluded outskirts was even more tranquil. Lin Shi entered the pawnshop directly, presenting the gold bars for Xie Jinxin to count. Xie Jinxin scrutinized the gold and remarked, "All right, once the goods arrive, you may settle the remaining balance. Then I'll take my leave." Lin Shi stated, unperturbed by the possibility of Lao Jin absconding. Primarily, this individual was renowned in the post-apocalyptic world for his impeccable reputation. Though the price was steep, the payment guaranteed genuine goods. Moreover, these pieces of gold held little utility for himself. Should they vanish, the loss would be minimal. As Lin Shi turned to depart, he was called back by Xie Jinxin. Wait. After a brief hesitation, Xie spoke cautiously, be careful at night. Lin Shi paused, momentarily taken aback, then responded with a nod of gratitude. Be careful at night? What does a grown man need to be wary of? It was, of course, the presence of others. Someone had set their sights on him. As the car traversed the relatively quiet streets, Lin Shi remained vigilant, opting for a cautious speed. Before long, he slammed on the brakes. A row of nails lay ahead on the road. Narrowing his eyes, he shifted into reverse and accelerated backward. Reaching the intersection he had just passed, he swiftly changed gears and veered onto another road. This unexpected maneuver caught the ambushers completely off guard. An ordinary individual would either have to fix a punctured tire or exit the vehicle to clear the debris, who would simply turn and flee without a second thought. Not far from where the nails had been scattered, a figure clad in black, wearing a motorcycle helmet, awaited his prey. Observing the turn of events, the figure cursed under his breath, twisting the throttle and pursuing Lin Shi. Chapter 17. Erasing evidence. Having driven several hundred meters, Lin Shi soon heard the roar of a motorcycle engine behind him. Glancing in the rearview mirror, he saw a dark-clad figure, helmet obscuring his face, the dim streetlights rendering any details invisible. Lin Shi steered towards a more secluded route, the motorcycle closely tailing him. The assailant's eyes gleamed with malice, his face nearly concealed. Save for the piercing gaze, he had labored under dire circumstances for months, scraping together a meager living. If he could capture this plump target and extort hundreds of thousands, or even millions from him, he could indulge in a life of ease for quite some time. Such wealthy heirs were often paralyzed by fear. With a bit of coercion and some unsavory photographs, they would readily part with their money to secure their safety. This was not the first time the assailant had engaged in such activities. He had been successful on numerous occasions. Lin Shi's lavish demeanor and youthful visage sparked a nefarious interest in him. After passing through a residential area, the assailant accelerated, maneuvering in front of Lin Shi's vehicle and executing a drift to block his path. Meanwhile, he discreetly gripped a knife concealed against his leg, ready to subdue Lin Shi the moment he exited the car. It was only 8 in the evening. The hour was still early, although the outskirts were remote. A few pedestrians could be seen in the distance. This time of night often lulled individuals into a false sense of security, and typical wealthy heirs would likely curse and step out of their vehicles. The surveillance cameras along the route had already been tampered with. If he acted quickly, he could abduct both the driver and the car before anyone could trace the incident back to him. Unfortunately for him, Lin Shi was no ordinary young man, but a reborn survivor, having navigated the darkest aspects of human nature during a cataclysmic era. A glint of resolve flashed in Lin Shi's eyes as he gripped the steering wheel. With a sudden press of the accelerator, the vehicle surged forward. The initial speed of 60 miles per hour rapidly escalated beyond 100. In mere seconds, covering a distance of several meters at such a velocity was inevitable. In the next moment, Lao Jin's pupils constricted as he attempted to evade, yet it was far too late. A thunderous crash resounded, followed by the dull thud of heavy objects hitting the ground. The tremendous impact propelled Lao Jin and his motorcycle several meters away. The front of the car was utterly wrecked from the collision. Debris from the shattered headlights littered the ground, and a significant dent marred the bumper. In stark contrast, Lao Jin's motorcycle was even more severely damaged, with twisted parts strewn about. What was initially intended for agility and a swift escape had ultimately become the primary cause of Lao Jin's failure. Had he been driving a car, Lin Shi might have considered taking it to a secluded area before making a move. Yet, with Lao Jin recklessly obstructing the path on his motorcycle, he had essentially invited disaster upon himself. As the cacophony of the crash echoed, individuals in the distance began to investigate the source of the commotion. But the considerable distance rendered them oblivious to the actual situation. Lin Shi calmly dismounted and approached Lao Jin. Despite wearing a helmet, Lao Jin remained conscious. Blood seeping from his mouth, his limbs contorted unnaturally, and his gaze fixated venomously on Lin Shi, though he could utter not a single word. The hunter had unwittingly become the prey. He could hardly fathom that a young man, seemingly in his 20s, could exhibit such ruthlessness. lacking any understanding of the circumstances. How could Lin Shi dare to strike him so boldly? Standing a meter away from Lao Jin, Lin Shi quietly inquired, "Isn't it curious why I dared to collide with you, Lao Jin?" The calmness and indifference of Lin Shi caused Lao Jin's pupils to narrow. He had misjudged. The figure before him was not a mere lamb, but a callous predator, equally capable of taking life without a second thought. Lao Jin, still grappling with his impending demise, was acutely aware that the collision had completely shattered his left thigh, while fractured ribs penetrated his internal organs. His right hand, violently smashed against the ground, had twisted beyond recognition, rendering him immobile. If he possessed the strength to retaliate, he would unequivocally seek to elim. A vigilant resident alerted the authorities, who extracted blood and discovered it to be human. However, there was no evidence at the scene to suggest that a homicide had occurred. All surveillance footage had been destroyed. There were no victims and no witnesses. Consequently, the matter could not even be officially filed and came to an abrupt end. After walking for a while, Lin Shi took a taxi home. This was not his first act of murder, so he felt no fear. In a world on the brink of collapse, everyone is both hunter and prey. He was not a virtuous man. Those who dared to challenge him should not be surprised by his ruthless nature. Upon returning to the warehouse, Lin Shi took a shower and fell asleep immediately. The next day, he glanced at the time and noted that it was March 7th, marking the 7th day since his rebirth. He checked the current gold prices and was surprised to see that they had risen by $5 over the past 2 days. He decided to sell his gold today to cash out and proceed with his next stockpiling plan. After finishing his morning exercise and breakfast, Lin Shi headed to the bank. Just days earlier, Lin Shi had been a well-known figure at the bank. As he entered, wheeling his suitcase, he was immediately recognized. "Mr. Lin, what business may I assist you with today?" Since Lin Shi had exposed the leak of client information by Zhao Xiao, the bank had discreetly dismissed her, despite not making a public announcement for the sake of their reputation. Now, Lin Shi's customer service manager was a man named Feng Jian, around 30 years old, who had managed to secure this position after recognizing Lin Shi's potential and purchasing a cigarette from the management. Initially assisting another client with a credit card application, Feng Jian's eyes lit up upon seeing Lin Shi. The sight of Lin Shi's suitcase reminded him of the day Lin Shi had furiously purchased 25 million in gold bars. At that time, Feng Jian and his colleagues had been envious when they heard that a client was buying such a large quantity of gold. Now, it seemed that fortune had smiled upon him. Chapter 18. Selling the gold bars. Feng Jian promptly abandoned the client he was attending to, opting to let a colleague take over. Compared to the commission from selling 25 million in gold, a credit card application was trivial. He quickly approached Lin Shi, donning the most sincere smile he could muster. "Hello, Mr. Lin. I am your new customer manager, Xiao Feng. What business do you wish to conduct today? Let us discuss inside." "Of course, right this way." Feng Jian eagerly ushered Lin Shi into the VIP lounge, relishing the envious glances from his colleagues. Lin Shi had casually spent 25 million on gold. He surely had even more assets in other banks. If he could secure those deposits, his performance would skyrocket. The other bank staff shared this sentiment. As to them, performance equated to salary, and high-value clients were akin to benefactors. However, Feng Jian moved too quickly, and his colleagues could only mutter their discontent under their breath. What a petty man. As Lin Shi approached the VIP window, ready to speak, Feng Jian interjected, "Mr. Lin, please have a seat and wait just a moment." With that, he hurried away. Lin Shi could only sit and wait. Soon, Feng Jian returned, holding an exquisite gift box. Each year, the bank prepares gifts for its esteemed clients, offering different tiers of presents based on their status. This year, the highest-tier clients received 2 bottles of Matai liquor. Although Lin Shi was not originally one of the bank's top clients, Feng Jian, eager to retain Lin Shi as a valuable customer, personally contributed to his gift. If Lin Shi were to return to the bank for a significant financial transaction, Feng Jian could not only recoup his investment, but also enhance his performance and see his salary soar. He had initially planned to contact Lin Shi to deliver the gift. But to his surprise, Lin Shi came directly to the bank. "Mr. Lin, this is your gift for this year, along with a personal token from me," Feng Jian said. Lin Shi paid little attention, nodding slightly before getting straight to the point. "Please assist me with the repurchase of gold bars." With that, he opened his suitcase, revealing an entire case of 60 kilograms of gold bars. Feng Jian was taken aback, his expression a tapestry of disbelief. "Are you saying you wish to repurchase these gold bars?" he confirmed. Lin Shi nodded. Feng Jian glanced at the current gold price and forced a smile. Mr. Lin, if you sell these gold bars now, it would result in a loss. Lin Shi had already prepared his rationale for this decision. I am aware. I have done my research. My previous impulse purchase of so many gold bars was unwise. Now, I have come to realize that investing in gold is not advantageous. I intend to allocate this capital elsewhere. Despite Feng Jian's attempts to dissuade him, Lin Shi's resolve only grew stronger, leading to his growing impatience. Reluctantly, Feng Jian began the complicated process of repurchasing the gold bars. The procedure was significantly more cumbersome than the initial purchase, requiring verification of each bar's certification codes and ensuring the packaging was intact without any scratches. This was not a task that could be completed in a short time. Feng Jian called over a counter staff member to assist him. Upon hearing that Lin Shi intended to sell the gold bars he had just purchased, the staff member's gaze towards Feng Jian held a hint of schadenfreude, darkening Feng Jian's mood further. As he would not receive a commission from this transaction, he felt the burden of laboring during the repurchase. Were it not for Lin Shi's potential as a client, Feng Jian would have given him a few scornful glances. After an entire morning's effort, all the gold bars were finally repurchased, and Lin Shi's account received 24.78 million, incurring a loss of over 600,000. With his objective achieved, Lin Shi was indifferent to the minor financial setback. After declining all of Feng Jian's financial products, he left the bank, and Feng Jian could only muster a strained smile as he watched Lin Shi take away the 2 bottles of Matai, regretting the expense he had incurred for the gift. He had invested over 1,000 yuan of his own money, not to mention a pack of cigarettes. Even more frustrating for Feng Jian was the prospect of being mocked by his colleagues in the coming days as a fool. Lin Shi, however, was oblivious to such trivial matters. After leaving the bank, he headed directly to the grain and oil wholesale market. He ordered 100 tons of rice, packaged in 50-kilogram bags, totaling 2,000 bags. Additionally, he requested 1,000 bags of flour, 100 boxes of cooking oil, and 1,000 boxes of table salt. The reason Lin Shi hoarded such a considerable amount of table salt was due to the immense difficulty of extracting salt from seawater once it was frozen, a process now rendered 100-fold more arduous than it is today. Presently, salt is inexpensive and occupies little space, prompting Lin Shi to stockpile it. Subsequently, he acquired 100 boxes each of monosodium glutamate, chicken essence, soy sauce, vinegar, and various seasonings. Additionally, he ordered 1,000 boxes each of instant noodles, sausages, ham, luncheon meat, and noodles, 4 hot pot base and assorted seasoning packets. Lin Shi also requested 100 boxes, envisioning daily hot pot meals featuring boiled meat in the extreme cold. He found the idea utterly delightful. He perused for various other items, ultimately filling 7 container trucks with his purchases, totaling over 1 million yuan. The owners of the wholesale grain and oil market treated Lin Shi as a major supermarket, eagerly pressing prices to their lowest, anticipating his next procurement. The loading of these goods, even under optimal conditions, required several hours. Lin Shi requested additional workers to assist with loading and unloading. After paying a deposit and leaving his address, he ventured to the nearby agricultural market. There, he ordered several thousand pounds of live fish, insisting they be gutted and scaled. He procured 1 ton each of chickens, ducks, fresh pork, beef, lamb, and eggs, acquiring 1 to 2 tons of each. It was already afternoon, and these items would have to be delivered the next day, particularly for the live fish, since Lin Shi demanded them to be freshly killed. Not only did the price increase by a yuan per pound, but the deliveries would take several days to complete. Next, he ordered dried seaweed, various dried seafood, and hundreds of pounds of ginger, scallions, and garlic. The unique property of his space allowed for items to remain unchanged upon entry and exit. Were it not for the restriction against storing live creatures, Lin Shi would have considered acquiring fresh shrimp and crabs. He also ordered 3 tons of assorted vegetables and melons, along with 3 tons of fruit, requesting they be delivered early the following morning. Following this, Lin Shi made his way to a pharmacy to begin purchasing medications. Unlike food, individuals cannot procure excessive quantities of pharmaceuticals. Lin Shi tirelessly visited over a dozen pharmacies until nightfall, ultimately acquiring 50 boxes of antibiotics, 72 boxes of cold medicine, and various antiviral oral solutions. He purchased 126 bottles of vitamins, each containing 100 capsules at 2 yuan per bottle. Yet, this was still insufficient, in a post-apocalyptic scenario. Medications are in dire scarcity, and a simple cold could prove fatal in such extreme cold. Lin Shi resolved to place additional orders online. At that moment, the first batch of goods from the grain and oil wholesale market had already arrived near the warehouse Lin Shi rented. Upon receiving the call, Lin Shi hurried back. Just as he reached the warehouse entrance, his phone rang again. It was Liao Peng. Considering the time, Liao Peng had been in Shushi for 4 days, indicating he must have made some progress. Chapter 19. Procurement of supplies. Lin Shi answered the call. Liao Peng's voice resonated through the phone. Boss, I've traversed Shushi these past few days and located 3 places that meet your criteria perfectly. I've sent the detailed information to your WeChat. Please take a look. All right, I have matters to attend to now. I will call you back later. Lin Shi proceeded to unlock the warehouse doors, joining a dozen laborers to unload the cargo. It took over 3 hours to transfer the contents of the 7 containers into the warehouse. After all the workers had departed, Lin Shi placed his hand upon the pile of supplies, drawing everything into the spatial realm. Observing the scant amount of resources within, he recognized that this was merely the beginning. After a refreshing shower, Lin Shi perused the information sent by Liao Peng. It was undeniable that he had not misjudged his acquaintance. The 3 locations detailed in Liao's correspondence aligned perfectly with Lin Shi's criteria. Elevated terrain, secluded positions, and an absence of towering edifices allowed for immediate commencement of construction. One particular site was notably expansive, situated in the eastern suburbs of Shushi. Not only would it suffice for establishing a private sanctuary, but it could also accommodate the development of an entire community. Lin Shi speculated that the official shelters of his previous life might have been constructed in this very location. Should that be the case, and it were requisitioned by authorities in the future, his losses would be substantial. Thus, he dismissed this site. The remaining 2 locations included one at the rear of a village in the western suburbs, where a hill stood a mere several meters high, located a few kilometers from the first site. This hill once housed a Taoist temple, which, although now collapsed, still retained its foundation. The final location was a fishing village named Shidao along the coastal expanse of Shushi, characterized by a cliff rising several meters tall, atop which lay a spacious parcel of land previously occupied by a few households that had since relocated. Lin Shi sent a message to Liao Peng, requesting him to arrange for a geological survey of the hill where the temple once stood and the cliff to ascertain their stability. He wished to avoid the potential calamity of a collapsing foundation. Though the cliff was composed of rock strata, prolonged exposure to wind and waves might have eroded the material, making it unsuitable for the construction of a shelter. In contrast, the hill that once hosted the Taoist temple appeared to better meet his aspirations. However, the ultimate decision awaited the results of the investigations. Having completed these tasks, Lin Shi succumbed to slumber. Over the next 3 days, the warehouse received shipments of fresh produce procured from the agricultural market. He hired 4 individuals from the vicinity to manage the receiving and transportation of these goods. Meanwhile, on the 8th day, he ventured to the lumber market. Following the extreme cold, humanity faced a severe loss of electricity, leading to ruptured gas pipelines across nations. The demand for fire sources became paramount. Without it, the ability to consume cooked meals and warm food was rendered impossible, plunging most survivors into a life of raw sustenance. Countless individuals perished from the cold in their sleep. Consequently, timber became exceedingly precious. Lin Shi directly purchased 500 tons of firewood, which was significantly more affordable than standard lumber, consisting mainly of waste and offcuts. This quantity required the loading of 25 containers. Fortunately, Lin Shi's bulk order incentivized the lumber market to accommodate his loading and unloading needs. Following this, he procured as many gas canisters and coal as possible, ultimately acquiring 800 tons of coal. He then acquired windproof lighters, flintstones, and windproof matches, among other necessities. Additionally, he placed online orders for medicines such as cold remedies, antibiotics, disinfectants, emergency bandages, and other medical supplies, as well as survival equipment including respirators, oxygen tanks, tactical axes, jungle knives, and bomb-proof clothing. On the 9th, Lin Shi visited the largest generator factory in Sanyuan City, acquiring 10 portable generators, 10 household generators, and 2 industrial generators. Except for the industrial generator, he chose the quietest gasoline generators for the others. The industrial generator, which runs on diesel and is quite noisy, is merely a backup for situations requiring substantial power. Under normal circumstances, the household generators suffice. Next, he turned his attention to the electrical wiring. In the wake of the frigid apocalypse, even if the circuits were not destroyed by electromagnetic storms, the exposed wires outdoors had become severely damaged by the freezing temperatures. Thus, Lin Shi had devised a plan to connect the wiring indoors, allowing the shelter's electrical system to function as a self-sustaining loop. To prevent power outages due to aging wires or short circuits, he procured tens of thousands of meters of various wiring as a precaution. Following this, he considered the necessity of diesel and gasoline. To operate the generators, he needed to stockpile these fuels. However, private trade in oil is prohibited, and utilizing the method of filling up tanks to siphon fuel would be an exceedingly time-consuming endeavor. Consequently, Lin Shi paid another visit to the sincere pawn shop. "You want 100 tons of diesel? 100 tons of gasoline? Do you think I run a gas station?" Xie Jinxin looked at Lin Shi with an expression of disbelief. Lin Shi managed a wry smile. 100 tons is hardly excessive. A large SUV's fuel tank holds 100 liters, and filling it more than 10 times amounts to a ton. Naturally, he aimed to stockpile as much as possible. No one knows when the apocalypse will end. At least in the 8th year of this bleak era, there were no signs of the extreme cold dissipating. If Xie Jinxin couldn't assist, he would have to procure a vehicle with a sufficiently large tank to gather fuel from various stations himself. Just as Lin Shi prepared to leave, Xie Jinxin pondered for a moment and said, "However, I can manage up to 10 tons. A flicker of joy appeared in Lin Shi's eyes, but he quickly subdued his excitement upon noticing Xie Jinxin's scrutinizing gaze. "What is the price?" "For 10 tons of gasoline and 10 tons of diesel, the exchange would be 2 kilograms of gold. 2 kilograms of gold amounts to over 800,000. Goodness, the price of diesel is less than 10,000 per ton, while gasoline exceeds 10,000. Even for 10 tons of each, the total would only be around 200,000. Yet Xie Jinxin had inflated the price over fourfold. "Don't complain about the cost. I'm not in this line of work, and it carries significant risk. If you don't want it, so be it," Xie Jinxin replied. Lin Shi, naturally not one to be easily manipulated, still had some gold bars in his possession. However, the terms of the transaction were his to dictate: 20 tons of gasoline, 20 tons of diesel, and I will give you 5 kilograms of gold. Wealth often comes with risk. Gritting his teeth, Xie Jinxin agreed. Seeing Xie Jinxin acquiesce so readily, Lin Shi's eyes brightened, and he inquired, "Can you procure some medications for me? The price is negotiable. Tell me, what exactly are you preparing all these supplies for?" Xie Jinxin asked, his curiosity piqued. The items Lin Shi requested were increasingly peculiar. Although questioning a client's motives is generally frowned upon, he could not contain his intrigue. With cold weapons, winter clothing, oil, and medicine, what was this for? Could it truly be, as this young man claimed, a plan to settle in Antarctica? Xie Jinxin began to contemplate this absurd possibility. Lin, of course, would not divulge his true intentions. I have already mentioned them, settling in Antarctica. Subsequently, Lin provided Xie Jinxin with an array of antibiotics, cold medicines, and various remedies for both internal and external injuries. Xie Jinxin, somewhat skeptical, negotiated a price with Lin. After leaving the pawn shop, Lin pondered his next move, deciding to first visit the electronics market to procure essential appliances for the impending years in this apocalyptic world. Before long, Lin arrived at the largest electronics mall in Sanyuan City. Chapter 20. A chance encounter with Su Feifei. Upon entering the electronics store, Lin purchased 20 units each of rice cookers, induction cookers, washing machines, dryers, hair dryers, air purifiers, and kettles. He acquired 30 of each electric heater, electric blanket, warm air fan, and water filter. Next, he visited a nearby shop to buy pots, bowls, and utensils, ensuring they were all made of alloy or stainless steel. On the 10th, Lin ventured to the biggest mall. Although he already possessed cold-resistant clothing intended for hunting and scavenging, he needed to acquire more casual attire and additional warm garments. He first entered a home goods store, purchasing 20 sets of down comforters, cotton quilts, and blankets, along with 20 sets of bed linens. He then proceeded to a well-regarded brand store, known for its down jackets and windbreakers, allegedly designed for Antarctic expedition teams. Crafted from cutting-edge thermal materials, second only to military-grade winter gear in insulation efficacy. As spring approached, winter apparel was being heavily discounted, and most shelves had transitioned to spring collections. Lin navigated to the winter clothing section, where two sales associates were engaged in casual conversation. Given that this brand specialized in high-end products, with each coat priced in the thousands, foot traffic was sparse. Noticing Lin's immediate interest in the discount section, the two sales associates exchanged skeptical glances, continuing their chatter. After a brief period of observation, Lin, unable to discern which garment offered the most warmth, inquired of the sales associate, "Which of your coats provides the utmost warmth?" The sales associate, turning her back to Lin, rolled her eyes before responding. "These down jackets and windbreakers are quite warm." This was not the answer Lin sought. He was specifically asking which garment could withstand temperatures as low as -50 degrees. Internally cursing his audacity, the sales associate casually gestured toward a few options. Lin pointed to one of the jackets she indicated, requesting, "Please bring me the XL size to try on." The sales associate, already growing impatient, thought to herself that a bargain hunter should not have such high expectations. She glanced at the jacket on the rack, an L size, and said, "Try this one first. If you like it, I can get you the right size." At that moment, Lin sensed the associate's evident annoyance. Just as he was about to express his displeasure, two individuals entered the store. To his surprise, it was Su Feifei, accompanied by a tall, slender man. They appeared to be regulars, as the other sales associate greeted them with evident enthusiasm, saying, "Hello, Mr. Li. We have recently introduced many new styles. Please take a look." The stark contrast in attitude compared to the sullen associate beside Lin was unmistakable. Particularly upon witnessing her colleague receiving a substantial commission, the expression on the sales assistant beside Lin Shi darkened further. At that moment, Su Feifei also spotted Lin Shi and exclaimed, "Lin Shi, is that you here?" Lin Shi merely nodded, choosing not to engage further, and requested the sales assistant to fetch an XL size. Reluctantly, the assistant complied. Noticing Su Feifei's unwavering gaze upon Lin Shi, Li Duyu, who accompanied Su Feifei, expressed his discontent. "Feifei, who is that?" Su Feifei seemed to regain her senses, replying, "He is my high school classmate." Despite the last incident where Lin Shi abandoned the three of them at the club, Su Feifei had always believed that it was Zhao Xiao who had offended Lin Shi, causing him to take it out on them. In Su Feifei's view, a man who is both wealthy and handsome is deserving of tolerance, regardless of his actions. The tale of Lin Shi being abducted by robbers during a bank visit had long circulated among classmates, as had the story of his purchase of 25 million in gold bars. Everyone assumed that someone capable of such a financial transaction must possess a fortune nearing 100 million. Su Feifei's eyes sparkled as she observed Lin Shi. The sales assistant brought over the requested clothing, and Lin Shi promptly removed his jacket to try it on. Su Feifei stole another glance at Lin Shi, realizing, to her surprise, that his physique had noticeably improved. Beneath a thin base layer, his muscles were subtly defined. This realization caused her cheeks to flush involuntarily. Casting a glance at the gaunt Li Duyu beside her, she felt an immediate sense that Lin Shi was far more suitable for her. She approached him, complimenting, "Lin Shi, that outfit looks splendid on you." Li Duyu's expression darkened. Lin Shi nodded and pointed to several garments the sales assistant had mentioned, instructing her, "Please bring those in XL for me to try as well." The sales assistant, wearing a disgruntled expression, begrudgingly fetched 3 more items for Lin Shi. He tried each on, ensuring the fit and flexibility, considering that he would be wearing them for years to come. However, the sales assistant harbored a different sentiment. She believed that Lin Shi, being financially challenged, was overly particular about a discounted item, making him one of her least favorite customers. Were it not for the presence of other clients in the store, she would have spoken harshly to him. Su Feifei continued to praise Lin Shi's fitting choices. Yet Lin Shi found her incessant chatter bothersome and was about to dismiss her when Li Duyu, unable to bear being ignored any longer, interjected, "Feifei, if your classmate can't afford the clothes, I can cover the bill. Let's not make things difficult for the sales assistant." The sales assistant shot Li Duyu a grateful look. Su Feifei's expression turned complicated. Lin Shi lacked funds. After all, he had invested 25 million in gold. Though she was unsure why Lin Shi was so fixated on discounted items, Su Feifei regarded it as a commendable trait of thriftiness. "Li Duyu, don't speak nonsense," Su Feifei retorted. As Su Feifei continued to speak on Lin Shi's behalf, Li Duyu cast a disdainful glance at Lin Shi and spoke without any semblance of decorum. "Am I speaking nonsense? Just a penniless individual who can only afford discounted items. Are you planning to flaunt your discounts as if they were luxury?" Su Feifei frowned, but Lin Shi, undeterred, interrupted her. Addressing the contemptuous Li Duyu, "Are you suggesting that you would be willing to cover my expenses?" Lin Shi was acutely aware of the mockery and provocation emanating from this man named Li Duyu. It was evident that he was yet another suitor vying for Su Feifei's affection. The disdain on Li Duyu's face intensified as he cast a look at Su Feifei. As if to say, "See, I was right, wasn't I?" He then condescended to declare, "Yes, I purchased the discounted items you have your eye on." Lin Shi scrutinized Li Duyu and inquired, "Do you have the financial means to back your words?" Li Duyu, as if a cat whose tail had been stepped on, raised his voice slightly. "Of course. Even if you choose a few more items, I'll cover it all." Li Duyu lacked nothing but money. With a monthly allowance of 300,000, the cost of a few discounted garments, amounting to merely 20,000, was an insignificant sum for him to maintain his affluent persona in front of the woman he fancied. Observing Lin Shi's intention to have this habitual customer, the wealthy heir, foot the bill, the sales clerk regarded Lin Shi with a look of disdain and contempt. Chapter 21. The bet. Lin Shi smiled. He was not merely interested in a few pieces, but intended to procure dozens, if not hundreds. When opportunity knocks, he would not shy away. Addressing the nearby sales assistant, he stated, "For each of those items I just tried on, please wrap up 50 of each." "What did you say?" The sales assistant thought she had misheard. Lin Shi reiterated his request. "I said, you will pay for these items." Both sales assistants were taken aback by Lin Shi's audacious demands, their expressions reflecting disbelief. How could such a shameless person exist in this world? The sales assistant remained motionless, casting a glance at Li Duyu. Lin Shi turned to the astonished Li Duyu, donning a mocking smile that mirrored his. "I just asked you, and you claimed you could cover a few more items. You wouldn't be unable to, would you?" This statement effectively returned Li Duyu's prior words to him. Having tried on 4 pieces, with 50 of each totaling 200 items, even at a discounted average price of 3,000 per piece, the cost would amount to approximately 600,000. Given that Li Duyu's monthly allowance was 300,000, he often found it insufficient for his own needs. Lin Shi's opening gambit would deplete 2 months' worth of his pocket money. "Are you mocking me?" Li Duyu's anger surged, feeling that Lin Shi was toying with him solely to humiliate him in front of Su Feifei. It was not that he could not produce 600,000. Rather, he could never justify spending that amount for a man. What sane individual buys 50 of the same garment? "I was referring to the few items you expressed interest in." Even Su Feifei felt that Lin Shi was deliberately putting Li Duyu in a difficult position. Who would buy 200 such warm coats, which one could not possibly wear out in 10 or 20 years? Moreover, after such a long time, they would undoubtedly be out of fashion. Yet she refrained from uttering a word. Lin Shi was the man she had taken a liking to, and naturally, she would not publicly contradict him. Lin Shi declared, "I intend to purchase 200 pieces. Li Duyu, filled with rage, retorted with a mocking laugh. "You, a penniless bargain hunter, can afford 200 pieces? If you can, I shall kneel and call you grandpa." Lin Shi chuckled, his derision unmasked. "Call me grandpa? Who knows if your words will not end up like a fart, silent and fleeting?" "Oh no, at least a fart makes a sound. Your words are less substantial than that." Upon hearing Lin Shi's vivid metaphor, Su Feifei could not suppress her laughter. The sound of the girl he admired laughing stung Li Duyu's pride, igniting his fury as he raised his voice. "Nonsense. I am a man of my word. But how can you prove that you are not merely trying to deceive me by claiming you wish to buy 200 pieces?" Li Duyu's outburst caught the attention of a couple passing by. Lin Shi replied, "It's simple. I will first purchase these 200 pieces, and if I can afford them, all my expenditures in this mall today will be on your tab. And if you cannot afford them?" With their stakes now elevated, Li Duyu was resolute not to allow himself to be at a disadvantage. Lin Shi responded, "If I cannot afford them, you may do as you please." Unbeknownst to them, the crowd observing from outside the store had grown larger, whispers circulating among them. In the presence of so many spectators, Li Duyu could not afford to lose face. He raised his chin, gazing down his nose at Lin Shi. "Very well, I agree. If you cannot afford it, you shall bow and call me grandpa 3 times. Li Duyu was skeptical that this impoverished fool could indeed purchase hundreds of thousands worth of clothing. Today, he intended to humiliate this pauper. Lin Shi turned to the sales assistant and instructed, 50 pieces of each style. Please wrap them up immediately." The sales assistant, with a disdainful expression, remarked, "Sir, these clothes amount to approximately 600,000. The implication was clear. If Lin Shi lacked the funds, he should not waste their time. 200 pieces was no trivial order. If they fetched the items from the warehouse and he chose not to buy, they would face reprimands or even penalties. Lin Shi pulled a card from his pocket. Calculate the total. I will pay by card. The sales assistant's eyes widened in astonishment upon seeing Lin Shi's black card. She hastily took it, scrutinizing it with care. Indeed, only those with deposits exceeding 10 million could possess such a card, having been in the industry long enough. She recognized her misjudgment and quickly donned her most professional smile. Please, have a seat. I will promptly have the warehouse prepare your items. She then guided Lin Shi to a seat, offering tea and water. Her demeanor transformed. 200 pieces. Even if these were discounted items, such a quantity would yield a significant commission for them. Another sales assistant immediately contacted the warehouse. Lin Shi stated directly, there is no need to deliver them here. Send them directly to my residence. The sales assistant eagerly complied, noting down the address Lin Shi provided. Soon, the total price was calculated, a staggering 582,366. The sales assistant bent down to present the card machine to Lin Shi. Lin Shi entered his password, received the receipt, and signed it, completing the entire process seamlessly. The sales assistant secretly rejoiced at the prospect of a substantial commission, but Lin Shi's next statement plunged her into icy shock. Now, summon your manager. I wish to lodge a complaint against your service. The sales assistant, who had maintained a rude demeanor towards Lin Shi, immediately panicked, hastily apologized, and promised various gifts. Li Duoyu, who had been waiting to see Lin Shi humiliated, was left speechless. In disbelief, he pulled the busy sales assistant over and demanded, did he truly purchase 200 items? Show me the receipt. After examining the receipt, Li Duoyu remained incredulous. If he could spend 582,000 on a bet, why would he shop in the clearance section? Was he out of his mind? Li Duoyu believed Lin Shi was deliberately targeting him, convinced that purchasing 200 identical garments was merely an act of defiance rather than a genuine need. However, Lin Shi did indeed require them. The wager was merely a response to Li Duoyu's incessant chatter that had annoyed him. Have you understood clearly? Can we fulfill the bet? Lin Shi observed Li Duoyu with a subtle smile, who was obsessively scrutinizing the receipt. Li Duoyu gritted his teeth, weighing his options. If he backed out now, Su Feifei would surely be out of the picture. Yet, if he didn't he would face an inevitable financial loss today. Just as Li Duoyu was caught in his dilemma, two young women entered the store, making a beeline for the trio, or rather, directly towards Lin Shi. These two girls were tall, with exquisite makeup and appearances rivaling that of Su Feifei. Even in his turmoil, Li Duoyu couldn't help but be captivated. One of the girls with curly hair flashed a radiant smile and asked Lin Shi, "Excuse me, are you Lin Shi?" "I am," Lin Shi nodded, having no prior acquaintance with them. Surprise illuminated the faces of the two girls. The straight-haired girl exclaimed joyfully, "I'm your fan. You're even more handsome in person than in photos. I'm thrilled to meet you." It took Lin Shi a moment to grasp the situation. The aftermath of the recent bank robbery incident still lingered in the public eye. The two girls settled beside him, engaging him in conversation. Shortly thereafter, several more girls entered the store, all drawn to Lin Shi. It turned out that most of those who had been loitering outside recognized him, but were initially uncertain. Under Lin Shi's deliberate promotion, the crowd quickly became aware of the details of his wager with Li Duoyu. Some girls even began filming short videos to capitalize on Lin Shi's popularity, infuriating Li Duoyu, who still contemplated evading his debt. With so many people aware of his wager with Lin Shi, if he tried to back out, it would become the talk of the town by morning. Chapter 22. A bet is a bet. Under everyone's watchful gaze, while Li Duoyu could afford to lose money, he could not afford to lose face. He decisively produced his card and tossed it towards Lin Shi, declaring, "I accept the terms of the bet. From now on, all your expenses in this mall shall be covered by me." Though she spoke otherwise, deep down she harbored a profound resentment towards Lin Shi. Oh, the girls surrounding Lin Shi began to cheer. Well then, I shall not hold back any longer. Ladies and gentlemen, I have some more items to procure. Farewell. Lin Shi waved goodbye to the girls and made her way out of the store. Li Duoyu followed closely, with Su Feifei trailing behind. Their first stop was a men's underwear store. 1,000 sets of thermal underwear, 1,000 pairs of thermal socks, and 2,000 pairs of underpants. In total, the expenditure exceeded 260,000 yuan. Originally, Lin Shi intended to purchase these items from a wholesale market, but with someone else's money at her disposal. She saw no reason to refrain from spending. The sheer volume of her purchase startled the sales staff, who confirmed the order multiple times before contacting the manufacturer to arrange for delivery. The store's inventory was insufficient to meet such a demand. The delivery address, naturally, was Lin Shi's warehouse. Li Duyu watched in dismay as Lin Shi squandered his money, his eyes blazing with indignation as he leaned in closer, gritting his teeth and whispering, "Is this enough? Let me remind you to know your limits." He was increasingly convinced that Lin Shi was intentionally mocking him. After all, who in their right mind would buy such an excessive quantity of undergarments? Li Duyu's card not only contained his pocket money for the month, but also allowed for an overdraft of up to 500,000 yuan. Now, Lin Shi had depleted his living expenses for the month, leaving him to subsist on nothing but the cold winds of adversity. Lin Shi disregarded Li Duyu's warning, narrowing her eyes to reveal a brilliant smile, her white teeth gleaming. "You said it yourself. Today's expenditures at the mall are all on you. What's this? Are you having second thoughts?" Her voice was raised, prompting Su Feifei to glance at Li Duyu, her eyes filled with disdain and disgust. Such a man, devoid of integrity, was utterly repugnant to her. Li Duyu was taken aback by Lin Shi's audacity to use his card without the slightest hint of consideration, his expression contorting with anger. He pointed a finger at her, saying, "Fine, you're something else. Just you wait." With a fierce glare directed at Lin Shi, he discarded the card and stormed off. His expression suggested that he would not let this matter lie. As he departed, Su Feifei offered a reminder. Li Duyu's father is reportedly a shareholder in a publicly listed company. "Oh," Lin Shi replied nonchalantly, indicating her awareness. After having witnessed unimaginable darkness in a post-apocalyptic world, the tactics employed by these young individuals in a peaceful society seemed trivial to her. With firearms still present in her space, what was there to fear? Moreover, in 2 months, this wealthy heir, Li Duyu, would no longer enjoy his current status. With a carefree smile, Lin Shi resumed her shopping spree. She purchased 100 pairs of snow boots, 50 thermos cups, 100 hiking backpacks, and an assortment of warm hats and gloves. It was only when Li Duyu's card was maxed out that she finally ceased her shopping. She tossed the card to Su Feifei, who had been trailing her, saying, "No more following me." With that, she exited the mall, leaving Su Feifei standing there, visibly frustrated. After spending an entire afternoon at the mall, her feet sore from her high heels, Lin Shi had not even treated her to a meal. This was not the Lin Shi she used to know. Su Feifei fumed, stamping her foot in irritation. Upon returning to the warehouse, Lin Shi found it filled with the electrical appliances she had purchased in the last batch of fish. The boss thoughtfully placed ice cubes in every box of fish, alongside a considerable amount of medications that Lin Shi had ordered online a few days prior. After dismissing the laborers, he stored all the goods from the warehouse into his space. Currently, he possessed over 200 boxes of cold medicine and numerous antibiotics and antiviral medications, totaling in the hundreds. He had prepared thousands of supplies of wound ointments and bandages, as well as 200 boxes of frostbite cream. Lin Shi retrieved the shopping list he had initially crafted, crossing off the items he had already procured. Next, he still required some outdoor essentials, such as windproof lamps and sleds, along with various bathing items. These items he also ordered online, including shampoo, body wash, toothbrushes, toothpaste, and towels. In the apocalyptic world, such luxuries seemed extravagant. Initially, Lin Shi had not intended to purchase them. Survivors in extreme cold typically refrained from bathing, as the natural oils and dirt on their bodies served to enhance warmth and protect the skin. Moreover, in such frigid conditions, hot water for bathing was a luxury. Even a sip of warm water was a rarity. In his past life, Lin Shi had only used snow for a hasty wash a few times throughout 8 years of survival. However, things were different now. He had been reborn and had the luxury of preparation time. How could he not allow himself a better quality of life? Subsequently, Lin Shi made further online purchases from an outdoor sports brand, acquiring kerosene lamps, windproof lamps, moisture-proof mats, sleds, skis, batteries, radios, and purification tablets. The skis were vital transportation tools for the bitter cold. The arrival of the extreme cold brought relentless blizzards, blanketing the planet in a thick layer of snow. Initially, the freshly fallen snow was particularly soft, causing anyone who stepped into it to sink, making travel nearly impossible. As the snow gradually hardened, most vehicles had long been buried beneath the accumulating layers. Even those that remained were often rendered inoperable by the extreme low temperatures, or they would skid and crash upon starting. The onset of the apocalyptic cold had regressed human technology by centuries. In addition to regular skis, Lin Shi purchased 20 snowmobiles, the finest mode of transportation in such harsh conditions. Presently, most were rented out as toys for recreational use in snowy terrains. A quality snowmobile could reach speeds of up to 200 kilometers per hour in the snow. They were relatively affordable, with a good model costing merely a few thousand. The sole drawback was their conspicuousness and the loud, buzzing noise akin to that of ordinary motorcycles. Lin Shi would refrain from using them unless absolutely necessary. Once he completed his errands, he washed up casually and retired for the night. In the dead of night, Lin Shi suddenly opened his eyes. Reaching for his phone, he glanced at the time. It was already past 2 a.m. At that moment, he heard the sound of truck wheels approaching, growing ever closer. In the darkness, Lin Shi moved stealthily to the warehouse door like a cat. Illuminated by the moonlight, he indeed saw a large truck driving in from the distance, which eventually came to a halt right at his warehouse door. Lin Shi instinctively narrowed his eyes, filled with a sense of vigilance. Despite having ordered numerous items in recent days, what could possibly be delivered stealthily at such an hour? The image of old Xie came to his mind. Could it be the diesel and gasoline he had ordered a few days prior? As if on cue, two figures emerged from the vehicle, both clad in black and wearing masks. One of them bore a striking resemblance to Xie Jinxin. Lin Shi remained on high alert, retrieving a handgun from his concealed space. Upon alighting from the vehicle, Xie Jinxin verified the address against the warehouse number. Confirming its accuracy, he gently rapped on the large iron gate. Chapter 23. Xie Jinxin arrives. Knock, knock, knock. Xie Jinxin lightly tapped on the door. The small door beside the main entrance opened silently. What is it? Lin Shi's body was half concealed in the shadows, his gaze fixed coldly upon the newcomers. Goodness, you nearly gave me a heart attack at this hour, Xie Jinxin exclaimed, clutching his chest. I have your goods. Open the door. Seeing no immediate response from the two men, Lin Shi closed the small door and opened the large gate. The truck rolled directly into the warehouse. Xie Jinxin tapped the side of the truck, announcing, everything is here. The driver, known as a Biao, was a robust and towering figure. He opened the rear door of the truck, revealing a cargo hold brimming with barrels of oil. Brother, inspect the goods. Xie Jinxin gestured toward Lin Shi. There's no need. I trust you, Lin Shi replied, refraining from stepping into the dimly lit cargo area. Xie Jinxin smiled, beckoning to a Biao, who proceeded to enter the truck, pulling out an unloading ramp and rolling down the barrels of oil. Xie Jinxin caught them below and arranged them neatly. Lin Shi stood aside, observing with arms crossed. He would never expose his back to those he did not trust. He had transacted over 10 million worth of gold with Xie Jinxin. The allure of wealth can corrupt even the most honorable, and Lin Shi was not about to place his safety in the hands of Xie Jinxin's integrity. 3 hours later, both men were breathless from unloading the last of the barrels. Xie Jinxin bid farewell to Lin Shi and climbed back into the truck with a Biao, driving away. Lin Shi continued to watch the vehicle until it vanished from sight before retracting his gaze. Perhaps he had underestimated Xie Jinxin, yet caution seldom leads to grave errors. And Lin Shi felt no remorse for his actions. Inside the truck, Xie Jinxin, who had been discreetly observing through the rearview mirror, withdrew his gaze only when Lin Shi's figure became indistinguishable. A Biao grumbled, Old Xie, are you being overly cautious? We clearly had an opportunity to act just now. Having been in the business for many years, Xie Jinxin was not without his moral ambiguities. He would seize an opportunity for underhanded dealings if he felt confident in its success. Maintaining a reputable standing relies on two principles. First, to sincerely fulfill transactions. Second, to execute any illicit dealings with utmost cleanliness. Xie Jinxin chuckled softly. It's not that I am overly cautious. Rather, that young man is exceedingly wary. Did you not notice how vigilant he remained throughout our encounter? A Biao cast a glance at the rearview mirror, now devoid of any visible figures, and nonchalantly remarked, It's merely a bean sprout. I could easily crush it. Xie Jinxin, with a deliberate calmness, withdrew a cigarette and lit it. His demeanor appeared leisurely, yet his eyes revealed a profound gravity. I beg to differ. When I stood beside him moments ago, I felt an unsettling premonition. Any movement on my part would result in immediate demise. A Biao's expression shifted to a more serious tone. Really? I noticed he bore no weapons. Even if he were to draw a gun, He couldn't possibly be quicker than you, could he? Having navigated the shadows of his profession for many years, Xie Jinxin frequently encountered unscrupulous buyers who, upon receiving their goods, sought to avoid payment, resorting instead to violence. His survival hinged on his swift and precise draw, a skill that had kept him unharmed through the years. Yet now, he suggested that this youth could outpace him? Such a revelation was astonishing to a Biao, who had known Xie Jinxin for years. You should understand that my instincts have saved me on numerous occasions. Xie Jinxin exhaled a plume of smoke. Have you forgotten about old Jin's disappearance? That day, I sensed he was about to act against that individual, and I even casually warned him. Yet, since that day, old Jin vanished, while that young man remained unscathed. It speaks volumes, doesn't it? To handle matters so deftly in Sanyuan City is no small feat. It's not that I overestimate this lad. I fear I may have underestimated him. Before we ventured out today, we agreed merely to test the waters. If there were no opportunity, we would retreat. The outcome has reaffirmed our wisdom in abstaining from action. Had we intervened, at least one of us would have had to account for it. A Biao opened his mouth, poised to speak, but ultimately remained silent. Xie Jinxin extinguished his cigarette and regarded a Biao, whose face still bore a hint of disbelief. Having known you for so many years, you are aware that I possess a keen eye for character. Trust me, refrain from provoking that young man. I have a foreboding sense that as long as he survives, he will not remain inconspicuous. By the way, we should stock up on diesel and gasoline. It would be prudent to have ample supplies. I can't shake this feeling of unease, as though something impending looms. After securing the warehouse door and ensuring that all the oil drums were intact and devoid of surveillance devices, Lin Shi finally felt a sense of relief. He opened several barrels for inspection, confirming that the oil within was indeed satisfactory. A total of 400 barrels were meticulously arranged in a neat formation. After thoroughly verifying that no one was lurking outside the warehouse, Lin Shi placed his hand upon one of the barrels and silently intoned, "Item duplication." The interface of the treasure trove materialized before him, displaying a change from 22 to 21 in the item duplication count. With a flash of golden light, 400 additional barrels appeared out of thin air. Lin Shi examined the duplicates closely, finding that both the barrels and their contents had been flawlessly replicated. 20 tons of gasoline and 20 tons of diesel had now doubled to 40 tons each. Excitement danced in his bright eyes. Merely 20 tons of diesel and gasoline would scarcely suffice. He sought reserves capable of sustaining decades of usage through the impending harsh winter. These fuels would be essential for powering the generator at the shelter, and his snowmobile would also require fuel to operate. Thus, when Lin Shi proposed the transaction to Xie Jinxin, he had already contemplated utilizing his ability to replicate items to produce oil. Presently, he possesses 40 tons of gasoline and 40 tons of diesel, yet this still fails to satiate his desires. Gold, once replicated, can be duplicated again. However, what of the copies? Can the replicas themselves be replicated? Previously, Lin Shi refrained from further duplicating the gold due to the challenges associated with circulating the replicated gold. However, oil, even when it is a copy of a copy, remains entirely functional as long as the substances are identical. Lin Shi linked the two piles of oil together. After some contemplation, he retrieved a generator and various supplies from his space, placing them alongside the oil barrels. Once more, he activated the item replication. A flash of golden light enveloped the warehouse, and the original 800 barrels of oil multiplied to an additional 400 barrels. Yet, it soon became evident that only the original 400 barrels could be replicated. The newly created barrels were not eligible for further replication. Lin Shi felt a tinge of disappointment. Had the replicas been capable of further duplication, he would have acquired 800 barrels this time, and subsequently 3,200 barrels, leading to an inexhaustible supply of oil with several iterations. Furthermore, different supplies cannot be replicated simultaneously. He has now discerned the limitations of the treasure basin's item replication function. Firstly, replicas cannot be used for space upgrades. Secondly, only one type of item can be replicated at a time. And thirdly, items that have already been replicated can be replicated again, but the resulting copies cannot be duplicated. Despite appearing identical, the replicated items do not gain the treasure basin's recognition. There must be some intrinsic difference between them. Chapter 24. Acquiring land with a wave of his hand, Lin Shi placed the replicated oil barrels and the original barrels into the space separately. Since replicas cannot be further duplicated, he decided to utilize the replicas first and after their consumption, he would activate the replication function once more. It appears that his current item replication capacity may still be insufficient. The current interface of the treasure basin reads, Treasure Basin, Storage Space, 969696, Wealth Points required for upgrade, 32,000. Function, Item Replication 20, Wealth Points required for upgrade, 58,500. With the impending apocalypse, he must seek some gold, silver, and jewels to facilitate the upgrading of the treasure basin. After a brief rest, Lin Shi received a call from Liao Peng the following morning during his routine morning exercises. Liao Peng provided updates regarding the geological surveys of 2 locations. As Lin Shi had suspected, the rocks at the cliff displayed signs of sandification. Residing there for decades under the current climatic conditions would pose no issue, but it remains uncertain how long they would withstand extreme cold. Conversely, the old temple site revealed a substantial presence of granite within the mountain, indicating its remarkable stability. Consequently, Lin Shi decisively opted for the old temple site. He instructed Liao Peng to negotiate the price while he booked a flight to Shushi for the following morning. He needed to personally assess the situation and meticulously design a shelter based on the terrain. The warehouse necessitated vigilant oversight, and Lin Shi had placed numerous online orders requiring signature upon delivery. Additionally, there were goods from some shops yet to arrive that needed to be unloaded and stored. After careful contemplation, Lin Shi employed an acquaintance, someone entirely unfamiliar to the group of laborers, to oversee the warehouse. He also reminded the laborers to keep a meticulous account of the inventory. With these arrangements in place, Lin Shi felt a sense of reassurance as he embarked on his journey, boarding a flight to Shushi. Shushi, renowned for being the hottest city in Qiming Nation, did not disappoint. Even in March, young women flaunted their youthful figures in light short-sleeved shirts and shorts. Upon disembarking from the plane, Lin Shi promptly shed his outerwear, revealing a loose-fitting short-sleeve shirt underneath. The subtle contours of muscle were faintly discernible on his arms and chest, presenting an appearance that merely suggested a well-proportioned physique. Only Lin Shi was aware that, after weeks of rigorous training, his body had transformed dramatically from its initial state post-rebirth. He adhered to a strict regimen, incrementally increasing his training intensity each day. Now, his strength rivaled that of individuals who had dedicated years to the gym. His training was not merely for physical conditioning. It was a preparation for combat. He aimed for every inch of his muscular structure to manifest its utmost potential with a mere thought. This required maintaining muscle elasticity, augmenting strength without sacrificing agility. With just over 2 months remaining, every single day was precious, and he was determined to utilize each one to fortify himself. The harsh realities of a post-apocalyptic world dictated that mere abundance of resources was insufficient for a good life. Conversely, possessing ample supplies without strength would render one's existence even more miserable. Liao Peng arrived early at the airport exit, awaiting Lin Shi's arrival. Upon spotting Lin Shi amidst the crowd, Liao Peng eagerly waved his sign. Lin Shi quickly located him, and after their reunion, the two departed from the airport and entered a vehicle. To facilitate their search for a suitable homestead, Liao Peng had rented a car. He took the initiative to break the ice, enhancing their rapport. "Boss, let me first show you to a place to settle down." "No need for that. Just inform me about the old dojo site," Lin Shi replied. Liao Peng spoke earnestly. "I had a discussion with the landowner regarding that parcel. It is situated on a mountain, in a secluded location, and the asking price is quite reasonable. Only 500,000. I managed to negotiate it down to 480,000. This price was even more favorable than Lin Shi had anticipated. In truth, the real estate prices in Shushi were relatively low, with the city center averaging just over 20,000 per square meter, far from comparable to Sanyuan City. The former dojo site, being in a mountainous area, was naturally less expensive. "I noticed your documentation states it covers over 300 square meters?" Lin Shi inquired. "Indeed, there are several hundred square meters surrounding the homestead. While building is not permitted, it serves as an excellent space for cultivating vegetables," Liao Peng confirmed. Lin Shi nodded in approval. After nearly an hour of travel, they finally arrived at the base of the mountain where the dojo site was located. As Liao Peng had described, a village lay at the foot of the mountain. The village comprised low-rise dwellings, the tallest no more than 5 stories. Encircled by mountains, this village was nestled within a ring, revealing only a single opening. The terrain here is exceptionally favorable, capable of shielding against considerable winds and snow. Upon seeing vehicles enter the village, numerous villagers emerged from their homes to observe. The village is modest in size, comprising just over 100 households scattered across the landscape. Lin Shi found this quite agreeable. Fewer inhabitants meant fewer disputes. Liao Peng had visited this place several times over the past few days, and his face had already become familiar to the villagers. However, Lin Shi was a stranger, prompting several elderly women to gather and whisper about the two newcomers. Due to the distance, Lin Shi could not discern their words. "Boss, those are the villagers. I took a look, and this village has a total of 96 households, with a population not exceeding 400, Liao Peng informed. Lin Shi nodded in acknowledgement. It takes just over 10 minutes to drive up this road. Liao Peng pointed to a narrow cement path that could accommodate only one vehicle at a time. The mountain was not particularly high, rising merely a few meters above the ground, and they soon reached the summit. Contrary to expectations, the top was remarkably flat, covering an area of approximately an acre. The previously constructed Taoist temple had collapsed, leaving behind a scattering of wood, bricks, and half-destroyed walls. None of this posed a significant problem. Rebuilding would be relatively straightforward. Lin Shi surveyed the area with satisfaction, remarking, "Not bad. When shall we commence the paperwork?" The owner of this parcel of land is currently away, and it took considerable effort to acquire his contact information. After negotiating the price yesterday, he assured me he would return as swiftly as possible to finalize the paperwork. When I contacted him this morning, he was already on the train, and he is expected to arrive this afternoon, Liao Peng replied. "All right, let us descend the mountain for now. Constructing the shelter is a substantial undertaking, and with limited time. We must ensure an adequate workforce. Many hands make light work." Lin Shi had already begun to conceive initial ideas for the shelter in his mind and was planning how many individuals to employ. The two made their way back down the mountain. To process the land transfer, they needed to head into the city, so Liao Peng and the owner decided to meet directly at the relevant department in the afternoon, without lingering in the village. The transfer process went smoothly. The former owner was a middle-aged Taoist priest, lacking the ethereal demeanor typically associated with such figures. Instead, he appeared somewhat portly. After signing the transfer contract, he hesitated as if wanting to say something, but ultimately remained silent, hastily departing after receiving the payment. This left Lin Shi with a slight sense of foreboding. "Liao Peng, have you inquired why that Taoist temple fell into disrepair?" Lin Shi asked. Liao Peng was momentarily taken aback by the question. He had not considered it. Being quite astute, he quickly realized the implication of Lin Shi's inquiry and promptly retrieved his phone to call the aforementioned Taoist priest. 30 minutes later, Lin Shi, Liao Peng, and the portly Taoist were seated in a restaurant. The Taoist, while earnestly stuffing his mouth with meat, mumbled, "This is the situation. I did not mean to conceal anything, but I have been in dire need of funds lately." He glanced at Lin Shi with a hint of guilt. Lin Shi maintained a calm expression, betraying no emotion. It turned out that the Taoist had purchased the land 5 years prior, claiming he sought a site with auspicious feng shui to construct a temple, thus selecting that particular mountaintop. Initially, he expended a considerable sum to repair the cement road, followed by the construction of a temple. Everything proceeded smoothly, and the portly Taoist believed he would enjoy his retirement in this temple. To his utter astonishment, shortly after the temple's completion, several villagers from the settlement below the mountain approached him, claiming that the mountain concealed their village's dragon vein, and that his temple was suppressing it. This land had originally been acquired from the villagers, and at the time of purchase, the Taoist had clearly stated his intentions to build a temple. The villager present had not objected to the construction then, nor had anyone intervened during the building process. Yet, it was only after the temple was completed that they chose to raise their concerns. The construction had depleted the Taoist's savings significantly, making demolition an impossibility. At first, the Taoist disregarded the villagers, confident in the legality of his temple. They could not forcibly dismantle it. However, the situation proved more complex than he had anticipated. From that point onward, villagers stationed themselves daily at the entrance of the cement road, preventing any vehicles from ascending the mountain. The Taoist had established the temple to attract worshippers, and without them, a substantial source of income was lost. Furthermore, an elderly woman began to verbally assault him daily at the temple's entrance. Unable to shoo her away or silence her, the Taoist found himself increasingly troubled. After several negotiations with the villagers, he reluctantly agreed to pay them 20,000 yuan, believing this would resolve the matter. However, a month later, yet another group of villagers obstructed the road. Enraged, the Daoist confronted the village chief, who shamelessly claimed that the previous payment was merely for last month, and that henceforth he would owe them 20,000 yuan each month. Infuriated, the Daoist promptly reported the issue to the authorities. Yet, when the officers arrived, nearly 400 villagers, ranging from octogenarians to toddlers, testified that the money was a gift from the Daoist to the entire village. This indicated that such extortion was not a novel occurrence for these villagers. The 20,000 yuan constituted grounds for a legal case of extortion. Once the money was received, it was distributed among the households, with each person receiving 50 yuan. What was even more infuriating was that the majority of the villagers were elderly, predominantly in their 60s, 70s, and even 80s, alongside a few young children. The law enforcement officers found themselves powerless against these elderly individuals, only managing to detain a handful of young men from the village, who would be released shortly thereafter. Subsequently, the villagers escalated their antics. Several elderly women began to occupy rickshaws at the temple's entrance, demanding 100 yuan each to leave. If the Daoist attempted to call the police, they would feign injury, claiming they had fallen in the temple, and demanded he take responsibility. In desperation, the Daoist closed the temple, retreating from the outside world. Yet he could not deter these unruly villagers. Periodically, the temple would experience power and water outages, either due to cut wires or blocked pipes. It was evident that the villagers were behind these acts. Eventually, the Daoist invested in surveillance cameras and managed to capture footage of the individual cutting the wires. He reported the incident to the authorities, believing he had turned the tide, only to discover he had stirred a hornet's nest. From that moment on, the villagers became even more brazen. The villagers' tactics were endless. He found himself in a solitary struggle against 400, utterly drained both mentally and physically. Ultimately, he had no choice but to abandon the temple and seek an alternative path. After listening to the plump Taoist's account, Liao Peng felt a mix of anger and guilt. Even hesitant to meet Lin Shi's gaze. "I apologize, boss. It was my failure to inquire thoroughly." Despite receiving such a generous salary, he had managed to ruin the situation, and shame overwhelmed him. "I'll look for other suitable locations. If I purchase this land, you can deduct it from my salary." Lin Shi glanced sideways, now viewing Liao Peng with newfound respect. Although he had offered Liao Peng an annual salary of 500,000, it was merely a figure on paper. Yet, the willingness to compensate for this blunder with such a substantial sum was not something just anyone would dare to propose. Lin Shi waved his hand dismissively. "No need for that. It's this land. It's getting late. Contact a reliable construction team and commence work tomorrow." Now Liao Peng and the plump Taoist were taken aback. "Boss, I have a solution. Just follow my instructions," Lin Shi replied, rising to conclude the meal. This situation hardly required a resolution. Would Lin Shi fear the aftermath of the shelter-esque construction? Certainly not. By the time the shelter was built, at least 2 months would pass. And with the onset of extreme cold, the villagers would be too preoccupied with their own survival. As for dealing with villains, Lin Shi was quite experienced. One merely needed to be more ruthless than them. Wait. The plump Taoist swallowed the food in his mouth with difficulty and pulled out a yellowed booklet from his greasy shirt. "Young brother, you are a good person. I acted unscrupulously in this matter. This booklet was once my guide to strengthening my body, but now that the temple is lost, I've decided to return to a secular life. This booklet holds less significance for me now, so I wish to give it to you. I've always felt a connection with you." Lin Shi frowned at the yellowed booklet, visibly stained with grease, but upon seeing the Taoist's sincere expression, he accepted it in the end. "Thank you." Upon exiting the restaurant, Lin Shi returned to his hotel and spent the night sketching the design of the shelter he had envisioned in his mind. The upper portion of the design was a semicircular structure exposed above ground, while the lower half comprised a square basement. From an architectural perspective, circular buildings reduce wind resistance and provide greater stability. In terms of heat transfer, a circular shape minimizes heat loss, which is conducive to insulation. This principle is the reason why those who once inhabited the Arctic built semicircular igloos. The outermost part of the structure would be constructed with welded alloy, while the interior would utilize explosion-proof steel plate walls, at least 1 meter thick, with an additional layer of the most thermally resistant insulating material before applying standard weatherproofing materials. Lin Shi planned to install a fireplace in the center of the circular building for warmth during times when electricity was unavailable, complete with a chimney for ventilation. Both the upper and lower sections would have their own electrical circulation systems. He had not yet contemplated the issue of water. But the water purifier he purchased was not merely decorative, it was fully functional. The details of the design require refinement by professionals. However, this is the general outline. As Lin Shi completed the design and prepared for slumber, his gaze fell upon a booklet he had carelessly set aside, one bestowed upon him by the portly Taoist. Out of curiosity, he picked it up and began to flip through its pages. Chapter 26. The warehouse ablaze. As Lin Shi casually leafed through the booklet, he discovered it was an illustrated manual, featuring a small figure demonstrating various stances, reminiscent of martial arts texts. Intrigued, he began to read from the beginning. The more he perused, the more serious his expression became, even tinged with disbelief. The movements depicted within bore a striking resemblance to the resonance he had been practicing. This revelation astounded him. Without hesitation, he leapt from his bed and commenced practicing the movements illustrated in the booklet. Upon engaging in the exercises, he realized that while the sequences bore some similarity to resonance, they were far more intricate and challenging to master. Fortunately, having acquired experience from his past life in cultivating resonance, and with his body honed over time, he was able to execute the movements with relative ease. Each inhalation and exhalation revealed an enigmatic rhythm hidden within the actions. As he completed the first round of movements, Lin Shi was drenched in sweat. Yet his breath remained steady, his entire being felt invigorated and warm. The effects surpassed those of resonance by several magnitudes, although resonance also warmed the body. The difference was not as pronounced. Lin Shi solemnly picked up the soiled booklet once more, flipping to its cover. The phrase Nourishing Life Technique was evidently a later addition, as the original title appeared to have been worn away. This was certainly not an ordinary health manual. Had it not been for the cataclysm he had endured, he might have mistaken it for a mere martial arts manual sold for a few coins at a roadside stall. However, having recognized the extraordinary nature of resonance post-apocalypse, Lin Shi understood that this was undoubtedly a priceless manuscript. When the miraculous substances of the apocalypse emerged, it would be the time for this technique to manifest its utmost potential. At the same time, Lin Shi found himself pondering. Resonance had only emerged in the 6th year of the apocalypse, purportedly the product of collaboration between scientists and martial artists. Could the rumors have been erroneous? Or perhaps this very rumor was a fabrication disseminated by the official sanctuary. Yet, Lin Shi sensed an inextricable link between the advent of resonance and this booklet. With this manuscript now in his possession, might it alter the trajectory of the future? After a moment of contemplation, he decided not to dwell on it further. Even if the future were to change, it was not a concern for him at present. Moreover, he was not the sole custodian of this technique. The portly Taoist was also privy to it. Upon awakening, after concluding his practice of the Nourishing Life Technique, Lin Shi discovered that Liao Peng had already gathered a crew early in the morning to commence work at the site of the old Taoist temple. Following breakfast, Lin Shi proceeded to the location. 2 excavators were clearing the remnants of the temple's original structure. Lin Shi sought out Liao Peng, presenting him with the designs he had crafted the previous night, and elucidated the crucial elements. Liao Peng patted his chest and declared, "All right, boss. I will consult with the engineers to refine the design plans. Additionally, regarding the well you mentioned, there is already one buried beneath the rubble, which I only discovered after speaking with the workers earlier." Lin Shi was somewhat astonished. It was indeed a pleasant surprise. Over the following days, Lin Shi remained in Shushi, diligently procuring various construction materials and discussing the design of the shelter with the engineers. During his leisure moments, he practiced a wellness regimen, and after a few days, he felt that his physical strength had markedly increased, surpassing the cumulative strength he had experienced over the previous 10 days. Thanks to Lin Shi's unrestrained investment, the original ruins of the Taoist temple had vanished, replaced by a large, deep pit. The basement of the shelter had been excavated, and construction was set to commence. Everything was proceeding in an orderly fashion. However, in the early hours of March 22nd, a phone call prompted Lin Shi to abandon his plans to remain in Shushi to oversee the project. It was a call from the warehouse supervisor, whose panicked voice echoed through the line. "Boss, the warehouse is on fire." Lin Shi furrowed his brow and inquired, "How did the fire start? What about the goods?" "I don't know. I was asleep and didn't hear anything until it was too late. Somehow it just caught fire. Fortunately, I noticed it early, and only a small portion of the goods was burned." Lin Shi had no choice but to set aside his work there and entrusted everything to Liao Peng. He then boarded the same day's flight back to Sanyuan City. Upon arrival, he found that it was pouring rain. As he disembarked and checked his phone, He noticed several missed calls from the warehouse supervisor. He immediately returned a call, but it went unanswered. After checking the weather in Sanyuan City over the past 2 days, he noted it had been rainy. If it was raining, how could there be a fire? When he arrived at the warehouse, he heard a loud voice from inside. Throw everything out. You can't do this. My boss will be back soon. It was the warehouse supervisor's voice. He saw several individuals tossing boxes of goods outside. With the rain pouring down, some of these items could be damaged if they got wet. What are you doing? Lin Shi stood at the entrance of the warehouse, his icy gaze sweeping across the individuals preparing to discard the boxes. They were momentarily taken aback by his imposing presence and halted their actions. What is going on? A thin, middle-aged man approached, and upon seeing Lin Shi, the latter recognized him, though he had never met this person before. Who are you? Get out of the way. The gaunt man growled. What gives you the right to handle my belongings? Lin Shi demanded coldly. The warehouse supervisor, looking distressed, rushed to Lin Shi's side to report, Boss, you're finally back. I was just directing the unloading when these people suddenly barged in, claiming the warehouse was theirs and demanding we move our things out. I couldn't stop them. The thin man exhibited a look of understanding as he scrutinized Lin Shi. So, you are Lin Shi? Without waiting for Lin to respond, the gaunt man pointed to himself with his thumb. This warehouse is now rented to me. Kid, you burned down the landlord's warehouse, and he is unwilling to rent to you anymore. Now, pack your things and get lost. The warehouse manager, indignant, retorted, even if we are moving, we deserve some time. I've already said our boss is coming soon, yet you insist on throwing our belongings out without waiting. Is there no sense of reason in this? This is your issue. The warehouse is now mine. Your possessions occupy my space, and is it wrong for me to throw them out? The gaunt man dug at his ear, wearing a look that suggested he cared little about the warehouse manager's grievances, leaving the latter fuming with frustration. Such a demeanor was evident to even the most oblivious observer. Lin's eyes narrowed slightly, a glint of danger flashing within his elongated gaze. I have signed a contract, and the rent has yet to expire. Whether you choose to rent to me is not for you to decide. Have the landlord come discuss the breach of contract with me. You have 1 minute to vacate my premises. Oh, you think you're intimidating. Even though you haven't fully matured yet. When I was navigating the streets, you were still drinking milk. Get lost. The gaunt man attempted to shove Lin away as if dismissing a mere pet. However, Lin swiftly seized the gaunt man's hand and twisted it forcefully. With a crack, accompanied by a scream, the gaunt man's shoulder dislocated. Though his face paled from the pain, he was no pushover. Ignoring his captured right arm, he swung a punch at Lin while cursing violently. You wretched dog. You're dead meat. Lin effortlessly caught the punch. To him, it was feeble. While the gaunt man had a fierce spirit, it was clearly insufficient. With a crack, Lin twisted the gaunt man's left arm, delivering a powerful kick that sent him sprawling. Without the support of his arms, the gaunt man fell directly to the ground, his teeth striking the floor and drawing blood. On the ground, the gaunt man shouted, Are you all blind? Kill him for me. The situation unfolded too swiftly. The few individuals who accompanied the gaunt man, burdened with boxes, finally discarded their loads and surged forward. Yet, how could they possibly match Lin, who had endured countless real battles? With a swift kick, Lin sent one man flying, then caught 2 incoming fists, yanking the attackers towards him. Both lost their balance and were met with a forceful collision, their screams abruptly silenced. As Lin released them, they crumpled to the ground, unconscious. He deftly sidestepped an incoming punch, countering with an elbow strike that left the assailant hunched over, crumpled on the floor. In mere moments, without even breaking a sweat, for men lay incapacitated before him. Lin had shown restraint, choosing not to escalate the situation further. Had this been the apocalypse, these men would have perished. The gaunt man, having turned back to witness the scene, realized he had bitten off more than he could chew. He had anticipated merely dealing with a university student, thinking it would be an effortless task, and had even been pleased at the prospect of easy money. To my utter astonishment, I found myself facing a formidable adversary. The last remaining individual, catching a glimpse of the ferocity in Lin Shi's eyes, instinctively recoiled a few steps. Overcome with fear, he dared not advance any further and instead turned to flee into the downpour. Lin Shi made no attempt to pursue, instead approaching the gaunt man who had now seated himself. Who sent you here? Did you set fire to my warehouse? Lin Shi had already formed a suspicion in his mind, but sought confirmation. Yet, even in such dire circumstances, the gaunt man appeared unperturbed, audaciously threatening. If you have the guts, Go ahead and kill me. Otherwise, I will ensure your demise. A glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Lin Shi's eyes. He turned to the warehouse manager, who stood frozen in a state of confusion. Call the police. The order of a peaceful era had spared these scoundrels. The warehouse manager snapped back to reality, trembling as he retrieved his phone to report the incident, his gaze towards Lin Shi filled with reverence and a hint of trepidation. Before long, the law enforcement officers arrived at the warehouse, accompanied by an ambulance. As soon as the officers entered, the gaunt man swiftly turned the tables, exclaiming, "Officer, this man unlawfully invaded my warehouse and assaulted me. He dislocated both my arms." "Who called the police?" Lin Shi raised his hand. "I did. Please explain the situation." The officer produced a recording device. Lin Shi recounted how the individuals had trespassed into his warehouse, discarded his goods, and initiated the confrontation. Outside the warehouse, several boxes remained in the rain. The warehouse manager corroborated Lin Shi's account. Lin Shi's actions had not been excessively harsh. The others suffered only minor injuries and light concussions, and soon recovered. The dislocated arm of the gaunt man was also reset by the paramedics. Feigning to retrieve something from his backpack, Lin Shi instead produced a leasing contract. "This is the contract for my rental of this warehouse." The officer glanced at it and confirmed its validity. The situation had become exceedingly clear. One of the officers declared, "Take these individuals into custody." Wait. Even now, the gaunt man remained unfazed, pulling out his phone to make a call. To Lin Shi's surprise, the ringtone echoed from outside the warehouse. Moments later, a middle-aged man and a young man entered. Lin Shi narrowed his eyes, recognizing one of them, Li Duyu. Upon spotting Lin Shi, Li Duyu's lips curled into a smug smile. The middle-aged man, presumably Li Duyu's father, pulled one of the officers aside. Whispering a few words before making a call and holding the phone to the officer's ear, Lin Shi furrowed his brow at this unfolding scene. At that moment, Lin Shi's phone rang. It was his landlord. "Lin Shi, your workers nearly set my warehouse ablaze. I will no longer rent it to you. I will refund the remaining rent and deposit, so please vacate at your earliest convenience." Lin Shi frowned in response. There is no such clause in the contract. Moreover, the fire incident has yet to be thoroughly investigated. The landlord's voice was filled with exasperation and urgency. "Stop investigating. This is all you're doing. Just move out. I beg you. I will refund all of this month's rent." With that, the call ended, and the landlord promptly returned the full amount of 60,000 yuan to Lin Shi. It appears that this warehouse is indeed no longer available for rent. Today, Lin Shi's belongings have accumulated to such an extent that relocating holds little significance for him. However, being forced out in such a manner is undeniably infuriating. Li Duyu approached Lin Shi, a cold smirk adorning his face, and in a tone audible only to the two of them, remarked, "This is the consequence of crossing me. The real show has only just begun. I will ensure you cannot survive in Sanyuan City." Lin Shi raised an eyebrow, gazing at Li Duyu in astonishment, and exclaimed, "What did you say? Are you not your father's biological child?" His voice resonated loudly, drawing the attention of those nearby. The crowd stared at Li Duyu in surprise. Li Duyu's face turned a deep shade of crimson, and he hurriedly protested, "I didn't say that. He is spouting nonsense." Li Duyu glared at Lin Shi, his eyes filled with murderous intent, as if he wished to slay him with a single glance. Soon, the security officer, who had been pulled away by Li Duyu's father, returned to stand before Lin Shi, pointing at him and declaring, "Take this person back." Wait. Lin Shi frowned, the unfolding scene failing to astonish him. From the moment the gaunt man began with such confidence, followed by a series of actions, Lin Shi had surmised that these individuals must possess some form of backing. Yet, he was not one to be easily intimidated. "May I inquire why I am being taken back?" The security officer's expression was grave. "You are suspected of arson and intentional bodily harm against others. You must accompany me to the station for investigation." Li Duyu wore a triumphant expression as he gazed at Lin Shi, his demeanor clearly conveying, "This is the consequence of crossing me. Once you reach the security bureau, you are doomed." Lin Shi remained unperturbed, continuing to defend himself. "I already stated that they initiated the violence. That is merely your word. It cannot be considered evidence." A hint of mockery flickered across Lin Shi's face. "But that is not what you just claimed." The security officer's eyes flashed with anger. "The opposing side has more witnesses than you. We are entitled to conduct a reinvestigation. Come with us." "But I have evidence." Lin Shi grinned, his eyes icy, as he pulled out his phone. "When I moved in, I installed several surveillance cameras in the warehouse. What you just discussed in the corner should have been recorded. Chapter 28. The end of days approaches. The angrier Lin Shi became, the broader his smile grew. Yet the coldness in his eyes seemed capable of freezing anyone in their tracks. He suddenly began to reminisce about the arrival of the apocalypse. At least in the apocalyptic world, evil is unequivocal. The security officer standing before him felt a shiver from Lin Shi's manic grin. A visage often associated with deranged killers. And what had he just mentioned? Footage? The security officer's expression shifted dramatically as he reached to snatch Lin Shi's phone. Yet, Lin Shi appeared to possess a premonition, calmly stepping back 2 paces before the officer could make contact. "Let me show you," he said, lowering his gaze to operate his phone. The security officer, seeing this, swiftly lunged at Lin Shi. To everyone's astonishment, Lin Shi deftly evaded the grasp. As if his head had eyes. Once could be deemed coincidence, but twice left all present astonished. This individual possesses remarkable skills. No wonder he could single-handedly overpower 5 men. Why did he suddenly attempt to snatch my phone? I was so startled that I uploaded the footage online. Lin Shi innocently displayed the screen to the onlookers. Li Duoyu's father, Li Duokai, was so furious that his face turned a shade of green. Before arriving, Li Duokai had confirmed with the landlord that there were no surveillance devices in the warehouse, which was why he reluctantly came to handle the situation himself. Although they had only rented the space for a month, the landlord's decision to install cameras was unforeseen. If that conversation in the corner were to be leaked online and the situation escalated, not only would it tarnish the reputations of the 2 men involved, but it could also implicate several others. The phone call Li Duokai had just made was to the director of the Security Bureau of Sanyuan City. If this trivial matter were to reach the director, it could trigger a chain reaction. The network of connections Li Duokai had painstakingly built over many years in Sanyuan City could suffer devastating consequences. He shot a fierce glare at Li Duoyu. But now was not the time to discipline this ungrateful son. Li Duokai needed to intercept the video that had been posted online before it could gain traction. Unfortunately, he was unaware that Lin Shi's hundreds of thousands of online followers had already seen the inadvertently shared footage and were beginning to share it wildly. It was too late for Li Duokai to intervene. The emaciated man clearly had an epiphany, his expression visibly shifting. If there were surveillance, then the moment he set the fire in the early hours would have been recorded as well. The earlier altercation had also been captured. The emaciated man glared at Lin Shi, his eyes ablaze, no longer exhibiting the calm demeanor he had at first. He hurried after Li Duokai. "Take him away," barked the security officer, and the other officers swiftly moved in to apprehend Lin Shi. He offered no resistance, smiling as he complied, though his phone was snatched away. "I can walk by myself," Lao Huang. "Organize the items in the warehouse and find a large truck to load them up. Park it in the lot nearby and wait for my return." The warehouse manager, Lao Huang, nodded vigorously. Lin Shi got into the police car. The warehouse was left with only the manager, who was astounded by the day's events. He had never encountered such a bold boss. Yet now that his employer had been taken away by the security officers, Lao Huang wore a worried expression, uncertain if he would ever see his wages again. Sandwiched between 2 officers as he was escorted into the vehicle, Lin Shi displayed no signs of anxiety. The car had not traveled far when one of the officers seated beside him received a phone call. Moments later, he glanced at Lin Shi with a curious expression and handed the phone to the officer who had previously confronted Lin Shi. "Captain, it's for you." "So, he was a captain?" Lin Shi raised an eyebrow. The officer addressed as captain took the call, and his face shifted from pale to red, then to black. As he nodded repeatedly, "Yes, yes, indeed, understood, yes." After hanging up, he immediately commanded, "Pull over." The vehicle quickly came to a halt. "You may leave now." The officer, whose title was captain, cast a resentful glare at Lin Shi, seemingly very discontented, yet utterly powerless. Lin Shi chuckled softly and extended his hand, inquiring about his phone. "Your device contains evidence. Cooperation is required for the investigation." Lin Shi shrugged, exited the vehicle, and walked away. Lu Ting watched him disappear into the distance before retracting his gaze. Lin Shi turned to acquire a new card and subsequently purchased a new phone. The video he had disseminated had indeed made a significant impact, one of monumental proportions. Had the apocalypse not yet arrived, Lin Shi would have unknowingly offended countless individuals through this single act. As a person devoid of any influential background, he could easily vanish into the vast sea of humanity at any moment. Yet, presently, he harbored no fears. Lin Shi took down the video and deactivated his social media accounts. His objective was achieved. He no longer desired fame. Upon returning to the warehouse, Lao Huang was still in the process of calling for a ride, surprised by Lin Shi's swift return. Lin Shi settled his wages, dispatched Lao Huang, and closed the warehouse door, taking stock of the contents within. A small portion of the sleds he had ordered online had been burned, 10 in total. Initially, Lin Shi had intended to raise a few sled dogs for the impending apocalypse. Now that the sleds were charred, he dismissed the loss. Some equipment discarded in the rain remained largely unscathed. After storing the items in his space, Lin Shi promptly booked a flight to Shashi, departing from Sanyuan City. Soon after, news broke of a prominent shareholder in a well-known enterprise being implicated in a power for sex scandal with government officials. That shareholder happened to be Li Duiyu's father. It seemed that the impending apocalypse would thwart this wealthy heir's ambitions. This incident ensnared many, resulting in the dismissal of a security officer. However, Lin Shi's focus was not on this matter. His attention was fixated on the phrase Tianqi New Energy Company, a flicker of concealed hatred gleaming in his eyes. A few days later, Lin Shi received a call from the school, notifying him of his expulsion due to his prolonged absence. He recognized that someone was orchestrating this scheme. Yet such tactics were trivial against him. For the next 2 months, he remained in Shashi, overseeing the construction of a shelter. Most of his time was devoted to practicing a health regimen. He occasionally returned to Sanyuan City to collect goods ordered from Lao Xia, without lingering, merely retrieving what he needed. This allowed him to evade a conspiracy aimed at him. On May 25th, the shelter was finally completed. The entire project spanned over 2 months and cost Lin Shi over 9 million, all expended on materials and labor. The semicircular shelter, featuring only a chimney and entrance passage, boasted no windows. From the rear, the structure resembled an iron sphere embedded in the earth. The entrance consisted of 2 heavy blast doors, an outer and an inner door, requiring passage through both for entry or exit. Workers joked that the shelter could withstand the aftermath of a nuclear event unscathed. Inside, the design included squat toilets, heated brick beds, stoves, and other features that did not rely on electricity. All wiring was concealed within the interior, sacrificing aesthetic appeal for convenience during future maintenance. A water pipe was also installed from the well to the shelter, ensuring a steady supply of water. Lin Shi ordered that the well cover be completely sealed to prevent the water from freezing easily. All that remained was to place the essential living items inside, and they would be ready to move in. Only 6 days remained until the solar flare erupted. Chapter 29. The arrival of Zhao Xiao. Lin Shi dedicated an entire day to arranging the shelter. Aside from the electrical appliances, everything was prepared. He even purchased several carpets to adorn the living room of the shelter. The electrical devices would be set aside until after the geomagnetic storm had passed, to prevent any damage from the impending chaos. Once the shelter was established, Liao Peng found himself with little to do in Lin Shi's presence. After some contemplation, Lin Shi suggested, "You should gather some supplies and store them in your rented apartment. The apocalypse is imminent, and I don't mind lending you a hand as a reward for your diligent work over the past 2 months. Future wages will be non-existent, but should you refuse, I shan't remind you again." After sending Liao Peng on his way, Lin Shi retrieved his phone and removed a number from his blacklist, Zhao Xiao. He dialed the number. "Lin Shi, is it really you? Where have you been lately? The last time I saw you, you were taken away by the security personnel in that short video. Are you all right?" Zhao Xiao's voice was filled with astonishment. It was genuine surprise. He had nearly been overwhelmed by his parents' complaints over the past 2 months, and their plans for a new home had stalled due to his failure to borrow money from Lin Shi. "I'm fine. I've been feeling a bit down lately. Traveling in Sha City. Would you like to come and spend a few days with me?" Lin Shi replied. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhao Xiao agreed. "Sure. I'll take a few days off to keep you company." After a brief chat, Lin Shi ended the call. How could he possibly forget Zhao Xiao, the person who had caused his demise in a previous life? He could not return to Sanyuan City, but that did not mean he would spare Zhao Xiao. Luring Zhao Xiao to Sha City to settle matters would suffice. Lin Shi procured an additional 10 tons of bottled water and some of his favorite foods in Sha City. In the extreme cold, water was not in short supply. Snow was abundant, and a bite of snow could quench thirst, though it would cool the body further. However, compared to the scarcity of food, water remained a concern that survivors need not fret over. Viruses and bacteria were ubiquitous, rendering the consumption of snow largely irrelevant to the risk of illness. Most survivors had developed antibodies after years in the apocalypse. Consuming raw meat, eating snow, and wearing animal pelts, humanity gradually adapted to the harsh conditions. Those who could not had perished. Lin Shi prepared a small amount of water as a precaution. He also purchased 2 computers and downloaded an immeasurable array of information, including films, anime, and games. This collection encompassed valuable resources on crafting various tools, electrical repairs, and generators, information that could prove invaluable in the future. Aside from the gold bars he had replicated, his cash reserves had dwindled to less than 100,000. Everything was now in readiness. 3 days remained until the eruption of an SSS-class solar flare, when Zhao Xiao hastily arrived from Sanyuan City. It was evident that Zhao Xiao had not fared well over the past 2 months. He appeared noticeably thinner. Upon meeting Lin Shi, he engaged in a flurry of pleasantries and apologies, adopting a demeanor of profound humility. As he expressed his contrition, he carefully scrutinized Lin Shi's expression. Lin Shi, I truly regarded you as a brother and did not consider the implications. Can you find it in your heart to forgive me? I promise to do more for you in the future. A cryptic smile emerged on Lin Shi's face as he nodded curtly in response. Let us spend a week here before you leave. I shall cover all expenses. Zhao Xiao's face visibly brightened with joy. Indeed, Lin Shi remained the same naive benefactor. It appeared that Zhao Xiao's previous actions had been overly blatant, provoking Lin Shi's ire. All right, Zhao Xiao readily acquiesced, eager to seize the opportunity to broach the subject of borrowing money. By the way, when did you come to Shushi alone? I heard online that you were expelled from school. Is that true? Zhao Xiao feigned concern, though a glimmer of schadenfreude betrayed him. It is true. Lin Shi replied with a nod, pretending not to notice. Zhao Xiao offered a few insincere words of comfort before shifting the conversation to their plans for the coming days. Lin Shi genuinely desired to unwind during this period. With the risks escalating before the apocalypse, he could not afford to wait. His intention was to keep Zhao Xiao in Shushi, allowing him to experience the despair of the impending end times before meeting his demise. Lin Shi never considered himself a good person. After losing the affection of his parents in his past life, he had invested all his emotions in a few close friends, including Zhao Xiao. At the onset of the apocalypse, while wealth still held some value, he shared the gold bars left by his father with several friends, providing them a glimmer of hope for survival. In the desolation of the apocalypse, when he and Zhao Xiao relied on one another, he often volunteered for perilous tasks. Yet, despite his efforts, he was met with betrayal. Part of this stemmed from his own weakness and poor judgment of character. Thus, in this life, he vowed never to show weakness again, nor to place faith in foolish emotions. Although many events from his past life, including the betrayal, had yet to unfold, Zhao Xiao's inherent nature remained unchanged. Even if given another chance, he would still be wholly exploitative. Lin Shi lowered his gaze to conceal the chill lurking in his eyes. Hey, isn't Su Qin also studying in Shushi? Should we invite her to join us? Zhao Xiao raised an eyebrow at Lin Shi, conveying a knowing look that any man would understand. Su Qin was the second girl in their group of 6, apart from Su Feifei. Lin Shi's impression of her lingered from 8 years prior, during high school when others often attempted to pair him with Su Qin, placing them together for conversation. After hearing this repeatedly, Lin Shi developed a different sentiment towards her. However, after 8 years without seeing her, he could hardly recall her visage. As the topic resurfaced, Lin Shi felt indifferent. Yet, with Zhao Xiao as persistent encouragement, he casually agreed. They found a hotel to settle Zhao Xiao, with Lin Shi taking a room next to his. True to his word, Zhao Xiao arranged to meet Su Qin on the following day, May 29th. With only 2 days remaining until the catastrophic SSS-class solar flare, Lin Shi and Zhao Xiao arrived at the seaside of Shushi, where they were reunited with Su Qin after an 8-year separation. Su Qin, a student from the dance department of the art college at Shushi University, possessed a figure that was undeniably exquisite. Daringly, she adorned herself in a bikini, captivating Zhao Xiao's gaze. Lin Shi, wearing swim trunks beneath his clothes, revealed a well-defined yet not overly muscular physique, which sparked admiration in Su Qin's eyes. When did you sculpt your body to such perfection? She exclaimed, completely disregarding the ordinary physique of Zhao Xiao, who merely stood by, overshadowed. Recently, I've taken a liking to physical training, Lin Shi casually replied, unfolding a beach chair, donning sunglasses, and settling in to bask in the sun. In 2 days, the populace would no longer need sunglasses to gaze directly at the blazing orb in the sky. Seizing the fleeting moments before the impending apocalypse, Lin Shi intended to savor the last vestiges of warm sunlight, allowing his perpetually taut spirit to relax. Su Qin reclined beside him, and their conversation flowed effortlessly, leaving Zhao Xiao feeling utterly ignored. A shadow flickered in Zhao Xiao's eyes, but she nevertheless mustered a smile to interject into their dialogue. The trio remained at the beach until the sun dipped below the horizon, before seeking out a place to dine and subsequently parting ways. On the final day, Lin Shi continued to explore Shushi with Zhao Xiao and Su Qin. Time eventually progressed to June 1st, Children's Day, marking the day of the SSS-class solar flare explosion. Chapter 30. The solar flare erupts. On the morning of June 1st, as was his custom, Lin Shi practiced his health regimen on the flat ground outside the shelter. Zhao Xiao had invited him to go diving that day, but he declined, citing other commitments. He intended to remain at the shelter to observe the peculiarities in the sun's behavior during the solar flare explosion. Following the eruption, the intense solar storm would not reach Earth until June 4th, rendering the immediate days relatively safe. What made this solar flare particularly strange was the fact that no nation had reported any anomalies. Given the current technological advancements on this planet, such a phenomenon was exceptionally bizarre. At that moment, Lin Shi, donning sunglasses, maintained a constant gaze on the sun, his body engaged in continuous motion. This posture undoubtedly appeared somewhat comical. A few villagers from the nearby mountains spotted this scene and began to speculate among themselves. What is that young man doing? Is he performing some sort of ritual? It looks rather eerie. The structure he has built doesn't seem normal. Should we still demand payment? Yes, absolutely. Why should we be afraid? We'll go and ask for it tomorrow. I'll consult Uncle Li on how we should approach this. As Lin Shi completed the 5th set of his health regimen and commenced the 6th, he abruptly halted. The sun he had been intently observing showed no signs of change. However, the interface of the treasure basin, which had not displayed any significant alteration since his upgrade, unexpectedly transformed into a jumble of garbled characters. What is happening? Lin Shi, taken aback, immediately ceased his training and began to scrutinize the treasure basin. The discovery that not only had the interface of the treasure basin turned into gibberish, but also that the space could no longer be sensed, struck Lin with a profound shock. His pupils constricted. This revelation was of monumental significance. Within that space lay all the supplies he had accumulated over the past 3 months. Should the space suddenly cease to function, his advantages acquired through reincarnation would be drastically diminished. In that moment, Lin realized the extent of his dependence on the space was perilously high. After a brief interval of several seconds, the gibberish before him coalesced into a coherent string of Chinese characters. The reset of the apocalypse on the celestial fortune star has commenced for the 3rd time. This iteration will accelerate the evolution of species. The treasure basin has recognized intelligent life as its primary entity and has initiated the host protection protocol. Lin's pupils trembled with astonishment. The implications of this message were staggering. A reset of the apocalypse, the 3rd occurrence. Having lived through the previous apocalypse, he was now thrust back to the time before it, to experience it anew. Did that count as 2 occurrences? Why, then, did the treasure basin indicate this was the 3rd? Could it be that the apocalypse had already been reset once before his rebirth? With little time to ponder the meaning behind the subsequent characters, the interface rearranged itself to convey another message. The first wave of danger will descend in 71 hours. Please prepare accordingly. Lin's heart raced like a drum. Was this a warning? This treasure basin possessed intelligence. Moments later, the text vanished, and the treasure basin interface returned to normal. The countdown in the upper right corner, 71 hours and 43 minutes, confirmed that what he had witnessed was no mere illusion. Lin turned and returned to his shelter, preparing a cup of coffee to steady his nerves. As he sipped, he reflected on the anomalies that had transpired on the treasure basin interface. He speculated that these disturbances were likely linked to the so-called SSS-level solar flare eruption. The solar flare had marked the onset of this apocalypse, and the preceding message from the treasure basin proclaimed, the reset of the apocalypse on the celestial fortune star has commenced for the 3rd time. This iteration will accelerate the evolution of species, and the treasure basin has recognized intelligent life as its primary entity, initiating the Spark Protection Protocol. It was a declaration that the apocalypse had indeed begun. Lin was particularly intrigued by the mention of the 3rd time. Upon further contemplation, he realized that, apart from himself, perhaps no one else in this world was aware that he would be reliving the apocalypse. The phenomenon of reincarnation struck him as extraordinarily bizarre. He had perished, yet he found himself reborn 8 years in the past. All of humanity, the entire celestial fortune star, had reverted to their state from 8 years ago. Was this a reversal of time? Or a reset? In the known realm of human understanding, time was not supposed to flow backward unless one ascended to a theological perspective. The Mandela effect? Divine intervention? A game played by a higher civilization? Or merely a correction of the laws of nature? And the fact that such an event might have transpired for a third time was astonishing. Before he acquired the treasure basin, had time also reversed? And had humanity previously experienced the impending cataclysm? When the first apocalypse was reset, had he, like billions of others and countless beings, been completely oblivious? Why had there been 3 resets? Is it because the life forms on Tianyan star were extinguished in the previous 2 instances? This conjecture is both astonishing and terrifying. What exactly is the treasure basin? Why has such information emerged? It is no wonder that it is said that knowing too much can be detrimental. The more Lin Shi pondered, the more questions arose, his breath quickening, his mind buzzing as if it might explode. His heart raced, making it impossible to remain calm. He was frightened. As he thought further, Lin Shi began to doubt whether the universe that humanity currently comprehends is being manipulated by a higher civilization. They were akin to mere lab rats, subjected to repeated experiments. Lin Shi closed his eyes and, in an attempt to divert his mind, began to hum a tune. Upon completing the melody, he finally managed to cast away those bizarre thoughts. He retrieved his computer to search for information regarding the Ice Age. Tianyan star had endured several ice ages. Prior to the arrival of this frigid apocalypse, humanity's ancestors had experienced an ice age lasting over 2 million years, which only concluded a little over 10,000 years ago. This period is also referred to as the Quaternary Glaciation. Lin Shi had only briefly perused the details of whether humans were involved in the previous 3 ice ages. Speaking solely of the Quaternary Glaciation, it nearly led to the extinction of all non-cold resistant animals. Those that survived in the frigid wilderness were predominantly hairy creatures. Yet, humans managed to endure. Some scientists speculate that humanity's survival can be attributed to its remarkable creativity and adaptability. However, Lin Shi felt that such a notion lacked a solid foundation. Those who have not experienced extreme cold cannot fathom its terrors. In the 8th year of the apocalypse, only a fraction of humanity remained, with fewer than 1 million souls out of a global population of 7.8 billion. This underscores the horror of the apocalypse. Moreover, during that time over 2 million years ago, there were no technological artifacts, and resources were exceedingly scarce. The absence of flora compounded the scarcity of medicine. Countless formidable carnivorous mammals, such as saber-toothed tigers, short-faced bears, savage lions, and terror wolves, roamed this era. They were colossal, fierce, and predatory. With the average human size and speed, one could only become prey for these massive carnivores. Even if survival in extreme cold were possible, enduring it would be another matter entirely. Strangely, after the Ice Age concluded, these ferocious giants became extinct, while humanity continued to thrive. This phenomenon is difficult to explain solely through adaptability and creativity. However, if higher civilizations were involved and extended their assistance, everything would seem far more plausible. Chapter 31. Villagers ascend the mountain yet. These are merely Lin Shi's speculations. His primary desire is simply to survive in this apocalyptic world, regardless of the reasons behind it. Since he has been granted a second life, he intends to live it fully. Surviving is essential to uncovering more clues about this catastrophe, if his suspicions hold true. And each time all species become extinct, the apocalypse resets. Then, as the sole individual privy to this knowledge, he might truly need to take action. For no one knows how many such resets may occur. If this is indeed the final opportunity, will Tianyan star become a lifeless planet? Lin Shi powered up his computer, inserted a wireless network card, and began browsing the internet. He anonymously published news of an impending solar flare online. 3 months prior, had he predicted that a Class SSS solar flare would erupt today, he would undoubtedly have been dismissed as either a madman or a charlatan, with no one believing in his prophetic abilities. Yet today, he revealed this event based on established facts, coupled with speculation regarding the impending Ice Age, making it far more credible. Perhaps a scientist might discover the anomalies of the sun, prompting nations to prepare in advance. In 71 hours, all electronic devices would lose signal and cease to function, and Lin Shi would no longer face the risk of exposure. The only uncertainty lay in whether his post would be noticed by the right individuals. He closed his computer, disconnected the network card, and retracted his spatial belongings. The remainder was left to fate. Lin Shi attempted to establish communication with the treasure basin, but received no response. To avoid another instance of being unable to sense his space, he took a portion of the supplies from within and stored them in the basement of the shelter. The following day, the countdown in the upper right corner had dwindled to 47 hours. Witnessing the approach of the apocalypse was excruciating. Lin Shi could only continue practicing his cultivation techniques to maintain his composure. However, it was not long before a group of uninvited guests disrupted his tranquility. A tractor arrived outside the shelter. With no windows in the shelter, Lin Shi had installed a camera in the peephole of the explosion-proof door to monitor the outside world. For individuals disembarked from the tractor, circling the shelter with scrutiny. They were deliberating who would knock on the door of the large iron sphere when Lin Shi had already opened the door and stepped outside. One of the women peered through the gap of the door, eager to see inside as if her eyes could penetrate it. However, a second door obstructed her view, rendering her efforts futile. "What brings you here?" Lin Shi surveyed the four newcomers, a woman in her 40s or 50s, an elderly man in his 60s leaning on a cane, a 30-year-old farmer, and a woman in her 20s. The four of them scrutinized Lin Shi with varying expressions. Since a villager had inquired about the hefty price tag of the spherical structure atop the mountain, the villagers had come to realize that Lin Shi was quite wealthy, a veritable cash cow. The farmer, Li Chong, was the first to speak. "Young man, your sphere has disturbed the feng shui of our village. Recently, several of our chickens and ducks have died. What do you propose we do about this?" Lin Shi glanced toward a nearby thicket. "What does their demise have to do with me?" Aunt Li placed her hands on her hips, glaring at Lin Shi. "How could it not concern you? It's because of your sphere that our chickens and ducks have started to perish. Who knows, in a few days, we might even face human casualties." Lin Shi scoffed. These villagers were adept at finding excuses. He knew all too well that in a few days, it wouldn't merely be a matter of a few deaths. "Why don't you all leave quickly? If you wait too long, your village might face total annihilation." Rural folk were particularly superstitious about such matters, and Lin Shi's words incensed the four newcomers greatly. "Hey child, why are you so malicious? Do you dare to curse us?" Aunt Li scolded, pointing an accusatory finger at Lin Shi. "You little rascal, what did you say? If you can't speak properly, let your uncle teach you how." A fierce glint flashed in Li Chong's eyes as he swung a hand the size of a fan towards Lin Shi's face. It appeared reckless. Yet it was a scheme meticulously plotted by the four of them prior to their ascent. Youngsters are easily intimidated. A single slap would render him compliant. With their numbers and the presence of the elderly, women, and children, they could easily fabricate some charges against Lin Shi without any fear of him reporting them. The other three seemed to envision Lin Shi's stunned expression after the slap. A resounding smack echoed through the air, far louder than they had anticipated. To their utter astonishment, the recipient of the slap was not Lin Shi, but Li Chong. Lin Shi had swiftly caught Li Chong's hand and retaliated with a sharp slap to his face. Li Chong, caught off guard, was momentarily dazed, his mind buzzing, as his cheek began to swell visibly. The four were clearly unprepared for Lin Shi's audacity to retaliate against four adversaries, and at such a young age, his strength was remarkable. Witnessing her son being struck, Grandpa Li, leaning on his cane, swung it at Lin Shi due to his age. Lin Shi nimbly sidestepped, evading the blow. Grandpa Li, with a quick twist of his eyes, feigned a fall, collapsing to the ground with closed eyes. This was the signal to initiate their secondary plan. "Dad, what's wrong?" "Dad." Li Chui immediately reacted, glaring at Lin Shi with fury. "Did you hit my dad?" "I didn't even touch him," Lin Shi replied coolly, casting a glance at Grandpa Li, who lay on the ground with twitching eyelids. "We all saw it." Aunt Li wailed, kneeling beside the old man, clutching his body and lamenting, "Oh, the wickedness. City folks bully us country people. If you take my old partner away, I'll end my life on this iron ball. I won't live anymore." Li Chui joined in the sobbing. "My father is already in poor health. What are we to do now?" "Compensation. Hand over 50,000. And we'll let this matter slide." Li Chong, nursing his face, clenched his fists tightly, as if any negative response from Lin Shi would incite him to violence. Aunt Li threatened, "If you dare refuse to compensate, we will call the security personnel and expose you to the press." "Very well," Lin Shi replied. The three of them brightened at the thought that Lin Shi had acquiesced. However, they were taken aback when Lin Shi continued, Go ahead and call the police. Naturally, they had no intention of doing so. Seeing Lin Shi unyielding, Li Chong glared fiercely and said, "If you don't pay, you'll have to pay for my father's life." That slap could not go unpunished. He dashed to the tractor and retrieved a chopping axe. "Wait." Lin Shi feigned contemplation, circling Grandpa Li twice as if assessing his condition. In truth, Lin Shi could have called the police, for there were security cameras at his door, and these individuals could do nothing to him. However, the last encounter with the security personnel left Lin Shi with a poor impression of the authorities. He had various ways to deal with these four, but he chose the most gratifying one. A knowing glance exchanged between Aunt Li, Li Chong, and Li Tsui suggested that Lin Shi had succumbed to fear. Li Chong felt a surge of smug satisfaction within. After all, he was merely a 20-something novice. A little intimidation was all it took. Suddenly, Lin Shi extended his foot and stepped firmly onto the back of Old Li's hand, which was hanging limply by his side. "Ah!" Old Li shrieked in agony, his eyes flying open. Lin Shi tilted his head towards the still-dazed Li Chong and said, "I've revived your father. You need to pay with your life, will you?" Chapter 32. Shinjin bin Li Chong, Li Tsui, and Aunt Li were utterly flummoxed by Lin Shi's unorthodox approach. It was not until the sound of Old Li's wails pierced the air that they regained their composure. "Oh dear, my hand is broken." Old Li trembled as he cradled his hand, his face contorted in pain from the force of Lin Shi's kick. What had begun as a mere act had turned into genuine injury. The other three were seething with rage, ready to retaliate, when Lin Shi unexpectedly suggested, "Perhaps you should take this old man to the hospital first. I can reimburse you for the medical expenses later. What do you think?" This sudden concession left the trio momentarily stunned, as if a weight had lodged in their chests. Aunt Li nearly gasped in disbelief. Just moments ago, she had been preparing to hurl curses at Lin Shi's ancestors. But now that he had acquiesced, what if they pressed on and he changed his mind? "You must compensate for medical expenses, nutritional support, mental distress, and lost wages." Aunt Li panted, cautiously probing. Lin Shi nodded, unexpectedly agreeable. "Fine. Go ahead, I won't run off. The treatment is what matters." Despite achieving their goal, a sense of frustration lingered in their hearts. Old Li's cries continued to echo around them. Li Chong, reluctant to delay further, pointed a finger at Lin Shi. "Kid, if you dare not pay, you'll regret it." After exchanging a few harsh words, the three helped Old Li onto a tractor and set off down the mountain. Lin Shi watched as the tractor drove away. He had no intention of compensating anyone. He merely wished to send the four away. If they could make it back up the mountain after the impending snowstorm, he would consider it a loss. Lin Shi strode towards a grove of trees. As he exited the shelter, he sensed a gaze upon him from within the forest. Since his rebirth, he had grown particularly attuned to the scrutiny of others, able to detect a watchful eye from as far as 50 meters away. Just as he stepped into the woods, his phone buzzed with an incoming call, followed by the sound of hurried footsteps retreating rapidly. He glimpsed a shadowy figure disappearing among the dense foliage. Taking out his phone, he saw Zhao Xiao's name flashing on the screen. With a hint of irritation, he answered, "What is it?" Lin Shi surmised that after being ignored for 2 days, Zhao Xiao was likely growing impatient. "Lin Shi, guess who I just ran into here?" Zhao Xiao's voice was laced with mystery. Lin Shi raised an eyebrow. "Who?" Zhao Xiao's voice grew animated. "The son of the richest man in Sanyuan City, Shinjin bin." Lin Shi tightened his grip on the phone, stunned. "Shinjin bin. Indeed. He even initiated conversation with me. Knowing that I am in Shushi, he has arranged for us to go diving together tomorrow and asked me to bring you along." "Lin Shi, you are acquainted with such a remarkably affluent second-generation heir. You have concealed this aspect of your life rather well, which is rather inconsiderate." Zhao Xiao chattered incessantly on the phone, but Lin Shi's mind was consumed with the thought of Shinjin bin and Shushi, rendering the rest of her words inaudible. Shinjin bin, one of the culprits responsible for her demise in her past life. However, the enmity between Lin Shi and Shinjin bin had been forged long ago. Lin Shi's father was once an employee of Tianqi New Energy Company. On the day her father met with misfortune, the chairman of Tianqi New Energy, accompanied by his son, visited the factory to inspect the situation. When they arrived at the power section managed by Lin Shi's father, the chairman's son unexpectedly splashed his drink onto the electrical equipment during her father's operation, causing a short-circuit explosion that resulted in her father's immediate death. To quell the incident, Shin Fanren, the chairman of Tianqi New Energy, distributed a substantial hush money to each individual present, and had them sign confidentiality agreements. He then concluded the matter with an exorbitant death compensation. However, an employee who had a close relationship with Lin Shi's father secretly disclosed the truth to her. It was then that Lin Shi learned her father had not perished due to operational negligence, but rather had been murdered, and that chairman's son was Shen Jinbin. Lin Shi recounted the incident to her mother, and she would forever remember the look her mother gave her, a melange of conflict, hesitation, disdain, and pity. Ultimately, her mother promised to investigate the matter and urged Lin Shi to focus on her studies. From that moment on, the employee who had revealed the truth mysteriously vanished. Within a few months, her mother remarried, and astonishingly, her new husband was none other than Shin Fanren, the chairman of Tianqi New Energy. Lin Shi felt ensnared in an immense conspiracy to avoid inviting disaster upon herself. She never mentioned this to anyone else and only disclosed it to Zhao Xiao after the apocalypse began. She sought to covertly gather evidence, but found that the Shun family wielded absolute power in Sanyuan City, having long since eradicated all traces of evidence. The survivor shelter in Sanyuan City from her past life was also established by the Shin family. She could find no opportunity for vengeance. The sole chance she had before her death was abruptly interrupted. Now, with Shen Jinbin in Shushi, she was determined to eliminate him, believing that no one would come to his rescue this time. Her fingers whitened from the pressure until the sound of her phone screen shattering snapped Lin Shi back to reality. Lin Shi? Lin Shi? Can you give me a definite answer? Zhao Xiao's voice pressed from the other end. Unbeknownst to Zhao Xiao, Shen Jinbin was Lin Shi's father's murderer. Yes. Of course I will go. Regardless of Shen Jinbin's purpose for appearing in Shushi, he must be killed. Lin Shi lowered her gaze, her eyes cloaked in darkness, a chilling smile creeping across her face that could instill fear in any observer. The birds in the forest sensed the aura of impending violence and took flight. At 1 p.m. on June 3rd, the countdown in the upper right corner of the treasure basin displayed 21 hours remaining. Lin Shi arrived at a dock where private yachts were moored. From a distance, he spotted Zhao Xiao animatedly conversing with a young man with white hair. His back turned to Lin Shi. In an instant, Lin Shi recognized the familiar silhouette. It was Shen Jinbin. Suppressing the murderous intent simmering within, Lin Shi approached the duo. Lin Shi, why have you only just arrived? Young Master Shen has been waiting quite a while, Zhao Xiao reproached, standing beside Shen Jinbin. Was the focus already shifting entirely onto Shen Jinbin? A cold smile tugged at Lin Shi's lips. Indeed, whether in this life or the previous one, Zhao Xiao would always turn against him in Shen Jinbin's presence. Maintaining a calm facade, Lin Shi replied, there was traffic on the road. I apologize for the delay. Shen Jinbin turned to reveal a pallid face, marred by excessive indulgence. His short, white crew cut gave him a rather disreputable appearance. His gaze remained as it had been in the past, condescending and dismissive, as if appraising a cheap commodity. At this moment, Shen Jinbin lacked the brutal aura he would later exude in the apocalypse. In his previous life, he would often resort to violence over mere words, claiming any girl he desired as if he were the emperor of Sanyuan City. Waving his hand dismissively, Shen Jinbin said, no matter, as long as you've arrived. Let us board the yacht. Chapter 33, The Uninhabited Sea. Shen Jinbin stepped aboard the yacht first, with Zhao Xiao closely following in his wake. Lin Shi narrowed his eyes as he trailed behind them onto the vessel. No sooner had he set foot on the yacht than he was intercepted by a burly man in black. Sir, I must check for any dangerous items you may be carrying. Zhao Xiao appeared to be undergoing a similar inspection by another large man ahead, seemingly compliant. Lin Shi frowned. I have been invited to enjoy myself. Is this how you treat your guests? This is merely a standard procedure to ensure the safety of everyone aboard. The man in black retorted, unyielding. Well, if that is the case, I shall take my leave, Lin Shi said, turning to exit. However, the bodyguard shifted, blocking his path. What? You won't let me leave? Lin Shi's expression darkened. Sir, if you have no dangerous items, why not allow me to conduct a search? This is young Master Shun's private yacht. If you're here to enjoy yourself, please cooperate and give our young master some face. So, this yacht belonged to Shen Jinbin, and these men were indeed his personal bodyguards. Lin Shi chuckled, casting a glance at Shen Jinbin, who stood several meters away observing the scene. His eyes hardened. What does he matter? Why should I give him face? Do I even know him? You. The black-clad bodyguard glared, an overwhelming aura radiating from him, pressing down on Lin Shi. Just then, Shen Jinbin stepped forward, speaking ambiguously. Biao, This is my half-brother. How can you be so oblivious? Brother. Lin Shi was Shun Jinbin's brother. Everyone turned to gaze at Lin Shi in shock. The expressions of several bodyguards were a mixture of astonishment laced with disdain and contempt. The most shocking revelation came from Zhao Xiao, who, despite knowing Lin Shi for many years, was utterly unaware of the connection between Lin Shi and the wealthiest man in Sanyuan City. Yet, for Lin Shi, this matter was nothing short of an affront. His mother had married the father of his father's murderer. What sort of brother was this? It was merely their first encounter in this lifetime. It was nothing more than a humiliating remark made by Shun Jinbin for reasons unknown. Lin Shi gritted his teeth, striving to suppress the murderous intent within him. He endeavored to maintain his composure, recognizing that he was nothing more than an inconspicuous ant in Shun Jinbin's eyes. In their previous life, Shun Jinbin had never even crossed paths with him before the apocalypse. This unexpected approach must have some ulterior motive. He could not allow himself to be provoked into revealing his true self. Lin Shi regarded Shun Jinbin with a puzzled expression, asking, "What are you talking about?" "I do not know you." Shun Jinbin feigned realization, pointing at Lin Shi, and declared, "Oh right, you didn't attend the day your mother married my father. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Shun Jinbin, your mother's stepson. She is a wonderful mother, treating me better than her own biological son." Lin Shi clenched his fists. A bodyguard named Biao stepped in front of Shun Jinbin, ready to subdue Lin Shi at any moment. Lin Shi tightened and then relaxed his fists, lowering his gaze to conceal the murderous intent brewing within, while a radiant smile graced his face. "Oh, is that so? It seems you quite enjoy being someone else's son." Shun Jinbin's expression shifted dramatically, his eyes filling with a savage fury. "Say that again." Sensing the tension in the air, Zhao Xiao hurriedly attempted to diffuse the situation, chuckling. Isn't this just a day out for fun? We should enjoy ourselves. Look, the sea is beautiful today." Zhao Xiao was not merely trying to soothe Lin Shi. The atmosphere aboard the yacht had turned peculiar. Aside from Lin Shi and Zhao Xiao, there were Shun Jinbin and 8 imposing bodyguards clad in black, all of whom were now glaring at the two of them. This was a most ominous sign. Shun Jinbin suppressed his rage, donning a chilling smile as he turned and entered the cabin. The remaining bodyguards followed suit, leaving only Lin Shi, Zhao Xiao, and the bodyguard named Biao on the deck. "Mr. Lin, please allow me to search you," Biao insisted once more. Zhao Xiao gently nudged Lin Shi and whispered in his ear, "Lin Shi, a wise man does not engage in feudal conflict. He is a young master from a prominent family. We should acquiesce to him. It won't diminish our dignity." Lin Shi cast a cold glance at him before extending his arms toward the black-clad bodyguard. "Search away." Biao regarded Lin Shi with disdain, and after a thorough search confirmed that Lin Shi bore no dangerous items, he finally retreated into the cabin. Inside the yacht's room, Shun Jinbin furiously swept the last cup from the table to the floor. A bodyguard nearby was clearing the shards of glass. Wincing as a piece cut his hand, but enduring the pain to continue his task, Biao entered the room and stated, "Young master, it has been confirmed. He carries nothing. However, that Lin Shi has been physically trained for an extended period and is likely capable. Once we hit the water, I will take care of him." Shun Jinbin slammed his hand down on the table, his face twisted with malice. To kill him so easily would be too lenient. How dare he provoke me? I shall make him regret ever having existed in this world. Biao seemed to recall some unpleasant memories, a flicker of fear crossing his eyes. "Young master, after all, we are still in our homeland," Biao cautioned. Shun Jinbin, reluctant, once again leaned against the table, casting a cold glance at Biao. "Make sure to include him as well," he commanded. "Understood." Lin Shi and Zhao Xiao admired the sea view on the deck as a servant brought them drinks. Shortly thereafter, Shun Jinbin emerged, regaining his earlier carefree demeanor, engaging in lively banter with the two. "This time, we shall venture further to dive. I know of a secluded island where few dare to tread. The underwater scenery is extraordinarily beautiful. I assure you, you have never witnessed such breathtaking sights." Shun Jinbin exaggeratedly described the allure of the waters. Zhao Xiao nodded eagerly, responding, "I will follow young Master Shin's arrangements. I am entirely agreeable." Lin Shi expressed no objections either. Approximately 2 hours later, the yacht arrived near an uninhabited island. No vessels were in sight, and there were no traces of humanity. The sunlight danced upon the azure waves, and a few kilometers ahead lay a pristine beach alongside the lush mountains of the island. Indeed, a picturesque scene. A bodyguard informed them that the diving equipment was ready, guiding them toward the other end of the yacht. As the trio approached, a Biao had already donned his gear. Shen Jinbin swiftly picked up a diving suit and began to dress. A Biao presented the remaining 2 suits before Lin Shi and Zhao Xiao. Zhao Xiao rubbed her hands together, glancing at a Biao. I've never been diving before. Perhaps I should refrain from going? Lin Shi looked at Zhao Xiao in surprise. A Biao is an expert diver and can ensure our safety underwater. We agreed to dive together. Are you refusing to show me respect, Zhao Xiao? Shen Jinbin frowned at her. Zhao Xiao waved her hands in denial, and upon noticing Lin Shi already putting on a diving suit, she reluctantly followed suit. As the two completed their preparations, Shen Jinbin turned away, a glint of mockery and malice flickering in his eyes. Chapter 34. Underwater Murder. Once everyone had donned their gear and secured their breathing apparatuses, Zhao Xiao, standing behind Lin Shi, suddenly tugged at Lin Shi's arm. Her eyes behind the diving mask squinting at him. Lin Shi laughed. What are you squinting your eyes for? Did sand get in? It appeared that Zhao Xiao was not entirely foolish. She had sensed something amiss. Setting aside Shen Jinbin's affluent background, the notion of an unfamiliar individual inviting one out for an excursion, accompanied by 8 robust men, and leading them to a desolate location sounded exceedingly perilous. Initially, Zhao Xiao had sought to curry favor with Shen Jinbin, which had blinded her to the potential dangers. Alternatively, ordinary individuals often instinctively revere and trust those in positions of power, neglecting many crucial details. Lin Shi, of course, preferred not to expose the situation. Upon hearing Lin Shi's words, a Biao cast a scrutinizing gaze towards Zhao Xiao. Internally cursing, Zhao Xiao forced a sheepish smile. My eyes were just a bit uncomfortable. It's nothing, really. The 4 checked their equipment, and a Biao proceeded to explain various underwater hand signals and safety precautions to Lin Shi and Zhao Xiao before leading the way into the water. After Lin Shi submerged, Zhao Xiao turned to look at the several bodyguards lurking behind him, and he had no choice but to follow suit into the water. A sense of unease gnawed at Zhao Xiao's heart, but he silently reassured himself that the situation might not be as dire as he feared. The underwater world was a breathtaking spectacle, with Lin Shi swimming at the forefront, marveling at the sights. Were it not for the palpable gaze and murderous intent behind him, it could have been an enjoyable excursion. As the group approached a coral reef, Shen Jinbin signaled A Biao to take action. Upon receiving the command, A Biao nodded, drawing a dagger from his thigh and gliding toward Lin Shi. Watching A Biao close the distance to Lin Shi, Shen Jinbin's eyes gleamed with a frenzied excitement. Being a novice at diving, Zhao Xiao lingered at the back of the group, and upon witnessing this scene, terror engulfed him. He wanted to warn Lin Shi, but as he opened his mouth, his breathing apparatus nearly slipped out, prompting him to quickly shut it. As A Biao neared Lin Shi's back, raising the glinting dagger, Zhao Xiao's legs turned to jelly. He swiftly turned to glance at Shen Jinbin, only to discover a look of exhilaration upon his face. This was it. Despair washed over Zhao Xiao. They intended to commit murder. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Zhao Xiao immediately began to swim toward the surface. As for Lin Shi, Zhao Xiao had already resigned himself to the belief that Lin Shi was doomed. With Lin Shi's physique, he could never contend against a bodyguard. He had to flee at once. Delay would mean being silenced. Zhao Xiao attempted to ascend, but in his panic as a first-time diver, he forgot to relieve himself of the weights he bore, floundering in place. Lin Shi sensed a sudden shift in the water behind him. Without a second thought, he spun around. A shimmering dagger sliced past him. A Biao, taken aback by Lin Shi's evasion, lunged again with another strike. This time, Lin Shi discerned the target. It was aimed at his breathing apparatus. Indeed, in this era of peace, even those who sought to kill did not act recklessly. They aimed to suffocate him, creating the illusion of an accidental death. With the resistance of the water hindering his escape, Lin Shi had no choice but to grasp A Biao's hand, preventing the dagger from piercing his breathing device. A Biao's other hand lunged for Lin Shi's apparatus, but was similarly seized by Lin Shi. The two grappled beneath the surface. A Biao's face contorted with ferocity, mingled with shock and disbelief. He exerted every ounce of strength to break free from Lin Shi's grip, yet it felt as though he were ensnared in an iron vice. Making no progress whatsoever, this kid possessed incredible strength. Lin Shi planted his foot firmly against A Biao, propelling himself more than a meter away. Just as A Biao lunged forward again, Lin Shi reached behind him and then thrust his hand forward, revealing a handgun. A Biao's momentum halted abruptly. his eyes widening in disbelief and panic. When had this kid concealed a handgun? Impossible. He had thoroughly searched Lin Shi, confirming he bore nothing. Moreover, during the change into diving suits, there had been no opportunity to hide a firearm. This was inconceivable. Abayo even believed he was experiencing an underwater hallucination. For the gun in Lin Shi's hand seemed more fantastical than any illusion. However, the explosion of blood from his chest jolted Abayo back to reality. In water, the bullet's velocity is hindered by resistance, traveling at a speed 772 times slower than on land. Yet, correspondingly, human limbs also become sluggish at this distance. Even the battle-hardened Abayo could not evade. 3 consecutive shots struck vital points. Until his last breath, Abayo could not fathom how Lin Shi had brought a handgun underwater. Zhao Xiao stared in disbelief at this scene, feeling that today's events were utterly surreal. How could Lin Shi possibly possess a gun? The Lin Shi he knew, so calm and decisive, capable of wielding a firearm. Was he truly the same Lin Shi? What was once a certain death for Lin Shi had suddenly reversed. The fastest to react among the 3 was surprisingly Xin Jinbin. As Lin Shi drew his pistol, Xin Jinbin deftly swam towards the floundering Zhao Xiao. By the time Lin Shi aimed his gun, Xin Jinbin had reached Zhao Xiao, shielding the terrified boy with his own body. Simultaneously, he pressed the deflation button on his diving suit. Zhao Xiao, terrified, watched Lin Shi raise his gun, shaking his head in panic. The handgun's underwater range would not exceed 15 meters. As the distance began to widen, Lin Shi's eyes turned icy, and without hesitation, he fired. The bullet pierced through the water. However, due to numerous disturbances, what was meant for Xin Jinbin's head struck Zhao Xiao's neck instead. Zhao Xiao's eyes widened in horror behind his diving mask, his breathing apparatus falling from his mouth as blood gushed from his mouth, nose, and neck. Lin Shi aimed for a second shot. At that moment, a school of fish swam between them. Once the fish passed and visibility was restored, the distance between him and Xin Jinbin had exceeded 2 meters. Lin Shi fired again, but the bullet faltered mid-flight and fell short. Seeing that Lin Shi's handgun posed no threat, Xin Jinbin released the now wide-eyed Zhao Xiao and swam towards the surface with increased speed. Lin Shi. Xin Jinbin's eyes burned with malice as he glared at Lin Shi, even making a throat-cutting gesture during his ascent. Never had anyone made him feel so desperate. He was determined to kill Lin Shi. As Xin Jinbin neared the surface, the distance between them stretched to 3 meters. Lin Shi's gaze turned profound as he filled his diving apparatus to the fullest, shedding weight to ascend faster than Xin Jinbin. He sped towards his adversary. Chapter 35. The cruel truth: those accustomed to diving know that ascending too rapidly can lead to bodily strain and oxygen deprivation. Witnessing Lin Shi approach swiftly while he remained 4 or 5 meters from the surface, Xin Jinbin visibly panicked. Ignoring the strain on his body, he swam upwards with all his might. Unbeknownst to the fleeing Xin Jinbin, Lin Shi had ceased his pursuit, casting a mocking glance at the frantic escapee. This time, he no longer concealed his intentions. With a swift motion, he withdrew a pistol into the ether and unveiled a black crossbow, a lethal instrument. Methodically, he secured a rope to the arrow's tail, aiming at the sinking figure of Xin Jinbin, who was perilously close to the water's surface. With a decisive release, the arrow was loosed. The rapid ascent rendered Xin Jinbin increasingly pallid, yet his eyes shone with determination as the surface drew nearer. Finally, his head broke through the water, and he removed his breathing apparatus, preparing to call for his bodyguard to pull him ashore. At that moment, however, his body convulsed violently. Glancing down, he saw a sharp arrowhead protruding from his abdomen, crimson liquid swiftly staining the surrounding sea. The bodyguard, having spotted Xin Jinbin, leaped into the water to rescue him. Yet, in a heartbeat, a tremendous force from the arrow yanked Xin Jinbin back beneath the surface, plunged into the depths. The agonizing pain in his abdomen caused him to lose consciousness. Lin Shi, now devoid of the crossbow, grasped the rope and forcefully dragged Xin Jinbin underwater. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, the bodyguard plunged into the depths in a desperate attempt to save Xin Jinbin. However, lacking a breathing apparatus, he could only descend a few meters before the lack of oxygen compelled him to resurface. By the time the bodyguard donned his diving suit and returned to the water, Lin Shi and Xin Jinbin had already vanished from beneath the waves. Lin Shi, dragging the unconscious Xin Jinbin as if he were a lifeless creature, cast him upon the sandy shore of a small island. Due to the rapid ascent, Shun Jinbin's sizable frame exhibited symptoms of decompression sickness, his upper body grotesquely swollen. The arrow wound in his abdomen, saturated by seawater, was turning pale, and infection was merely a matter of time. Additionally, having inhaled water, his breath was nearly extinguished. Lin Shi first removed the diving suit and administered several first aid measures to Shun Jinbin. He did not extract the arrow. Doing so would likely result in immediate death for Shun Jinbin. He still had unanswered questions and could not allow Shun Jinbin to perish so swiftly. Coughing violently, Shun Jinbin expelled a mouthful of water, the convulsions of his abdomen causing him excruciating pain. Upon seeing Lin Shi again, the once arrogant demeanor had vanished, replaced by a desperate plea, "Spare me. I can offer you a substantial sum. Why do you wish to kill me?" His eyes darted anxiously. "I have no intention of killing you," Lin Shi replied, his gaze turning icy as he pressed his hand firmly against Shun Jinbin's wound, digging in with force. The intense pain contorted Shun Jinbin's features as he writhed in agony. Once he regained his composure, Lin Shi posed the question again. "Why do you want me dead? My patience is finite." This time, Shun Jinbin dared not feign ignorance. You exposed Li Duokai online last time, which dragged my father's company into the mire, causing the stock to plummet for an entire week. I simply wish to teach you a lesson." He refrained from outright stating his desire to kill Lin Shi. "Then why did you murder my father?" Shun Jinbin's expression shifted abruptly. "What are you talking about? What do you mean, your father?" 3 years ago, during your inspection at the factory, a drink was spilled into the machinery, resulting in an explosion that claimed the life of an electrical engineer. "Do you need me to remind you?" Lin Shi's voice, akin to the frost of December, once again rested upon Shun Jinbin's abdomen. Shun Jinbin trembled uncontrollably. Gripped by fear, No, I will tell you. I do not know your father. It was my father who compelled me to do this. There is a reason for grievances, and debts have their rightful owner. Seek out my father. Please, spare me." Lin Shi narrowed his eyes slightly. "You claim it was your father who instructed you? What was his motive?" Shun Jinbin swallowed hard and replied, "Because he had long coveted your mother, wishing to possess her. Yet that wretched woman refused to agree, fearing that an affair would tarnish her reputation. Thus, my father ordered me to eliminate that engineer." The truth was shockingly cruel. His own mother was the architect of his father's demise. The true mastermind behind the murder was the chairman of Tianqi New Energy Company, Limited, the very man who had once ruled the entirety of Sanyuan City during the apocalypse. As Lin Shi's gaze grew increasingly terrifying, Shun Jinbin hastily defended himself. "I was also coerced. If I failed to comply, my father would strip me of my inheritance. He has several other sons outside." At that moment, the sound of a yacht's engine echoed from a distance, and a flicker of joy, mixed with malice, crossed Shun Jinbin's eyes. "One last question." Lin Shi leaned closer to Shun Jinbin. "You ask, and I promise to reveal everything." A powerful instinct for survival filled Shun Jinbin's eyes with anticipation. He desperately hoped Lin Shi would pose more inquiries, granting his subordinates time to rescue him. "What does hell look like? Go see for yourself." Lin Shi's eyes, filled with murderous intent, seized the arrow embedded in Shun Jinbin's abdomen and forcefully plunged it into his heart. As the engine noise grew ever nearer, Shun Jinbin's gaze brimmed with resentment and malice. "No, I cannot die. I have a glorious life ahead, an inexhaustible fortune, and countless women to indulge in. To perish at the hands of an insignificant creature he sought to toy with and exact revenge upon was utterly unacceptable." The fierce will to survive momentarily sharpened Shun Jinbin's fading consciousness. Noticing the fire in his eyes, Lin Shi prepared to deliver another blow, yet suddenly felt a prickle of danger from behind. Lin Shi rolled swiftly to the side just as a thunderous gunshot echoed. The bullet struck the sand where he had just stood, sending dust flying. It was a sniper's rifle. Had he not evaded the shot, it would have struck his head. A chill coursed through Lin Shi as he turned to see the yacht had approached within 200 meters. 7 dark gun barrels were aimed at him. Erupting in a flurry of gunfire, Lin Shi darted left and right, but was still struck by a bullet in his arm. Without a moment's hesitation, he sprinted towards the nearby woods. Once enveloped by the trees, the overwhelming sense of danger began to wane. His limbs were scratched by thorns and brambles, drawing lines of crimson, yet he pressed on, deeper into the thicket. The author wishes to share a spoiler. Shun Jinbin is not dead, but will perish after the 4th chapter. This introduces a significant plot point, and I hope readers will refrain from harsh criticism regarding this matter. I assure you, his demise is imminent. Chapter 36. ambush on the island. Only when the sounds behind him faded into silence did Lin Shi lean against a large tree, panting heavily. After an arduous underwater battle, and having swum several kilometers with Xin Jinbin, he finally reached the island. Lin Shi felt his strength nearly depleted. His limbs trembled involuntarily. A clear sign of exhaustion. Had it not been for 3 months of rigorous training, he would have lacked the energy to escape. Nevertheless, all this suffering was worthwhile, for he had uncovered the truth behind his father's death and had avenged him by killing his father's murderer. With a mortal wound, a penetrating injury to his abdomen, along with decompression sickness and wound infection, he could hardly believe that Xin Jinbin could survive under such dire circumstances. However, he was astonished by the heavy firepower with which the Shun family's bodyguards were equipped. Lin Shi had never underestimated the Shun family's influence. Yet he was still taken aback by their formidable resources. Even in a peaceful society, it was remarkable to see bodyguards armed with such heavy weaponry. These guards could not be mere ordinary veterans. It was no wonder the Shun family could maintain control over the entire Sanyuan city, even in the harshest of apocalyptic winters. Confirming that no one was pursuing him for the time being, Lin Shi sought refuge in a concealed hollow. He retrieved bandages, antiseptic, hemostatic spray, and a dagger from his storage space. After sterilizing the dagger with antiseptic, he gritted his teeth and extracted the bullet from his left arm, applying the hemostatic spray and bandaging the wound. By the time he completed these tasks, he was drenched in sweat. In his past life during the apocalypse, he had endured far worse injuries without any medication, so this pain felt trivial in comparison. Swallowing 2 anti-inflammatory pills, he briefly tended to a fresh cut made by a branch. Lin Shi changed into a clean set of clothes from his storage and began replenishing his strength with water and canned meat. After such a lengthy interval, no one had pursued him. Either the bodyguards had departed with Shun Jinbin's corpse, or they lay in wait, preparing to ambush him. After resting for a while, Lin Shi continued deeper into the dense forest. Half an hour later, standing atop a high point on the small island, he surveyed the landscape, observing the gentle sway of the grass in the wind. Xin Jinbin's yacht had vanished, along with the body's presence on the beach. Yet, on the opposite side of the island, a lifeboat had been dragged to the edge of the forest bordering the beach. Its bright orange hue, though partially obscured by the shadows of trees, remained strikingly conspicuous. Of course, had he not been positioned at this vantage point, Lin Shi would not have noticed the lifeboat. The presence of a lifeboat indicated that someone had remained aboard the previous yacht. It appeared they were indeed preparing to ambush him. Lin Shi initially contemplated how he might return to Shushi City. The uninhabited island was not far from Shushi, but traversing the distance by foot was impossible. Given the current circumstances, this suited his intentions perfectly. As the sun descended on the horizon, the countdown in the top right corner of the treasure basin indicated only 17 hours remained. Lin Shi wasted no time and donned his combat attire with swift precision. This is the military cold weather gear that Lin Shi procured at great expense from Xie. The full name of this military attire is the Cold Climate Special Forces Combat Uniform. It consists of a total of 16 pieces, offering exceptional insulation and waterproof capabilities, ensuring warmth without compromising combat effectiveness. Naturally, in such weather, Lin Shi did not don the entire outfit. Instead, after removing several layers of thermal undergarments, he wore the bulletproof vest beneath the outer clothing, equipped himself with a tactical helmet and thermal night vision goggles, fully arming himself as he awaited the onset of night. The arrival of darkness signaled the optimal moment for carnage. The forest at night was shrouded in impenetrable darkness, teeming with mosquitoes. 5 figures clad in black crouched behind the underbrush, poised for action. Their exposed necks and hands were covered in itchy welts from mosquito bites. Yet they endured with furrowed brows. Originally, they had accompanied Xin Jinbin for leisure, and their preparation of arms was already a stretch. They had not equipped themselves with additional gear. The lone sniper rifle was hidden beneath the yacht, reserved for unforeseen circumstances. Little did they anticipate that a mere routine dive would lead to a significant blunder in their operation. A faint sound caused 2 bodyguards to tense up. The noise transformed from a series of soft thuds to the gentle patter of rain as large droplets began to fall on the leaves around them. Number 2. It's raining. Should we continue to wait? One bodyguard whispered into the intercom. Wait. This island is vast. There's no way we could find one person among the 5 of us in such a short time. If we spread out into the dense forest and confront the assassin one-on-one, it would be tantamount to suicide. Patience is key. He will undoubtedly seek a way to escape, and we must outlast him. If we fail to eliminate this individual, we shall have no redemption. Having assessed Shen Jinbin's injuries, the bodyguards speculated that Lin Shi had come prepared for the assassination, indicating a premeditated attack by a professional killer. His flawless disguise and ruthless assault raised the question of how an ordinary individual could accomplish such feats. Moreover, the knowledge of their intended destination and the concealment of weapons underwater pointed to abilities exclusive to seasoned assassins or operatives. They could never fathom that Lin Shi, while appearing to be an ordinary person, was in fact a survivor who had traversed countless crises in a post-apocalyptic world. There was no concealed weaponry hidden underwater. Rather, Lin Shi possessed a space from which he could retrieve items at will. However, some bodyguards still sensed something amiss. I believe that individual does not resemble an assassin. And didn't T young master mention that he is the son of his stepmother? The man known as Number 2 paused before responding. The information on Lin Shi was investigated by young master prior. He is merely an ordinary university student. Can you honestly expect Shen Lao Yi to believe that an ordinary student could produce a crossbow from nowhere to nearly kill young master after almost slaying Biao? Are we, 8 individuals who have danced with death, truly incapable of guarding against a mere student? It is far more plausible to suggest that an assassin is masquerading as Lin Shi, providing a convenient excuse for our own negligence. On the 2nd of the month, it was conveyed that all gene repair medications had been administered to the young master, allowing him to cling to life. Whether he could ultimately be saved remained uncertain. However, should he perish, one could only imagine the dire consequences. The bodyguards remained silent, lost in thought. Lin Shi was unaware that the seemingly doomed Shen Jinbin was still alive. At this moment, he had cautiously made his way into the dense forest at the foot of the mountain, the sudden sound of rain startling him initially, but soon filling him with delight. Even the heavens seemed to be aiding him. The incessant patter of rain would easily mask the sound of his footsteps. The figures of several burly men were clearly visible through the night vision goggles. Lin Shi concealed himself 300 meters away, retrieving a crossbow from his possession. Although the intercepting crossbow possessed formidable power, it was not particularly silent. The weapon in Lin Shi's hands, a crossbow, emitted a minimal sound upon release, making it ideal for close-quarters combat. It was a recent acquisition from his last supply run. He carefully placed several bolts into his quiver and cautiously approached the ambush site of the 5 men. The rhythmic sound of rain drumming against the leaves surrounded him, and Lin Shi endeavored to tread upon bare stones and soil to avoid drawing attention. When he reached within 200 meters, he paused, fully alert. At this distance, if the adversaries possessed infrared detection equipment, they would surely detect his presence. He waited momentarily, noting that there was no response from the other side. This distance also fell within the effective range of the crossbow. He raised the weapon, aiming at a figure unencumbered by foliage, and released a bolt. Chapter 37. The Rainy Night Sniper. Though his practice with the crossbow had been brief, the inherent precision and user-friendliness of the weapon made it manageable for him. As someone familiar with firearms, he wielded the crossbow with remarkable ease. Swoosh! The bolt, though quiet upon release, rustled through the leaves of the underbrush, producing a sound that caught the attention of the second bodyguard. Something was amiss. Simultaneously, the alert from the second bodyguard and a muffled grunt from another echoed through the air. The bolt had struck true, hitting one of the bodyguards. Through the thermal imaging of their night vision goggles, the positions and movements of the 5 men, concealed behind the underbrush, were vividly displayed before Lin Shi. Get down. The bodyguards reacted swiftly, immediately lowering themselves to the muddy ground. 4 of them lay still in the muck, paralyzed by fear. On this moonless night, in the pitch-black rainforest, they had no notion of where the enemy lurked or the origin of the attack. Be cautious, the adversary possesses thermal detection equipment. The second bodyguard whispered a warning. If the enemy were to approach them directly, they would have no chance of remaining undetected. The only possibility was that they were being targeted from a distance. They had snipers among their ranks as well, yet a sniper rifle was ill-suited for combat in such dense foliage. It must be a crossbow. The second bodyguard crawled forward to the side of the injured teammate, confirming his suspicion upon seeing the bolt embedded in the man's head. They found themselves truly trapped in a precarious situation. Advancing meant risking exposure to an unknown enemy, while retreating to the beach would render them sitting ducks. The remaining bodyguards were equally despondent, having never anticipated that this assassin would come so thoroughly prepared, having preemptively set up equipment on this small island. Initially, I held reservations about Lin Shi being a disguised assassin, but my doubts have since wavered. In the torrential downpour of the night, Lin Shi's piercing gaze was fixated on the scope, his demeanor icy, lips pressed into a thin line. With a pull of the trigger, a black arrow sliced through the curtain of rain, deftly traversing a few blades of grass, and hurtled toward a bodyguard with astonishing speed. A faint sound of the arrow embedding itself in flesh was followed by a muffled groan of pain. Another had fallen victim to the arrow's wrath. However, as Lin Shi awaited the telltale sign of thermal loss on his night vision goggles, he discerned that the man had not succumbed. Evidently, the shot had not struck a vital point. Among the remaining 4 bodyguards, they lay concealed within the dense underbrush of the island, which severely compromised the crossbow's accuracy. Lin Shi surveyed his surroundings, locking onto a pine tree to his right. Retracting the crossbow into his spatial pocket, he ascended the tree with the agility of a nimble lynx. Once he found a suitable perch and concealed his presence, a crossbow reappeared in his grasp. Aimed and ready to fire, a brief, anguished cry erupted as an arrow pierced the chest of one bodyguard. "Hazy!" called out a companion, alarmed by the sudden violence. Yet, before he could assess his fallen comrade, another arrow hurtled through the rain, striking him squarely between the eyes. Bodyguard number 2 furrowed his brow and shouted, "Northwest." In the tree, without hesitation, he took off in a zigzag pattern, advancing several meters before taking cover behind a tree, drawing his firearm to retaliate. The shot rang out with remarkable precision, hitting the very spot where Lin Shi had just concealed himself. Unfortunately, Lin Shi had already vanished, leaving no trace behind. After loosing 2 arrows, Lin Shi's crossbow promptly disappeared from his hands as he deftly descended the tree trunk, seamlessly slipping to the ground. There exists a saying among snipers: fire one shot and change your position. He would not be foolish enough to remain in the same place for multiple shots. By the time bodyguard number 2 fired, Lin Shi had already relocated to another tree a few meters away. The astonishing accuracy of that shot startled him. It was likely that this individual had been the sniper attempting to eliminate him from the yacht. Upon hearing number 2's report of the position, another bodyguard rose, attempting to follow suit and take cover behind a tree to launch an attack. However, as he stood, he heard number 2's urgent cry, "Don't get up." But it was too late. The last thing this bodyguard saw was a cold, dark arrowhead. With a swift thud, the arrow struck true, delivering a fatal blow. Thus, of the 5 bodyguards, only 1 remained. Bodyguard number 2 crouched behind the tree, cold rainwater cascading down his resolute face. Once a moderately renowned international mercenary and sniper, he had previously fired a sniper rifle on the beach. Disillusioned by a betrayal from a comrade during a mission, he had left that world behind, becoming a bodyguard instead. Among the 8, he was the most solitary, accustomed to isolation, often remaining taciturn. In contrast, Biao had a knack for ingratiating himself and earning Shin Jinbin's trust, which elevated him to the leader among the group. From the moment he stepped onto the edge of danger, number 2 was aware that a day would come when he would meet his demise at the hands of another. That day has finally arrived. He realizes that escaping this island may now be an insurmountable challenge. At this moment, an arrow is embedded in his right arm, piercing through flesh. The barbed tip still stained with his blood. The loss of his adept right hand equates to a significant reduction in his combat prowess. Yet, there is no flicker of emotion in his eyes, nor any fear of impending death. As the rain intensifies, he grips his firearm with his left hand, only to discover that the enemy has shifted positions. Attempting to alert his comrades proves futile. It is already too late. A faint sound of an arrow slicing through the air signals the demise of a teammate, allowing him to pinpoint Lin Shi's location. Number 2 takes a deep breath, his gaze becoming as calm as a tranquil lake, his mind racing to calculate Lin Shi's position before swiftly darting from his cover, resolutely firing his weapon. After releasing an arrow from his perch in the tree, Lin Shi is suddenly overwhelmed by a profound sense of danger, more acute than the peril he felt when targeted by a sniper on the beach. He loosens his grip, tilting backward just in time to narrowly evade a bullet. However, the slickness of the tree causes him to lose his footing and plummet. This precarious situation is fraught with danger. Once airborne, the enemy can anticipate his location. A slight adjustment of their aim would be sufficient to strike him down, and in midair, evasion is impossible. Yet Lin Shi had anticipated this scenario. He flips midair and manages to return to the tree. Remarkably, he had been gripping a rope all along, which had been secured to the tree. At this moment, Lin Shi is equally astonished. How could the enemy possess such impeccable marksmanship, capable of discerning his position from over 200 meters away in the pitch-black rain? Once could be deemed a coincidence, but twice suggests an extraordinary level of skill. Therefore, after being discovered the first time, he was prepared to evade the second assault. Without night vision equipment, Lin Shi was convinced that the enemy could not locate him again. However, he was mistaken. Bang! Another gunshot rings out. The instant Lin Shi regains his footing on the branch, a bullet strikes his left shoulder, even defying the laws of physics to return to the tree. The enemy has still managed to discern his position. How is this possible? Lin Shi is incredulous. Is it mere luck? Although the bullet is halted by his bulletproof vest, the force sends him tumbling toward the ground once more. At that moment, a potent sense of danger envelopes him. Chapter 38. Genetic lock. Faced with the overwhelming threat of death, Lin Shi instinctively releases the rope in his grasp. But that is not sufficient. Suddenly, an object appears before him, a riot shield. Bang, bang, bang. 3 bullets strike the shield with mere fractions of a second between them. What terrifies Lin Shi is that these 3 shots were aimed at 3 critical points on his body. Has the enemy anticipated that he would let go? How can this be possible? With a muffled thud, Lin Shi crashes down onto a bed of decayed leaves and underbrush. He quickly rolls to conceal himself behind a tree, as wide as a man. His heart races violently, a testament to the tension of narrowly escaping a fatal blow. If it weren't for his spatial abilities, were it not for his ability to effortlessly retrieve objects and his quick reflexes, the 3 bullets that had just been fired would likely have struck his head, neck, and heart. The other 2 locations were less critical. The neck was entirely unprotected, and had he been hit, he might very well have met his end there today. What a terrifying marksmanship! Lin Shi leaned against a tree, attempting to calm his racing heart. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream echoed from 200 meters away. Lin Shi's heart skipped a beat. Cautiously, he used his thermal imaging night vision goggles to assess the situation. He discovered that the only surviving bodyguard lay on the ground, convulsing. There were no other living beings in sight. Suspecting a trap, Lin Shi refrained from approaching and instead drew his crossbow, firing an arrow at the man. Upon hitting him, Lin Shi noticed that the man continued to convulse without any attempt to evade. Only then did Lin Shi cautiously approach. Upon closer inspection, he found the bodyguard bleeding from his mouth and nose, his expression twisted in agony, as if he were enduring immense pain, his body spasming uncontrollably. The previous arrow had struck his thigh, and another arrow was lodged in his arm. Yet, it seemed he was beyond caring about these wounds. Upon seeing Lin Shi, the second bodyguard's eyes widened in shock, as if he could hardly believe Lin Shi was still alive. He struggled to control his voice. "How is it possible that you're not dead?" Lin Shi picked up the handgun that the second bodyguard had dropped, aiming it at his head. "What is happening to you?" "It's a genetic collapse." "Genetic collapse?" Lin Shi frowned. The after-effects of unlocking the genetic lock. The second bodyguard attempted to say more, but coughed up a mouthful of blood. "A genetic lock? Is it possible for someone to unlock a genetic lock during peacetime?" Shocked, Lin Shi inquired, "How can I save you?" His true intention was not to genuinely save this man, but to unearth the secret of the genetic lock. This was the first human he had encountered who had unlocked such a lock. With the apocalypse looming, danger was omnipresent. If he could extract any information from this individual, he might potentially unlock the genetic lock himself and gain a stronger means of self-preservation. "My pocket." The second bodyguard's eyes began to roll back. Lin Shi crouched down, searching, and found a small box within the lining of the man's coat. "Is this it?" The second bodyguard nodded weakly. Lin Shi opened the box, revealing a blue pill inside. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught the second bodyguard fixating intently on the pill. Lin Shi broke the pill in half, placing one half into the man's mouth. He then stepped back, raising his firearm once more, aimed at the second bodyguard. The man swallowed the pill along with the blood, and his body gradually began to stabilize. He lay still, unresponsive. "Do you have any questions?" "You may ask. My time is limited." The second bodyguard's voice was hoarse, clearly aware of Lin Shi's ulterior motive for helping him. Lin Shi asked, "How do you unlock the genetic lock? Tell me, and I will give you this half of the pill." The second bodyguard smiled faintly, countering, "Do you even know what a genetic lock is?" Lin Shi shook his head. His knowledge was merely superficial. In his previous life, he had been an ordinary person, and even after 8 years in the apocalypse, he had only accumulated a modicum of combat experience. The term gene lock, though its origin remains unknown to me, has become a subject of intrigue since I unlocked my own. Within the human body, there exist 5 distinct gene locks. Upon unlocking the first tier, your mind becomes impervious to external distractions. Information typically forgotten at a glance resurfaces in clarity. In this heightened state of combat, one can utilize all available resources with a mind that operates with the precision of a computer, calculating with remarkable calmness. Advancing to the second tier grants you the ability to master every ounce of your physical strength, controlling each muscle with impeccable finesse. Even with a mere 50 pounds of force, one could vanquish a boxing champion. My understanding of subsequent tiers is limited, as I have only accessed the first. To unlock this initial gene lock, one must endure excruciating pain. Lin Shi furrowed his brow, inquiring, pain? Could you elaborate? The specifics eluded me. During my first unlocking, I was plunged into a state of shock and barely recall how I persevered. Number 2's eyes glazed over, seemingly lost in recollection. So those shots you fired earlier were in the state of an unlocked gene lock. Is your current predicament also related to this unlocking? Lin Shi asked swiftly. Number 2's complexion grew increasingly pale. Indeed, I had just entered the state of a gene lock, yet my body could not withstand the aftermath of unlocking. This marks my 5th attempt, and my genes are on the brink of collapse. Had I not activated this gene lock, I might have survived a while longer. But now even medication is of little help. Number 2 coughed up a significant amount of blood, the dark liquid exuding a foul odor. What was that medication you just ingested? Lin Shi queried, still clutching half a tablet. This medication is designed to manage the aftereffects of unlocking the gene lock and possesses healing properties, though it is now ineffective for me. Number 2 revealed, bearing blood-stained teeth. You're curious about its origin, aren't you? Answer me one question first, and I shall divulge. How did you evade my shot just now? I calculated all your reactions. Logically, you shouldn't have escaped. Lin Shi's gaze flickered, as this pertained to his deepest secret. Yet, confronted with the increasingly vacant expression of the man before him, Lin Shi confessed. Driven by a desire to uncover the source of the medication, I used something to block the bullet. A glimmer of confusion crossed Number 2's eyes, uncertain of what Lin Shi had employed as a shield. Nevertheless, he had acquired the answer he sought, realizing it was not a flaw in his own calculations. A faint smile crept across Number 2's face. It matters not to share this. It was manufactured by the Shin family. The outside world perceives the Shun family merely as a company studying energy, but their influence extends far beyond your imagination. Why do you reveal this to me? Lin Shi scrutinized the man, whose life was nearing its end, weighing the authenticity of his words. Number 2 smiled bitterly. Chapter 39. Return to Shushi. I am but a solitary individual, not a member of the Shin family. They provide me with remuneration, and in return, I serve them. Such is the nature of our arrangement. After my demise, the fate of the Shin family holds no significance for me. You have managed to evade the 3 shots that would unlock my genetic seal, which is commendable. However, it is regrettable that once you depart from this place, your days are numbered. The Shin family will not spare you, and you will undoubtedly fall victim to their annihilation. Number 2's nostrils began to seep blood. Yet his complexion improved. He was aware that his time was drawing to a close. Allow me to impart another piece of information. Shin Jinbin is not dead. Sustained by the Shun family's pharmaceuticals, he will not perish easily. Number 2's lips twitched, but Lin Shi could no longer discern his subsequent words. Shin Jinbin is still alive? Lin Shi's expression finally shifted. Shin Jinbin is alive? Having clearly pierced his heart, how could he possibly still be breathing? Lin Shi yearned for further details. Yet at that moment, Number 2's head tilted, and he succumbed to silence. Lin Shi furrowed his brow, crouching to check Number 2's pulse. He was already deceased. Searching the body, Lin Shi uncovered a satellite phone, a walkie-talkie, several magazines, and an identification card bearing the name Li Hao. Perhaps aware of his inevitable fate, Li Hao had not requested Lin Shi to administer the remaining half of the pill until his last moment. Li Hao had mentioned that aside from the energy sector, the Shun family had interests in various fields, even cultivating individuals capable of unlocking genetic seals. This revelation elucidated the Shun family's formidable strength in the post-apocalyptic world. In my previous life, I resembled a frog at the bottom of a well, oblivious to the broader truths. The fact that Shin Jinbin was still alive never crossed Lin Shi's mind. He opened his palm, gazing at the half of the blue pill resting within. He meticulously stored the pill in his space. Given Shen Jinbin's severe injuries, even with the Shun family's miraculous remedies, a swift recovery seemed improbable. The tumultuous journey could exacerbate his condition, suggesting that Shen Jinbin might still be in Shushi. Lin Shi rose and approached the other corpses, swiftly retrieving all the arrows and collecting his spoils before heading towards the lifeboat. By this time, it was nearly 1 in the morning. With over 9 hours remaining on the countdown in the upper right corner of the treasure basin, he needed to return promptly to locate Shen Jinbin and eliminate him before the solar storm reached Earth. However, upon arriving at the beach, Lin Shi discovered he could not proceed. The rain poured heavily, and the sea roiled with waves. The moonless waters were dark and unfathomable, rendering direction discernment nearly impossible. Launching a small lifeboat in such weather at night would be tantamount to courting death. Reluctantly, Lin Shi retreated back into the woods. He would await dawn and the cessation of rain before returning to Shushi to search for Shen Jinbin's whereabouts in the hospitals, but time might prove insufficient. He needed to return to his safe house before the solar storm descended upon Tianyan Star. Recalling the satellite phone he had found on Lier Heo, he retrieved it and dialed a number. Su Qin, I require your assistance with a matter. After hanging up, Lin Shi sought a slightly elevated spot to pitch a tent and closed his eyes to rest for the night. In such a place, he dared not succumb to deep slumber. As the faint light of dawn broke, he folded his tent and retrieved some water and food from his belongings, casually consuming a small portion. The rain had ceased. It was now 5 a.m., and there were still 5 hours left on the countdown in the upper right corner of the treasure basin. Lin Shi changed into a fresh set of clothes. On his way to the beach, he passed the battlefield from yesterday and cast a glance at the corpse of Lier Heo. To his astonishment, the body had already begun to show signs of severe decomposition. Merely a night had passed, or more precisely, around 4 hours. The skin had largely fallen away, revealing the underlying muscles, and in some areas, white bones were faintly visible, an extremely horrifying sight. Is this what genetic collapse looks like? He recalled the precise shots exchanged during the battle with Lier Heo, remarkable accuracy, impeccable marksmanship, and extraordinary computational ability. Without external assistance, it is exceedingly difficult for humans to reach such a level. The genetic lock, a fearsome double-edged sword. Lin Shi proceeded towards the beach. The sea had calmed, and he launched the lifeboat into the water, starting the engine as he headed toward Shushi. After more than 3 hours, Lin Shi finally approached the shores of Shushi. At this moment, there was just over an hour left on the countdown in the upper right corner of the treasure basin until the solar storm reached Earth. He took out his phone to contact Su Qin. Su Qin, have you found that person? Lin Shi informed her that a friend of his was gravely injured and nearing death. He had been unable to reach him and was returning from the sea to see him one last time. He requested Su Qin's assistance in searching the major hospitals in Shushi, promising her a generous reward. Lin Shi relayed the name, age, and other characteristics of Shen Jinbin, urging her to start with the best facilities. Initially, Su Qin considered ignoring him, but upon hearing about the promise of a 20,000 yuan reward, she forsook sleep and took a taxi to the hospitals throughout the night. She found him at the first hospital of Shushi, in room 1 of the 8th floor intensive care unit. Numerous specialists had gathered for consultations. What kind of person is your friend? He must be quite remarkable, Su Qin yawned, her voice weary. In truth, she had located him at the first hospital but feared that if the search was too easy, Lin Shi might change his mind. Thank you. I've sent you the reward, Lin Shi said before hanging up. He found an isolated spot on the beach, retrieved the lifeboat into his belongings, and noted that there was still 1 hour and 26 minutes left on the countdown in the upper right corner of the treasure basin. Lin Shi donned a cap and a mask, hailed a taxi, and made his way to the first hospital of Shushi. Outside the 8th floor intensive care unit of the first hospital of Shushi, a crowd of over a dozen doctors and a middle-aged woman had gathered. To his astonishment, these doctors were renowned specialists frequently featured in major newspapers and news outlets. They should have been at places like Sanyuan City or Kyoto Hospital, awaiting appointments from patients. Yet here they were, all converged to discuss one individual's medical condition. Beep, beep, beep. Inside the ward, Shen Jinbin lay on the hospital bed, his body covered in bandages and tubes, breathing faintly. Doctors, how is my son? Can he be saved? The speaker is a middle-aged woman clad in a bespoke suit dress, exuding an air of competence. Her strikingly beautiful face bears a hint of fatigue, and her eyes reflect a flicker of indignation. Last night, Shen Fanren, with whom she had not been in contact for years since their divorce, suddenly called her, claiming their son was in grave trouble. He stated that he was unable to leave his business in Sanyuan City and requested her presence to care for their son. Li Huilan arrived in Shushi only to discover the severity of her son's injuries. That ungrateful wretch, that beast, could care less for his own flesh and blood, preoccupied only with that seductress. Chapter 40. Shun Jinbin's demise. The group of experts exchanged glances, shaking their heads with a sigh. Shun was gravely injured. Although it was unclear what had sustained his breath, his will to survive remained remarkably strong. However, such injuries would typically prove fatal. We can only do our utmost, they remarked delicately, though the implication was unmistakable. It was nothing short of a miracle that he was still alive at this moment. How could they possibly save him? Li Huilan, in utter despair, cried out, "I implore you, are you not esteemed medical experts? You must save my son," one of them cautiously inquired. "We have detected a unique substance within Shun's body, which appears to be sustaining his last flicker of life. Do you have any knowledge of what he may have ingested prior to this incident?" The eyes of the assembled experts sparkled with curiosity. They too were eager to know. "What? I have no idea," Li Huilan responded, turning to the bodyguard who had escorted Shin Jinbin to the hospital, as if clutching a lifeline. "What did you give Jinbin? Is there any left? Quickly, produce it." The two bodyguards exchanged glances. There's none left. It was a life-saving medication entrusted to us by Mr. Shun, and we only had one dose. However, the courier is already en route. At that moment, one of the bodyguards answered a phone call. "Hello? Yes, on the 8th floor." After hanging up, he looked at Li Huilan. "The courier has arrived. He is downstairs." Li Huilan's expression brightened. "Wonderful. Jinbin is saved." Countdown, 48 minutes. Lin Shi arrived outside the first hospital and made his way toward the inpatient department. The hospital was filled with masked individuals, and Lin Shi's attire went unnoticed by the others. The intensive care unit and the general wards were housed in two separate buildings, and the crowd was sparse. Before long, Lin Shi reached the elevator entrance of the inpatient department and pressed the button. A person approached, seemingly also waiting for the elevator. Just as the elevator doors chimed open, Lin Shi was about to step inside when he caught a glimpse of a figure reflected in the elevator's mirror, momentarily taken aback. In the reflection of the elevator mirror stood a man clad in black, robust in physique, with a cold demeanor, carrying a box. The man's aura bore a striking resemblance to Shun Jinbin's bodyguards. Lin Shi did not falter in his stride and entered the elevator as usual. The man in black followed suit. The elevator doors closed slowly, and Lin Shi pressed the button for the 7th floor. If this individual was connected to Shin Jinbin, he would surely be heading to the 8th floor. As anticipated, the next moment, the man in black stepped forward and pressed the button for the 8th floor. A gleam of insight flashed in Lin Shi's eyes from beneath his cap. He was now certain that this man was associated with Shun Jinbin. The elevator ascended gradually. With few occupants in the building, the elevator continued its uninterrupted ascent to the 7th floor. Suddenly, Lin Shi clutched his chest, bending over as if he were about to succumb to illness. The man in black glanced at Lin Shi, but chose to disregard him, taking a step back instead. Ding! The elevator reached the 7th floor, and the doors slid open. Typically, there were no people outside the hospital's inpatient elevator. To visit a patient, one had to exit the elevator and pass through a door to truly enter the inpatient department. At that moment, Lin Shi had collapsed face down on the ground, trapped in the elevator doors, preventing them from closing. Aside from the man in black, it seemed there was no one to assist Lin Shi. If Lin Shi were not helped up, the elevator could not function normally. The man in black frowned, his grip on the briefcase tightening. Ultimately, he approached Lin Shi, bending down to extend a hand, intending to lift him and throw him out of the elevator. However, just as his hand made contact with Lin Shi suddenly lunged into the man in black's embrace, a dagger appearing in his hand, plunging it into the man's abdomen. He twisted the blade viciously. The man in black's eyes widened in disbelief as he crumpled into Lin Shi's arms. He could not fathom that someone would dare commit murder in such a heavily monitored area. Lin Shi did not withdraw the dagger, fearing the splatter of blood. Uncertain of how many of Shin Jinbin's men were upstairs, he resolved to eliminate one at a time. At this point, he was no longer concerned about being discovered. In less than an hour, the entire world would descend into chaos. He merely needed to deal with Shun Jinbin before the hospital security could respond. After incapacitating the man in black, he positioned him outside the 7th floor inpatient department. Lin Shi's gaze fell upon the briefcase tightly clutched in the man's hand. and he swiftly seized it. Then, he slipped into the elevator just as the doors were about to close. Ding! The elevator doors opened on the 8th floor, and Lin Shi briskly entered the inpatient department. Li Huilan spotted Lin Shi, clad in black, and hurried over, extending her hand. "You are here to deliver medicine, right? Where is it?" Lin Shi assessed the woman, who bore a resemblance to Shen Jinbin, confirming her identity. Without responding, he walked purposefully toward Shen Jinbin's hospital room. "Hold on." A bodyguard of Shen Jinbin noticed something amiss and blocked Lin Shi's path. "I haven't seen you before." Another bodyguard positioned himself behind Lin Shi, effectively sealing off his escape routes. These two were the very bodyguards who had escorted Shen Jinbin back from the yacht. Lin Shi lowered his gaze, suppressing his voice. "I am responsible for guarding the medication. Since Mr. Shen is in urgent need, I was sent to deliver it." This statement was deliberately ambiguous, allowing for interpretations that Lin Shi was either the usual guardian of the medication, now tasked with delivering something else, or simply delivering the medication itself. How it was understood depended entirely on the listener. Upon hearing this, the two bodyguards visibly relaxed somewhat, but still insisted. "Open the briefcase for us to see." Lin Shi's lowered gaze flickered. He had not yet seen the contents of the briefcase. In the elevator, he had already switched its contents to a handgun using his spatial abilities. Without hesitation, Lin Shi placed the briefcase on the ground and unfastened the clasp. A multitude of experts gathered around, eager to witness the miraculous object that could resurrect the seemingly doomed. Lin Shi slowly lifted the lid of the box with one hand while the other reached inside. In a swift motion, he drew out a handgun and fired a shot at the bodyguard obstructing his path. The muffled sound of the silenced gun echoed, and crimson blood erupted from the chest of the bodyguard before him. Everyone stood wide-eyed, paralyzed with terror at the unfolding scene. Ordinary individuals had only ever seen firearms on television. They had never encountered such a spectacle, leaving them speechless with fright. The quickest to react was the bodyguard standing behind Lin Shi, who had already extended his hand to his side. However, Lin Shi's speed surpassed all expectations. He pivoted and pulled the trigger. The bullet, propelled from below, pierced the brain of the bodyguard, a spray of blood erupting from the back of his head. At that moment, the experts and Li Huilan finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Li Huilan fainted in sheer horror. "Murder! Murder! Run!" Seizing the chaos, Lin Shi pushed open the door to Shen Jinbin's hospital room. Confirming Shen's identity, he aimed the gun at his head. Bang! 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 3 shots rang out in succession, splattering Shen Jinbin's blood and brain matter across the pristine white pillow. The heart monitor emitted a piercing beep. This time, Shen Jinbin was irrevocably dead. Lin Shi holstered his weapon and departed. Meanwhile, a group of hospital security personnel, alerted by the surveillance footage of Lin Shi's act of violence in the elevator, rushed towards his location, armed with batons and riot shields. The countdown to the apocalypse read 35 minutes remaining. Chapter 41. Escape from the hospital. 5 minutes had elapsed since Lin Shi had slain a bodyguard of the Shen family on the 7th floor. Security in the monitoring room had gathered reinforcements and were en route to the building, having also alerted the authorities, though it would be several minutes before law enforcement arrived. Lin Shi briskly exited the hospital room, intending to enter the emergency exit and flee down the stairs. However, a hand suddenly grasped his pant leg. Li Huilan, having regained consciousness, lay on the ground, clutching Lin Shi's trousers tightly. She had fainted momentarily from fear, but roused herself upon hearing the gunfire from the room. Her eyes, swollen and red with tears, bore into Lin Shi with despair and rage. "You killed my son, didn't you? You killed my son, didn't you?" Lin Shi struggled to free himself, but found himself unable to escape her grip. He looked down at the distraught mother, feeling no trace of compassion within him. "Your son has killed many. You are aware of that, are you not? He deserved to die. If you wish to place blame, direct it at yourself for failing to teach him properly." Li Huilan screamed. He could have faced justice under the law. "What right did you have to kill him? What right? Even if my son has taken lives, they were mere commoners. My son was born noble. Killing a few lowly individuals and compensating their families is a privilege for them. You, executioner, return my son to me." Were it not for her venomous words, the sight of a mother mourning the loss of her child could indeed evoke sympathy. Lin Shi scoffed, his eyes glinting with derision. "If that is the case, then let the law punish me." With that, he kicked the woman aside and sprinted toward the emergency exit. Li Huilan's expression contorted with rage. her face a mask of venomous fury as she glared at Lin Shi's retreating figure, her voice a hoarse shriek. You killed my son. I will ensure that your parents, brothers, and all your relatives and friends accompany him in death. No matter where you flee, I will make you suffer until your dying breath. Lin Shi abruptly turned back, his eyes suddenly icy and filled with murderous intent. He should have anticipated this. Someone like Shen Jinbin was undoubtedly a product of his family's influence. Shen Fanren was no benevolent soul, and Shen Jinbin's mother was merely a wolf clad in human skin. He had initially wished to avoid unnecessary bloodshed. Upon noticing Lin Shi's halt, Li Huilan, realizing the gravity of her situation, recoiled in terror. And no, I was just joking. Before she could finish her plea, Lin Shi, without hesitation, fired his weapon. The sound of the gunshot echoed as a gaping wound appeared on Li Huilan's forehead. Her eyes widened in shock before she collapsed to the ground with a thud. After firing, Lin Shi did not spare her a glance and swiftly darted down the corridor like the wind. Just as he departed, the elevator doors on the 8th floor slid open, and 5 hospital security guards rushed out, stunned by the gruesome scene before them. The corridor was drenched in blood. My God, what kind of enmity is this? They say the victim is the son of a tycoon. We need to check if he's still breathing. Dead, he's dead. These are all gunshot victims. What should we do? Should we pursue? At that moment, a voice crackled over the intercom. The assailant has escaped through the emergency exit. Pursue. But don't run too fast. Just delay him. As Lin Shi sprinted to the 2nd floor, he heard the sound of hurried footsteps approaching from below. They were closing in quickly. He muttered to himself, flung open a window in the corridor, glanced outside, and leaped down. He rolled to mitigate the impact and then dashed into the registration hall. The assailant has jumped out of the window and is heading towards the registration hall. Surround him quickly. The registration hall was crowded, and merely a few security guards were present, unable to contain him. Lin Shi swiftly evaded their grasp and slipped into the restroom. When he emerged, he was clad in casual attire, having discarded his mask and hat. He left the hospital with an air of nonchalance. Had today not marked the end of the world, the security personnel would have been able to identify Lin Shi through surveillance footage, tracing his movements in and out of the hospital. However, filtering through the footage to identify suspects would require time, and time was a luxury they no longer possessed. Lin Shi hailed a taxi, casting a fleeting glance at the upper right corner of the treasure basin. The first wave of danger will descend in 28 minutes. Please prepare accordingly. He gazed through the taxi window at the oblivious, ordinary people on the street, unaware of the impending peril. The apocalypse was nigh. This was likely the last moment of tranquility. It seemed his previous posts had failed to make an impact. The era of peace was on the brink of obliteration. Lin Shi kept a vigilant eye on the countdown displayed on the treasure basin interface. As Lin Shi approached the safe house, nearly 4 kilometers away, the taxi's radio suddenly crackled to life. Attention, all vehicles. This is the official safety bureau. At 10:05 a.m. local time, a solar storm will reach Tianyan Star. For your driving safety, all vehicles must pull over immediately and remain stationary for 10 minutes. There will be no traffic penalties for violations during this 10-minute period. The broadcast repeated this message incessantly. Lin Shi stood in stunned silence. Just then, his phone rang, and the scene shifted back 15 minutes. At the apex of the Tianxi New Energy Office building in Sanyuan City, Chairman Shen Fanren stood gravely by the window, listening intently to his subordinate's report. Mr. Shen, we have discovered that for the past 2 days, all export materials from Qiming Nation have been intercepted. Moreover, external orders have inexplicably surged by several dozen times. Additionally, our sources indicate that the military has suddenly received a Level 1 combat readiness order. The mayor received a call early this morning, and the entire Sanyuan city will be experiencing a blackout for a day starting at 10 a.m. We have yet to ascertain the specific cause. Oh, Shen Fanren's brow furrowed in concern. He had chosen to remain in Sanyuan City, despite the perilous situation regarding his son, due to the recent perplexing actions from above. Tensions had been escalating among nations in recent years. Could war be imminent? Yet, why would there be a blackout in the event of war? Shen Fanren felt a growing unease regarding the opaque maneuvers of the authorities. At that moment, his private phone rang, and the sight of the Security Bureau's designated number made his heart skip a beat. He answered, and a stern voice echoed through the line. Mr. Shen, this is the Shushi Security Bureau. We regret to inform you that your son, Shen Jinbin, along with your ex-wife Li Huilan and 3 bodyguards, were murdered just moments ago. Shen Fanren's body trembled at the shocking news. What did you say? The voice continued. Furthermore, we found illegal weapons, including a handgun and a dagger, on the 3 bodyguards. We have notified the San Yuan City Security Bureau. Please do not leave San Yuan City for the next 2 days and cooperate with our investigation. Chapter 42. Lu Xiyue. After receiving the call from the Security Bureau, Shun Fanren's expression twisted into a fearsome snarl. He hurled his phone to the ground and turned to his loyal subordinate, barely containing his rage. You mentioned last time that it was Lin Shi who put Jin Bin in critical condition? Yet, the reports from Unit 2 indicate that this Lin Shi is a disguised assassin. Unit 2 sent a message yesterday afternoon stating they would handle this individual, but there has been no update. Wang Ji, unsure of the cause of Shun Fanren's sudden fury, reported candidly. Disguised assassin? Then why was Lin Shi coincidentally in Shushi? Did you not ascertain whether he was indeed the person in question throughout the night? Now, they have managed to kill my son in the hospital and allowed the security personnel to find firearms on our people. This is simply outrageous. Shun Fanren's forehead bulged with veins, his eyes radiating a terrifying glint of menace. What? Have they failed? Wang Ji swiftly took out his phone to contact number 2. Minutes passed, yet he was still unable to establish communication. The night passed. If number 2 had succeeded, he would have reported back by now. Even if the task was incomplete, a call would have been made immediately. The inability to reach them spoke volumes. Wang Ji realized the gravity of the situation and spoke softly. I will promptly handle the matter with the Public Security Bureau and personally bring Lin Shi back from Sha City for you to deal with. Shun Fanren's voice was cold and menacing. Find Lin Shi and bring him back to the research lab alive, regardless of whether he was the one who killed Ah Bin. I want him to regret ever being born into this world. Understood. Also, have my illegitimate children brought back. Yes. After Wang Ji departed, Shun Fanren swept all the documents off the table, sending them crashing to the floor. Incompetence. All of them. Shun Fanren's chest heaved with anger, a clear indication of his fury, yet there was not a trace of sorrow for his lost son. A beautiful woman entered the room. With a gentle, ageless face and a serene floral dress, she exuded tranquility. If Lin Shi were present, he would recognize her as his mother, Lu Xiyue, who had remarried. Lu Xiyue approached Shun Fanren, her delicate hand resting softly on his shoulder as she inquired, What troubles you so greatly? If you let your anger affect your health, what will become of my happiness in the years to come? Typically, Shun Fanren would be swayed by such words, but today, he seized Lu Xiyue's hand and forcefully tossed her to the ground. What troubles me? Your precious son has killed mine, and now the Public Security Bureau is after me. If this draws unwanted attention from above, I will take you down with me. Initially, Lu Xiyue intended to express her indignation at being thrown, but upon hearing his words, she was struck with shock. What? Jin Bin is dead. Lin Shi killed him? How can this be possible? Despite witnessing the murderous rage on Shun Fanren's face, she struggled to believe it. Having raised Lin Shi for over a decade, she was one of the few who truly understood him. Lin Shi was easygoing, obedient, sentimental, somewhat clever, yet naively trusting. He had never even harmed a fish, let alone taken a life. Moreover, Jin Bin was surrounded by agile bodyguards. How could an ordinary university student like Lin Shi possibly kill him under such protection? Cautiously observing Shun Fanren's fury, Lu Xiyue voiced her doubts. Isn't Jin Bin surrounded by several Southeast Asian mercenaries? How could Lin Shi, an ordinary person, be capable of killing him? It seems your son has hidden himself quite well. Even from you, his own mother, Shun Fanren replied darkly, scrutinizing Lu Xiyue with a piercing gaze. You need to call him immediately and ask where he is. Tell him to return to San Yuan City at once. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, Lu Xiyue panicked. All right, I will call him right away. Lin Shi's phone rang, and he merely glanced at the screen before dismissing the call. In a past life, Lu Xiyue married Lin Shi, and, for a full 11 years, this woman never once reached out to him. Lin Shi had not laid eyes on her for the entirety of that time, only hearing sporadic whispers of Lu Xiyue's whereabouts. She resided in high regard as the lady of the director of the San Yuan City shelter, while he scavenged for food alongside stray dogs outside its confines. It was only through the tribulations of the apocalypse that Lin Shi came to realize the depths of a mother's cruelty. Now, he had also learned that this woman was responsible for his father's demise. Even though she bore the title of mother, Lin Shi had unequivocally severed ties with her in his heart. Just after he had slain Jin Bin, Lu Xiyue unexpectedly reached out to him, her motives glaringly apparent. A bitter smile of desolation crossed Lin Shi's face. Indeed, as Shin Jinbin had claimed, this mother of his treated him with less regard than she did her biological son. Unbeknownst to Lin Shi, due to his rebirth and the act of killing Shin Jinbin, from this day forth, Shin Fanren would no longer trust Lu Xiyue, nor would he indulge her as he had in their previous life. The taxi radio incessantly repeated warnings for all vehicles to pull over. The taxi driver, bewildered, wondered aloud. What on earth? A solar storm? Goodness. I've driven my whole life and never heard of such a thing. At that moment, Lin Shi noticed a multitude of traffic officers appearing on the streets, managing traffic to ensure all vehicles came to a halt. Every traffic light along the road had turned red. This was a scene absent from his past life. When the solar storm erupted then, vehicles had malfunctioned, precipitating countless traffic accidents and resulting in gridlock. Many had perished in that wave of solar calamity. Was it the post he had previously made that had influenced this outcome? Or had his rebirth instigated a butterfly effect? This unfolding was not confined to Shushi. It transpired across the nation. Gradually, all vehicles on the streets decelerated and came to a standstill, including the taxi Lin Shi occupied. He glanced at the upper right corner of his fortune pot. The first wave of danger will arrive in 7 minutes. Please prepare accordingly. Casually tossing a 100 yuan bill onto the seat, Lin Shi flung open the door and dashed away. He was the sole individual aware that this impending peril was far more complex than merely a solar storm. The electromagnetic pulse from the solar storm posed no direct threat to human health. However, the subsequent supercharged geomagnetic storms would induce drastic changes in the magnetic field of Tianyan star. Nearly everyone would experience physical discomfort, dizziness, vomiting, and those particularly sensitive to the magnetic field could even lapse into unconsciousness. In his previous life, Lin Shi had succumbed to a faint on this very day. He had to return to his safe haven to ensure his survival. Fortunately, time was still on his side. Lin Shi sprinted to the roadside, retrieved his phone, and scanned a shared bicycle, swiftly mounting it to ride on the non-motorized lane, racing toward his sanctuary. Chapter 43, The End of Technological Civilization. The bicycle, which was initially capable of only 20 kilometers per hour, was propelled by Lin Shi to a speed of 40 or 50. Stop! Danger! Shouted the traffic officers behind him. But Lin Shi remained oblivious to their calls. After cycling a considerable distance, Lin Shi noticed that the billboards and LED lights of the nearby buildings were all extinguished. The central city's advertisements and various 24-hour LED lights, which could usually be seen even from several kilometers away, were inexplicably dark. The hospital had electricity just moments ago. Had there been a sudden blackout? This thought flitted through Lin Shi's mind without lingering. He pedaled with all his might, racing back to the mountain and finally arriving just in the nick of time. The first wave of danger will arrive in 31 seconds. Please prepare yourself. He tossed aside the shared bicycle and hastened to the door, unlocking it with the utmost speed. Upon entering the first door, he secured it tightly and locked it. With a swift motion, he removed the surveillance camera facing the door and stowed it away. The first wave of danger will arrive in 5 seconds. Please prepare yourself. Lin Shi quickly inserted the key into the second door. With a click, the door swung open. The first wave of danger will arrive in 3 seconds. Please prepare yourself. He stepped inside, forcefully closing the door behind him, collapsing into a recliner. The first wave of danger will arrive in 1 second. Please prepare yourself. The solar storm has arrived. Geomagnetic storms are forming, and source material is rapidly generating. As darkness enveloped him in an instant, Lin Shi thought, source material? What is that? At that very moment, an invisible solar storm swept towards the entire Tianyan star. More than 1,000 satellites, large and small, surrounding Tianyan star erupted into sparks of varying sizes, resembling a dazzling fireworks display. All satellites were rendered inoperative, and those that did not explode ceased to function. The debris from the satellite explosions rained down like projectiles upon various nations' manned spacecraft. The screens of all space stations across the globe went dark in an instant, only to be followed by a sudden eruption of electricity and sparks. The astronauts still working aboard the space stations bore the brunt of the solar storm, facing annihilation. Despite having received warnings about the impending solar storm the night before, they ultimately had no time or opportunity to return home. Meanwhile, all equipment on Tianyan star lost signal in that moment. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The overpowering electromagnetic pulse unleashed by the solar storm swept across Tianyan star. A terrifying energy released an invisible ripple, swiftly wreaking havoc on all electronic devices containing circuits worldwide. The electromagnetic pulse would not only obliterate devices currently in use, but would also damage those that were idle. In this technologically advanced era, nearly all products contain circuitry. At this moment, aircraft in flight plummeted straight from the sky. Ships, aircraft carriers, and submarines all transformed into heaps of scrap metal without exception. Countless household appliances erupted into sparks simultaneously. Those fortunate enough to experience only smoke were spared the misfortune of igniting flames. Amidst the chaos, people fled their homes in terror. Yet some, like Lin Shi, succumbed to unconsciousness under the geomagnetic storm, only to be engulfed by flames in their stupor. Those near transformers were horrified to witness the unfolding catastrophe. A charred scent permeated the air surrounding the transformer, its connected wires igniting in flames. Across the globe, every operational power station, be it hydroelectric or nuclear, faced an unprecedented overload of energy at that very moment. Fuses swiftly burned out, and some even caught fire. In a catastrophic turn, certain nuclear plants experienced explosions, obliterating everything within hundreds of kilometers. The entire world was abruptly plunged into darkness, leaving a vast expanse of the planet in shadow during the night. Countless individuals reliant on medical machinery and hospitals slipped into unconsciousness, teetering on the brink of death. This was merely the beginning. Every vehicle on the road, whether electric, energy-powered, or battery-operated, suffered simultaneous malfunctions. Streets became perilous, littered with dozens, if not hundreds, of cars involved in chain collisions. In their desperate quest for help, people were horrified to discover their phones either overheated and burned out or displayed a blank screen. They found themselves unable to contact anyone, devoid of any assistance, forced to flee from the encroaching inferno. Within mere minutes, the entire planet was engulfed in flames. If one were to gaze from outer space, they would witness the fleeting spectacle marking the end of the technological era on Earth. The remarkable advancements humanity had achieved over the past few centuries culminated in this day of reckoning. Lin Shi, having experienced this in a previous life, was now rendered unconscious due to the drastic changes in the magnetic field, much like many others sensitive to such fluctuations. With the power grid down and all electrical devices safely stored away, he remained unaffected by the imminent danger. Unbeknownst to him, his prior warnings had led the kingdom of Qiming to shut down its entire power supply that morning, in stark contrast to other nations engulfed in flames and chaos. While Qiming also faced some casualties, the toll was significantly reduced. The butterfly effect triggered by his rebirth began to alter the trajectory of the future from this moment forth. In his state of unconsciousness, Lin Shi was oblivious to the transformations occurring within the interface of the treasure basin before him. Mass generation of source initiation underway, accelerating the evolutionary pace of all life on Earth. Fire seeds detected in a safe environment. Absorption of the source for evolution is imminent. Loss of consciousness in fire seeds detected. Auxiliary programs activated. Treasure basin autonomously initiated. Launch in progress. Completion confirmed. Commencing source absorption. With tightly shut eyes, Lin Shi felt a faint golden glow emanating from his forehead. Invisible particles began to converge upon him, integrating into his body, his cells, and his very genes. Were his genetic chain observable at this moment, one would witness its rapid absorption of this substance. The genetic strands fractured swiftly, only to reassemble in an instant. This phenomenon bore a striking resemblance to the unlocking of genetic locks, albeit with a significantly accelerated recombination process compared to the usual pace. Consequently, Lin Shi, in his unconscious state, remained oblivious to the excruciating pain typically associated with unlocking genetic constraints. Simultaneously, other beings on Earth, too, absorbed the source unconsciously. The swiftest absorbers are animals, followed by plants, and lastly, humans. Among humans, there exists individual variants. Yet, even the most powerful of animals fall short in comparison to the immense absorption currently experienced by Lin Shi. After a day and night, the geomagnetic storm is nearing its conclusion, and the formation of the source material in the air has begun to slow. Those who were rendered comatose or unwell due to the drastic magnetic fluctuations are gradually regaining their normal states. The golden light at Lin Shi's brow is also dissipating slowly. Simultaneously, a new notification appears on the interface of the treasure basin. The apocalypse has officially commenced. The countdown to the next wave of danger will begin within 72 hours. Before long, Lin Shi's eyelids fluttered, and he awakened. Chapter 44. An Encounter in the Rain. Lin Shi slowly opened his eyes. The safety shelter was enveloped in complete darkness, devoid of any light source. Had the solar storm and geomagnetic storm passed? Lin Shi rubbed his forehead, still feeling somewhat dazed. He retrieved an emergency flashlight from his spatial storage and turned it on, hanging it on the wall. Then he took out a household gasoline generator and connected it to the electrical wiring of the shelter. As he flipped the circuit breaker, the entire safety shelter regained power. Lin Shi was uncertain how long he had been unconscious in his past life. He had fainted for a day and night. He wondered if it was the same in this life. His mechanical wristwatch indicated the time was 11:34. A growl from his stomach made Lin Shi feel as though he hadn't eaten in 2 or 3 days. He decided to first replenish some hydration, eat something, and then venture outside to assess the situation. Suddenly, he faintly recalled the notification from the treasure basin before he lost consciousness. Solar storm detected. Geomagnetic storm is forming. Source material is rapidly generating. What is source material? He checked the treasure basin interface, but there were no changes, and the previous countdown had vanished. His stomach growled again, protesting its plight. Lin Shi suppressed his lingering curiosity, retrieving a pot, an induction cooker, and a piece of beef from his spatial storage. He filled the pot with water, placed it on the cooker, and after adding the hot pot base, he sliced the beef into the boiling water. All the beef was fresh. As he sliced, he lifted a piece and tasted it. Accompanied by some fresh vegetables, he soon devoured 5 pounds of beef. When did I become such an insatiable eater? Although his stomach was full, for some inexplicable reason, he still felt a lingering hunger. After effects of the geomagnetic storm, Lin Shi rubbed his belly, placed the dishes in the sink, and turned on the faucet to test the water. The conventional electric water pumping system would likely be damaged by an electromagnetic pulse. Thus, when constructing the water pumping device, Lin Shi had insisted that the craftsmen use traditional, non-powered methods. The flowing water confirmed that Lin Shi's foresight had been correct. The water was slightly cool, but still within a normal temperature range. After washing the dishes, Lin Shi changed into long sleeves and pants. Opening the first door of the safety shelter. The soundproofing of the shelter was excellent. As Lin Shi approached the front door, he peered through the peephole to glance outside before opening the door. It was raining heavily outside, and Lin Shi extended his hand to catch a handful of raindrops. The outdoor temperature was merely a bit chilly. It seemed he had been unconscious for a duration similar to that of his previous life. In the aftermath of the solar storm, the sun's radiance diminished at a visibly alarming rate, and the temperature in Tianyan City plummeted by several degrees within 3 days. At that time, Lin Shi was in Sanyuan City and recalled that the day after he awoke, the temperature dropped by over 10 degrees Celsius, accompanied by torrential rain. The populace, still reeling from the loss of power and cut off from external communication due to the solar storm, remained oblivious to the abnormal weather, attributing it merely to a surge of frigid air. However, by the 3rd day, temperatures fell another 20 degrees, resulting in extreme weather phenomena such as hail, fierce typhoons, and blizzards. People began to sense the severity of the situation, braving the snow to hoard supplies. On the 4th day, the temperature plummeted once more, with a staggering drop of over 30 degrees within a single day. The temperature discrepancy between morning and afternoon reached an alarming 20 to 30 degrees, a terrifying reality. Many who ventured out to procure supplies found themselves unable to return home, succumbing to hypothermia amid the blizzard. The southern regions saw temperatures descend to around -50 degrees Celsius, while the northern areas were even graver. The human body requires time to acclimatize to such drastic temperature changes, yet the sun offered no grace period for adaptation. Even those cocooned in their homes, tightly wrapped in blankets, were unable to withstand the sudden onset of frigid temperatures, leading to widespread illness, frostbite, and fatalities. Hospitals overflowed with patients, while equipment and ambulances lay wrecked under the onslaught of the solar storm, with no electricity to sustain them. The pace of treatment lagged far behind the influx of the ill, and medications began to dwindle, resulting in countless deaths within a single day. Panic and chaos ensued as the populace finally grasped the harrowing reality. The end of days had arrived. In Shushi, located near the equator and currently in the throes of summer, the rate of cooling was not as rapid as in Sanyuan City. Just 2 days prior, daytime temperatures in Shushi had reached 32 degrees Celsius. Lin Shi retrieved an electronic thermometer, which registered 22 degrees Celsius. He returned indoors, donned a jacket, and packed a backpack. With the storm yet to arrive, he resolved to venture out and gather supplies. Although his current stock was sufficient, no one could ever have too much. Surplus provisions could serve as trade items or be kept for unforeseen circumstances. With the absence of surveillance outside, he no longer felt the need to tread cautiously to conceal his resources. Donning a waterproof raincoat, Lin Shi stepped outside and picked up a shared bicycle he had carelessly discarded earlier. The electronic lock had been rendered inoperative by the electromagnetic pulse, yet the bicycle remained fully functional. He mounted the bike and sped down the hill. Upon descending, Lin Shi noticed the ride was surprisingly effortless today. Previously, he had to exert maximum effort to reach speeds of 40 to 50 kilometers per hour, yet now he achieved it with ease. Had his stamina improved after a mere nap? Lost in contemplation, he failed to notice a junction ahead. A group of individuals emerged from the intersection, clad in matching raincoats. Their faces resolute and expressions vigilant. A closer look revealed the military green uniforms beneath their raincoats. At the center of this group stood a girl in a transparent raincoat, wearing a pristine white dress, meticulously guarded by those surrounding her. Upon suddenly encountering a figure emerging from the corner, Lin Shi found it too late to brake. The shrill screech of tires echoed as the shared bicycle continued its trajectory towards the group of people. A startled cry from a girl pierced the air. Amongst the crowd, a middle-aged man furrowed his brow, stepped forward, and kicked with the swiftness of the wind towards the bicycle's front fork. A kick of such force would surely fracture the leg of an ordinary individual. However, instead of a cry of pain, Lin Shi was propelled backward along with his bicycle. With a sharp gaze, Lin Shi steadied himself after retreating a few meters, only to discover that the fork of the shared bicycle had been dented. Who is this person? Remarkably strong. What manner of individual is this? The rest of the group became vigilant, eyeing Lin Shi with suspicion, some even reaching beneath their raincoats. Lin Shi quickly composed himself, scratching his head apologetically, and said, "I'm sorry, I was in a hurry to buy something and get home. Thankfully, I didn't hit any of you. Sir, is your leg all right?" The middle-aged man remained silent, merely frowning at Lin Shi with eyes full of scrutiny and wariness. Lin Shi's grip on the handlebars tightened slightly. Both parties fell into a tense silence. At that moment, a female voice emerged from the crowd. "Uncle Xiao, let it go. He didn't mean it." It was the girl who had earlier startled the group. She pushed through the crowd until her path was obstructed by the man referred to as Uncle Xiao, who halted her. Impatiently, she addressed him. "Let us hurry. It's pouring rain, and my clothes are soaked. Hey, you crashed into us. We want to be compensating for that bicycle." The latter part was directed at Lin Shi. The girl, of a similar age to Lin Shi, possessed fair, unblemished skin and attractive features, yet her expression of annoyance marred her beauty. Lin Shi waved his hands, filled with remorse, saying, No, it's my fault. I shouldn't have been riding so fast. If that uncle is injured, I can go home and retrieve money for medical expenses." After 8 years of survival in a post-apocalyptic world, Lin Shi prided himself on his acting skills, portraying the guise of an ordinary young man with authenticity. The man known as Uncle Xiao scrutinized Lin Shi deeply, then pulled the girl behind him, clearing a path and advising, "Next time, ride slower. Going that fast is quite unsafe." The others also stepped aside, allowing him to pass. Lin Shi grinned broadly, displaying a simple and earnest smile. "I understand. Thank you, sir." Afterward, he mounted his bicycle and rode past the group. It was not until he had traveled several hundred meters and rounded a corner that the prickling sensation of being watched dissipated. At that moment, Lin Shi realized he had broken into a thin layer of cold sweat. The previous group had exuded an aura of danger, particularly the middle-aged man, who had exerted the greatest pressure on him. Given the circumstances, had a conflict arisen, even with the element of surprise on his side, victory was not guaranteed. Fortunately, he had escaped unscathed. Who were those people, and what were their intentions? He felt no inclination to concern himself with such matters. He merely ventured out in search of supplies, wishing to avoid unnecessary complications. Following the recent events, Lin Shi deliberately reduced his pace. Once he reached the main road, he was greeted by the sight of countless abandoned vehicles lining the streets. Unlike his previous life, the cars were neatly parked along the roadside, devoid of the chaotic scenes where dozens or even hundreds of vehicles collided, blocking the thoroughfare. The few pedestrians scattered about seemed hurried. Some returned home with bulging bags, while others hurried past, The city now found itself plunged into a darkness bereft of electricity and cut off from any external information. Many had begun consciously stockpiling essential supplies, while others clung to a naive hope that the power outage was merely a localized issue that would soon be rectified. However, when the populace finally realized that electricity would not be restored, and the once familiar electronic devices became useless, the deteriorating environment would lead to a grim reality where corpses lay abandoned. At that moment, they would understand that the city had descended into lawlessness. Those still willing to spend money on supplies would soon find themselves participating in a zero-cost acquisition. Lin Shi aimed to seize the opportunity before these individuals came to their senses. Presently, the supermarkets were teeming with people scrambling for resources. His target was the containers at the port. After more than an hour, Lin Shi finally arrived at the southern port of Shushi. An endless expanse of containers and towering cranes greeted his eyes, alongside numerous cargo ships neatly docked at the port. The number of vessels exceeded his expectations. Indeed, if the authorities had announced a halt to vehicular movement, they might have also instructed the ships to temporarily dock. Perhaps his post had not gone unnoticed and had truly made an impact. After ensuring that no one was watching, he discreetly stored his bicycle away. Typically, the port was bustling with personnel, but after the solar storm, operations had been suspended, and many had fled home in fear. Even if some remained to guard, their numbers would be minimal. With the absence of surveillance cameras in this vast port, Lin Shi found it difficult to be detected if he remained cautious. The only sounds that echoed through the port were the raindrops pattering against the containers, creating an eerie silence. Lin Shi approached one of the containers, placing his hand upon its surface. With a mere thought, the contents within were transferred to his storage space. From the outside, the container appeared intact, yet inside it was utterly empty. This stealthy method of retrieval was uniquely his own. The first container he accessed contained a bounty of watermelons, a fortuitous start. A faint smile graced Lin Shi's face. The fruits of Shushi were known for their abundant sunlight and delightful sweetness. This single container of watermelons could sustain him for an extended period. He proceeded to the next container, which held coconuts. After successfully securing 6 containers filled with fruits, he turned his attention to another container. This time, luck was not on his side. The container was empty. Moreover, the next 3 he encountered were also devoid of any contents. Lin Shi quickly discerned that the locked containers were predominantly filled with goods, while the unsealed ones stood empty. The containers containing merchandise were systematically separated from the vacant ones. Upon realizing this, Lin Shi circumvented the unlocked containers and proceeded toward the next stack. What he collected this time was a container of clothing, but all were short-sleeved garments. After casually selecting one container, he refrained from further collection. A sudden thought struck him. In Sha City, where summer prevails year-round, the wardrobes of the local inhabitants would likely be filled with summer attire, perhaps with only a few pieces suitable for spring and autumn. When the extreme cold arrives, it remains uncertain how many of these indigenous people would succumb to the chill, perhaps even more than those who perished in Sanyuan City. Subsequently, Lin Shi acquired 3 containers of snacks, 4 of frozen seafood, and 2 of daily necessities. Within one of the containers, he stumbled upon several imported vehicles, each with a market value ranging from several tens of thousands to millions. The sealed metal boxes could, to some extent, insulate against electromagnetic pulse effects. Thus, these cars might be intact or possibly damaged. Regardless, with ample space remaining, Lin Shi continued his collection without hesitation. Electrical appliances, artisanal crafts, household goods, food, industrial supplies. A port housing nearly 10,000 containers witnessed Lin Shi traversing through them like a child opening blind boxes, gathering their contents into his space. However, it was not long before a group of unwelcome visitors arrived at the southern port. "Li Gu, do you really think we want to get into trouble like this?" queried one of the 5 young men, aged around 25 or 26, with a disheveled appearance. The speaker, a bald youth, appeared anxious, glancing around as if fearing something. Li Kuei struck the bald youth's head forcefully, his face etched with displeasure. "What are you afraid of? Didn't I tell you? The entire city is experiencing a blackout. All the surveillance cameras are down. With so many containers here, if we simply empty one, no one will notice." These individuals appeared to have set their sights on the containers. Chapter 46. The Seeds of Malice. But what if there are still cameras and power? The bald youth replied cautiously, his eyes filled with concern and a hint of fear. Li Kuei, frustrated by the youth's lack of resolve, pointed an accusatory finger at his nose and exclaimed, "This is precisely why you'll never strike it rich. You possess no observational skills. Look around. Does it seem like there's any power left in Sha City? Even the traffic lights are dark." Casting a few glances at the four brothers who had followed him for 2 years, Li Kuei noted their expressions of struggle and, in a persuasive tone, continued, "I brought you along to seize this opportunity because I've seen you endure for so long. If I were to betray you, I would be condemning myself as well. This is a prime moment to make a fortune. Once the power is restored, our chance will vanish. Reflect on those who look down upon you. Why do they do so? Isn't it because of your lack of wealth? The chance to earn is laid out before you. Do you truly wish to remain impoverished and scorned for a lifetime?" Li Kuei spoke with fervor, his passion evident as he gesticulated animatedly. His fervent rhetoric stemmed from a recent gambling venture that had left him entangled in high-interest debt. Those who resort to usury differ significantly from this petty thug. They possess formidable backing, making it a mere trifling matter to deal with him. Should he default on his debts, it won't be long before he finds himself grievously harmed. Initially, he was in a state of frantic desperation, but then the power abruptly went out across the entire market, as if the heavens themselves conspired to assist him. Consequently, he resolutely turned his attention to the nearby port. Knowing he could not transport much alone, thus he enlisted the help of these 4 timid individuals. Observing that the 4 seemed swayed by his words, Li Kuei seized the moment. There are so many boxes here. If we empty one, no one will notice. Moreover, there is currently no surveillance. Even if someone does discover it, they won't know it was us. What is there to fear? If we get caught, you can simply say I orchestrated it." Seeing Li Kuei's rationale and his assurance of responsibility, the other 4 finally set aside their apprehensions, their eyes glinting with varying degrees of greed. They were all in their 20s, yet none held a legitimate job, spending most of their time relying on their families. It was this shared circumstance that drew them together. One with yellow hair spat on the ground, declaring, "Let us do this. All this wealth is merely the fruits of our labor being siphoned off by capitalists. We are merely redistributing the wealth." Li Gu is right. There's no surveillance. What is there to fear? Once we pull this off, I'll present the money to my father, proving to him that I'm not just a good-for-nothing who squanders money," said a plump youth with a neck adorned in layers of flesh. The last, a young man with a buzz cut and an ear stud, chimed in. "Let us do it." The bald man, seeing his companions declare their allegiance, gritted his teeth and said, "I'll stick with Li Gu." "Excellent." Li Kuei nodded in satisfaction. "Let us move quickly." At that moment, the yellow-haired youth suddenly exclaimed, "Li Gu, there's someone over there. Could they be a staff member?" He pointed towards Lin Shi, who was 100 meters away, busily engaged in unpacking boxes. No, rather, collecting supplies from the containers. Li Kuei glanced in the direction indicated by his subordinate, scrutinizing Lin Shi for a few moments and quickly discerning that he was not a staff member. The workers here wore standardized uniforms. "Ignore him. Let us head to the other side." With that, he led his subordinates towards another cluster of containers. The port's containers included both imports and exports, potentially holding anything. Lin Shi had just received a shipment containing pharmaceuticals and luxury goods. While the luxury items were of no use, the pharmaceuticals were exceedingly valuable. Placing his hand on the container before him, he focused his thoughts. To his surprise, it contained a box full of seeds. One container was packed with over 2,000 cardboard boxes, each labeled with the name of the seeds. The seeds were minuscule. A single box could contain tens of thousands. This entire container must hold over 100 million seeds. If he did not take them, these seeds would soon be ruined by the frost and rendered unusable. However, even if he took them, the apocalyptic environment would not allow for cultivation. In the extreme cold of the end times, most plants would perish, save for a few mutated varieties. No green would remain visible. The world would be devoid of color, save for white. Lin Shi shook his head in regret, but nonetheless stored the seeds in his space. Having received over 100 containers of supplies, only a small corner of his space was occupied. Given the current volume of the space, accommodating more than 20,000 containers worth of goods was not an issue. Lin Shi continued his approach towards the next container. Suddenly, a series of metallic clanks echoed in the distance. Frowning, Lin Shi turned towards the direction of the sound. A cluster of containers obstructed his view, preventing him from seeing the situation several hundred meters away. He cautiously approached, taking cover behind a container to peek out. To his astonishment, he discovered 5 masked individuals wielding a stolen fire axe, attempting to break the padlock on a container. A look of surprise crossed Lin Shi's face. How could they respond so swiftly, sharing the same intent as himself? However, these individuals lacked a space of their own. They could only destroy the lock to remove the contents, and without a vehicle, they could hardly transport much. Despite the rain masking the noise, such commotion was likely to attract the attention of nearby management personnel. Indeed, after a few glances, Lin Shi spotted two individuals in raincoats jogging towards him from several hundred meters away. It's opened. The door is open. Hurry, let's see what's inside. Wow. Isn't this the bag that female celebrities often flaunt on television? It's a donkey brand. I have an X-brand one here too. This whole iron box is filled with valuable goods. We're about to strike it rich. The five rushed into the container, tearing open boxes. Completely oblivious to the approaching management personnel, Lin Shi discreetly concealed himself behind the container, swiftly collecting the supplies within into his space. The two port management personnel quickly located the opened container, drawn by the noise. Hey, what are you doing? The five were startled, and the bald youth dropped the box containing the donkey brand bag to the ground. Li, brother Li, we've been discovered. Shut up, you fool. Li Kuei snapped. The two management personnel brandished their batons, pointing at the five, commanding, come out. Li Kuei cast a greedy glance at the container brimming with luxury goods. With this haul, he could not only repay the exorbitant loan but also purchase a house in the suburbs, ensuring a stable life ahead. If today's endeavor failed, he would be unable to repay the hundreds of thousands in high-interest loans, facing dismemberment, and the four individuals, fearing that Li Kuei might turn his wrath upon them, summoned their courage to approach the two surviving managers. However, Lin Shi chose not to witness the ensuing events, foreseeing that such scenes would soon become commonplace. Opting to refrain from meddling, he redirected his efforts to gather resources. After a span of over 2 hours, Lin Shi had successfully collected a significant portion of the supplies from the containers in the port. The rain-soaked sky cast a gloomy pall, and the evening light had grown dim. The temperature had dropped several degrees since noon, and the humid air carried a refreshing chill. With no streetlights and the absence of the moon in such weather, Lin Shi decided it was time to return. Perhaps luck was not on his side today, for he unexpectedly encountered the same 5 individuals once more. They bore little resemblance to their former selves. 3 had lost their raincoats, revealing their true identities, and their clothing was stained with blood. Particularly, the one who had struck first was nearly unrecognizable, his green attire soaked in crimson. Li Gu, it's that kid from before. The blonde recognized Lin Shi's clothing immediately. After Lin Shi had departed, they had only been moving supplies for less than half an hour when they stumbled upon 3 staff members searching for them. Whether it was 2 or 5, killing was killing, and without the need for words, the 5 unified in their intent. Having already taken 2 lives, they had largely conquered their initial fear, now consumed by a bloodlust that drove them to kill at the mere sight of another. As they spotted Lin Shi, the buzzcut man, his expression twisted in fury, charged at him wielding a fire axe. Lin Shi swiftly reached beneath his raincoat, extracting a silenced handgun from his space, and fired without hesitation. The soundless shot created a gory bloom at the man's forehead, propelling him forward for a few steps before he collapsed, the axe slipping from his grasp. The remaining 4, including Li Kuei, abruptly snapped out of their frenzied state. Thud! The bald young man fell to his knees, cradling his head in terror. Don't kill me. I'll confess, please. Lin Shi, seamlessly drawing his weapon, was instinctively perceived by the bald man as a law enforcer. Li Kuei, his face contorted with rage, shouted, "What are you afraid of? We've killed enough today to fill our quota. He's just one man with a single gun. Let us overwhelm him." With that, he charged forward. Seeing this, the chubby man and the blonde exchanged fierce glances and also lunged at Lin Shi. Without hesitation, Lin Shi fired 3 shots in quick succession, and one by one, they fell to the ground. The last, the blonde, nearly grasped Lin Shi's arm, but in his unsteady state, he was no match for Lin Shi. In mere moments, 4 bodies lay lifeless on the ground, leaving only the bald young man, who was now paralyzed by fear. Kneeling and trembling, Lin Shi aimed his weapon at him, and in a fit of despair, the young man rolled his eyes back and fainted. Just as Lin Shi was about to advance and ensure silence, he suddenly heard a commotion. A rapid series of footsteps echoed nearby, sounding alarmingly organized. Instinctively sensing danger, Lin Shi darted behind a container. A squad of fully armed soldiers emerged from behind a cluster of containers, closing the distance to Lin Shi in mere moments. Who goes there? Lin Shi furrowed his brow. Were they military personnel? When he arrived in Shushi, he learned that the troops were stationed on a small island. Now, with no boats available, did that mean these soldiers had to row over? As dusk approached, with heavy rain casting a dim light, Lin Shi had not noticed whether any vessels were present on the water. These thoughts flickered through his mind as he lowered his footsteps and swiftly retreated, using the containers for concealment. However, fortune did not favor Lin Shi today, having just evaded one group of soldiers. He had not run far before another squad emerged from behind a nearby container, mere meters ahead. A dozen dark gun barrels were aimed at Lin Shi. Who goes there? Lin Shi immediately halted, raising his hands and feigning a look of panic. I am just a student. Upon hearing the word student, the soldiers slightly lowered their weapons, yet remained vigilant, encircling Lin Shi. Don't move. They had just landed at the port and discovered several corpses nearby, along with evidence of tampering with the container locks and missing cargo. This was undoubtedly a heinous murder case. Although their mission was to secure the supplies, they also bore the responsibility of apprehending the perpetrator. One soldier stepped forward to search Lin Shi. He had already concealed his handgun, complying obediently. Report. No dangerous items. The soldier returned to his unit. A serious-looking officer approached Lin Shi after confirming his age and inquired, "Which school do you attend, and why are you here?" Shushi Art Academy, Lin Shi replied, naming Su Qin's school. The identity of a student made it easier to alleviate their suspicions. Moreover, Lin Shi was indeed a student. I intended to return to school, but got lost without navigation, he explained. The absence of taxis and navigational guidance made logical sense. Show me your student ID. Lin Shi displayed a hint of unease. I don't have it. Will my ID suffice? Seeing the officer nod, he retrieved his identification from a compartment in his phone case that had not been searched. It was a small habit of Lin Shi to keep his ID or access card there. Wang Chao accepted the ID, verified its authenticity, and returned it to Lin Shi. Dressed neatly and without any bloodstains or weapons, coupled with his mere 19 years of age, it was difficult for anyone to associate him with a murderer. Nevertheless, Wang Chao felt something was amiss with this young man named Lin Shi. Come with me to the front. I'll have someone escort you back to school shortly. Lin Shi felt a pang of anxiety in his heart, but maintained an indifferent facade. All right. Soon, Lin Shi was brought to an open area. A quick glance revealed at least several hundred soldiers, each armed with a weapon. Additionally, over 100 uniformed port personnel were gathered in the same space. At that moment, a port supervisor, clearly overweight and balding, was speaking tearfully to a man who appeared to be a commanding officer. Furthermore, Lin Shi spotted the lone survivor among the five. The bald youth. The bald man was tightly bound by ropes and wore a face of despair as he was guarded by two soldiers. At that moment, the bald youth suddenly lifted his head and glanced in Lin Shi's direction. Chapter 48. Escape. Noticing the bald youth's action, Lin Shi quickly turned his back and concealed himself behind a towering figure to avoid recognition. What are you hiding from? A somewhat familiar voice resounded from behind him. Lin Shi's body stiffened momentarily before he turned to find that the person he had used as a shield was none other than the officer who had escorted him here. Wang Chao. Wang Chao's gaze was sharp, piercing into Lin Shi's eyes as if he sought to uncover something. Realizing he was under suspicion, Lin Shi did not have the chance to respond to Wang Chao's inquiry when another group of soldiers arrived in the clearing. Report. We have discovered two students at the port exit who claim to be lost. Lin Shi turned at the sound, and, upon seeing one of the students who had been brought over, his expression shifted dramatically. Wang Chao glanced at Lin Shi before striding towards the two students. For some reason, his years of military experience told him that this boy named Lin Shi was not ordinary. Wang Chao approached the two female students and asked the soldier who had accompanied them, "Which school are they from? Have you verified their identities?" "Report, sir. They are from Shushi Art College. Identity confirmed." "Soldier, we have been wandering nearby for ages and cannot find our way. It's getting dark, and we're terrified. What has happened in Shushi? Why have our phones suddenly stopped working? Woe is me, I want to go home." One of the girls burst into tears upon seeing Wang Chao. Wang Chao furrowed his brow, wanting to ask more questions. Lin Shi narrowed his eyes and waved at the other female student. Su Qin. Su Qin had been out shopping with her dorm mate, armed with the 20,000 yuan Lin Shi had given her, when she inexplicably fainted. Upon waking, she found her phone dead and realized that Shushi had undergone a tremendous change. With no transportation, no phone, and lost while trying to retrace her steps to school, She was apprehensive upon encountering soldiers and was brought here. In this unfamiliar environment, surrounded by strangers and armed soldiers, Su Qin's face was filled with anxiety and tension. Su Qin. Hearing a familiar voice, Su Qin turned to find Lin Shi. Lin Shi, she exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy. What are you doing here? In such a strange and solemn atmosphere, the presence of a familiar boy undoubtedly heightened her sense of security. Wang Chao observed their camaraderie and inquired, "Do you two know each other?" Su Qin nodded vigorously, her expression cheerful. "Yes, we are classmates." In her excitement, she spoke quickly and inadvertently omitted the word high school. Although she had intended to specify high school classmates, it no longer mattered. Upon hearing this, Wang Chao's gaze softened as he regarded Lin Shi. It seemed he had been overthinking the situation. "Wait here. I will find a comrade familiar with the geography of Shushi to escort you back to school." With that, he turned and departed. In the depths of her heart, Lin Shi let out a sigh of relief. "Xiao Qin, who is this?" asked Li Zhao Xiao. Her voice still tinged with tears. "I am a student from the sculpture department," Lin Shi said, winking at Su Qin. Su Qin, puzzled at Lin Shi's sudden claim of being a sculpture student, quickly grasped the situation upon meeting Lin Shi's gaze. It was a request for her cooperation. Given Lin Shi's generosity, this trivial matter was something she could easily assist with. "Yes, he is also a freshman," Su Qin responded ambiguously. After a brief exchange among the three, Wang Chao soon arrived with a soldier who appeared only slightly older than the trio. "This is Li Wei. He is also from Shushi and knows the way to your school. You should follow him," Wang Chao instructed. Lin Shi and the others expressed their gratitude. "It is our duty," Wang Chao replied. "Be careful on the way. If it gets too dark tonight, return in the morning." The latter part was directed at Li Wei, who nodded and led the three away. Not long after they departed, a soldier approached Wang Chao and reported, "Commander, we have apprehended the perpetrator responsible for the murder of nearby management personnel. He has confessed that he and his accomplices committed the crimes. However, 4 of his accomplices have already been shot dead." According to this bald man, it was a young security officer clad in a black raincoat who fired the shots. A young security officer in a black raincoat? Wang Chao's mind inexplicably flashed to Lin Shi's face, and he said, "Take me to the perpetrator." As they walked for a while, Li Wei noticed the 2 girls were lagging behind and urged, "We need to move faster. It will be dark soon. The city is experiencing a blackout, and without streetlights, traveling at night is unsafe." Lin Shi glanced at her mechanical watch. It was already 5:27 p.m. She recalled the map of Shushi, knowing that the walk to the Shushi Academy of Arts would take approximately 5 kilometers. At their current speed, it would take them about an hour to return. Disguised as a student from the Shushi Academy of Arts, Lin Shi needed to return there with Su Qin to avoid revealing her identity. The commander had already grown suspicious of her. If she were to leave midway without reaching the academy, her true identity would inevitably be exposed. Shushi was rather small, and encountering the commander again would spell trouble. Sighing, she decided that it was merely a few kilometers, and with a flashlight in hand, she was not afraid of walking at night. Su Qin and Li Zhao Xiao quickened their pace slightly, trailing behind Li Wei. "Brother soldier, why is there a power outage in Shushi?" Li Zhao Xiao inquired. Li Wei pondered for a moment. Since they were not instructed to conceal information, he replied, 2 days ago, a solar storm disrupted the city's electrical grid. When will it be fixed? How are we supposed to live without electricity? My phone is broken. Can you help fix it? If it can't be repaired, I have no money to buy a new one." Li Zhao Xiao appeared to be quite the chatterbox, her words spilling forth incessantly. Li Wei, taken aback by her barrage of questions, replied, "The authorities have already dispatched personnel for emergency repairs. Until the power is restored, you should remain at school and refrain from venturing out. In a couple of days, personnel from other units will arrive at the school to distribute emergency supplies." "What sort of supplies, you ask?" "Merely food, candles, matches, and lighters." "Candles? My goodness, I will have to live by candlelight. How frightening it will be at night." "What shall we do, Xiao Qin?" Su Qin's face was equally etched with concern. The 2 girls lamented the inconvenience they would face without electricity for the foreseeable future. However, Lin Shi was aware of the truth. When the extreme cold descends, even undamaged power lines, if exposed to the elements, would inevitably succumb to frost. All machinery designed for precision processing has been rendered inoperative, and no one could repair the power station and transformers by hand. Not to mention the peril of reconnecting wires amidst a blizzard. Power will never be restored again. Chapter 49. Shushi Art Academy. Lin Shi recalled that his father had once mentioned that decades ago, when electricity was not yet widespread, they relied on candles and flashlights. When darkness fell, they would sleep, and with the dawn, they would rise. Their lives revolved solely around labor, working tirelessly for sustenance, resulting in robust physical health. Nighttime journeys were rare, and there were no entertainment activities to speak of, let alone any internet-addicted youth. Today's society has grown overly reliant on electronic devices, with many individuals ensnared by the internet, leading to a general decline in physical fitness. This solar storm has obliterated electronic devices, regressing human technology by several centuries, effectively forcing humanity into a digital detox. As the extreme cold arrives, survivors are increasingly prioritizing physical fitness. A flash of inspiration suddenly coursed through Lin Shi's mind, an idea flickering briefly before vanishing too quickly to cease. As Lin Shi pondered, the two girls behind him transitioned from complaining about the power outage to directing their attention towards him. Lin Shi, you are quite handsome. Do you have a girlfriend? Zhao Xiao asked, noticing Lin Shi's silence. She stepped closer, preparing to tap him on the shoulder from behind. Lost in thought, Lin Shi instinctively grasped Zhao Xiao's outstretched hand, surprised by his own reaction speed. Ouch, that hurts, she exclaimed. Noticing Li Wei turning to look, Lin Shi released her hand, donning a feigned apologetic smile. I'm sorry. I was just lost in thought. They stood in close proximity, with Zhao Xiao's gaze flitting over Lin Shi's face. Lin Shi bore no resemblance to either of his parents. His father's features were ordinary, while his mother exuded softness. In contrast, Lin Shi's visage was more sculpted, as if chiseled with utmost precision, with deep-set eyes, a prominent nose, and slightly thin lips. However, a 1-centimeter scar on his brow marred this perfection. This scar had been present since Lin Shi could remember. His father said it was from when he fell from his crib as a child. Once, his clear eyes lent a certain warmth to his face. Now, Lin Shi's gaze was cold and indifferent, exuding an air that deterred others when he did not smile. The dissonance that Wang Chao sensed stemmed from the fact that Lin Shi's eyes did not reflect the innocence typical of a 19-year-old. Expressions may be masked, but the eyes are far more difficult to disguise. Zhao Xiao rubbed her wrist, clearly a bit perturbed, and said, All right, considering your handsome appearance, I forgive you. I had just inquired whether you had a girlfriend. Lin Shi replied directly, No. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xiao's eyes curved into crescent moons. Then you. Su Qin stepped forward, interrupting Zhao Xiao's infatuation. Xiao Xiao, what time is it now? Stop fooling around. We need to hurry back. It's already dark. Witnessing Zhao Xiao's infatuation with Lin Shi, Su Qin felt a twinge of possessiveness. Zhao Xiao pouted in a spot where Su Qin couldn't see. Lin Shi remained indifferent to the thoughts of the two girls. In a world overshadowed by calamity, mere survival was already a challenge. Thus, Lin Shi had no inclination towards romantic entanglements. After all, those who can hurt you the most are often the ones you trust the most. Li Wei glanced at the darkening sky and urged, Let us move. After half an hour of walking, the darkness deepened, and the rain had ceased. The temperature around them was now noticeably lower than it had been in the afternoon. Lin Shi removed his raincoat and assessed the climate, estimating it to be at least 5 degrees cooler than when they had set out at noon. Both Su Qin and Zhao Xiao were dressed in light shorts and short sleeves, now huddled together, shivering for warmth. Zhao Xiao noticed Lin Shi's long-sleeved jacket and whispered into Su Qin's ear, Su Qin, aren't you quite familiar with this guy? Ask him to lend us his jacket. As if reading her mind, Su Qin was already preparing to speak. With her charm, persuading a boy to lend her his jacket was hardly a challenge, especially one who had harbored a crush on her since high school and had followed her to Shushi. Indeed, Su Qin had romantically envisioned Lin Shi's arrival in Shushi as being solely for her sake. With confidence, Su Qin addressed Lin Shi. Could you lend me your jacket for a moment? Lin Shi flatly refused, no. He was unwilling to risk the potential for illness for an unrelated woman. The smile on Su Qin's face faltered. Zhao Xiao caught a glimpse of Su Qin's awkward expression, and, though her face remained neutral, a hint of schadenfreude flickered within her. It turned out that even the stunning Su Qin could miscalculate. Isn't there a shred of gentlemanly decorum in you? Su Qin retorted, somewhat indignantly. Lin Shi did not turn around. Gentlemanly decorum? Can it be eaten? Zhao Xiao couldn't help but burst into laughter. However, her amusement was short-lived. The darkness obscured her path, and she stumbled over something, falling to the ground. Ah! She screamed. Li Wei, having carried a flashlight in his bag, quickly retrieved it and switched it on. Zhao Xiao found herself sprawled in the filthy puddle, furiously exclaiming, "Why didn't you bring out the flashlight sooner?" Li Wei explained, "The flashlights and batteries still functional in the army are scarce. We must conserve them." In the present day, flashlights and batteries had become exceedingly precious commodities. Zhao Xiao, furious and breathless, felt a wave of indignation rising within her, yet she dared not direct her ire at the soldier. With half her body soaked in mud, standing up only intensified her chill. She wrapped her arms around herself, shivering uncontrollably. Zhao Xiao approached Lin Shi, her expression a portrait of pitiful grievance. "This won't he do?" Lin Shi understood what she intended to say and resolutely refused. Xiao, exasperated, exclaimed, "What is wrong with you? Are you even a man?" Yet no matter her protests, Lin Shi remained unmoved. As the four approached the entrance of the Shushi Art Academy, darkness enveloped the surroundings, rendering visibility nearly non-existent. The school's automatic doors were malfunctioning and locked at that moment. They proceeded to the security office and knocked on the glass. Upon seeing Li Wei, clad in military attire, the security guard inquired briefly and, upon learning they were escorting 3 students back to the school, permitted them to enter through a side door. "Young man, do you happen to have a flashlight?" "It's pitch black in here," the security guard asked, eyeing the flashlight in Li Wei's hand. "Apologies, I only have one flashlight. The military will distribute lighting supplies in a couple of days," Li Wei replied. The guard, not pressing the matter further, sighed and nodded. "Who knows when the electricity will be restored? You may proceed." The campus was enveloped in an impenetrable darkness, silent and serene. Guided by Su Qin and Li Xiao, the four initially headed towards the girls' dormitory. Midway, Lin Shi abruptly halted. "What are you doing?" Li Xiao glared at Lin Shi, her annoyance palpable. What did it matter if he was handsome, when his demeanor was so irksome? "Silence!" Lin Shi snapped, focusing intently on the sounds around them. A faint rustling noise reached his ears, seemingly drawing closer. "Where is the nearest building?" Lin Shi turned to Su Qin and Li Xiao, urgency lacing his voice. "Why are you asking that? We'll reach the dormitory in a few minutes." "Hurry up." Li Xiao, eager to change out of her damp clothes, felt uncomfortable in them. Su Qin, noticing Lin Shi's serious expression, pointed towards the darkness on the left, albeit puzzled. "The gymnasium is a few hundred meters that way. Run. Hail is falling," Lin Shi warned, snatching the flashlight from Li Wei and dashing in the direction Su Qin indicated. He could not concern himself with whether they followed. "What?" The 2 girls were slow to react, but Li Wei had already sprinted after Lin Shi. "Wait for us." In the pitch-black surroundings, devoid of light, Su Qin and Li Xiao had no choice but to follow. Yet, Lin Shi quickly became a mere speck of light in the distance, rendering pursuit impossible. "Crazy. Why are you running? Wait for us." "We can't see," Li Xiao shouted, her voice tinged with desperation. The rustling grew louder, and it seemed something was indeed approaching. Recalling Lin Shi's words, Su Qin succumbed to panic, desperately drawing upon her stamina as a dance major, racing toward the gymnasium. "Gymnasium, gymnasium," she urged herself, oblivious to the fact that Li Xiao had fallen far behind. "Oh no!" A cry of pain erupted from behind. "Xiao Qin, I've fallen. Where are you? Wait for me. I'm so scared." Su Qin hesitated for a moment, the increasingly distinct sound of ice hitting the ground compelling her to grit her teeth and continue her flight forward. Moments later, a chilling scream pierced the air from behind. "Ah!" Li Xiao's cry echoed, and then silence fell. Su Qin's eyes brimmed with tears as she bit her lip, desperately fleeing. Yet, her speed could not match that of the hail. A hailstone the size of a marble struck her forehead, followed by a fist-sized one crashing into her left shoulder. Su Qin winced in pain, but dared not halt. In the next instant, a hailstone the size of a human head grazed her nose before smashing to the ground, nearly hitting her. "Lin Shi, save me." A wave of intense fear and panic engulfed Su Qin, compelling her to reach out for her only glimmer of hope. Not far off, the beam of a flashlight had come to a standstill, signaling that the gymnasium was within sight. Yet, this small distance loomed like an insurmountable chasm, with the deafening sound of giant hailstones shattering all around her, perhaps heralding her imminent demise. Receiving no response, Su Qin cried out in despair as she continued to run. In a realm unseen to her, her genes were rapidly mutating, breaking apart and reassembling at an astonishing pace. While sprinting, Su Qin executed incredible maneuvers. narrowly evading several human-sized hailstones. Just a few meters away from the gymnasium, exhaustion overcame her. Her limbs suddenly weakened, and her vision began to blur. Before she lost consciousness, she caught sight of a figure appearing before her, hoisting her onto their shoulder and running. Then, everything faded into darkness. Lin Shi stood at the entrance of the gymnasium, watching as Li Wei returned, carrying Su Qin. He gasped for breath, having narrowly escaped being struck by a hailstone that had just hit his helmet. However, he bore several injuries from the impacts. Su Qin's clothing was stained with blood. Only Lin Shi remained impeccably dressed, having sheltered beneath the eaves of the gymnasium before the hail began to fall, coldly observing those struggling in despair. Li Wei glared at Lin Shi. Indignation etched on his face. Aren't you classmates? Why did you not help? Lin Shi let out a cold laugh, laced with scorn. That woman and this woman are also classmates, are they not? Why did she not come to her aid? They had all heard Li Xiao's cries for help from hundreds of meters away. The fact that Su Qin could make it here confirmed that she had not attempted to save Li Xiao. Li Wei was left speechless by the retort. Why not help? Out of fear of death. Because another's life did not weigh as heavily as one's own. Such is human nature. Lin Shi turned, flashlight in hand, and proceeded into the gymnasium. He felt no obligation to play the savior. Merely offering a word of warning was the extent of his compassion. The gymnasium was enveloped in darkness as Lin Shi stepped inside, illuminating his surroundings with the flashlight. The first floor contained several corridors, each marked with signs indicating their destinations. Not far ahead, an arrow pointed toward the fitness room. Lin Shi made his way directly to the fitness room, which was equipped with various exercise machines and several yoga mats. As Li Wei entered, carrying Su Qin on his back, Lin Shi immediately relinquished the gym to them, stating, "You may rest here. I shall seek another place for slumber. Do not follow me." He was unaccustomed to the presence of strangers during his moments of repose. "Wait," Li Wei exclaimed, "your classmate appears to be having a seizure." Gently, he set Su Qin down, and it was then that Lin Shi noticed her curled form. Her exquisite features twisted in agony, her limbs twitching involuntarily. Lin Shi's gaze sharpened slightly. Su Qin's current state bore a resemblance to the aftereffects she experienced after the second subject unlocked the genetic lock. He nudged her gently. "Su Qin? Su Qin?" Yet, she was unable to respond, her jaws clenched tightly, every cell in her body seemingly writhing in torment, too pained to even lose consciousness. Li Wei produced a cloth from somewhere, folding it and placing it in Su Qin's mouth, explaining, "This will prevent her from biting herself. It seems she is having a seizure, likely triggered by her earlier exertion." Lin Shi could not dispute this. In the years he had known Su Qin, he had never heard of her suffering from epilepsy, though he acknowledged the possibility she might have concealed her medical history. Li Wei laid her down flat, turning her head to the side, and proceeded to massage her hands and feet. His approach was commendable. Lin Shi positioned a flashlight higher up, illuminating a significant portion of the gym. As the seconds ticked by, Su Qin bit down so hard that her gums began to bleed. Lin Shi was eager to ascertain whether her current condition was indeed a residual effect of unlocking the genetic lock. He recalled the second subject consuming the remaining half of a blue pill, but ultimately dismissed the idea of administering it to Su Qin. The second subject had previously mentioned that he experienced genetic breakdown only after unlocking the genetic lock for the 5th time, implying he had endured the first 4 attempts. At least according to his account, the first was undoubtedly survived on his own. While Lin Shi harbored reservations regarding an ordinary person unlocking a genetic lock, the onset of the apocalypse suggested that, based on information from the treasure trove, the rebooting of species would accelerate evolutionary processes. Thus, it was not entirely implausible for an ordinary individual to unlock their genetic potential in a life-or-death scenario. Lin Shi pondered, "Are we to simply watch her suffer?" Li Wei, distressed by Su Qin's agony, felt a pang of compassion. "What do you propose we do?" Lin Shi scoffed. "Are you considering taking her to a hospital? With no means of transportation, carrying her there on foot could take an eternity. Furthermore, it is hailing outside. Venturing out would be tantamount to seeking death. The school does have a nurse. Where else could you possibly find help in such dire circumstances? And remember, you are you. Do not implicate me in your plans. You are classmates, are you not? How can you stand idly by?" Li Wei retorted, his frustration mounting. As a soldier, the instinct to protect the vulnerable was ingrained in him. Had he not been restrained by decorum, he would have unleashed a torrent of expletives. "This is the second time you have uttered that phrase. I believe I have made my position abundantly clear, Lin Shi replied coldly, casting a glance out the window. In just a short while, the hail outside had lessened significantly. Li Wei retrieved a candle from his backpack and lit it, dismissing the flashlight. I cannot stand idly by. You tend to her while I venture outside. Lin Shi watched as Li Wei departed, murmuring softly, in this world, there remains not a single soul for whom I would risk my life to save. Chapter 51. Darkness and Light after Li Wei's departure. Lin Shi sat cross-legged beside Su Qin, observing her transformation. Despite Su Qin's evident suffering, he remained unmoved. The sweat streaming from her pain had soaked her hair and clothing. The thin white shirt clinging to her form, subtly revealing her graceful silhouette. Were it a typical young man in solitude with a lone woman, faced with such a beauty in a vulnerable state, even the mere act of refraining from inappropriate advances would likely stir a tempest of desire. However, Lin Shi felt no such inclination at that moment. 10 minutes passed. The anguish on Su Qin's face began to fade, her body gradually stabilizing. Once she regained her composure, she weakly opened her eyes, her gaze wandering. Where am I? Am I not dead? Lin Shi supported her upright against the wall. This is the gymnasium. You just experienced a seizure. A seizure? I am not ill. I do not comprehend what happened. I had lost consciousness, then suddenly felt excruciating pain. Su Qin's expression was one of confusion and trepidation. The agony she had just endured was unbearable. Lin Shi's gaze flickered with suspicion. He pondered whether Su Qin had inadvertently unlocked her genetic potential. Before entering the gymnasium, did anything unusual occur, or did you experience any peculiar sensations? Su Qin shook her head. I was overwhelmed with fear. I only knew to run, yet as I fled, I collapsed. Who brought me here? Was it you, Lin Shi? She fixed her gaze intently upon him. It was that soldier who rescued you, Lin Shi stated plainly, not confirming her suspicion. Su Qin lowered her head, the dim candlelight obscuring her expression. What about that soldier? He has gone to find the school doctor. Upon hearing this, Su Qin fell silent, the atmosphere lingering in quietude for some time. Suddenly, she spoke softly. Why? Lin Shi turned to her. Why did you not save me? Why did you not wait for us? If you had run slower, shining the flashlight on the path, Zhao Xiao would not have died. Why? Why have you become so cold-hearted? You are responsible for Zhao Xiao's death. The last words escaped her lips in a near scream. Throughout the agonizing ordeal, she had remained conscious, overhearing the dialogue between Lin Shi and Li Wei, yet unable to articulate her thoughts. After enduring a series of harrowing experiences, Su Qin's spirit was frayed, barely holding together. The question she posed was the final straw that broke the camel's back. Just before her demise, Zhao Xiao had called out her name, yet she had not turned back, nor paused in her flight. Unable to accept her culpability in Zhao Xiao's death, she redirected all blame towards Lin Shi. Su Qin's face was a mask of accusation and resentment, her eyes blazing with fury as they locked onto Lin Shi. Lin Shi's gaze turned icy, a flicker of murderous intent flashing within his depths. He had endured such experiences far too often, whether labeled as cold-blooded and heartless or selfish and self-serving. The harsh lessons taught by the apocalypse had instilled in him a resolute conviction: never extend genuine affection or kindness to anyone. Even though Lin Shi had previously saved Su Qin, she still believed that he was responsible for Li Xiaoxiao's demise. Yet, she failed to consider that Lin Shi and Li Xiaoxiao shared no connection. What justified him risking his life to save her? With a mere flicker of thought, a dagger materialized in Lin Shi's hand, concealed behind his back. He could not allow someone who harbored hatred towards him to continue living, especially one who might unlock the genetic code. That posed a threat to his very existence. Su Qin was taken aback by the intensity of Lin Shi's gaze, instinctively retreating until her back met the cold wall. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the gym, prompting Lin Shi to retract the dagger. Li Wei strode into the gym, dragging someone behind him. Upon seeing Su Qin, he exclaimed, "You're awake?" Lin Shi rose, noticing a man in a white coat, carrying a medical kit. Hastening towards Su Qin, the man knelt before her, inquiring, "Su Qin, are you all right? Is there anywhere you feel discomfort?" To Su Qin's surprise, the man recognized her. Her expression mirrored her astonishment. "Dr. Chu?" Lin Shi and Li Wei stepped aside, observing as Dr. Chu assessed Su Qin's condition. Lin Shi chose not to question how Li Wei, already battered and bruised, had managed to locate the school doctor, instead listening intently to Su Qin's account, which mirrored her earlier words to Lin Shi. Suddenly, Dr. Chu turned to Lin Shi and Li Wei, stating, Su Qin has suffered numerous external injuries. I will tend to her wounds. Gentlemen, please step outside for a moment. Su Qin lowered her gaze in embarrassment. Lin Shi turned to leave, followed by Li Wei, who closed the door behind them. Once the door to the gym was shut, Su Qin collapsed into Dr. Chu's embrace, weeping softly. Moments earlier, as Dr. Chu leaned in to examine her, Su Qin had discreetly tugged at his clothing, using his form as cover, and inscribed the words "Save me" in his palm. Whoa, Dr. Chu, someone is trying to kill me. Just before, under the flickering candlelight, Su Qin had glimpsed Lin Shi's silhouette reflected in the glass, and witnessed the sudden appearance of a dagger in his hand. Lin Shi had intended to kill her. Dr. Chu, feeling the softness of her form against him, experienced a fleeting flash of desire in his eyes. Gently patting her back, he reassured her, Take your time, tell me what happened. Outside the door, Lin Shi and Li Wei stood still for a moment, and Li Wei finally spoke to Lin Shi, The escort mission is complete. I should return now. Upon hearing Li Wei's intention to depart, Lin Shi nodded. Li Wei retrieved the single ration he had brought along from his backpack and handed it to Lin Shi, saying, Share this when you get the chance. When it's time to sleep, extinguish the candle. Do not waste it, as candles will become precious in the future. With that, Li Wei departed, leaving no opportunity for Lin Shi to decline. He had taken just a few steps when Lin Shi's voice came from behind. You need not blame yourself. Had you not followed me, all three of you would have perished. Upon hearing Lin Shi's words, Li Wei halted, his eyes immediately glistening with unshed tears. He believed no one could fathom the turmoil within him. The question he posed to Lin Shi was, in essence, a question to himself. Why did he not act to save them? The moment he heard the impending hail and witnessed Lin Shi seize the flashlight and flee, fear enveloped him. His instinctive reaction had been to run. He had been in the military for less than 2 years, initially serving merely to fulfill his duties, when he abruptly received a first-level combat readiness order, transforming him into a full-fledged soldier. Suddenly confronted with a vastly altered world, he realized that unforeseen changes loomed ahead. At merely 21 years of age, he too experienced fear. He feared for his life. Yet, he was a soldier. Protecting civilians was a soldier's duty, and by fleeing, he felt he had abandoned his post. It was only after reaching safety that he remembered 2 female classmates were still behind him. Thus, when he heard Su Qin's cries for help, he risked his own life to carry her back. When Su Qin appeared to be falling ill, he bravely sought the school medic. Rescuing even one person would alleviate a fraction of his guilt. Lin Shi's assertion was indeed accurate. Had he not fled, all 3 could have succumbed beneath the hail. Although it did not entirely absolve him of his guilt, it provided him with a measure of solace. A fleeting glimmer of gratitude crossed Li Wei's eyes as he nodded silently to Lin Shi and departed. Lin Shi, gazing at the individual rations in his hand, felt his previously cold demeanor soften slightly. He stored the items in his space. Some hearts are drawn towards the light, while others descend into darkness. Though Lin Shi did not consider himself a virtuous person, he did not reject those who were genuinely good. After all, the virtuous often meet swift ends. With each one lost, the world became a tad dimmer. After a while, the gym door swung open, and the school medic, Chu, announced, All is well now. You may enter. Lin Shi strode into the gym, finding a corner to sit. Su Qin stared fixedly at the door, her gaze wandering to Lin Shi when no one else entered for a prolonged time. What of that soldier? She inquired. He has left, Lin Shi replied casually. He just walked away? Not even a farewell? Su Qin's voice was slightly sharp. By the time he reached the school gate, his mission was accomplished. Do you expect him to pledge his life in gratitude for saving yours? Lin Shi retorted with a biting tone. Su Qin's expression stiffened slightly. Ignoring her, Lin Shi closed his eyes and began to rest. A flicker of anxiety crossed Su Qin's face as she turned to Chu. He shook his head gently and declared, Let us rest here for the night. Su Qin found a spot to lie down, saying, I will extinguish the candle now. Upon hearing this, she located a mat and settled down. The candle promptly extinguished with a soft sigh. Once Chu lay down as well, silence enveloped the surroundings. The faint rustle of fabric could be heard in the darkness, before tranquility returned. Time passed, though how long remained uncertain. In the darkness, a faint rustling sound echoed once again. Su Qin suddenly opened her eyes and reached out to touch the hand of the school doctor, Chu. He too opened his eyes. Their gazes were clear, devoid of any sleepiness, revealing that neither had truly slumbered. In the obscurity, Chu could not discern Su Qin's expression, so he gently patted the back of her hand to reassure her. He then slowly rose to his feet, retrieving a sharp scalpel from his pocket. Unbeknownst to her, he had removed his shoes, treading silently on the ground, the only sound being the faint rustle of fabric. Su Qin sat up as well, her heart racing in her throat, pounding incessantly. She pressed her hand against her chest, fearful that the sound of her heartbeat would awaken Lin Shi. After realizing Lin Shi's intention to kill her, Su Qin sought the assistance of Chu, the school doctor she knew. Ideally, her first choice would have been Li Wei, but without an opportunity, he had departed quietly. Chu informed Su Qin that, over the past 2 days, neither the Public Security Bureau nor the hospital could be contacted. The entire city's communications and power supply had been severed. He even speculated that the entire Qiming nation, or perhaps the Eastern Hemisphere or Northern Hemisphere, had suffered an assault from a solar storm. Earlier that day, the principal had rushed to the nearby Public Security Bureau for help, only to find it overcrowded, with a severe shortage of personnel, rendering the school incapable of receiving any effective assistance. The collapse of order seemed merely a matter of time. Su Qin was taken aback by Chu's words. She recalled his declaration, "Xiao Qin, I care for you. I cannot allow anyone to harm you. I can help you eliminate him. As long as you are with me, I am willing to do anything for you." The look in Chu's eyes felt unfamiliar to Su Qin. Yet, thinking of Lin Shi's murderous intent, she realized that if she did not act, she would surely perish. She did not wish to die? Why did Lin Shi dare to kill? Why was he so cold-blooded? Was it not because the order had dissolved, and now, even if someone were to be killed, there would be no consequences? If they were to eliminate Lin Shi, no one would ever know. Su Qin justified her decision and ultimately acquiesced to Chu's suggestion. However, she had not considered the question, why was Chu so willing to kill? In the darkness, a chilling smile crept across Chu's face. For him, these past 2 days had been akin to a paradise. Ever since the school received news of the solar storm's outbreak the previous day, by 10 in the morning, the majority of students exhibited various inexplicable symptoms of dizziness and nausea. Many had even succumbed to unconsciousness, including several school doctors. Yet, Chu experienced no such reactions, feeling merely a touch of nausea. In this urgent situation, the teachers who had not fainted rushed students to the school hospital, most of whom were treated by Chu. Initially, he treated them diligently, but as he discovered that no matter what methods he employed, those who had lost consciousness would not awaken and were not in any mortal danger. A sinister thought began to take root in his mind. After one occurrence, no one noticed anything amiss. The school security guard reported that all surveillance systems had malfunctioned, and the police department was unreachable. The school doctor, Chu, grew increasingly emboldened. In a mere day and night, he had violated numerous young women, indulging in the allure of their youthful bodies. This morning, however, as he assaulted a female student, she roused from her slumber. Upon awakening, she thrashed about and screamed. In a moment of panic, Chu killed the student and concealed her lifeless body within a large trash bag, stowing it away in an abandoned freezer. This act was akin to unleashing Pandora's box. Utilizing medications from the school clinic, Chu administered injections to the still unconscious female students, rendering them in a perpetual state of oblivion, and continued his heinous acts. Tragically, 2 students succumbed to an overdose and would never awaken. The entire school community was engulfed in chaos and terror due to the sudden, inexplicable changes. Even after 2 days and nights, no one had discovered the grim reality. Should anyone inquire about the missing students, Chu would merely dismiss their absence, claiming they had left. That night, as Chu was preparing to strike again in the clinic, he suddenly heard a shout. The sight of Li Wei in military attire nearly sent him into a frenzy, fearing his deeds had been uncovered. To his surprise, Li Wei was merely seeking assistance. Following Li Wei to the gymnasium, the ensuing events unfolded as Su Qin sought his help. Upon learning that Li Wei was only escorting them to the school and would soon depart, Chu contemplated eliminating Lin Shi. He cunningly persuaded Su Qin to agree to the murder of Lin Shi. This time, he did not desire a lifeless, unresponsive victim. He craved the thrill of a vibrant, living woman. With the thought of killing Lin Shi, he envisioned finally enjoying Su Qin, the stunning beauty he had long coveted. The excitement in Chu's eyes intensified as he approached Lin Shi's position. With a gleaming scalpel raised high, he plunged it downwards towards that spot. Chapter 53. I'll shoot you. Let us see you dodge. The cold, glistening scalpel sliced through the air, aimed at Lin Shi's position. Su Qin, unable to see the situation unfold, was paralyzed by the gruesome images forming in her mind, nearly crying out in terror. She clasped her mouth tightly to stifle her voice. Yet, the bloody scene she anticipated did not materialize. Chu's strike found no target. He was taken aback, his expression shifting dramatically. "Where are you?" A sudden beam of bright light accompanied by Lin Shi's voice pierced through the darkness. Lin Shi stood 2 meters away from Chu, wielding a powerful flashlight that dispelled the gym's shadows. Su Qin could no longer contain her scream. "How could you be there? I distinctly remember you sleeping in that spot." Chu shielded his eyes from the blinding light with one hand while brandishing the scalpel with the other. "Oh, I simply moved to a different spot after extinguishing the candle," Lin Shi replied. "Impossible. We didn't hear you move at all. Where did you get that flashlight?" Su Qin's face was filled with a flustered panic at being discovered. Lin Shi shrugged, responding to her inquiry. "I truly cannot decide whether to commend your cleverness or criticize your foolishness. All I had to do was shift a position before this school doctor lay down. The sound of his movement masked my own. Naturally, the flashlight was retrieved from my backpack. By the way, what are you two doing awake at this hour? Are you plotting to kill me?" Lin Shi turned to Su Qin with a smile. "However, I have a peculiar habit of never sleeping in the same room as strangers. If I were to do so, rest assured, I would remain wide awake." After enduring the trials of the apocalypse, he had become all too familiar with the malice inherent in human nature. The moment he laid eyes on the school doctor, he sensed a palpable aura of ruthlessness, as if freshly stained with blood. He cautiously shifted positions when the candle's flame extinguished. Moreover, since his rebirth, Lin Shi had grown acutely sensitive to the gaze of others. Even in darkness, he could perceive the faintest hint of murderous intent. Thus, he had long since opened his eyes. Truly, he had no desire to prolong the night. Lin Shi's enigmatic smile, coupled with the current circumstances, sent a chill down Su Qin's spine. Was this truly the Lin Shi she once knew? No longer engaging in idle chatter, Lin Shi advanced a few steps and effortlessly seized the scalpel from the school doctor's hand, plunging it into the doctor's chest. "No." Su Qin's voice echoed as the scalpel found its mark in the school doctor's heart. The motion was executed so swiftly that the doctor had no time to react. He disregarded the tears streaming from his eyes under the harsh light, casting a disbelieving glance at his chest. The scalpel was fully embedded in his heart, leaving only the handle visible, as blood erupted outward in a vivid bloom. In the next instant, he collapsed to the ground with a thud. Lin Shi maintained an expression of calm, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task, then turned to Su Qin, who was now rendered speechless by terror. Since awakening from the geomagnetic storm, he had discovered a remarkable enhancement in his physical abilities. Whether in speed, strength, or reflexes, he had surpassed his previous limits by a considerable margin. Su Qin's eyes widened in fear, her body seemingly nailed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. "Please, don't kill me," she pleaded, desperation flooding her voice. "I can be your girlfriend. Don't kill me. You can do anything to me. I beg you, Lin Shi. We were good friends in high school, right? In truth, I have always liked you." Her desperate gaze held a flicker of hope, her face straining to convey affection. "Very well. I shall grant you a chance," Lin Shi replied with a smile, his eyes icy and unyielding, as his words sent a shiver down her spine. "I will shoot you. If you manage to evade it, I shall spare you." Su Qin's pupils dilated, staring at the handgun that appeared in Lin Shi's hand as if she had seen a ghost, aimed directly at her. "I will count down from 3, and then I will pull the trigger." Lin Shi offered her no opportunity for dissent as he began the countdown. 3. Su Qin's eyes were filled with despair. Suddenly, her gaze shifted dramatically. Before she could even count to 1, Lin Shi squeezed the trigger. In that instant, Su Qin's entire demeanor transformed. Her pupils contracted to the size of a pinhead, and the bullet, which seemed impossible to evade, was narrowly avoided as she slightly tilted her body. Realizing she had escaped the bullet, an overwhelming joy surged within her. She silently screamed in her heart, "I made it. I actually made it." But then, with a sudden burst, a spray of blood erupted from her shoulder. She cried out in pain, clutching her shoulder as she collapsed to the ground. Lin Shi had fired again. She could only evade one shot. Lin Shi's expression reflected a hint of disappointment. Initially, he had merely wished to extract the last shred of value from Su Qin before her demise, to ascertain if she could unlock her genetic code in a life-or-death moment. Now, he was certain that she had indeed activated her genetic lock. Chapter 54. The Return at Present. Lin Shi held a 70% certainty that the unlocking of the genetic code was intricately linked to a profound life-threatening crisis. You deceiver. Su Qin wished to confront Lin Shi, questioning his broken promises. Yet, in the next moment, she collapsed once more, her body convulsing violently. 8 seconds had passed from the moment she dodged the bullet to her collapse. Lin Shi observed her intently. This time, Su Qin did not lose consciousness. But her body exhibited reactions akin to before. Did it hurt? Lin Shi noted that the side effects of the genetic lock were markedly more severe than the first time. Blood seeped from her ears, nose, and the corners of her mouth, and her eyes were filled with blood vessels. Su Qin could not utter a sound, but her gaze bore into Lin Shi, conveying a clear message: end her suffering. Lin Shi remained impassive, a mere spectator. Eventually, after 17 minutes, the adverse effects of the genetic lock subsided, and Su Qin fell into unconsciousness. Lin Shi holstered his pistol and plunged a knife into her heart, extinguishing her life. He glanced at his mechanical watch. It was already past 3 in the morning. He needed to leave. After a moment's thought, he decided to store both the school doctor and Su Qin's corpse in his space to prevent any future discoveries linked to the bodies. Outside, an unrelenting wind had begun to howl, rattling the glass windows of the Taekwondo hall. The indoor temperature, which had been a comfortable 10 degrees before sleep, had plummeted to around 10 degrees. It was likely only 5 or 6 degrees outside. Lin Shi changed into a warmer outfit and then, with a flashlight in hand, made his way to Shushi Art Academy. The dark, silent road was marked by the remnants of hail that had left water stains on the ground. After walking a few hundred meters, he retrieved a shared bicycle, securing the flashlight to its front, and pedaled towards the Shushi Crossy Bridge. With several corpses now stored in his space, though they remained preserved and uncorrupted, the sheer number of bodies alongside the food within was unsettling. Lin Shi intended to take advantage of the dark, stormy night to dispose of these remains. After traveling several kilometers, fog began to envelop the surroundings, reducing visibility. Along the way, he occasionally spotted 1 or 2 pale bodies that had perished from hail strikes, some with their heads crushed, brain matter splattered. Amidst the gruesome scene, blood flowed freely, painting a stark picture of horror under the cloak of a pitch-black, silent night. Lin Shi exhibited little change in expression, having become desensitized to such sights in the apocalypse. The hailstorm that battered Shushi occurred at night. Had it struck during the day, akin to the events in Sanyuan City of his past life, the fatalities would have been far greater. After roughly 20 minutes, Lin Shi discarded several corpses into the sea. Their descent akin to dumplings dropped into water. He also took the opportunity to cleanse the blood from his bulletproof SUV. Once the interior was pristine, he drove towards his safe house. At this hour, the streets were typically devoid of activity. Even if someone heard the vehicle, they would be unable to discern who was behind the wheel. With the SUV's elevated chassis, he could simply crush any bodies in his path without the need to disembark, a convenience far superior to that of a shared bicycle. Naturally, Lin Shi was not foolish enough to ride in the biting cold wind. As he traversed the urban area, some residents heard the sound of the car passing below. "Darling, wake up. I think I heard a car." "Don't be silly. Go back to sleep. You must be dreaming." "A car? Are there any still operable?" One individual opened a window to peer outside, only to be met with a gust of frigid air that prompted an immediate closure of the window. Navigating the road, Lin Shi maintained a moderate speed of 50 to 60 kilometers per hour, mindful of the occasional corpses and obstacles. As dawn broke, he returned the vehicle to his spatial storage and switched back to his shared bicycle. With the light of day, he noticed an influx of hurried pedestrians, more numerous than the previous day, predominantly comprised of young adults. Whereas many had donned short sleeves yesterday, today they were uniformly clad in long-sleeve jackets, albeit most appeared rather thinly dressed. As Lin Shi had anticipated, in a city like Shushi, where summer seemingly reigns year-round, the locals had not adequately prepared for winter attire. The fog thickened, accompanied by sporadic snowflakes, an almost impossible occurrence in Shushi. Even the most oblivious among them began to sense an anomaly. Those who had been scrambling for food the previous day were now frantically seeking clothing and bedding. Many on the streets exhibited lips tinged with purple from the cold. Yet despite the biting winds, they were compelled to venture outside, for elderly relatives and children at home desperately required warmth. Little did they know how many of the household pillars would return alive today. A blizzard was imminent. Lin Shi observed some individuals, unable to endure the cold, shattering the glass of closed shops, tearing down curtains, or appropriating other items for warmth. Order was beginning to unravel. In the face of the apocalypse, the instinct for survival could precipitate any action. Around 6 in the morning, Lin Shi finally returned to Wulong village. The path to his safe house lay just beyond the village, necessitating a detour around or through the heart of it. Given the villagers' tendencies, Lin Shi opted for caution, choosing to take a longer route. However, today, a throng of villagers had gathered along his necessary passage outside the village on the concrete road. A group of villagers, armed with an assortment of weapons such as kitchen knives, hoes, firewood axes, and clubs, formed a tight circle in the middle of the road, their raucous voices echoing within. Strike! Strike! Let us slay it! Liangzi, come forth. On such a frigid day, I've longed for a feast of dog meat hot pot. One shouted, what is there to fear? It's merely a beast, and we are many. Another retorted, why don't you take the lead? Among the villagers, a large dog, battered and bruised, bared its teeth at them, emitting a low growl that threatened. Its form suggested it was a sizable breed, its once pristine coat obscured by layers of filth. The dog's round eyes gleamed with ferocity, and as it snarled, the sharp teeth bore traces of blood. Remarkably, it possessed heterochromia, one eye a deep ocean blue, the other a vivid crimson. It's just a creature. With our numbers combined, can it truly inflict harm? If we slay this beast, each of us could claim several pounds of meat. Fresh meat is scarce at the market, spoke Li Chong, who had recently attempted to extort money outside Lin Shi's safe house. Though his reasoning held merit, none dared to step forward first. They all awaited someone else to divert the dog's attention, ensuring their safety in capturing it. Who would willingly risk a bite? Finally, the village elder, the oldest among them, made a decisive suggestion. Enough? Chong, Liangzi, you two are the strongest. Step up. Li Chong and Wang Liang exchanged glances, understanding the unspoken message in each other's eyes. Liang protested, Uncle, if you insist on this, I might as well head home. Why must it always fall upon me and Chong to take the lead? Li Chong concurred. Indeed, last time I went up the mountain, my father ended up with a broken hand, and I still haven't managed to collect compensation from that scoundrel. Just yesterday, Li Chong had pounded on the door of Lin Shi's safe house, exhausting himself in vain, and his displeasure had only grown. Now, with no money in hand and medical expenses already exceeding several thousand, he silently vowed to confront Lin Shi upon their next encounter. Unexpectedly, as if summoned, a piercing screech of brakes shattered the air. Lin Shi, obscured by the swirling snow and fog, only realized the villagers' presence when he drew near, a mere 10 meters away. Upon spotting them, Li Chong brandished his firewood axe, pointing it menacingly at Lin Shi. You little brat. At last, I found you. Chapter 55. Assault with a deadly weapon. Li Chong disregarded the dog entirely and hastened to block Lin Shi's path. With a menacing tone, he demanded compensation. For my father's medical expenses. For emotional distress. For lost wages. For nutritional support. The total amounts to 500,000. I recall you mentioned 50,000 last time. Lin Shi replied, raising an eyebrow, dismounting from the shared bicycle with an unhurried demeanor. Li Chong, his eyes wide with fury, countered, last time was last time. Look at the current situation. Just days ago, meat was merely a few yuan per gene. Now, one cannot procure even a gene for 50. The other villagers began to encircle Lin Shi, for the village's custom dictated that any sum collected must be equally divided among them. Compared to 500,000. What is a dog worth? What if I refuse? Lin Shi, surrounded by a throng, displayed no hint of trepidation, calmly inquiring. Refuse? Huh. Why not ask our weapons if they would agree? You wouldn't dare to call the police for help, would you? Go ahead, make that call. A villager, clearly aware that all electronic devices were rendered useless, spoke brazenly. Young man, this village and the surrounding hills are under our control. If you cannot produce the money, you shall not leave today. Yes. Hurry up and pay, or do you believe we won't break your legs? Another villager, brandishing a stick, shouted menacingly. Young man, if you do not compensate, each of them, armed with a stick, might kill you. You must think this through. The village chief appeared to offer sage advice, yet his hands were discreetly signaling behind his back. Upon noticing the chief's gestures, Li Chong understood it was a warning. A wave of joy surged within him. He finally had the opportunity to avenge the slap he had received previously. The times had changed, with a dozen of his comrades at his back. Li Chong felt no apprehension that Lin Shi would retaliate as he had before. This time, he would thoroughly teach the young man a lesson. ensuring he understood his own insignificance. With a sinister grin, Li Chong advanced 2 steps toward Lin Shi, delivering a powerful slap aimed at his face. The palm, as large as a fan, sliced through the air with a resounding force. If it landed, an ordinary person would undoubtedly be knocked to the ground. The other villagers wore expressions of eager anticipation. Yet, Lin Shi was destined to disappoint them. He seized Li Chong's hand. With a resounding crack, a sharp slap landed on Li Chong's face. The scene was hauntingly familiar, leaving Li Chong momentarily dazed. He spun halfway around, collapsing onto the ground, his chopping knife slipping from his grasp. His head buzzed, something tasted metallic in his mouth, and upon inspection, he discovered 2 bloodied teeth. Clearly, Lin Shi had not held back this time. The villagers fell silent, the atmosphere eerily quiet for a moment. There were 13 of them, and Lin Shi stood alone. Their numerical advantage unquestionable, weapons still in hand. They had never anticipated that Lin Shi would dare to retaliate against their overwhelming numbers, and with such ferocity. Li Chong was incensed. The previous incident where Lin Shi had struck him had gone unseen by anyone but his family. Yet Li Chong had kept it etched in his mind. This time, however, he was humiliated before the villagers. The pain on his face ignited an overwhelming fury within him. "I will kill you." Li Chong quickly scrambled to his feet, retrieving the chopping knife, and aimed a blow at Lin Shi's head. It became evident that a small fraction of individuals could be so consumed by fleeting emotions, making irrational decisions that they would regret for a lifetime. In that moment, Li Chong was blinded by rage. "Li Chong, stop!" 2 voices rang out in unison. Yet, Li Chong seemed oblivious, his chopping knife descending relentlessly toward Lin Shi. Lin Shi stood motionless as the chopping knife approached, appearing as if he were petrified in fear. The scene was so alarming that even the more timid villagers dared not look directly. Suddenly, a shadow flitted past. A gunshot rang out, startling the birds within 100 meters. Simultaneously, Li Chong's agonized scream pierced the air. Before the gunfire erupted, a dog had firmly clamped its jaws around Li Chong's left leg. It was the very dog that had been surrounded by the villagers moments ago. After escaping the encirclement, the dog had cleverly maneuvered its way to the grass beside the concrete area. Lin Shi was somewhat taken aback. He had noticed the dog earlier, but paid it no heed. Little did he expect it would come to his aid, just as Li Chong attempted to assault him. Li Chong was struck in the side by a bullet, causing the chopping knife in his hand to clatter to the ground as he collapsed. The dog promptly darted aside. The gunshot startled everyone present, except for Lin Shi. The villagers erupted in chaos. "Don't move. Drop your weapons. Raise your hands." 2 security officers emerged from the village, their expressions grave, each brandishing a firearm. They had been dispatched to inform the various villages and counties about the importance of keeping warm and storing supplies. After finding other villages in good condition, they arrived at Wulong village in search of the village chief, but were unable to locate him. Upon inquiring, they learned that he was outside dealing with a dog. To their shock, they stumbled upon a scene of attempted murder. The officer who fired the shot was one of the 2 men, the same one who had earlier shouted for the violence to cease. The villagers glanced at the fallen Li Chong and then at the gun in the officer's hand. In an instant, they relinquished their weapons, the clattering sound echoing around them. The officer raised his gun and commanded, "Everyone squat down. Form a line by the roadside." The villagers complied. Lin Shi obediently crouched down beside Li Chong, who, although still alive, lay on the ground with wide eyes fixed on Lin Shi. If looks could kill, Lin Shi might have already been subjected to 1,000 tortures. Seeing Li Chong in such a state, Lin Shi felt a sudden surge of dark amusement. Chapter 56. The villagers experienced defeat. Any normal person would feel a twinge of fear when confronted with the vengeful gaze of a dying man. But Lin Shi was evidently not affected. He slightly parted his lips, keeping them motionless, and whispered in a tone audible only to the 2 of them. "Rest assured and embrace death. You shall not depart alone. I will ensure that your parents and sister accompany you shortly." Li Chong's eyes widened in fury upon hearing those words, and in a fit of rage, he kicked his legs out, rolling his eyes back in a dramatic feint. One of the security officers approached to assess Li Chong's condition. Lin Shi composed his expression, feigning relief. The officer discovered that Li Chong had perished and informed his companion. "The assailant is dead. Are you all right? Were you injured?" The officer inquired of Lin Shi. Lin Shi replied, "No. Fortunately, you arrived in time. These villagers were attempting to extort me." The village chief, with a dramatic twist of his eyes, squeezed out tears and fell to his knees. interrupting Lin Shi. Oh heavens! What sins have we committed? The village chief, tears streaming down his face, knelt on the ground, pounding his chest, and cried out, Old Li. This scoundrel has broken your hand, and your son Chang has been killed by him. How can I ever face your family? The chief knelt in front of the villagers, gesturing with one hand behind him. The villagers immediately understood. Wang Liang, filled with righteous indignation, pointed at the 2 teeth spat out by Li Chang on the ground and exclaimed, This bastard broke Chang's father's hand, and when we demanded medical expenses for Chang, he not only refused, but also knocked out Chang's teeth. Officers, look at these 2 teeth on the ground, and then look at Chang's face. The officers indeed saw the 2 teeth on the ground and examined Li Chang's face, which was severely bruised and swollen. The fact that Li Chang had committed a violent act was undeniable. Thus, they decided to bring this obstinate youth into the fray and see if he dared to be so arrogant again. A sinister glint flashed in Wang Liang's eyes. The village chief regarded Wang Liang with approval. Indeed, he was the successor he had always favored. Yes, Chang had only retaliated when he was pushed to the brink. How could one inflict such harm and not expect a response? Chang met a tragic end. He has 2 elderly parents and an unmarried sister at home. What will become of them? Is there no justice left in this world? The villagers, accustomed to cooperating over the years, spoke up in unison. The 2 officers frowned. Did you hit him? They inquired. Lin Shi did not deny it. He came at me with a knife, and I only fought back. Well, next time you encounter such a situation, run away. Protecting your life is paramount. Do you understand? An officer said while patting Lin Shi's shoulder. This village was renowned in the vicinity, and the 2 officers had long heard of it. Naturally, they did not believe the villagers' words. They had witnessed the assailant wielding a knife, and a group of villagers surrounded Lin Shi, glaring at him menacingly. Most importantly, Lin Shi was unarmed, clearly the victim in this scenario. Lin Shi's expression turned slightly bewildered. This was not an act. He had initially thought he would have to argue with the villagers. However, he quickly grasped the situation. The villagers were taken aback. Relying on their numbers and tacit cooperation, they had evaded the officers numerous times before. Unfortunately, this time, their sheer numbers did not dictate the outcome. Officers, he struck someone. Why are you still favoring him? Wang Liang challenged. Even if there was a fight, it does not justify murder, one officer replied. With so many of you armed against him alone, even if he retaliated, it would be considered justifiable self-defense. When we arrived, we saw you all surrounding him with those weapons. Were you planning to commit an act of violence in broad daylight? Another officer added. We brought these tools to deal with a dog. A villager protested. Where's the dog? The villagers looked around. The dog had long since fled. There was no sign of it. The officers sternly addressed the villagers. You all must remain in the village and await investigation. Do you understand? The times have changed. Had it been just a few days ago, they would have thoroughly investigated the matter and dealt with it sternly, bringing all involved individuals back to the station. However, at present, they have more pressing matters to attend to. The faces of the villagers are filled with resentment. The respect ordinary people have for the security personnel cannot be easily eroded in such a short span of time. Although they are aware that the surveillance has ceased, they do not dare to brazenly confront the security officers. Seeing the dozen or so villagers merely glaring in silence, the 2 security personnel exchanged glances, feeling a sense of relief. As members of the system, they understood all too well that the current order has begun to spiral out of control. Despite the apparent truth of the situation, the 2 officers took Lin Shi aside to inquire about the events that transpired, recording a simple account. Lin Shi recounted how the Li family had initially attempted to extort him at his doorstep, how he accidentally injured old man Li's hand, and how he had agreed to compensate them with 50,000, only to find himself now being demanded to pay 500,000, which led to the ensuing conflict. The officers nodded, finding the situation aligned with their suspicions. One of the security personnel said to Lin Shi, will you accompany us to the town? We can arrange for you to have shelter. It's rather unstable here, and this remote location makes it difficult for us to ensure your safety. The implication was clear. They feared the villagers might retaliate against Lin Shi. The villagers gritted their teeth in anger, cursing the officers. To everyone's surprise, Lin Shi declined. I will not go. The officers pulled him aside, leaning in to speak softly. Once we leave, we won't be able to assist you if these villagers trouble you. Lin Shi, looking into the officer's eyes, recognized his genuine concern for his safety. Yet he could only reject their kindness, stating, I will protect myself. I have some martial arts training. Moreover, My home is quite secure. They cannot harm me. After a few attempts to persuade him, the officers saw his resolute demeanor and ceased their efforts. If you encounter any issues, make haste to the nearest town's security office for help, understood? Lin Shi nodded. Seeking help was out of the question. It was the villagers who required assistance. With their backs turned to the villagers, the officers remained unaware of the sinister expressions that emerged among the group. Each villager wore a look of malice as they directed their attention toward Lin Shi, some even making provocative gestures. The village chief glared at Lin Shi with a dark expression. They had never suffered such a significant loss in their village. In response to the hostility, Lin Shi merely smirked coldly. One of the security personnel noticed Lin Shi's gaze and turned to investigate, prompting the villagers to quickly revert to their normal demeanor. However, the officer still caught sight of a few malevolent glances. You may all return to the village now, but remember to refrain from going out in the coming days. Village chief, remain here. The officer resolved to issue a stern warning to the village chief. The other villagers cast Lin Shi one last vicious look before dispersing. You should head back as well. Try to avoid going out and ensure you keep warm and store some food, the officer advised Lin Shi. Lin Shi acknowledged this as he mounted a shared bicycle. He cast one last glance at the thicket where the dog had previously taken refuge. The place was utterly deserted. Perhaps my arrival had inadvertently rescued that dog. It was only when Li Chang attacked me that the dog sprang forth to save me. Truly, it was a dog that understood gratitude. Lin Shi suddenly felt a twinge of regret for having abandoned his previous intention of raising a dog. The journey back up the mountain was remarkably smooth. However, upon reaching the summit, he was greeted by the sight of the pitch-black dog sitting in the vacant space at the entrance. Lin Shi's spirits lifted suddenly. Were you waiting for me? Chapter 57. Companionship. The dog merely gazed at Lin Shi, remaining silent. Lin Shi casually retrieved his shared bicycle into his space. There was no need to conceal anything from a dog. Yet, he instinctively glanced at the dog's expression. The dog fixed its gaze on Lin Shi's hand that was retracting the bicycle into the space, its head tilting slightly, a hint of confusion reflected in its vibrant, unusual eyes. The sight of such a large dog displaying this expression was rather amusing, indirectly affirming the dog's intelligence. Lin Shi had initially intended to adopt a sled dog, but that idea was quashed after a fire had destroyed the sled in the warehouse. Dogs do not speak. They do not betray their secrets or their masters. Although he had never owned a dog, he had heard tales of their unwavering loyalty. Perhaps this dog could be a splendid choice? Tentatively, Lin Shi took a few steps closer to the dog. The dog stood up and took a step back, appearing somewhat anxious. He immediately halted, disappointment creeping into his heart. It was evident that this dog was a stray, possibly abandoned by humans, and perhaps having suffered harm. It was natural for it to be wary of human proximity. He would not force it to accept him. Yesterday, he had come across a container full of pet supplies at the port, and he casually retrieved a packet of dog food from his space, placing it before the dog. Here has something to eat. Go home. He then sidestepped the dog and proceeded towards the entrance. After walking a few paces, he felt a familiar sensation of being watched from behind. Turning around, he was surprised to see the dog carrying the dog food, eagerly following him. A flicker of realization crossed his mind, and he spoke. Were you the one who spied on me in the woods last time? After uttering the words, Lin Shi couldn't help but chuckle. How could a dog possibly comprehend his speech? Yet, astonishingly, this dog displayed an intelligence beyond Lin Shi's expectations. It dropped the dog food from its mouth and opened it. Woof. Is it really you? Do you wish to come home with me? Lin Shi remained skeptical. Woof. The dog approached Lin Shi a few steps while carrying the dog food, pausing to observe Lin Shi's expression, seemingly ensuring he harbored no aversion to its closeness. Eventually, it cautiously made its way to Lin Shi, lying down in front of him, gently wagging its tail while gazing up at him. At this moment, Lin Shi no longer doubted the dog's ability to understand him. He bent down, extending a hand to touch the dog's head. The dog instinctively attempted to shy away, but ultimately remained still, accepting Lin Shi's hand resting on its head. These reactions clearly indicated its subconscious aversion to human contact. Lin understood that if he had not inadvertently saved the dog's life, given its hostility and wariness towards humans, it would not have so readily accepted him. It seemed they were quite fated to be together. With a gentle smile, Lin gazed into the dog's peculiar eyes and earnestly said, Come, let us return home. From now on, we shall rely on each other. The dog regarded Lin with a serious expression, as if silently responding. Upon returning to the safe house, Lin first examined the dog's wounds. The animal bore severe external injuries. Its matted fur was marred by numerous patches of raw flesh, bloodied and grotesque. Most of the wounds were fresh and still oozing blood. Many were obscured by the dog's dark, filthy fur, and had Lin not scrutinized closely, he would not have realized the extent of its injuries. Remarkably, the dog still had the audacity to leap and bite as if it were unscathed. "You truly are a brave one," Lin remarked with a hint of exasperation. Given such grievous injuries, without intervention, the dog would succumb to infection within days. He could only hope that it had no internal injuries. "I am going to tend to your wounds now. I will need to shave your fur. And it may hurt a bit, so bear with me," he said. Noticing no other reaction from the dog, Lin retrieved antiseptic, clippers, bandages, and medical sutures from his supplies and began to treat its wounds. Shaving, disinfecting, stitching, applying medication, and bandaging took over 3 hours. Throughout the entire process, he did not use anesthesia, and the dog remained remarkably still, allowing Lin to work without flinching or barking. "You really are a tough one," Lin noted, impressed by the dog's silence despite his rather unrefined technique. After finishing, Lin patted the dog's head and covered it with a blanket. Due to the multitude of wounds, coupled with the dog's dirty fur, some of which had even formed clumps, he had shaved all of its fur off, leaving it rather bare. Now, the dog appeared somewhat comical. With its fur removed, Lin realized how gaunt the creature was. Its ribs were distinctly visible beneath its skin. As the temperature continued to drop, Lin lit the heater, quickly dispelling the chill in the living room. After clearing the debris from the floor, he began to prepare lunch. As Lin stepped into the kitchen, he noticed the dog had followed him, quietly lying at his feet. "You've had stitches. Try to move less and stay in the living room," he instructed. The dog obediently lowered its tail and departed. "By the way, should I give you a name?" Lin suddenly pondered. He had never owned a pet before, primarily because the woman he had lived with disliked animals and loathed the extra fur around the house. Thus, he lacked experience with small creatures. Upon hearing that it might receive a name, the dog's footsteps halted, and it looked up at Lin with hopeful eyes. "How about?" Lin mused, gazing at the awkwardly bare, stitched-up dog, deep in thought. "Platter? Iron Man? Blue-Red?" The dog's expression visibly drooped. "Haha, I'm just teasing you." With a new member in his household, Lin found himself becoming quite chatty. "What do you think of the name Demon King?" "Woof. Demon King? Woof. Demon King. Woof." For lunch, an abundance of meat was prepared. Upon discovering that the Demon King preferred raw meat, Lin Shi promptly retrieved a substantial piece of raw beef from his space. As both man and dog indulged in their meal, a commotion erupted outside the door. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of someone forcefully striking the door reverberated. Chapter 58. The village chief scheme. A throng of villagers, young and old, male and female, armed with farming tools and makeshift weapons, stood ominously at the entrance of Lin Shi's safe house. At the forefront were the same dozen or so young villagers encountered earlier that morning outside the village. Wang Liang and another villager were relentlessly hammering at the door with a hoe. However, after much effort, the door bore only a few dents, showing no signs of yielding. "Oh, my son, how tragically you perished. Why must my life be so wretched, to lose a child before me?" cried old Lady Li, supported by Li Chui, as she lamented amidst the crowd. "We must tear down this door today, to avenge Chang. That scoundrel must pay with his life. For Chang's vengeance." The shouts of dozens of villagers echoed through the mountains. Although Li Chang was not killed by Lin Shi, they dared not confront the security officer and naturally placed the blame squarely on Lin Shi. For years, the villagers had successfully extorted numerous outsiders without failure, let alone suffered such a significant loss. Not long after the security officer had departed, the village chief summoned a third of the villagers to seek retribution. He paid no heed to the warnings from the officer. Rumor had it that chaos had ensued outside. Did this not imply that the villagers could act with greater audacity, free from oversight? The village chief silently calculated in his mind. In truth, had Lin Shi not arrived, Wulong village would have evolved into a small haven for survivors amidst the apocalypse. The leader of this mob was none other than the village chief himself. For years, these villagers had been indoctrinated by him, forming an unbreakable bond, responding to his calls with unwavering loyalty. As long as they did not confront the authorities directly, they could wield power in this small area with impunity. Seeing that the door would not budge, one villager swung his hoe against the outer wall. A resounding crash echoed. leaving only a shallow mark on the wall as the hoe rebounded. The force caused the villager to lose grip of the tool, nearly striking those standing behind him. "Chief, this thing is too sturdy. We can't break through." Wang Liang panted heavily. The village chief, deep in thought, fixated on Lin Shi's fortified door. "Keep pounding. I refuse to believe he will remain hidden forever." Wang Liang and another villager resumed their assault. Just as the villagers anticipated Lin Shi would remain a coward, the door lock emitted a sharp click and swung open. Lin Shi stepped out, surveying the scratches left by the hoe on his door, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. "What do you want?" Having awaited Lin Shi's emergence in the biting wind, the villagers were now brimming with impatience. A middle-aged villager, around 40, stepped forward before the village chief could issue any orders. Pointing an accusatory finger at Lin Shi, he shouted, "What do you mean? What do we want? Debts must be repaid, and a life taken must be avenged." As the villagers' words hung in the air, Lin Shi glanced at the finger before him, his brow furrowing slightly. With a firm grip, he twisted it forcefully. A sharp crack echoed, accompanied by the villagers' anguished scream. Leaving the middle-aged man pale with pain, Lin Shi released the finger and delivered a swift kick to the man's abdomen, sending him sprawling. While the other villagers hastily stepped aside, the fallen man clutched his stomach, agony etched on his face, unable to rise. Lin Shi's gaze swept over the gathering of villagers. "If you wish to speak, do so properly. I detest being pointed at." The villagers were taken aback by Lin Shi's ruthlessness. However, they were not innocent souls themselves, and soon their eyes glinted with malice once more. The village chief stepped forward, asserting, "Young man, you initiated this altercation. Violence will land you in jail." Lin Shi found this notion amusing. No wonder there exists a saying online: some individuals engage in reasoned discourse while others resort to thuggery. When Lin Shi remained silent, the chief assumed he was intimidated. With a crafty glint in his eyes, he continued, "At your tender age, a criminal record could mar your future." The chief feigned concern for Lin Shi, noting his lack of rebuttal before proposing, "We need not report this incident if you compensate for our village's losses. Let this matter, along with the issue with Chong, be resolved amicably." "What do you say?" "Not a chance. Kill him. He must pay for my son's life. He is the sole heir of the Li family," cried old Lady Li, her emotions spiraling as she wept and shouted. The chief signaled to the crowd, and immediately, someone covered her mouth. "What say you? Will you reconsider?" The chief rubbed his hands together, casting a glance at the safety house behind Lin Shi. Unlike the other ignorant villagers, he understood the chaos unfolding outside: power outages, immobilized vehicles, and June snowfall. Should these conditions deteriorate further, the world could descend into utter turmoil. He had to secure his own future. It must be acknowledged that the village chief of Wulong possessed a modicum of intelligence, having guided the entire village towards prosperity. Lin Shi regarded the chief with a bemused smile and inquired, "You wish for me to compensate you?" A glint of cunning flickered in the chief's eyes as he replied with a grin, "As for money, a token sum will suffice. We require no more than for you to relinquish this house behind you to us." The ATM was malfunctioning, and the bank was in disarray. The chief was well aware that access to funds was no longer feasible. What he truly sought was a refuge to sustain himself before chaos erupted. Lin Shi's expression grew colder. It was evident they coveted his safety house. How naive they were. He immediately hardened his countenance and declared, "Leave." The chief's smile faltered, replaced by a flash of anger in his eyes. "Young man, you must think this through. Had it not been for the meddling security personnel this morning, you would have been slain by Chong." The implication was clear. Lin Shi had merely escaped death by sheer luck that day. The other villagers shared this sentiment in their hearts. They were numerous and boisterous. Even though Lin Shi possessed great strength, each of them was accustomed to laborious tasks. As the saying goes, no matter how skilled one is, a kitchen knife can still pose a grave threat. This morning, they had witnessed Lin Shi narrowly escaping death at the hands of Li Chong. Are you not aware? The outside world has descended into chaos. Even in the event of a homicide, a discarded corpse would elicit no investigation. I advise you to ponder carefully. Is your life more valuable than mere trifles? The village chief squinted, and his words were a blatant threat. The other villagers immediately brandished their makeshift weapons, aligning themselves with the chief, displaying a menacing eagerness. With a scoff, Lin Shi laughed derisively. These individuals believed that their numbers could render him a soft target. They were oblivious to the fact that had the troops in Sha City not made their presence known, he would have already dispatched them without hesitation. If they sought their own demise, he would not show mercy. Old man, if you desire my belongings, you may take them from my lifeless body. Spare me your prattle. You are utterly foolish. Chapter 59. The emergence of beasts. The village chief's patience had evaporated, his face contorted with rage. If you wish to die, then I shall oblige. Wang Liang exchanged glances with the villagers wielding hammers, and they charged at Lin Shi from either side. Although a hammer strike would not cause immediate death, it would undoubtedly result in fractures and internal injuries. In the current state of medical care, severe injuries were far more terrifying than instant death. Seeing this unfold, Aunt Li ceased her struggles, a glimmer of satisfaction at the prospect of revenge flickering in her eyes. However, her smile had barely begun to bloom when the situation took a sudden turn. As the two villagers moved, Lin Shi also sprang into action. He seized Wang Liang's hammer handle, pulling both him and the hammer toward him. In a moment of shock, Wang Liang collided the hammer he held with that of another villager. The latter's hand was crushed, and Lin Shi delivered a swift kick, sending him flying. The hammer striking another villager squarely on the head, dropping him instantly, life or death uncertain. Several women among the villagers screamed in horror. Observing this, the village chief retreated into the crowd, directing the others. You five, overwhelm him and cut him down. The 5 villagers approached, wielding their chopping knives, and charged at Lin Shi with all their might. Lin Shi shrugged off Wang Liang, unsheathing the blade secured to his back, his gaze turning fierce as he confronted the advancing villagers. With a deft maneuver, he sidestepped, slipping through the gaps in their assault, and with a swift stroke, he sliced the throat of the nearest villager. Avoiding the spray of blood, he pivoted, appearing behind 4 others, and thrust his knife into the back of one villager, dispatching 2 in an instant. The ordinary villagers, driven solely by brute ferocity, lacked any skill or combat experience. To Lin Shi, they were akin to mere chickens and dogs. If he had to resort to firearms or crossbows against those who had yet to endure the apocalypse, then his 8 years of survival in this harsh world would have been in vain. The remaining 3 villagers stood frozen in shock at the sight of their fallen companions, their blades forgotten in their hands. This was the consequence of their lack of combat experience. The instinct to fear death surfaced, and witnessing the brutal demise of their comrades sowed seeds of cowardice within them. Yet Lin Shi understood that regardless of how dire the battle unfolded around him, as long as he retained the ability to move and the enemy remained unvanquished, he could not afford to pause. It was either fight or flee. To hesitate was to invite death. With effortless precision, Lin Shi plunged his blade into the throat of the 3rd villager, swiftly following up with a lethal cut to the 4th's neck. The last of the 5 finally regained his senses and fled, incoherently shouting, "Village chief, he has a knife. He is killing." However, he had scarcely taken a few steps when a blade protruded from his chest. Lin Shi withdrew his weapon, casting a cold glance at the villagers who stood petrified at a distance. Witnessing Lin Shi's ruthless assault, the village chief felt an ominous dread creeping in and shouted, "So what if he knows martial arts? A flurry of punches can still fell a master. He has but 2 hands and 1 knife. Let us all attack together." The other villagers exchanged uncertain glances, looking from the chief to Lin Shi and his bloodied blade. They were ordinary individuals who had never encountered bloodshed. Confronted with such a horrifying scene, their instinctive fear eclipsed their reverence for the chief. "Oh my God, he is a killer," one villager exclaimed, discarding his farming tool and fleeing. This triggered a domino effect, causing others to abandon their implements and scatter in panic. "Don't run," the chief bellowed, but the villagers, consumed by terror, could not hear him. Dozens of them surged forward, trampling the chief underfoot. "Stop! Ouch! Don't push!" The chief found himself overwhelmed, soon covered in footprints. Rendered speechless, when the villagers had all fled, he lay there, battered and gasping, his body marred by the marks of their panic. Lin Shi did not pursue the disordered throng. His gaze remained fixed on the village chief. This man had managed to lead his entire village unscathed even in times of peace, demonstrating remarkable influence. In a post-apocalyptic world, given the right circumstances, he might very well lead these villagers to wreak havoc. Lin Shi approached, driving his knife into the chief's heart, carrying away the unconscious leader. In a moment of fleeting clarity, the chief opened his eyes wide, fixating on Lin Shi before succumbing in despair. He could hardly fathom that he had been betrayed by those he had nurtured. As Lin Shi prepared to discard the corpses down the mountainside, a cacophony of shouts erupted from halfway up the slope. "Help! Don't come closer! Don't come closer! Ah!" A wild boar, larger than the average, burst forth from the underbrush, charging down the path towards the terrified villagers. Many stumbled over the edge of the cliff, while others collided with the rocky wall, blood spilling from their mouths, and several lifeless bodies already lay on the ground. There was but one path down the mountain and on level ground. These villagers could not outrun such a beast. Each collision with the boar's vicious tusks claimed another life. Only after leaving a dozen corpses in its wake did the wild boar cease its assault, sinking its teeth into the neck of one of the fallen and beginning to feast. The panicked villagers dared not glance back, oblivious to the fact that this boar was unlike any they had encountered before. Ordinary wild boars seldom attack without provocation and would never consume human flesh. However, this particular beast had blood-red eyes and savored its meal with a slight squint of pleasure. Lin Shi, upon witnessing this gruesome scene, widened his eyes in shock, his pupils constricting in terror. A monstrous creature. In his past life, the arrival of an extreme cold had decimated plant life and led to the demise of countless herbivorous animals. Yet, many species had endured the frigid temperatures, emerging from their secluded habitats to hunt humanity. During the first 3 years of the apocalypse, humans organized hunting parties. Despite frequent casualties, they managed to secure a limited food supply. At that time, survivors did not perceive these animals as threats, and officials were focused on restoring humanity's technological civilization. Little did they realize that the very creatures once reliant on human protection were rapidly proliferating, leading to numerous attacks on humans. By the 4th year of the apocalypse, the first wave of beastly incursions began. As time progressed, human ammunition dwindled, and even with the government's attempts to resume production of firearms and bullets, the manufacturing pace could not keep up with the consumption rate. Human defenses became increasingly strained. Meanwhile, carnivorous animals not only grew larger and more powerful, but also began to exhibit various mutations. The term monstrous beast emerged to describe these altered creatures. Scientists discovered a substance in the flesh and blood of these animals that accelerated their evolutionary process. By the 6th year of the apocalypse, ordinary bullets could no longer penetrate the thickening hides and muscular forms of these aberrations. It was then that humanity realized that without adaptation, they would be unable to contend with these monstrous beasts. Lin Shi never anticipated that in this lifetime, the beasts would manifest so early. His expression shifted from shock to gravity. Was this the outcome of accelerated species evolution as foretold by the treasure trove? Seemingly sensing Lin Shi's gaze, the wild boar paused its feeding and turned its head towards him. The creature's crimson eyes seemed to evoke the deepest fears within the human soul. Lin Shi instinctively tightened his grip on his knife. The monstrous beasts not only boasted greater defense than ordinary animals, but also possessed superior strength, speed, and intelligence. In his previous life, he and Zhao Xiao had once collaborated with others to slay a monstrous beast. However, a dispute over the spoils almost cost Zhao Xiao his life, and thereafter, he refused to hunt these creatures. At that time, Lin Shi stood no chance against the beasts in a one-on-one confrontation, extinguishing any desire to hunt. Now, in this new life, facing the monstrous beasts once more, it was impossible for him not to feel anxious. However, this time, Lin Shi was no longer the impoverished soul armed with only a dagger. Stealing his resolve, he summoned his military knife back into his spatial realm. In his hand reappeared a black weapon, the intercepting crossbow. Although the handgun boasted a faster firing rate, its power paled in comparison to that of the intercepting crossbow, especially against the notoriously thick hide of the wild boar. This crossbow could effortlessly shatter an elephant's skull from a distance of 150 meters, demonstrating its formidable strength. As Lin Shi grasped the crossbow, the mutated wild boar seemed to sense the impending threat and charged directly at him. Lin Shi quickly positioned the weapon, but just as he took aim, the long quiet treasure interface suddenly flickered to life. A first-tier source beast has been detected. Please eliminate the source beast to absorb its internal source power. Source beast? Source power? Lin Shi paused momentarily, but the mutated wild boar, moving with astonishing speed, closed half the distance in an instant, and he could smell the pungent scent of its approach. Regaining his focus, he aimed swiftly and released an arrow. Unfortunately, the shot was hasty. A slight miscalculation resulted in a miss. He intended to strike the weak point above the boar's eyes, but instead, the arrow pierced through its snout. Emerging from its mouth, the arrow effectively sealed the boar's jaws. Yet, this injury, while painful, would only serve to enrage the beast without hindering its movement. With a pained grunt, the wild boar's blood-red eyes flared with fury, and it surged toward Lin Shi with renewed speed. There was no time for another shot. Lin Shi decisively retracted the crossbow and rolled to the side, narrowly avoiding the boar's charge. In the face of such a creature, a single collision could spell the end of his combat effectiveness. Its sharp tusks could easily pierce a human, and its tremendous force could shatter internal organs. The wild boar skidded to a halt after charging over 10 meters, then turned back to launch another assault on Lin Shi. He sprang to his feet, and as he did, a military knife reappeared in his hand. At this moment, the distance between him and the boar was scarcely a dozen meters, a mere blink of an eye for the ferocious creature. The boar barreled toward him, its massive form imposing and the imminent danger palpable. Lin Shi's heart raced, adrenaline surged, yet his gaze remained increasingly composed. As the wild boar charged, he swiftly sidestepped, positioning the knife before him, slicing across the boar's slick hide. A jagged wound more than half a meter long appeared along its flank, blood spraying liberally. However, Lin Shi felt no joy from this strike. He understood that while the wound appeared severe, it had merely grazed the boar's surface, penetrating only a layer of its flesh. In comparison to the beast's colossal size, this injury was far from fatal. Conversely, the impact had split his grip on the knife, blood now streaming from his palm. Had this been an ordinary wild boar, it would have been eviscerated by such a blow. The extraordinary resilience of the mutated creature was evident. Enraged by the pain, the wild boar swiftly turned its head, ready for another attack. The distance between the man and the beast once again diminished. Lin Shi felt a slight perspiration in the palm of his hand gripping the knife. The mutated wild boar charged with astonishing speed, making it nearly impossible to evade at such close range. There was no choice but to fight. A fleeting expression of determination crossed Lin Shi's face as he advanced towards the mutated wild boar rather than retreating. The beast loomed larger before him, its sharp tusks seeming to be within arm's reach. A profound sense of life and death peril sent shivers down Lin Shi's spine, and adrenaline surged to its peak within him. Just as he was about to collide with the wild boar, he felt something within him shatter. Suddenly, the speed of the boar slowed, and the surrounding commotion also dulled. A flurry of knowledge and combat experience surged through Lin Shi's mind. His brain entered a state of rapid computation, wind speed at 4, blowing from the northeast. A slope of 276 degrees on the cement road, the boar's speed at 198 meters per second, his own explosive speed at 13 meters per second. In 0.7 seconds, he would collide with the boar, with a mortality rate of 99. 99. Optimal evasion angle, optimal attack angle, optimal strike point. These pieces of information flashed through Lin Shi's mind at a speed of 0.01 seconds. In the next moment, Lin Shi felt as though his body had transformed into a finely tuned instrument. There was no need for conscious thought. His brain had already determined the best moment and angle to evade, narrowly dodging the oncoming boar. His arm moved with the precision of a meticulous machine, unleashing his full strength at the perfect moment, driving the knife into the boar's neck. He immediately released the weapon, avoiding the fate of being propelled by the boar's force. The boar, pierced in the neck, continued forward for a few meters due to inertia before turning back. Although the strike did not bring about its immediate demise, it significantly slowed the beast. The mutated wild boar staggered and turned, preparing for a final desperate attack. However, as it pivoted, it was met with an incredibly sharp arrow. The moment Lin Shi released the knife, a crossbow reappeared in his hand. As if anticipating the boar's reaction, he shot an arrow without aiming. Just as the boar turned its head, making it seem as though the beast itself had collided with the arrow. The tremendous force of the arrow penetrated the boar's brain through its eye socket. The creature swayed twice before crashing to the ground with a thunderous thud. In the next instant, Lin Shi's eyes regained their clarity. He glanced at his hands, a strange light flickering in his gaze. So this is the sensation of unlocking the genetic lock? No wonder, even in the pitch-black rainforest, one could discern their position and movements through imperceptible sounds. In that fleeting moment of unlocking the genetic lock, his brain functioned almost like a computer. Alas, it could only be sustained for 3 seconds. It was a tool for critical moments, but the after effects would surely follow, wouldn't they? Just as this thought crossed Lin Shi's mind, an excruciating pain surged through his limbs and bones. The after effects of unlocking the genetic lock had manifested. Chapter 61. Extreme Cold Evolution. Moments later, Lin Shi finally regained his composure. Unlike Su Qin, who had unlocked her first genetic lock and succumbed to unconsciousness, the excruciating pain he endured was comparatively brief. Most importantly, he did not perceive it as excessively tormenting. The pain was indeed present, yet it fell short of the unbearable threshold. Was there a variance in the genetic locks among individuals? Lin Shi pondered this question, suppressing it for the moment, for a more pressing matter lay before him. He approached the lifeless body of the mutated wild boar. The aberrant beast was presumably the first-tier source creature referred to by the treasure basin. How then should he absorb this so-called source power? Kneeling before the wild boar, Lin Shi fell into contemplation. Unclaimed source power detected. Would you like to absorb it? Suddenly, a line of text appeared on the treasure basin interface. Lin Shi's spirits lifted, and he responded affirmatively, yes. Please maintain physical contact with the source beast. Warning: the absorption process of source power must not be interrupted, otherwise, the power will dissipate and become unobtainable. An interruption would result in a loss. Lin Shi hesitated for a moment, then stored the wild boar's carcass in his spatial compartment and made his way back to the safe house. Uncertain of how long the absorption process would take, he felt it prudent to return to safety, despite the absence of any threats. Upon swiftly returning to the safe house, he patted the head of the Demon King's dog, signaling it to remain in the living room, before entering a storeroom originally intended for miscellaneous items. Extracting the mutated wild boar's body from his spatial compartment, the treasure basin interface reappeared with a prompt. Unclaimed source power detected. Would you like to absorb it? Lin Shi let out a quiet sigh of relief, placing his hand upon the boar's sticky hide, and replied, yes. As his words resonated, unseen source power began to siphon from the mutated wild boar, surging into his body through his palm. Lin Shi felt his hand and entire arm growing slightly warm, followed by an exhilarating sensation that coursed through him, reaching from his cells to his very soul. This sensation persisted for 2 minutes before fading away, leaving him with a lingering sense of fulfillment. Was this the essence of evolution? Smacking his lips, Lin Shi returned the boar to his spatial compartment and washed his hands. Soon, he noticed that his walking speed had increased marginally. Testing his strength, he found it had also improved slightly. His overall physical condition had elevated by approximately 10%. He was now certain that source power was the key to humanity's rapid evolution. Lin Shi recalled that when the apocalypse first commenced, the treasure basin exhibited an anomaly. Solar storms have arrived, geomagnetic storms are forming, and source materials are rapidly generating. Source power could facilitate biological evolution. The so-called source materials were the keys through which living beings could attain evolution via source power. Acquiring source materials and forming source power was pivotal to becoming stronger. In his previous life, scientists had discovered that animals and plants underwent mutations, while humans merely became more resilient to the cold. This indicated that such source materials could be passively absorbed by flora and fauna, whereas humans required active absorption. Hence, the technique known as resonance emerged in the previous era. During the 2 years of practicing resonance, Lin Shi distinctly felt an improvement in his physical fitness. Otherwise, he would not have been able to collaboratively slay a beast. He recalled that since the onset of the apocalypse, he had yet to practice the health cultivation technique. Now presented with an opportune moment, he resolved to compare the efficacy of the health cultivation technique with that of resonance. Without hesitation, Lin Shi commenced his practice of the health cultivation technique in the living room. As anticipated, after completing a set of exercises, he felt a more pronounced warmth enveloping his body, accompanied by a tingling sensation reminiscent of absorbing source energy. He then attempted resonance once more, only to discover its effects were significantly inferior, at least half as effective, if not more. With a flicker of his palm, the health cultivation technique materialized before him, still appearing tattered and grimy. If he were to encounter that plump Taoist again, he would undoubtedly inquire about the origins of this health cultivation technique. After carefully stowing it away, Lin Shi reflected on how ordinary people could now unlock their genetic locks, and with the emergence of beasts. This apocalypse was starkly different from the one he had experienced in his past life. The world outside was destined to become perilous. He turned to his loyal companion, the Demon King, who lay curiously on the carpet and affectionately patted its head, saying, "Demon King, let us strive to grow stronger together." That evening, Lin Shi prepared a feast of wild game after dealing with a mutated wild boar. The enormous carcass weighed at least 400 pounds, a considerable size. He had long heard of the delectable nature of beast meat and was eager to sample it. He first carved a generous portion for the Demon King, then grilled several pork chops for himself. Remarkably, the meat of the mutated wild boar was not as tough as that of ordinary wild boar and lacked any unpleasant odor. It was delightfully chewy and bursting with flavor. Lin Shi relished 7 pieces before pausing, while the Demon King indulged in 2 additional pieces, licking its lips with lingering satisfaction. This might be attributed to the source energy's alteration of the beast's very essence. After satiating his hunger, Lin Shi decided to take a stroll outside. The Demon King insisted on accompanying him, but Lin Shi, concerned about its lack of fur in the cold, fashioned a makeshift coat for it. Although the Demon King seemed somewhat unaccustomed to the attire, it accepted Lin Shi's gesture with grace. Outside, a heavy snowfall had begun. Within mere hours, the traces of blood on the ground had vanished entirely. From the mountaintop, he gazed down upon the dimly lit expanse of half a county town, shrouded in darkness. Occasionally, faint glimmers of light from households indicated the lighting of candles. Demon King, the days of countless lights are no more, Lin Shi murmured, surveying the bleak landscape. He had come to comprehend the significance of this apocalypse. Humanity had lounged atop the food chain for far too long. Perhaps this cataclysm was a forced reawakening, compelling humans and other creatures to re-enter a realm of competition. He harbored suspicions about the reasons behind the 2 previous resets of the apocalypse. Humanity had grown complacent, relying on external forces and forgetting the importance of self-improvement. In the years leading up to his past life's apocalypse, humanity still clung to the hope of restoring technological civilization. Lin Shi could envision that decades after his demise, in the aftermath of the apocalypse, the evolutionary pace of flora and fauna would far exceed that of humanity, with their reproductive rates outstripping those of humans by several folds. Humanity, lagging behind step by step, would ultimately march towards extinction. As the sole bearer of this knowledge, Lin Shi felt as though a colossal weight pressed upon his heart. What was he to do? The Demon King, sensing the heaviness in Lin Shi's heart, lifted its gaze to him and nuzzled against his leg. Together, man and dog stood silently upon the pitch-black expanse of snow. Chapter 62. The Blue Pill. The following day marked the 4th day since the onset of the apocalypse. Early in the morning, Lin Shi diligently practiced his health cultivation technique in the living room. Aware that mastering this technique could enhance his abilities, he devoted considerable time to his training. Upon returning to the safe house the previous night, he had also spent several hours honing his skills until his limbs could barely lift themselves, after which he finally succumbed to slumber. After a night of contemplation, he came to a realization. He was but a solitary individual, incapable of influencing the world at large. Even if he were to convey to the authorities that this was the 3rd apocalypse, urging humanity to elevate themselves and abandon the notion of restoring technological civilization, they would likely dismiss his words. They might even imprison him, interrogating him about how he acquired such knowledge, or worse, seek to eliminate him in a bid to seize the treasure he possessed. The best he could hope for would be to be confined as a mere tool for the elite. Lin Shi had not yet reached a level of greatness that would compel him to sacrifice himself for the sake of all humanity. Armed with the treasure, the health cultivation technique, and the understanding of the truth behind this apocalypse, he had already positioned himself ahead of others. His foremost responsibility was to continually strengthen himself. Only by becoming formidable enough to instill fear in the authorities could he attain the power to engage with them as an equal. A mere ant cannot alter the world, but a giant certainly can. Moreover, he wished to ascertain whether this world was indeed worthy of his efforts to save it, and to what extent he should commit himself. Ultimately, the worst outcome would merely be mutual annihilation. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, the faces of the Shun family flashed before him, and his expression turned icy in an instant. Individuals like Shun Fanrin did not deserve to live well. The Demon King, who had been observing Lin Shi's training, noticed the sudden shift in his demeanor and widened its eyes, instinctively tilting its head back in surprise. After concluding his practice, Lin Shi took a brief respite, preparing 2 ham sandwiches, boiling 30 eggs, and pouring 2 cups of milk, sharing the meal equally with the Demon King. In this regard, he found a certain harmony with the creature. Both man and dog had hearty appetites. Following breakfast, he reattached the previously disassembled camera back onto the outer door's peephole. Outside, a fierce snowstorm had begun to rage. The world was enveloped in a sea of blinding white. The temperature had plummeted to -31 degrees Celsius. The villagers who had fled had not returned to cause further trouble. Last night, countless lives had likely been claimed by the unforgiving cold as they slept. At this moment, they were probably too preoccupied with their own survival. As for the official supplies that Li Wei had mentioned, none had yet appeared. Lin Shi surmised that the rapid onset of the cold had taken everyone by surprise. The authorities had intended to distribute lighting supplies to reassure the populace. But little did they know, the ability to see light at night had become inconsequential. What people truly require are warm clothing and food. His thoughts were not consumed by the official supplies. Rather, he sought to ascertain the extent of the local government's capabilities. Returning to the safe house, Lin Shi tended to the wounds of the Demon King. The healing process of the Demon King's injuries was astonishing. A day had passed without any signs of inflammation or infection, and scabbing was beginning to appear. To be cautious, Lin Shi administered half a syringe of anti-inflammatory medication. After the injection, the Demon King began to pace within the confines of the safe house, frequently glancing towards the door, seemingly brimming with excess energy. Once you have fully recovered, I shall take you outside, Lin Shi remarked with a hint of exasperation. Contemplating for a moment, he recalled that among the pet supplies he had previously gathered, there were some toys that could keep the Demon King occupied. Allow me to find some toys for you to play with. Lin Shi communicated with the space using his mind, his consciousness sweeping through the vast area. Suddenly, he noticed a box. Oh, with a flick of his wrist, a box appeared in his hand. This was the very box that Shun Jinbin's bodyguard had intended to bring into the hospital. Lin Shi had exchanged it for a handgun and had been too preoccupied to remember its existence until now. The Demon King, noticing the box in Lin Shi's hand, leaned in with curiosity, sniffing it. Not this one, Lin Shi said as he gently pushed the Demon King's head away. Producing a ball with his other hand and tossing it to the Demon King. Play with this. However, the Demon King merely cast a glance at the ball before turning back to fixate on the box, appearing far more intrigued by it. Lin Shi, unable to persuade him otherwise, conceded, "Then let us examine it together, though I am unaware of its contents, so please keep your distance." Obediently, the Demon King settled onto the sofa beside Lin Shi. With caution, Lin Shi opened the box. Inside, 6 blue pills were neatly arranged. Strikingly similar in appearance to the blue drugs he had received from number 2, albeit larger and of a different shape. Unbeknownst to him, the Demon King had drawn closer, sniffing at the blue pills. These pills were originally meant for Shun Jinbin's life-saving treatment, but what could they possibly be? Lin Shi picked up one of the pills. The moment he made contact, the treasure basin emitted a prompt. Trace amounts of source material detected. Would you like to absorb it? Yes, no. Lin Shi felt a jolt of surprise. These pills contained source material? He was acutely aware of the significance of source material in these dire times. Had Xin Fanren been able to extract such material even before the apocalypse? With a serious countenance, Lin Shi decisively replied, "Yes. Absorb." In the next instant, a gentle warmth flowed into Lin Shi's body from the point of contact with the pill. He felt a mild warmth in his arm, followed by no further reaction. Upon reflection, he noted that the sensation of absorbing the pill was somewhat akin to the previous experience of absorbing source power. Yet the effect was a mere fraction of that. The source material within the pills left by number 2 was almost non-existent, as indicated by the treasure basin, which offered no prompt. This revelation eased Lin Shi's mind slightly. If the source material contained within these pills is abundant, he must reconsider whether to seek vengeance against the Xin family. Before his demise, the second subject had mentioned that Shun Fanren was cultivating genetic warriors. The presence of ample source material within these pills suggests that Shun Fanren likely succeeded in his endeavor. However, it appears that he has not yet achieved such success. Moreover, these pills seem to hold significant value for Xin Fanren. Otherwise, he would not have presented only 6 of them when his own son was on the brink of death. Turning to see the Demon King eagerly sniffing the pills, Lin Shi inquired, "Do you wish to partake?" The Demon King replied with a bark. The source material is beneficial for both humans and animals alike. Yet, for Lin Shi, the amount of source material in these pills pales in comparison to the benefits of practicing a health cultivation technique. Unreservedly, he tossed a pill into the Demon King's mouth. The Demon King swallowed the pill and licked his lips. Noticing no adverse reactions, Lin Shi proceeded to feed the remaining 5 pills to him. What began as a mere casual act unexpectedly yielded delightful results the following day. Upon awakening, Lin Shi was startled when the treasure basin emitted a notification. detected a first-tier source beast within 2 meters. This alert caused him to leap from his bed in alarm. 2 meters? Wasn't that right in his own room? What source beast could breach the sanctuary's defenses and enter his chamber? In an instant, he felt a chill run down his spine. However, upon inspection, he found that the only beings in the room were himself and the Demon King, who lay on the carpet. No other life forms were present. The Demon King, disturbed by Lin Shi's commotion, awoke as well. They exchanged startled glances. Seeing Lin Shi awake, the Demon King approached, wagging his tail and nuzzling him. After a moment, Lin Shi deduced that the first-tier source beast indicated by the treasure basin was indeed the Demon King. He was taken aback by the revelation. Upon closer examination, the Demon King exhibited no significant changes in appearance. Remarkably, the severe wounds he had sustained had all scabbed over during the night, and even the stitches Lin Shi had applied were nearly healed. With such a rapid recovery, it seemed that with a bit of caution, full recovery would be achieved in just a few days. Such remarkable self-healing abilities. After the initial shock, elation followed. Could it be that I have become a companion to a source beast? Lin Shi could not help but beam with a wide smile. He affectionately patted the Demon King. The Demon King's mismatched eyes appeared even more vibrant. The blue one shone with clarity, while the red one seemed more enchanting. Upon transformation into a source beast, an animal's intelligence is said to increase. Lin Shi extended 2 fingers towards the Demon King and asked, "How many is this?" The Demon King barked. "How many is this?" The Demon King barked again. "What is this plus this?" The Demon King responded with a series of barks. Through this testing, Lin Shi concluded that the Demon King's intelligence was at least comparable to that of a 10-year-old human. Perhaps with further learning, his intelligence could even rise higher. Lin Shi carefully removed the stitches from the Demon King's paw. He speculated that the Demon King had already absorbed a considerable amount of source material prior, reaching the threshold for evolution, which is why he directly evolved after consuming the pills Lin Shi had provided. After the stitches were removed, the Demon King licked Lin Shi affectionately. "Good dog," Lin Shi said, reaching out to stroke the Demon King's head. As before, upon hearing Lin Shi's praise, the Demon King wagged its tail vigorously. Transforming into a source beast had not altered its temperament. Throughout the day, Lin Shi's observations only served to reinforce this belief. He sensed that the Demon King would become, aside from the treasure trove, his greatest ally. 3 days passed. A blizzard swept through this city, which had never before encountered snow, providing a stark introduction to the concept of a frozen landscape. The temperature had plummeted to over -30 degrees Celsius, with nighttime temperatures dipping even lower, reaching over -50. Lin Shi, having never visited Shushi in his previous life, recalled that in Sanyuan City, the temperature on the 4th day had also fallen to over -50 degrees, with night lows hitting -80. At this juncture, the northern regions must have experienced temperatures around -70 to -90 degrees. If Lin Shi were to find himself in Sanyuan City now, he would discover that the current daytime temperature had descended to over -60, with nighttime lows plummeting to -80, even approaching -90. In the northern regions, if someone were to traverse with thermal sensing equipment, they would observe that the remaining life forms were alarmingly sparse. In cities close to the far north, there were no signs of life whatsoever. This extreme cold apocalypse proved to be even more frigid than the previous one. During these days, Lin Shi remained in the safety house, enjoying meals and drinks with the Demon King while practicing health cultivation. Outside, the temperature hovered around -30 degrees, while indoors, with the heater running, it was a comfortable 20 degrees above zero. Other survivors wrapped themselves in all the wearable clothing, curtains, and bed linens they could find. Yet they still could not fend off the biting cold. In contrast, Lin Shi, clad in merely a short-sleeved shirt and shorts, was able to practice his cultivation to the point of sweating profusely, all while indulging in a glass of freshly squeezed juice. The relentless blizzard caused many who once took pride in residing high above in towering buildings to regret their past choices, especially after the storm shattered their windows. The cold wind infiltrated every corner of their homes, leaving a scene of utter chaos. Not only was there a power outage, but the water pipes had also frozen. Deprived of water for daily use, survivors resorted to using basins and buckets to collect snow from melting. After damaging numerous plastic containers, they finally remembered to retrieve their stainless steel basins from storage. With natural gas supplies cut off, those without gas were left in despair, forced to consume raw food while waiting for rescue. In Lin Shi's case, however, he had sealed the well in advance, and the water pipes were installed at least 6 meters underground, preventing them from freezing. Even if the well water had frozen, he had built a stainless steel water tank beneath the safety house, ensuring a continuous supply of water for daily needs. Lin Shi enjoyed grilling meat, savoring hot pot, and relishing boiled fish. To stave off boredom, he watched downloaded shows and provided the Demon King with an education equivalent to 9 years of compulsory schooling. Aside from the inability to venture outdoors for leisure and the daily chore of shoveling snow, life remained remarkably similar to that before the apocalypse. In stark contrast, the villagers below faced a much harsher existence. After Lin Shi's escape, the aberrant wild boars claimed the lives of over a dozen villagers. Those who remained in the village noticed the absence of nearly half the group that had ventured out within just 2 to 3 hours. Upon hearing of the calamities that had unfolded on the mountain, and compounded by the loss of their steadfast leader, the villagers descended into chaos. Some wept inconsolably. Others sought the assistance of the constable, while a few prepared to arm themselves and venture back up the mountain, resulting in utter disarray. Soon after, a fierce snowstorm descended upon them. Although a mountain village, the residents of Shushi, who had lived there for decades, were ill-equipped to withstand the biting cold. The windows of their self-built homes were nowhere near as soundproof as those in the city. On the first night, the majority of the glass shattered under the abrupt temperature change, exacerbated by the howling winds of the blizzard. Fortunately, the villagers had a stockpile of timber, allowing them to make repairs through the night, and they managed to endure. However, by morning, a third of the villagers had succumbed to illness and fever. Moreover, the patched windows continued to let in drafts, forcing many to relocate their beds to windowless rooms or the hall on the ground floor. Yet, unlike their urban counterparts, most households in the village relied on gas canisters or traditional firewood for cooking, and the habit of keeping candles and flashlights on hand alleviated concerns regarding meals and illumination. However, as the storm persisted for days, many ailing villagers could no longer withstand the harsh conditions, and numerous elders departed quietly from this world amidst the storm's howling. On one fateful morning, those who stirred from their slumber discovered that the relentless blizzard had finally ceased. The long-lost sun re-emerged, illuminating the land once more. The survivors rejoiced, believing that their harrowing nightmare was drawing to a close. Yet, it soon became apparent that the sun no longer shone with its former brilliance and warmth. Even standing in its light offered little solace. Those dwelling on the ground floor without eaves to shield them from the tempest quickly realized they could not open their doors. A thick layer of snow, over a meter deep, had blanketed the entire Shushi region due to the incessant storm. Those with windows had to climb out to clear the snow from their doorways, while those without had to devise a way down from the second floor. For Lin Shi, however, this was not a predicament. When designing the safe house, he had gleaned from past experiences and opted for inward opening doors. Thus, even with the heavy accumulation of snow outside, the door could still be opened, provided they regularly cleared the snow to avoid being trapped inside. At this moment, the door of the safe house swung open, and Lin Shi, alongside the Demon Lord, stepped out. The Demon Lord's injuries had fully healed. What were once gaping wounds had transformed into a tapestry of tender scars. The fur that had been shaved off had begun to regrow, and within merely a few days, a soft layer of fuzz adorned his body. Despite this, the outdoor chill was still too great. Hence, he donned the unseemly attire that Lin Shi had tailored for him. Lin Shi himself was clad in a waterproof and insulated jacket, layered over thermal underwear and a cozy high-neck fleece. The shoes are slip-resistant snow boots. The hands are clad in insulated, waterproof gloves, and atop the head rests a windproof hat, while a windproof mask shields the face. Finally, a pair of ski goggles is donned to protect the eyes from the blinding reflection of sunlight on the snow. One could say that the individual is fully equipped. Lin Shi retrieves a set of skiing gear from his space, and, once adorned with his skis, turns to the eager demon beside him and proclaims, "Let us depart. Don't run too fast, and remember to mind your turns." Upon hearing the command to set off, the demon bolts away like a wild stallion unleashed. Racing across the snowy expanse, Lin Shi can only smile wryly as he gives chase. The duo swiftly descends the mountain. After reaching the base, Lin Shi stows away the skis and ambles towards the city alongside the demon, their footsteps alternating between deep impressions and shallow prints in the snow. Along the way, many individuals clumsily emerge from their homes, bundled in layers of clothing that appear to have been hastily thrown together. A glance reveals they are wearing every conceivable garment available. In comparison, Lin Shi's attire seems rather scant. Yet, the question of warmth is answered by the sight of their lips tinged purple and their exposed faces and hands flushed with cold. A young man, attired in a fashionable coat, catches sight of Lin Shi's outfit and, filled with envy, calls out, "Hey, you there with the dog." Noticing that Lin Shi seems oblivious to his call, the young man hastens over, tripping on the snow and tumbling into the white powder, but quickly regains his footing and continues toward Lin Shi. It is only when he catches up that Lin Shi halts. Turning to regard the youth with a frosty gaze as the latter, cheeks reddened from the cold, introduces himself, "I'm Qian Liang. May I ask your surname?" Brushing off the snow from his clothes, Qian Liang gazes at Lin Shi with a look of unmasked admiration. Lin Shi replies succinctly, "Speak plainly." The young man sizes up Lin Shi's attire, his eyes brimming with envy. "I was just wondering where you acquired that outfit. I would like to get one for myself." In a mall in the city, Lin Shi replies tersely, then resumes walking. "Hey, wait. Don't go just yet." Qian Liang quickens his pace alongside Lin Shi, asking as they walk, "How much does a complete set cost? Do you have an extra one at home that you could lend me?" Lin Shi furrows his brow, casting a cold glare at Qian Liang. "By your own. Stop following me, or I want to be kind." The demon also halts, casting a menacing look at Qian Liang, emitting a low growl of warning. Fearful, Qian Liang glances at the demon, larger than any dog he has encountered. All right. Take care, big brother." As Lin Shi distances himself, Qian Liang spits in disdain at his retreating figure, tch, relying on his dog's might. What is so impressive about that? At that moment, a middle-aged man clad in a down jacket strides past Qian Liang. The young man immediately approaches. "Excuse me, sir, where did you get that coat?" "Leave." The man snaps back. Just days prior, some shops had managed to remain open despite the power outage. Now, however, all semblance of normalcy had vanished. After enduring several days of nightmarish upheaval, people finally grasped the dire necessity of frantically gathering food and winter supplies to survive. Along the streets, many wield various tools and weapons, vandalizing storefronts. Some groups surge forward, looting clothing and grocery stores, while others resort to directly seizing supplies from the hands of others. Even in the streets, there are those who commit murder. The fabric of social order has utterly disintegrated. Lin Shi, accompanied by the Demon King, arrived at the entrance of a gold shop. His purpose for venturing out this time was to amass gold to upgrade the long-neglected treasure basin. The origins of the treasure basin are shrouded in mystery. It possesses the uncanny ability to foresee the onset of the apocalypse and is familiar with terms such as source power and source beasts, which no one in previous lifetimes had ever encountered. It seems to possess an omniscient quality, capable of replicating and storing items, functionalities that are unprecedented and unheard of. It even has the potential to grant rebirth. Perhaps, once Lin Shi upgrades the treasure basin to a certain level, he will be rewarded with unexpected surprises. Therefore, the thought of upgrading the treasure basin has never left his mind. Lin Shi gestured for the Demon King to stand back slightly, and he produced a hammer he had prepared in advance. With a mighty blow, he struck the tempered glass of the gold shop. With his current strength, a single strike shattered the glass into countless tiny fragments. After a few more strikes, the entire pane fell with a crash, scattering shards across the floor. The shop was eerily silent, devoid of blaring alarms or panicked employees. With the Demon King standing guard outside, Lin Shi proceeded to the gold shop, methodically breaking open each display case to collect gold, silver, platinum, rose gold, and diamonds. Anything of value was swiftly stowed away in his backpack. He then expanded the majority of the space within the backpack. The entire operation took less than half an hour. He refrained from using spatial collection directly on the gold within the cases, for if subsequent visitors were to find the cases intact while the gold mysteriously vanished, it would heighten the risk of exposing his possession of the treasure basin. After exhausting one shop, he led the Demon King to the next. Prior to the apocalypse, Lin Shi had roamed the city and was well aware of the multitude of gold shops scattered throughout. As he traversed the streets, he systematically plundered 8 gold shops, 3 of which were large establishments. The amassed wealth in gold and jewelry was worth at least hundreds of millions before the apocalypse. The urban landscape was dotted with numerous shops and malls, attracting many individuals eager to seize resources. Some who witnessed Lin Shi breaking into gold shops to raid their treasures contemplated joining in, but were deterred by the imposing presence of the Demon King standing guard. Others observed Lin Shi's actions, scoffing at his apparent foolishness for hoarding gold and silver, items that could not be consumed or worn. By noon, Lin Shi and the Demon King dined in one of the gold shops he had completely emptied. Using his backpack as a cover, he retrieved some pre-prepared beef patties from his spatial storage, sharing them with the Demon King. Although the shop was devoid of other patrons, caution was still paramount. A lesson from his past life reminded him never to let his guard down. Just as the man and his dog were enjoying their meal, the sound of footsteps echoed at the entrance of the gold shop. Chapter 65. The reappearance of Source Beasts, a middle-aged couple, accompanied by a girl who appeared to be around 17 or 18 and a boy in his early teens, passed by the entrance and came into Lin Shi's view. The two middle-aged individuals and the girl carried a large bag, while the boy's hands were empty. They resembled a family of four out searching for supplies. As the four individuals approached the entrance of the golden shop, they peered curiously inside, seemingly contemplating a visit. Lin Shi interjected, cautioning, "There are people here. If you wish to rest, perhaps you should find another place." Upon hearing Lin Shi's words, the two middle-aged individuals prepared to depart. Yet the young boy halted in his tracks. "This is your home, isn't it? I can enter if I wish." The boy's demeanor was sullen, as if the world owed him a fortune, and his tone was brusque. He kicked at the shards of glass, intent on stepping inside. A girl beside him quickly restrained him, exclaiming, "Xiao, don't stir up trouble." However, her words seemed to trigger something within the youth. He shook off her hand and, amidst a flurry of curses, strode into the store, declaring, "I'm going in. What business is it of yours, you filthy girl? This place doesn't belong to you. What is wrong with my entering?" Named Xiao, the boy marched directly up to Lin Shi. Only when he laid eyes on the formidable creature did he instinctively take a step back. Yet, upon noticing the beef pie in Lin Shi's hand, his steps faltered as he fixated on it. At that moment, the three others followed him inside. The middle-aged couple, initially intent on coaxing Xiao out, found themselves entranced by the beef pie, although they had been without electricity and gas for merely a few days. For those accustomed to cooked meals and a diet rich in meat, these days felt akin to starvation. "Young man, to feed such fine meat pie to a dog seems an egregious waste," remarked the middle-aged woman, her gaze lingering on the beef pie with a hint of regret. The creature, upon hearing her comment, bristled in displeasure, lifting its head and casting a menacing glare at her, as if ready to forsake its meal for a taste of flesh. The woman, instantly intimidated, snapped her mouth shut and retreated behind her husband. The middle-aged man, swallowing hard as he eyed the beef pie, turned to Lin Shi and said, "Young man, you ought to keep such a large dog on a leash when out and about. Otherwise, what if it bites someone? Perhaps you should secure it first? If you fear being bitten, you are welcome to leave. You have already interrupted our meal," Lin Shi replied, his tone unperturbed. The man was taken aback by Lin Shi's retort, his expression darkening, yet after glancing at the creature, he ultimately chose silence. At this juncture, Xiao piped up, "Mom, I want a meat pie." The middle-aged woman cast an awkward glance at Lin Shi before tugging at the boy, saying, "Mom will make you one at home. Let us go? There's no meat at home, not even a warm meal. I want a meat pie, and I want it now." The boy clung to his mother's garment, stamping his feet defiantly. Annoyed by the boy's incessant whining, Lin Shi raised his gaze to him, a glimmer of menace flickering in his eyes. The boy, immediately intimidated, fell silent. "Young man, could we perhaps trade some items for 4 pieces? No, 3 pieces of beef pie?" The girl among the 4 had been eyeing the meat pie intently, and upon hearing the suggestion, she lowered her gaze. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Shi declined. "That is not possible." The woman's bag contained only summer clothing, curtains, and carpets, all of which held no value for him. 2 pieces would suffice, or perhaps just 1. "Please, I implore you. My son has gone several days without meat and has become quite emaciated." The Demon King glanced at the boy's round belly and cherubic face, tilting his head in apparent confusion at the woman's nonsensical pleas. Noticing Lin Shi's reluctance to barter, the middle-aged man retorted with irritation. "This person would rather feed a dog than make an exchange. Spare us the embarrassment and let us leave." The middle-aged woman sighed in resignation, taking the boy by the hand as their family exited. Lin Shi paid them no mind, continuing to enjoy his meal while offering another piece of the beef pie to the Demon King, who, however, refused to accept it. Instead, he suddenly lifted his head, gazing outwards. Following the Demon King's gaze, Lin Shi turned to observe the street outside. At that moment, the boy named Xiao broke free from the woman's grasp and dashed forward, attempting to snatch the meat pie meant for the Demon King. "Give it to me." Lin Shi noticed the boy's approach, a flash of murderous intent emanating from him. Simultaneously, the Demon King's aura shifted dramatically as he lunged toward the boy, sinking his teeth into the lad's hand. "Ah!" The simultaneous cries of anguish rang out, one from the boy and the other from the middle-aged woman. She rushed over to cradle her son, who had fainted from the pain, desperately calling his name. The Demon King spat out the bloodied hand, as if discarding something foul. Meanwhile, a commotion began to stir outside. Lin Shi prepared to investigate the disturbance. "Halt!" The middle-aged man glared at Lin Shi, demanding, "Your dog has bitten off my son's hand, and you think you can just walk away?" Lin Shi did not turn around. The boy had charged in and attempted to seize something. That he was not killed is already a testament to my dog's restraint. He patted the Demon King on the head, stating, "Next time you encounter someone who rushes in to snatch, feel free to kill them outright." The Demon King obediently nodded, turning back to regard the boy, seemingly contemplating whether to finish him off now. "Have you no humanity? It's one thing to feed a dog, but to treat human life so callously." The middle-aged man shouted, yet he dared not approach to avenge his son. At that moment, clear screams and frantic footsteps echoed from the street outside. "Help!" A throng of people fled wildly down the street, pursued by a large tabby cat, its black and brown fur resembling that of a bobcat, which was relentlessly chasing them. The cat moved with incredible speed, its eyes gleaming with a predatory ferocity that starkly contrasted with the typical languor of ordinary felines. Each time its sharp claws struck a person, it would penetrate flesh, tearing away chunks of meat. After bringing down one victim, it would maul them beneath its claws until the body was bloodied and mangled before pouncing on the next. It seemed to have reduced humans to mere playthings, akin to mice beneath its paws. After dispatching another unfortunate soul, it leapt forward with astonishing agility, landing before the fleeing crowd, mockingly observing the despairing humans. As the cat approached within 100 meters of the shop, Lin Shi's interface emitted a notification, detected a first-tier source beast within 100 meters. Another source beast had appeared. Chapter 66. The Demon King battles the tabby cat, as Lin Shi's countenance turned solemn upon encountering another source beast. He recalled the last time he had been caught off guard by the sudden appearance of a treasure pot, which had prevented him from preemptively eliminating that mutated wild boar. This time, he was determined not to falter. At that moment, the Demon King beside him erupted with intense battle intent, his gaze filled with hostility directed at the mutated tabby cat. The Demon King took a few steps forward, looking up at Lin Shi, seemingly seeking his counsel through a glance. "Do you wish to confront that cat?" Lin Shi comprehended the Demon King's intent immediately. The Demon King nodded in affirmation, acknowledging that the source beast must be slain, and recognizing a prime opportunity to swiftly enhance his own power. Lin Shi was resolute in seizing the moment. The fact that the Demon King voluntarily sought to engage in battle surprised him slightly, yet it also offered a chance to gauge the Demon King's combat prowess. After all, it mattered little who delivered the final blow to the source beast. "Do you require assistance?" Lin Shi inquired. The Demon King gently nudged Lin Shi with his head, urging him to step back, signaling that he preferred to handle the situation alone. "Very well, go ahead. With me nearby, you shall not encounter any peril," Lin Shi assured. The Demon King cast a grateful glance at Lin Shi before proceeding toward the cat. Simultaneously, the mutated tabby cat seemed to perceive something amiss, turning its head to fix its gaze upon the advancing Demon King. Upon spotting him, the cat abandoned its prior focus on the group of humans, fixating intently on the Demon King as it arched its back, issuing a warning cry. "Meow." The Demon King quickened his pace, launching himself forward with fervor. As both were source beasts, the Demon King's larger stature contrasted with the astonishing speed of the tabby cat. A fierce confrontation between cat and dog was imminent. While Lin Shi remained engrossed in the unfolding battle outside, a dispute erupted among a family of 3 inside a gold shop. "Hurry, we must take Xiao to the hospital," cried the middle-aged woman, desperately covering her son's wound and carefully wrapping his severed arm. "Do you not understand the current state of the hospitals? Where are the doctors?" retorted the father. "In recent days, the hospital has been the site of numerous deaths. With the giant cats outside, how can we possibly venture out?" After the past few days, the hospital had become one of the most chaotic places in the city. Countless individuals suffering from injuries, frostbite, and illnesses had rushed to the hospital, only to be trapped there by the onset of a blizzard. The facility was overcrowded, yet it lacked the resources to accommodate so many desperate souls. People, driven to the brink of starvation and freezing, could be expected to act in unpredictable ways when faced with life and death. What are we to do? Are we to watch a Xiao perish here? The woman exclaimed in utter distress. Mother, tie off a Xiao's wound with a rope. It will help reduce the bleeding, suggested the girl, who had remained silent until now. Upon hearing her speak, the middle-aged woman, previously exuding maternal concern, abruptly changed her tone, snapping sharply. What do you know, you foolish girl? Are you trying to doom your brother to a life of disability? The girl, appearing meek, replied softly, I read about this online. If he continues to bleed like this, he will succumb to excessive blood loss. The girl's words ignited 2 powder kegs, prompting the middle-aged man to stride forward and deliver a savage slap to her face. He unleashed his pent-up rage, which he could not vent on Lin Shi. Onto the girl instead. You want to see your brother die, don't you? You worthless wretch. Why didn't you stop a Xiao from coming in? Why didn't you help your brother seize the meat pie? Why weren't you the one bitten? The girl fell to the ground, the shards of glass piercing her palm. Yet the middle-aged couple remained indifferent to this scene, with the woman hurling cruel and cutting words at the girl. If anything happens to your brother, don't expect to have it easy. Numbly. The girl rose to her feet, silently removing the glass embedded deep in her palm, gazing at her bleeding hand, her eyes clouded with inscrutable emotions. The battle between animals is primal and merciless. In just a few fleeting minutes, a cat and a dog bore their respective injuries. Those fleeing from the tabby cat seized the opportunity to escape while the 2 beasts clashed. The tabby limped, its right leg injured by the demon dog's bite. Meanwhile, the demon bore 3 gaping wounds beneath its eyes from the tabby's claws, nearly blinding it, along with several deep gashes on its leg. Lin Shi's heart raced. If the demon faced mortal peril, he was prepared to deploy his ranged weapon at any moment. The demon lunged fiercely, only to be evaded by the tabby. The tabby swiftly turned and struck at the demon with its sharp claws, which glinted menacingly in the sunlight, tearing through the demon's down jacket, sending feathers flying. At that moment, a shift occurred in Lin Shi's gaze, his eyes darkening with lethal intent as a handgun silently appeared from his sleeve. A girl's startled scream erupted from behind him. Run! They're going to kill you. Unbeknownst to him, the middle-aged couple had circled around to a short distance behind Lin Shi, each wielding a knife. Their eyes were filled with murderous intent and madness, their intentions unmistakable. Damn it! This ungrateful wretch. With Lin Shi's awareness of their presence, the middle-aged man shot a vicious glance at the girl, no longer concealing his intentions. He spoke to Lin Shi in a menacing tone. Your dog isn't here with you, kid. You've harmed my son, and I intend to grind your bones to feed the dogs. Stop wasting time with him, kill him. You can wear his clothes. I want the beef pie. The middle-aged woman urged anxiously. They had long been fixated on Lin Shi. Initially, they had intended to target Lin Shi's dog, not anticipating the ferocity of the demon. After realizing that the dog was not an easy adversary, they contemplated retreating to ambush him at night, using the girl to lure the dog away first. However, they had not foreseen that their own son would encounter trouble first. Nonetheless, seizing the moment was still viable. With the dog absent, they would eliminate this boy. Woof! The threat to Lin Shi loomed. The demon lord emitted a furious roar, swatting the approaching tabby cat to the ground with a single claw. With renewed ferocity, it lunged once more at the cat's injured right leg, sinking its teeth into the flesh. This decisive bite sealed the cat's fate, severing its leg and eliciting a blood-curdling scream. The demon lord then pounced upon the tabby, its overwhelming strength manifesting in that moment, as sharp claws pinned the cat down, preventing any attempt to rise. The tabby struggled in its death throes, scratching at the demon lord's legs, but in an instant, the demon lord crushed its neck with brutal force. Meanwhile, an unexpected turn of events unfolded involving Lin Shi, as the middle-aged couple charged at him with knives drawn. The previously timid girl, who had been trembling in a corner, suddenly brandished a cleaver, launching herself at the couple with ferocity. Chapter 67. Qin Shuang. No one present anticipated such a dramatic shift. The girl, once the most inconspicuous among the 4, who seemed too timid to utter a word, executed a shocking act of defiance. Though small in stature, her strength was remarkable, and with one swing, she nearly severed the middle-aged man's neck. The middle-aged woman, taken by surprise, soon fell to the ground as well. This was the first time Lin Shi encountered such a situation, his expression one of mild astonishment. After dispatching the tabby, the demon lord swiftly returned to Lin Shi's side. Lin Shi affectionately patted the demon lord's head, offering his approval. He retrieved medical supplies from his backpack, tending to the demon lord's wounds while keeping a watchful eye on the unfolding chaos. On the other side, the middle-aged man, his carotid artery severed, soon succumbed to blood loss, his body convulsing and eyes rolling back. The middle-aged woman continued to struggle, brandishing a fruit knife at the girl. The girl dodged, but was grazed on the arm. Undeterred, she struck again, this time bringing the blade down upon the woman's head. Even as the woman lay inert, the girl relentlessly continued her assault, blood splattering, as though she were slaughtering mere cuts of meat rather than her own parents. It was only when both bodies were reduced to a bloody pulp that the girl ceased her onslaught. She stood, knife in hand, walking like a soulless specter towards the unconscious boy, whispering, "Let us descend into hell together, brother." With that, she brought the knife down upon him, severing his head with several swift blows. After completing this grim task, the girl approached Lin Shi, but halfway there, she dropped the knife to the ground, her spirit seemingly extinguished. She looked at Lin Shi and said, "Kill me." "Why would I kill you?" Lin Shi replied, bewildered. He took lives solely to protect himself and his interests. The girl had not attacked him, nor had she insulted him. In fact, she had even warned him. Although he had sensed the murderous intent behind him, it indicated that she bore him no malice and had alleviated his troubles. He had no justification to strike her down. The light had vanished from the girl's eyes. "I killed my parents, my kin. Should not such a scoundrel be punished?" Lin Shi found it amusing. "What relevance does the murder of your kin hold for me? Moreover, some individuals are unworthy of parenthood." In that moment, Lin Shi recalled Lu Siyue, a shadow of darkness swirling in his eyes. He patted the demon king and said, "Let us depart." Upon returning to the tabby cat, Lin Shi discovered that those who had fled moments ago had come back, albeit at a distance, too fearful to approach. The tabby cat lay lifeless, and the demon king who had slain it was still present. Ignoring the gazes of those around him, Lin Shi commanded the demon king to carry the cat's corpse away. Those who had hoped Lin Shi would leave the body behind now displayed their disappointment, as they had anticipated the chance to scavenge some flesh. Nevertheless, the severed leg of the tabby cat, bitten off by the demon king, sparked a scramble among many. Regardless of its origin, meat is meat. After walking a distance, Lin Shi paused and shouted towards a corner behind him, "Come out." A bloodied girl, cautiously emerging from the shadows while clutching a large bag, was none other than the one who had just murdered her entire family. "Why are you following me?" Lin Shi frowned. The girl took a few steps closer, halted by the menacing growl of the demon king. "Can I follow you?" she asked. "No," Lin Shi replied without hesitation. His choice not to kill her did not imply acceptance. "I can do anything. Don't be deceived by my slender frame. I possess great strength and can endure hardships. And I eat very little." The girl fervently promoted herself. "I already have companions," Lin Shi warned her with a piercing gaze. "Do not follow me again. I will not hesitate to kill." He was resolute in refusing to form any partnerships, even with a servant he could not trust. "My name is Qin Shuang." The girl shouted at Lin Shi's retreating figure. Seeing that he did not turn back, Qin Shuang's resolve solidified as she departed in another direction. The feeling of being watched gradually faded away. Lin Shi found a secluded spot and stored the tabby cat's corpse within his space. In the afternoon, Lin Shi retrieved the previously marked map and continued to scour the gold shops. After ransacking a dozen or so establishments, he unexpectedly encountered someone at the entrance of another gold shop. "Are you following me?" Lin Shi's eyes flashed with murderous intent as he regarded the reappearing Qin Shuang. She hastily defended herself. "I am not following you. I came to this gold shop to find something." At that moment, Lin Shi noticed the fire axe in her hand. So she was also in pursuit of gold, he thought, raising an eyebrow. Having encountered this girl twice in one day, he instinctively assumed she intended to cling to him. Lin Shi attempted to bypass Qin Shuang, but she called out to him. "Wait." Lin Shi turned, irritation evident in his gaze. Qin Shuang set down the large bag she had been carrying, visibly heavier after a day of scavenging. She opened the bag to reveal a trove of assorted gold jewelry among the miscellaneous items. Her eyes sparkled as she held out a handful of gold towards Lin Shi. "Here, this is for you." Lin Shi's impatient demeanor shifted slightly. "Why are you giving this to me? Do you not need gold?" This afternoon, I visited 4 gold shops and gathered the collected gold here. Lin Shi coldly remarked. I require what I can gather myself. Even if you squander your time seeking these items, I will not accept your offerings. I understand, Qin Shuang replied, her hands clasping the golden jewelry tightly as she lowered her head. I know that my worthless life can only rely on myself. I merely wish to express my gratitude for not pushing me away during my most desperate moments. There is no need for thanks. I have done nothing. Lin Shi responded with candor. However, Qin Shuang steadfastly gazed at Lin Shi and said, what exists is real. This gold is of no use to me. Please accept it. Lin Shi desired the gold, but was unwilling to incur a debt of gratitude. If you insist on giving it to me, I shall exchange it for something of value. From his backpack, Lin Shi retrieved a package of anti-inflammatory medication, a bottle of iodine, and a roll of bandages. To trade such a vast quantity of gold for these modest supplies would have seemed mad before the apocalypse. Yet now, with pharmacies and hospitals long stripped bare of their medicines, these supplies were far more precious than gold. Qin Shuang's arm had been wounded by a middle-aged woman. If left untreated, the injury could easily become infected, posing a fatal risk in this environment. For her, these supplies were invaluable. For Lin Shi, acquiring 3 or 4 dozen pounds of gold in exchange for a small amount of medicine was a lucrative deal, and he would also earn the girl's gratitude. A glimmer sparked in Lin Shi's eyes as he recognized that this girl was not ordinary. Chapter 68. The second phase. A girl capable of carrying such a significant amount of gold, along with a sack of resources and wielding a hefty fire axe, possessed strength that transcended mere physicality. Moreover, despite having been previously wounded by a middle-aged woman, she continued to gather supplies as if unharmed. Lin Shi glanced down at the Demon King's wound, which had ceased bleeding. Suddenly inspired, he retrieved several packets of instant noodles collected earlier from a container and handed them to Qin Shuang along with the medicine. Qin Shuang's eyes glistened with tears as she trembled, accepting the items from Lin Shi. Thank you, she murmured. Lin Shi placed the gold from Qin Shuang's bag into his own backpack, stating, I must take my leave. Nightfall approaches. Though it was still not yet 4 in the afternoon, the sky had already begun to darken. The onset of extreme cold rendered the nights significantly longer than the days. Without illumination, the night posed far greater dangers than daylight. What is your name? Came Qin Shuang's voice from behind. Lin Shi pondered for a moment before responding without turning. I am called Lin Shi. Lin Shi hastened back to the safe house with the Demon King before darkness enveloped the land. Upon returning, he first examined the Demon King's wound, which had indeed healed quickly and was no longer bleeding. Lin Shi marveled once more at the astonishing recuperative abilities of the source beasts, diligently treating the deeper wounds. After allowing the Demon King to rest in the living room, he entered the storage room, locked the door, and retrieved the corpse of the tabby cat. Unclaimed source power detected. Do you wish to absorb it? Upon receiving the prompt from the treasure basin, Lin Shi responded without hesitation, yes. Just as when he absorbed the wild boar previously. A warm current flowed from his arm into his body, bringing forth an indescribable sensation of exquisite delight coursing through his limbs. It was a marvelous feeling, a sublime essence of life itself. Suddenly, Lin Shi's body trembled. At that moment, the genetic lock within him unexpectedly unlocked itself. As astonishment washed over him, an unprecedented sense of strength surged within his heart. What is this? Lin Shi marveled at his own body. This sensation was utterly extraordinary. His mind was as clear and composed as when he had first unlocked the initial genetic lock, yet the power within him was continuously amplifying. He suddenly felt an illusion of being capable of combating source beasts with his bare hands. Tentatively, Lin Shi threw a punch into the air. The force of his fist sliced through the atmosphere, producing a whistling sound. In that instant, his mind calculated the strength of the punch. Astonishingly, it was 10 times stronger than before. It had far surpassed the capabilities of an ordinary human. And this was merely a casual punch from Lin Shi. Was this the second tier of the genetic lock? Lin Shi was utterly stunned, leaping into the air with ease to touch the ceiling. He attempted to jog a few paces and, to his astonishment, found himself darting from one end of the cluttered room to the other in the blink of an eye. At such a remarkable speed, within a space not particularly spacious, Lin Shi accelerated and halted seamlessly, stopping just short of colliding with the wall. Such precision required impeccable control over his strength. If a normal person's physical power and speed were to suddenly surge, they would struggle to adapt to their newfound strength in a short time. They could end up with uncoordinated limbs or even injure themselves. Time and practice would be necessary for adaptation. Yet, in his state of unlocked genetic potential, Lin Shi's mind could precisely control every ounce of strength in his body, and the power within him seemed to flow endlessly. This sensation was overwhelmingly potent. This time, the duration of the genetic lock lasted 8 seconds. Once released from the genetic lock, Lin Shi staggered, dropping to one knee on the ground. His limbs felt weak, and a slight pain coursed through his body. Yet it was a significant improvement compared to the aftermath of his first unlocking of the genetic lock. Perhaps it was related to my absorption of the source power from 2 source beasts, Lin Shi pondered. Initially, he had learned from No. 2 that the after effects of unlocking the genetic lock would become increasingly severe, yet his current state was markedly better. The source power. Lin Shi understood that the source power was crucial. Could absorbing the source power from 2 first-tier source beasts unlock the second-tier genetic lock? Or had my body absorbed some source substances prior to this? A sense of doubt lingered within him. Lin Shi was unaware that while he had been unconscious, the treasure basin had automatically absorbed source substances. Otherwise, he would not harbor such uncertainty. After resting for about 10 minutes, although his limbs still felt somewhat weak, he began to recover gradually. He attempted to unlock the genetic lock once more, but there was no response. Indeed, the strength during the unlocking was formidable. Yet Lin Shi still could not fathom how to activate the genetic lock autonomously. Except in moments of life and death, or when emotions reach a certain pinnacle, Lin Shi has yet to discover alternative methods to activate the gene lock. After observing the battle between the Demon King and the Tabby Cat, Lin Shi noted that, apart from humans, other animals seemingly lack the concept and ability to unlock their gene locks. They enhance their physical strength more directly, manifesting some external changes in their size. The evolutionary trajectories of humans and source beasts diverge significantly. Currently, everything remains in the exploratory phase, and Lin Shi can only gradually unravel the mysteries within. Retrieving the Tabby Cat's corpse into his spatial storage, he opened the door to the storage room. The Demon King was waiting for him at the door, seemingly having been there for some time. "Were you waiting for me?" Lin Shi asked, slightly surprised, as he squatted down to stroke the Demon King. The creature circled Lin Shi a couple of times, its nose incessantly sniffing, as if verifying something. "What's the matter?" Lin Shi inquired with a smile. The Demon King nudged Lin Shi's palm with its nose, its lively eyes filled with affection and a hint of reverence. Assuming that the Demon King was hungry, Lin Shi patted its head and said, "Are you hungry? Come on, let us eat." After a sumptuous dinner, Lin Shi retrieved the gold, platinum, diamonds, silver, and various other jewels he had collected that day from his spatial storage and laid them out on the living room floor. The gold alone weighed several hundred kilograms, while the silver, rose gold, and diamond jewelry collectively approached a similar weight. The entire living room floor sparkled with gold, creating a dazzling spectacle. The replicas could not be used for upgrades. Apart from enhancing, these items held no further value for duplication. Lin Shi glanced at the treasure pod interface. Treasure pod. Storage space. 969696. Wealth points required for upgrade. 32,000. Function. Item duplication 21. Wealth points required for next upgrade. 58,500. Crouching down, he placed his hand on the pile of jewelry, inhaled deeply, and declared, "Upgrade item duplication." As Lin Shi's words echoed, a faint shimmer illuminated the interface, and a portion of the jewelry pile instantly diminished. The numbers on the treasure pot interface fluctuated rapidly before settling at treasure pot, storage space, 969696, wealth points required for upgrade, 32,000, function, item duplication 45, wealth points required for next upgrade, 160000. The pattern of item duplication upgrades follows. The first upgrade grants 3, the second 6, and the third 12. This marks Lin Shi's fourth upgrade, adding a total of 24. Simultaneously, the requirement for precious metals for the next upgrade has increased. It was previously 80,000, reduced to 58,000 after Lin Shi fed the surplus gold into the item duplication, and now it has escalated to 160,000. This translates to 160 kilograms of gold. Rose gold and platinum can also be consumed, yet none can match gold's 1-to-1 conversion rate. Silver requires 100 grams to exchange for 1 wealth point, while diamonds do not seem to be acknowledged by the treasure pot, which disdains their inflated market value. Or perhaps only the treasure trove of precious metals can consume such wealth. Lin Shi dismissed these thoughts and continued to upgrade the item duplication feature. For the 5th upgrade, the item duplication count reached 48. The next upgrade required 320,000 wealth points. For the 6th upgrade, the duplication count soared to 96, necessitating 640,000 wealth points. Lin Shi glanced at the floor, where more than half of the gold and silver ornaments had already vanished. By this upgrading pattern, the next upgrade would demand over 1,000,000 wealth points, and it was evident that the current stock of gold and silver was insufficient. He silently recited the upgrade command once more, this time resulting in a substantial increase of 192 in the item duplication count. Treasure trove, storage space, 969696, wealth points required for upgrade, 32,000. Function, item duplication 381, wealth points required for upgrade, 1.24 million, estimating the remaining gold and other jewelry. Lin Shi concluded he could exchange them for approximately 400,000 to 500,000 wealth points. Indeed, he was still far from achieving the next level of item duplication. Thus, Lin Shi opted to upgrade the storage space instead. After 5 previous upgrades, the space had reached its current size. The gold required for this upgrade was significantly less than that for item duplication, and he estimated that with 4 or 5 more upgrades, he would not need to enhance the storage space further. Upgrade the storage space entirely, Lin Shi declared resolutely. As the words left his lips, all the ornaments, except for the diamonds, vanished. This time, the duration of the treasure trove's upgrade noticeably lengthened. After 4 changes, the numbers displayed transformed to treasure trove, storage space, 1456, 1456, 1456. Continue accumulating 985,755 wealth points to obtain complete storage space. Function, item duplication 381. Wealth points required for upgrade, 1.24 million complete storage space. Lin Shi was momentarily taken aback. He had harbored a suspicion that upgrading the treasure trove to its utmost limit might yield unexpected transformations, and it appeared that he was nearing that threshold. His heart raced slightly. Having upgraded the storage space 5 times previously, and now 4 additional times, he inferred that a maximum of 10 upgrades was feasible. Taking out paper and pen, Lin Shi began to calculate quietly, following the pattern of the wealth points required for each successive upgrade doubling. The 10th upgrade of the storage space should have required 512,000 points. However, after absorbing the excess gold and silver, it now demanded over 980,000. Lin Shi frowned. This indicated that the final upgrade would not merely double the requirement, but quadruple it. Having upgraded the item duplication 7 times, if it too were to reach the maximum of 10 upgrades, he would need an astonishing 82 million wealth points. This meant he would need to gather over 20 tons of gold or an equivalent amount of other precious metals. Without delay, Lin Shi opened the map of Shashi City to survey the area. The gold shops he had previously raided were marked off, and only a few remained on the map. Shashi City was not large. Within just 1 day, he had visited nearly 60% of the gold shops. The remaining supplies are primarily located in the suburbs, where not only the pace of collection will slow down, but also the number of gold shops is rather limited. It is unlikely to gather as much as 20 tons. Lin Shi pondered for a moment before recalling the bank vaults. However, he quickly dismissed this notion. During his expedition to gather supplies today, he noted that most banks had been securely locked. Although unguarded, the walls of the banks are fortified and the glass is bulletproof, not to mention the vaults, which are rumored to be impervious to explosives. Even if they were unattended, with the meager firepower at his disposal within his spatial realm, breaching the bulletproof glass would be exceedingly difficult. Opening a bank vault seemed utterly fanciful. Lin Shi glanced at his hands, wondering if the space of his treasure basin could somehow extract the gold from within the vault through its walls. With this thought in mind, he promptly stood and walked towards the wall. The solution seemed simple. He could test it with his safe house. The outer wall of his safe house is over 3 meters thick, yet the interior walls that separate the rooms are not as substantial, measuring around 30 centimeters in thickness. He decided to use his bedroom as a starting point. Lin Shi placed his hand against the wall connecting to the bedroom. Closing his eyes, he focused all his thoughts on establishing a connection with the space. As his consciousness intertwined with the spatial realm, he felt a disorienting sensation that seemed almost ethereal. Previously, When he had extracted items from containers and suitcases, he had sensed a faint connection to the objects within. However, at this moment, the instant he contemplated retrieving something from the room, a sharp, piercing pain shot through his head. Lin Shi immediately severed the link with the space and sank to the ground. Wang, the Demon King, witnessing this, hurried over to Lin Shi, anxiously circling around him. Lin Shi fought through the sudden wave of nausea and dizziness, managing to force a smile for the concerned Demon King, assuring him, "I'm fine." After resting for a considerable time, the discomfort gradually subsided, yet his spirits had already dampened significantly. Undeterred, he decided to test his abilities with other objects. From cups to metal boxes to cabinets, he explored every conceivable item. Eventually, Lin Shi discerned the limitations of his ability to retrieve objects from a distance. The success of retrieving an item was contingent upon the thickness of the container separating him from the object, as well as its density. To extract an object from within a container, the maximum thickness of that container must not exceed 5 centimeters. Moreover, the greater the density of the container, the lower the permissible thickness. For instance, when Lin Shi fashioned a box from several alloy plates, he discovered that exceeding 3 centimeters resulted in the same complications as when he attempted to transfer an item from the living room to the bedroom. It appeared that this avenue was unfeasible. Rubbing his throbbing temples, Lin Shi realized that to retrieve items through a container, they must be relatively thin and of low density. Clearly, the bank vaults did not satisfy these criteria. It seemed that he would have to pursue a different path. Once he completed collecting gold from the shops in Shashi, he would venture to neighboring cities to gather more gold. Chapter 70. The movements of the troops. The following day, Lin Shi, undeterred, made yet another trip to the bank. He spent the greater part of the day attempting to breach several formidable locks, only to arrive at the entrance of the vault, where he was once again struck by the disorienting and nauseating sensation akin to being dealt a heavy blow to the head. In that moment, he fully resigned himself to defeat. The bank's vault was not only robust, but also comprised numerous layers, its intricate structure rendering it impervious to ordinary force. The lock on the vault door alone was exceedingly complex. Even if he were to destroy it, accessing the door itself would remain an impossibility. Reluctantly, he resolved to methodically visit each gold shop to amass gold instead. On this day, Lin Shi scoured all the remaining gold shops in the city, ultimately collecting less than several dozen kilograms of gold along with various jewelry items, far fewer than he had anticipated. After converting all of these into wealth points for upgrading his storage space, the results were as follows. Golden Basin, storage space, 145, 614, 561, 456. Continue accumulating 153. 673 wealth points to achieve complete storage capacity. Function, item duplication 381. Wealth points required for upgrade. 1, 240,000, with over 150 kilograms of gold still required. He was on the verge of maxing out his storage capacity. This thought invigorated Lin Shi. On the third day following the blizzard, after completing his morning exercises, Lin Shi noticed the snowfall outside had intensified. While the heavy snow obscured visibility, the winds remained mild, allowing him to venture out in search of gold. The Demon King had yet to fully recover from its injuries. Thus, Lin Shi had left it at home the previous day and chose to do so again today. Foreseeing that the snow might intensify, he ensured the Demon King had enough food to last several days before setting out. Today, Lin Shi's target was the outskirts of the city. Upon arrival, he immediately sensed a shift in the atmosphere. Perhaps it was not only the outskirts but the entire ambience of Sha City that had transformed. The number of individuals braving the elements in search of supplies had noticeably dwindled compared to the previous days. In recent days, it had become common for solitary figures carrying provisions to be accosted by others, leading to frequent skirmishes where violence erupted before Lin Shi's very eyes. The snow, once pristine, was marred by chaotic footprints and the stark contrast of blood staining the white ground. Just yesterday, he had observed from a distance 2 young women who appeared to be searching for supplies together, only to be dragged into a dark, deserted shop by 3 burly men. Their desperate cries for help faded into silence almost immediately. Dressed in lavish attire, Lin Shi, unsurprisingly, became a target for those with ill intentions, as malicious gazes followed him relentlessly. Yet, bolstered by his enhanced physical prowess from unlocking the second tier of his genetic lock and years of experience in survival, he effortlessly dealt with anyone foolish enough to approach him with hostility. understanding that the brink of life and death could awaken latent abilities within humanity. Lin Shi executed his actions with remarkable decisiveness. He spared no mercy, delivering swift retribution without hesitation, as the world around him transformed into a canvas of pure white. The hearts of men had darkened profoundly. After dispatching the fifth foolhardy individual of the day, Lin Shi, feeling somewhat exasperated, sheathed his bloodied Nepalese knife at his waist. Indeed, fewer individuals with sense approached him thereafter. However, during lunchtime, an oblivious figure did appear. "Young man, please, could you spare some food? I haven't eaten in 2 days." A kind-faced woman, around 50 years of age, clad in a patchwork cotton coat, entered the printing shop where Lin Shi was resting. Lin Shi cast a cold glance at the approaching woman, his tone icy. "One more step, and you shall perish." The woman hesitated, wiping the corners of her eyes. "Heaven has left me no escape. My children are far away, leaving me, an old woman, to suffer here. Young man, I do not ask for much, just a morsel to sustain me. I could trade you this coat for a bite." Standing at the doorway, she remained undeterred. A morsel of food for a warm coat seemed a fair exchange. Perhaps someone would begrudgingly part with a bite for such a deal. Lin Shi's gaze grew colder as he rose and approached her. The woman, believing Lin Shi had acquiesced, revealed a flicker of joy upon her face. Yet, as Lin Shi drew near, a glint of malice flashed in her eyes, and from within her coat, she brandished a sharp steel cone. Before she could raise her hand, a cold light flashed, and her vision spun. The last image imprinted in her mind was Lin Shi standing before a familiar headless corpse, bloodied knife in hand. "Is that my body?" This was the final thought that crossed her mind. Lin Shi sheathed his knife, kicked the woman's lifeless body out the door, and cast a frigid glance at several prying eyes nearby before returning to his meal. In the afternoon, while collecting gold, Lin Shi was suddenly alerted by a commotion. The sounds did not emanate from nearby, but rather from some high-rise apartments. "Soldiers, I am here. The troops have arrived. We are saved. Soldier, please help me. I haven't eaten in 3 days." In recent days, desperate cries had echoed from the apartment complexes, lamenting the absence of the military and the lack of rescue. Lin Shi had long harbored suspicions. He surmised that the troops were poised to act. Just the previous day, he had seized an opportunity to visit another port, discovering that most shipping containers had been opened, their valuable contents already pilfered. Recalling his encounter with the troops, Lin Shi had no doubt that the soldiers were under orders to expedite the gathering of supplies. This was a prudent course of action. Without ample provisions to placate the populace, even if the military managed to maintain order in the city, the survivors, on the brink of starvation and freezing, would remain discontent. Driven by cold and hunger, they might even turn against the troops, inciting chaos and rebellion. This suggested that the highest commander in the military of Shashi was not one to be trifled with. Indeed, the troops finally began to mobilize. A battalion of soldiers, armed with real weapons and fully equipped, appeared throughout Shashi. To the dismay of the survivors, the soldiers bore not the coveted supplies they yearned for, but rather sheets of paper resembling flyers. These soldiers, seemingly oblivious to the corpses strewn upon the streets, busied themselves as if distributing advertisements from a bygone era, affixing these papers in prominent locations throughout the city. Some soldiers even thrust the flyers directly into the hands of passers-by. Lin Shi received one such handwritten notice, which read, "In recent days, the weather has exhibited unusual patterns, severing connections with other cities. In light of these exceptional circumstances, our unit will implement the following measures regarding extreme weather conditions. Notice 1. Commencing tomorrow, citizens may queue outside the Shanghai apartments in the eastern suburbs with their identification cards to register personal information and receive a week's worth of survival supplies. Those with elderly or young dependents may present their identification to collect on their behalf. Misappropriation or excessive claims will result in the confiscation of supplies and a permanent loss of eligibility to receive them. Notice 2. A shelter will be constructed in the eastern outskirts of Shashi, and all participants in the construction for a duration of 100 days will be granted residence within the shelter. Each participant will receive an additional 2 meal rations daily and a set of winter clothing each month. Eligibility: ages 16 to 45, physically fit, and free of chronic diseases. Those with special talents will be given priority. Notice 3. In light of the shelter construction, contributors of various building materials will earn contribution points based on the quantity provided. Those accumulating 500 contribution points will gain residency rights within the shelter. Contribution points can be exchanged for supplies, with detailed information posted outside the Shanghai apartments in the eastern suburbs. Notice 4. Effective immediately, a squad of soldiers will patrol each district daily, armed and vigilant. Citizens are prohibited from engaging in theft, murder, or acts of violence against one another, including the coercion of women. Violators will be shot on sight. Lin Shi skimmed through the lengthy official text. His earlier suspicions were confirmed. The eastern suburbs had indeed captured the official's attention. He had noted the area when Liao Peng was tasked with land acquisition, recognizing the scarcity of suitable locations for shelter construction. His own safe house, perched on a small hill in the western suburbs of Shushi, lay a considerable distance from the eastern sector. Its elevated and compact nature meant that even if land were requisitioned, his modest 300 square meters would remain untouched, allowing him to proceed with his safe house construction without worry. Before long, crowds began to gather in the streets, encircling the soldiers distributing the flyers. Comrades, do you have any food? I'm starving. I'm freezing. Do you have any spare clothes? Excuse me, my child is ill. Do you have any medicine? The surrounded soldiers could only repeatedly explain, we have not brought supplies. You may collect provisions tomorrow in the eastern suburbs, as stated on the flyer. Please step aside. We must complete our task. Upon realizing that the soldiers were indeed devoid of any supplies, the crowd grew increasingly agitated. What good are these worthless flyers when lives are at stake? Your tardiness has cost my father his life. Had you arrived earlier, perhaps he would still be with us. He was but in his 60s. Do you not carry provisions when you venture out? Are you aware of the struggles faced by ordinary citizens like us? What do you consider yourselves, soldiers? Strip them of their garments. The crowd swelled, intent on ensuring that the soldiers would not depart without offering something in return. Suddenly, a gunshot pierced the air. The throng fell silent, only to erupt in a cacophony of curses, with some resorting to violence. A burly man with a buzz cut thrust himself toward the soldier who fired the shot, glaring defiantly. If you have the guts, kill me. I declare right here, if you don't produce something, you shan't leave. Let us see if you dare fire that gun again. Exactly. None of you shall pass. Your weapons are meant to be aimed at enemies, not at us common folk. I wonder if you will dare to move a muscle. The crowd echoed his sentiments, the atmosphere thick with impending conflict. Lin Shi watched this scene unfold leisurely from the roadside, curious to see what orders the commander of the troops in Shushi would issue to his soldiers. To transform Shushi into the largest official sanctuary, the commander must possess considerable skill. Bang! As another shot rang out, the previously boisterous man stared in disbelief at the blood seeping from his chest before collapsing. The crowd finally fell silent. The leading soldier's cold gaze swept over the assembly. Disorderly ones, be executed. If you seek supplies, go to the eastern outskirts tomorrow. Now disperse immediately. The crowd hastily retreated. Lin Shi absorbed it all. Glancing at the sky, he departed the area, satisfied that the gold he had collected today was sufficient to upgrade his storage space. He intended to return home first and visit the eastern outskirts the following day. It was imperative that he understand the rulers of Shushi, where he had established his existence. As he passed by the entrance of Wulong village on his way back, Lin Shi was taken aback to discover that the villagers were conducting funeral rites. Having been out at dawn and returning late over the past couple of days, he had scarcely seen the villagers. From a distance, he observed that nearly every household was draped in white cloth, indicating a significant loss of life within the village. Yet, at such a critical juncture, with another impending snowstorm uncertainly looming, these villagers still found the time for mourning. Lin Shi was at a loss as to whether to label them as foolish or ignorant. He quickened his pace, eager to return to the safety of his refuge. After greeting the Demon King, he retrieved the gold and other precious metals he had gathered that day. His heart raced with a mix of anxiety, excitement, and trepidation. But above all, anticipation. Taking a deep breath, Lin Shi softly uttered, "Upgrade storage space." Much of the gold jewelry in his hands vanished. A brilliant golden light suddenly emanated from his forehead, and the entire interface of the treasure basin flickered erratically, resembling a jumble of characters. Lin Shi's pupils contracted in astonishment as he focused intently on the unfolding changes. The last time the treasure basin interface exhibited such dramatic alterations was upon absorbing the second ancient coin. Lin Shi's heartbeat quickened involuntarily. The Demon King stood beside him, utterly mesmerized. Although Lin Shi had grown accustomed to the whimsical transformations of objects, he was astonished to witness one that emanated light. In his life as a dog, this was the first time he encountered a human capable of self-illumination. The demon lord gaped in astonishment, oblivious to the drool pooling at his feet. In his eyes, a palpable admiration for Lin Shi began to take shape. After a considerable pause, the treasure basin interface reappeared before him. Treasure basin, storage space. Complete. The spatial volume can expand with the increase of the user's source power and can store living beings. Function, item duplication 381. Funds required for upgrade, 1. 240,000. The phrase "can store living beings" captured Lin Shi's attention. He was acutely aware of the implications of those words. Hastily, he focused his mind to inspect the space. Before his eyes, the entire area had expanded into an endless expanse, rendering the items within diminutive. The nearly 10,000 containers of supplies collected at the port, which had previously occupied a third of the space, now merely occupied a fractional corner after 4 upgrades. However, now the entire space appeared to be divided as if by some unseen force. One side remained a vast vacuum, while the other revealed a patch of land as large as a football field. Chapter 72. Experimental space. The newly emerged land within the space lay barren, resembling a wasteland. With only the gray-black soil underfoot, Lin Shi was eager to experiment. Naturally, he would not use the demon lord for this trial, as he was already his companion. Any misstep would lead to regret. Stepping out of the safe house, Lin Shi surveyed his surroundings, finding only the vast expanse of white snow devoid of any other living beings. His gaze then shifted to the villagers below in Wulong village. Wang Liang, with a somber expression, navigated through the homes of the villagers. "Uncle Wang, the outside world has descended into chaos. Do you think we could postpone the funerals of the elders or simplify the arrangements?" he inquired as he entered a villager's home. The man known as Uncle Wang responded with irritation. "Postpone it until when? We cannot be sure when another blizzard will strike. Leaving my father at home for 10 days or half a month. That is unacceptable. When a person dies, they must be laid to rest. And organizing a single funeral for so many elders is already a simplification. Do you wish for it to be even simpler?" Wang Liang, exasperated, retorted. "A person has died, and we must continue living, right? We cannot jeopardize the lives of the living for the dead. How much did my father do for the village while he was alive?" Liangzi, the village chief, often reminds us that we must not be selfish. We are a collective, bound to rise and fall together. Do you wish for my father to be left unburied in the wilderness? Spare me your heartless words. Wang Liang visited over a dozen households, receiving nearly identical responses. Cursing inwardly, he stormed away with a darkened expression. The village chief had long harbored the ambition of cultivating Wang Liang as his successor. Had he been granted a few more years, once he had arranged matters before his passing, Wang Liang would undoubtedly have ascended to the position of the next village chief. However, the chief's sudden demise left Wang Liang without the established authority necessary to command the respect of the villagers, who were unwilling to heed his call to organize funeral rites for the deceased. In recent days, nearly every household in the village had mourned a loss. Unlike the disconnected lives of urban neighborhoods, the villagers, united through the chief's years of effort, shared a common bond. With so many beloved friends and family members lost in such a short span, one villager proposed honoring the departed with traditional funerals, and to Wang Liang's astonishment, the others wholeheartedly agreed. Situated on the outskirts near the mountains, the villagers had long maintained a practice of stockpiling food, drying vegetables, and curing meats. Thus, the village had not yet descended into the chaos of pillaging and desperation that plagued the cities. Nevertheless, Wang Liang had ventured outside and witnessed the brutality unleashed by those desperate for sustenance and clothing. If they failed to devise a strategy soon, they would soon face the same fate as those outside. This urgency fueled Wang Liang's agitation. At that moment, he felt as though he alone was sober among a throng of intoxicated souls. He suddenly realized that the chief's philosophies could not withstand the current crisis. Fuming, Wang Liang stormed out of Uncle Wang's house, advancing to the base of the mountain, where he kicked a mound of snow in frustration, cursing, "It's all that damned bastard's fault. One day, I shall make him pay." He unleashed a torrent of profanities, seemingly cursing the ancestors of Lin Shi, as if such words could alleviate his pent-up frustration. Had it not been for Lin Shi's interference, he would have been contentedly awaiting his turn as the village chief. Suddenly, Wang Liang noticed a shadow behind him. Just as he turned, A hand landed on his shoulder. Lin Shi, having just ascended the mountain, spotted a solitary villager. He intended to test his spatial abilities on this villager. Aware of the underlying hostility the villagers harbored toward him, making the task all the more convenient. Coincidentally, Lin Shi overheard Wang Liang's angry tirade against him. A cold smile crept across Lin Shi's lips as he placed his hand on Wang Liang's shoulder and focused his thoughts. As Wang Liang turned to face him, their eyes met, both momentarily taken aback. Why isn't he the space reacted? Lin Shi pondered. This person looks familiar, Wang Liang replied, his expression shifting to one of sudden terror. Before Wang Liang could react further, Lin Shi struck him with a swift chop, rendering him unconscious. He re-established communication with the space, and this time there were no obstructions. Wang Liang vanished from Lin Shi's grasp. Was it necessary for living beings to be unconscious before being transported to the space? Lin Shi furrowed his brow, surveying the conditions within the space. He observed a figure lying on the once barren ground of the space, none other than the unconscious Wang Liang. With a thought, Lin Shi returned Wang Liang to the snowy landscape, escorting him to a secluded corner where he stuffed a handful of snow into Wang Liang's clothing. It wasn't long before the cold jolted Wang Liang awake, and upon seeing Lin Shi, he instinctively prepared to scream in terror. Anticipating this, Lin Shi swiftly delivered a punch to Wang Liang's mouth, silencing his cries before they could escape his throat. Silence, or you shall meet your demise instantly. Lin Shi's gaze radiated a lethal intent, prompting Wang Liang to nod incessantly. With a single punch, Lin Shi had already shattered several of Wang Liang's teeth. Lin Shi attempted once more to draw Wang Liang into the spatial realm. This time, he distinctly sensed a resistance, as if an unseen force thwarted his efforts. Blood spilled from Wang Liang's mouth as he regarded Lin Shi with terror, paralyzed by an unknown dread. He was oblivious to Lin Shi's intentions. I command you to listen. No matter what sensations arise, do not resist, otherwise, I will end your life. Understand? Lin Shi's eyes glinted coldly as he addressed Wang Liang, who fervently nodded in compliance. Once again, Lin Shi reached out to the space, and this time the resistance was noticeably diminished, yet something remained amiss, preventing success. In the next moment, Lin Shi seized Wang Liang by the throat, gradually tightening his grip. Wang Liang's eyes bulged with desperation as he fought against Lin Shi's hold. With a swift motion, Lin Shi used his other hand to snap Wang Liang's wrist, eliminating his struggle effortlessly. His current strength made it trivial to break a man's bones. As Lin Shi's grip grew increasingly constrictive, he maintained a mental connection to the spatial realm, attempting to envelop Wang Liang within. Just as Wang Liang's eyes rolled back in unconsciousness, Lin Shi's hand slackened, achieving his goal. Wang Liang teetered on the brink of death, nearly suffocating. Suddenly released, he erupted into a fit of coughing, disoriented and unaware of his surroundings before Lin Shi pulled him from the space once more. Thus, Lin Shi conducted several experiments, ultimately confirming that to draw a person into the spatial realm, they must be devoid of the capacity to resist or possess a weakened will. Moreover, time flowed normally within that living space, allowing for breathing and movement. Though the inability to encapsulate a normal human was somewhat disappointing, he realized it was not imperative to confine humans. Animals, with their lesser consciousness or willpower, might be more easily drawn into the space. A notion began to form in Lin Shi's mind, though he needed to return and discuss it with the Demon King to solidify his hypothesis. At that moment, Lin Shi's eyes flickered slightly. Ignoring the already dazed Wang Liang, he strained to listen to the sounds surrounding him. After a brief period, Lin Shi crouched in the snow, focusing intently. Just seconds later, he rose with a grave expression. If his ears had not deceived him, at least two beasts, or source beasts, were approaching his location. Given the current environment, the likelihood of encountering source beasts was significantly heightened. Casting a final glance at the nearly lifeless Wang Liang, Lin Shi swiftly snapped his neck. In that moment, a flicker of relief appeared in Wang Liang's eyes. This day had been more harrowing than a nightmare. In a future life, he vowed never to speak ill of others from the shadows again. With that thought, Wang Liang succumbed to his fate. Lin Shi hurried back to the safety of his shelter. Chapter 73. Lin Shi's ambitions at this juncture. Twilight was about to descend. The villagers of Wulong village were primarily at home, preparing their evening meals. In the village, where the presence of living villagers still lingered, the cooking stoves were ignited, sending wisps of smoke into the air. Previously, Liao Peng had recorded that the village housed 96 families, with a total population not exceeding 400 souls. However, in recent days, nearly half of the villagers had perished. Yet, a considerable number remained, and due to an ample supply of food, the human presence and scent in the village were markedly concentrated compared to those scattered in high-rise buildings. Had it not been for the ominous appearance of the source beasts, the villagers might have lived a little longer. Unfortunately, the lingering scent of blood from previous events had drawn unwelcome guests to the village that night. From his vantage point in the safe house, Lin Shi observed as 5 unusually large wild boars charged into Wulong village, immediately sensing that the night would not be tranquil. The village lacked any evolved beings, and even if there were, they would be powerless against the source beasts. Upon hearing the anguished cries erupting from Wulong village, Lin Shi turned away, retreating back into the safety of his refuge. He approached the Demon King, inquiring, "Shall we engage in a game?" With a beckoning gesture. Lin Shi enticed, "I will take you to a place shortly. I want you to see if it is enjoyable. Fear not, for I will return you swiftly." The Demon King tilted its head, pondering Lin Shi's words. Placing his hand atop the Demon King's head, Lin Shi connected his consciousness with the space. In the next moment, the Demon King appeared in the spatial realm, bewildered and startled. It began to leap, scanning its surroundings with heightened vigilance, emitting a series of anxious low growls. Woof, woof. Lin Shi promptly transported the Demon King back from the space. Upon returning to the familiar safe house, the excitement in the Demon King's eyes was palpable, nearly overflowing as it seemed on the verge of leaping into Lin Shi's embrace. After patiently explaining and soothing the Demon King multiple times, Lin Shi allowed it to re-enter the space. This time, the Demon King exhibited less apprehension, bounding joyfully across the spatial terrain. This expanse of land was roughly the size of a basketball court, and when the Demon King reached the boundary, it was halted by an invisible wall. Lin Shi attempted to communicate with it through thought. "Demon King, can you hear me?" The Demon King suddenly looked up, surveying the space. Witnessing its reaction brought Lin Shi immense joy, confirming his suspicions. He issued another command. "Demon King, try digging." Although puzzled about why it could not see its master yet could hear his voice, the Demon King obediently began to dig. Its powerful hind legs quickly created a pit. Lin Shi then transported the Demon King back to the safe house. As the Demon King continued its digging motion, it suddenly realized it was home again, wearing an expression of sheer bewilderment. Turning to see Lin Shi, whose smile nearly reached his ears, filled Lin Shi with ecstatic delight, crystallizing his fervent thought. Indeed, this spatial treasure could house source beasts. Trusting humanity was perilous. Thus, he resolved to assemble his own army of source beasts in this apocalyptic world. Only in this manner could he hope to exact vengeance upon the Shin family. Lin Shi crouched down and gently patted the Demon King's head, his gaze resolute. "Demon King, we must grow stronger swiftly. In the future, I shall elevate you to the status of the Beast King." The commotion in Wulong village persisted until the early hours of the morning. Lin Shi ventured out once more in the dead of night to assess the situation in Wulong village. The following day, although the Demon King had recovered from its injuries, Lin Shi resolved to set out alone. Today, he intended to explore the eastern suburbs. To avoid drawing attention, Lin Shi deliberately donned a rather inconspicuous jacket and obscured his face with a mask. He retrieved the identification of Li No. 2, tucking it into his pocket. Having seen the notice on the flyer requesting survivors to register their information, he decided to bring it along just in case. He had kept Li No. 2's identification because, despite the latter's ordinary features, their facial contours bore a resemblance to his own, which might prove useful at some point. To enhance the believability of his disguise, Lin Shi even employed an electric razor to fashion a hairstyle akin to that of Li No. 2's identification photo. When not wearing the mask, his profile bore a striking similarity to the photograph. If the military personnel were not particularly stringent in their scrutiny, it might go unnoticed. Satisfied with his reflection, Lin Shi nodded and left ample food for the Demon King before descending the mountain. Before heading to the eastern suburbs, Lin Shi first visited Wulong village. Once bustling with smoke from cooking fires, the village now lay in eerie silence. Numerous houses had collapsed, their interiors stained with large patches of blood. Yet not a single corpse could be found. It was evident what fate had befallen the villagers. As for the 2 wild boars, they were nowhere to be seen. Lin Shi had suspected that the wild boars he encountered on the mountain could not possibly be limited to just one or two. Perhaps in the depths of the mountains, there were still many mutated wild boars or other beasts. He needed to grow stronger without delay. As for the deceased villagers of Wulong, Lin Shi felt no obligation to rescue them. Having the wild boars clear them out was, in his estimation, the best possible outcome. It ensured that no one would come seeking trouble near his safe house in the future. Confirming that there were no living souls left in Wulong village, Lin Shi departed eastward. As he journeyed toward the eastern suburbs, he encountered many individuals, all heading in the same direction, evidently summoned by a notification to proceed to the eastern suburbs. The day was remarkably peaceful, with no one daring to take action. Occasionally, small patrols of soldiers could be seen roaming the streets. The trek from the western to the eastern suburbs on foot could take the entirety of a day. Lin Shi found an unoccupied spot to extract his snowmobile, steering clear of the crowd as he rode a considerable distance. Approaching the eastern suburbs, he then sought a place to retract his spatial abilities. At last, he arrived at the eastern suburbs by midday. Upon his arrival, Lin Shi realized that although he had come quickly, he was not among the earliest. Many residents already residing in the eastern suburbs had gathered in a throng at the entrance of the Shanghai apartment. Numerous survivors, having received notifications the day prior, had made their way to the eastern suburbs. Although the night temperature plummeted by 10 to 20 degrees compared to the day, some individuals, with sick and starving family members at home, were unperturbed by the cold, desperately making their way to the eastern suburbs. Many survivors appeared emaciated and weakened, their steps unsteady. Amidst the throng of people and the cacophony of voices, Lin Shi could not even see the entrance of the Shanghai apartments. He was there to assess the situation. Thus, he did not rush forward, instead quietly observing from the periphery of the crowd. Before long, a jarring horn blared from the front of the crowd, followed by a gruff voice resonating in everyone's ears. Silence. Listen to me. Everyone, form 5 lines and queue up. Disruptors will be executed. The chilling threat of execution loomed heavily in the air. If that did not immediately intimidate the survivors, the synchronized sound of soldiers loading their weapons at the apartment entrance finally subdued the noisy crowd. Moments later, some astute survivors managed to push to the front and form lines, with others hastily joining them. Lin Shi positioned himself at the back of one of the lines. At this juncture, the voice from the loudspeaker shifted to a younger tone, lacking the previous menacing edge. Please line up properly and have your identification ready. After registering your identity, you may enter the community to collect supplies. 1 identification per supply. Family members collecting on behalf must present household registration or marriage certificates as proof. Those who claim improperly or collect multiple supplies will lose their eligibility for future distributions. If you have lost your identification, you may register for verification here on the right. During these extraordinary times, we must take this matter seriously to prevent chaos. Thank you for your understanding. Job applicants, please register for interviews on the left. Lin Shi continued to observe from the back of the crowd. Although visibility was poor, the steady progress of the line indicated that the scrutiny was not overly stringent. After a while, a commotion erupted at the front. My surname is Chun. What is the problem with my son taking my wife's surname, Huang? Why can't I collect for him? A man at the front of the line shouted in agitation. The registrar replied, to collect for your family, please present the household registration or your wife's identification and marriage certificate. I traveled all the way from the Southern District, and I didn't bring those documents. Without proof, you can only collect your own supplies. Hey, aren't you supposed to serve the people? What kind of service attitude is this? Do you believe I'll file a complaint against you? The man continued to protest, but suddenly, a cold gun barrel pressed against his temple. Do you not understand what he said? You can collect on behalf of someone if you have identification. Without it, you may only collect your own portion. Now, either take your share or go home for your documents. Disruptors will be executed. The voice was the same gruff one that had previously echoed through the loudspeaker. The man, clad in a green military coat, had an imposing stature with a ruggedly honed face. One of his eyes bore an abnormal, murky hue, suggesting past injury, which added a menacing edge to his otherwise resolute countenance. The voice, laden with menace, accompanied by the chilling sensation of a gun barrel pressed against his forehead, caused the unruly man to weaken at the knees, collapsing onto the ground. Why, yes. He scrambled to his feet, snatching a card from the hands of the registrar, and hastily scurried through the right passageway into the apartment. Many others, who initially shared the same disruptive intentions, were dissuaded by this spectacle, their resolve swiftly extinguished. The pace of the queue quickened slightly. Soon, a person who had previously registered to collect supplies emerged from the apartment, clutching a large black bag. Instantly, the attention of those waiting in line shifted toward the bag. Their curiosity piqued as they attempted to discern its contents. A daring individual among them called out, "Hey, what did you get?" However, the person offered no reply, tightening their grip on the bag as they hurried away. The line continued to move forward. And after 3 hours of waiting, Lin Shi found himself near the front, with only a handful of people ahead of him. He had observed that, aside from the stringent scrutiny of those collecting supplies on behalf of others, individual recipients merely needed to register their ID information and answer questions regarding their skills prior to the apocalypse to gain entry into the apartment for supplies. Those whose professions aligned with the criteria for constructing shelters were offered an additional olive branch, directed to another area. Lin Shi was particularly intrigued by a man standing resolutely in front of the soldiers. This individual exuded an aura of iron resolve, his piercing gaze commanding as much intimidation as the armed soldiers flanking him. Earlier, a soldier had approached this man to report, and Lin Shi discerned the soldier addressing him as Major General Lin. Could this person be the leader of the Shushi military unit? Lin Shi refrained from staring too long to avoid detection. Before long, it was Lin Shi's turn. He presented the ID of Li Erheo to the registrar. The registrar glanced at Lin Shi, recorded his age and gender, and inquired, "What was your occupation before? Why are you wearing a mask?" Lin Shi coughed several times, his voice hoarse as he replied, "I have been coughing quite severely these past few days. I fear I might have contracted some flu. Do you have any medicine among your supplies?" He then added, "I was an accountant." The staff member glanced once more at the ID and Lin Shi, then handed back the ID along with a metal tag, stating, "Take this tag to collect your supplies." Next, Lin Shi accepted the tag and proceeded through the passageway delineated by soldiers into the apartment. Once inside, he found the layout straightforward, with 2 soldiers stationed every meter along the sides. It was a veritable outpost every 5 steps, a sentry every 10. By following the path flanked by the soldiers, he would reach the supply collection area. He examined the cold, metallic tag in his hand, which was essentially a rectangular metal piece, resembling aluminum alloy, stamped with a national emblem. It appeared hastily cut from a larger sheet of aluminum, the edges uneven and potentially sharp if mishandled. It may appear somewhat superfluous to create metal tags and to collect supplies within the apartment. Nevertheless, Lin Shi comprehended that directly distributing supplies at the entrance would lead to an accumulation of resources outside, which would be susceptible to blizzards or snowfall, rendering transportation and storage cumbersome. Moreover, with numerous survivors present, the sight of supplies would inevitably incite a frenzy, prompting desperate individuals to seize what they could. An influx of such individuals could potentially spark chaos, making the apartment entrance difficult to defend. Presently, this method effectively channels the crowd, deterring those with ill intentions. Should anyone attempt to seize supplies within the apartment, they would not evade the stringent defenses in place. This strategy minimizes the occurrence of disturbances and unforeseen incidents, achieving a balance between external pressure and internal leniency. This was merely Lin Shi's perspective. There might be other reasons as well. As he turned a corner, he encountered a person returning from collecting supplies, whose face seemed vaguely familiar. Qian Liang, clutching his supplies with a wary expression, appeared anxious about the possibility of losing his belongings. He had endured considerable hardship in recent days. Although he initially managed to deceive others into providing him with 2 garments and some food, he soon found it impossible to obtain further aid. Not only that, but he had also been robbed, nearly losing his life in the process. Starving for 2 days, he had rushed here before dawn and finally secured some supplies. At that moment, Qian Liang noticed the person opposite him gazing in his direction. On that day, Lin Shi had concealed his face beneath a mask and hat, accompanied by a sinister figure. Thus, Qian Liang did not recognize him. "What are you staring at?" Qian Liang glared at Lin Shi and hastily made his way toward the apartment entrance. Chapter 75. The peculiar young man Lin Shi recalled that Qian Liang was someone he had encountered a few days prior, and he averted his gaze. The supply collection area was located within the apartment's management hall, where a queue was forming. However, the crowd was not as overwhelming as at the entrance. Lin Shi found himself once again at the end of the line. After a while, An elderly woman circumvented him and hurriedly positioned herself at the front of the queue, inserting herself with great ease. Immediately, a voice of discontent arose. "Hey, ma'am, how can you cut in line?" The elderly woman, hands on her hips, retorted confidently. "My legs aren't as nimble as yours, and after walking all day, they're quite sore. You youngsters should show some courtesy. No need to make a fuss. Can't you see the soldiers are silent?" The crowd glanced at the expressionless soldiers guarding the supplies, and some were left with no choice but to swallow their indignation. Yet, a few could not contain their frustration, stating, "Haven't we all walked far and waited long just like you? Just because you're old, does that mean you can take advantage of it? You've walked this distance. Your stamina isn't superior to ours." The elderly woman cast a disdainful glance at the speaker. "Young man, everyone else has remained silent, yet you cling to this trivial matter. Can't you be a little more magnanimous? Causing a scene benefits no one. Stay quiet. Heed the wisdom of the elderly, or you may find yourself regretting it." The elderly were not to be feared. Rather, one should fear an elderly woman with intellect. The words seemed to portray the other party as unreasonable, leaving the individual seething with indignation, speechless with rage. Ignoring the wisdom of the elders, reveling in joy for years, are we? At that moment, a young man in front of Lin Shi suddenly chuckled, stepping forward to pull the elderly lady out of the crowd. Everyone was taken aback. It was surprising that someone would stand up at such a moment. Those who had initially frowned upon the elderly lady's queue jumping were now wearing expressions of delight. Although they were reluctant to stir up trouble, they found amusement in witnessing someone confront the bothersome woman. Lin Shi observed the scene with great interest. "What are you doing? Why are you pulling me?" The young man's grip was evidently strong. Despite her struggles, the elderly lady was dragged out of the line. She turned to re-enter the queue, but the people in line immediately tightened their formation, denying her the chance to squeeze back in. Realizing she could no longer cut in, the elderly lady pointed angrily at the young man who had pulled her out, shouting, "Are you out of your mind? I didn't cut in front of you. Do you live by the seaside or something to meddle so much?" The young man merely smiled and returned to queue, this time standing behind Lin Shi. The elderly lady, infuriated, dared not escalate the situation further and continued to mutter insults behind the young man. "You scoundrel! Look, you still have to queue again. You think you're doing a good deed? No one is going to let you back in." At this point, the young man leaned towards Lin Shi and inquired, "May I step back in?" Lin Shi gestured for him to proceed. The young man raised an eyebrow, casting a triumphant glance at the furious elderly lady, and stepped back in front of Lin Shi. Lin Shi found the young man quite intriguing. The positions in line were trivial, so it mattered little whether he was allowed back or not. What captivated Lin Shi was the young man's demeanor, which was somewhat enigmatic. Unlike the pervasive air of despair that enveloped those around them, this young man exuded a carefree spirit reminiscent of a bygone era, unmarred by the bleakness of their current reality. Before, while everyone had been standing in line, Lin Shi had not discerned this difference. But the young man's actions unveiled a distinct aura. Perhaps feeling the intensity of Lin Shi's gaze, the young man suddenly turned and winked at her. His eyes sparkled with clarity, devoid of the despondency, hopelessness, and vigilance that seemed to plague nearly everyone else, yet they held an emotion that Lin Shi could not comprehend. "Thank you." The young man smiled at Lin Shi. She nodded, lowering her gaze, choosing not to regard him further. No matter how exceptional, he remained an unrelated figure in her life. After waiting for over half an hour, it was finally Lin Shi's turn to collect supplies. Like everyone else, she handed over her metal token. After inspecting it, the staff member retrieved a black bag from a cart behind them and handed it to Lin Shi. The bag was fluffy, weighing approximately a dozen pounds. On the other side of the line, someone who had received their supplies tore open their package, exclaiming in frustration, "Is this all we get to eat for a week? Are they trying to starve us?" Lin Shi cast a glance. Inside the bag were several packets of instant noodles, 3 loaves of bread, a sausage, 2 candles, a box of matches, some cold medicine, and a few vegetables and fruits that had already succumbed to frost. Discontented murmurs immediately arose from the crowd. Perhaps there had been prior disturbances over this matter. As soldiers promptly stepped forward to retrieve the bag, their voices cold and unyielding. "If you do not want it, seek for yourself." These items were painstakingly brought back by our men, whose hands and feet have succumbed to frostbite. Even the troops from Shushi are ill-equipped to withstand such extreme cold conditions. Even if we had gathered enough clothing, waterproof snow boots and gloves are virtually non-existent in Shushi. During these past few days of collecting and transporting supplies, many soldiers have suffered frostbite, with some even losing fingers and toes. Everyone is aware of the dire situation outside, and the individual could no longer utter defiant words of refusal. Angrily seizing his bag, he stormed out. Having these items is fortunate. In a few months, such provisions will be unattainable, Lin Shi mused. Before he could leave, a large notice was posted on the wall of the hall. It detailed the exchange of supplies for contribution points, along with a list of items that could be redeemed for these points. Nearby, paper and pens were provided for individuals to copy the information. Lin Shi also took a pen and transcribed a list. 100 kilograms of sand could be exchanged for 5 contribution points. 100 kilograms of cement for 10 contribution points. 100 kilograms of rebar for 20 contribution points, followed by a list of construction materials. Below were details for undamaged circuit boards, various electrical appliances, automotive parts, and precision components, all redeemable for contribution points. What caught one's eye was the enticing list of items available for exchange with contribution points. Chapter 76. Material Exchange List. Contribution Points Exchange List. 5 contribution points could be exchanged for a packet of instant noodles, a loaf of bread, or a sausage. 10 contribution points for 5 pounds of charcoal, a liter of diesel, or a candle. 20 contribution points for a cotton jacket, a cotton quilt, or a size 5 battery. 200 contribution points for a military flashlight or a military horn. 500 contribution points for the right to reside in a single-person shelter. 1,000 contribution points for a cold weapon, types including engineer shovel, military knife, bayonet. 2,000 contribution points for a dagger, effective at close range akin to a handgun. 3,000 contribution points for a crossbow or a handgun. 5,000 contribution points for a gene pill, repairs genes, strengthens the body, accelerates recovery from internal and external injuries. 10,000 contribution points for a gene tablet, repairs genes, strengthens the body, moderately accelerates recovery from internal and external injuries. The aforementioned supplies could be obtained as long as survivors were willing to invest the time and effort to collect contribution points. Particularly, some electronic components could be exchanged for dozens of contribution points each. With a stroke of luck in finding a few items, one could resolve their basic needs. What astonished Lin Shi was the unexpected appearance of 2 items that should not have been present: gene tablets and gene pills. Lin Shi's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Upon encountering these 2 items, his mind swiftly recalled the pills and tablets he had obtained from the Shin family. Although it was surprising to find such things within the military, it was not entirely extraordinary. After all, if the Shun family possessed them, it was reasonable to assume the government had developed them as well. In his previous life, Lin Shi had heard rumors of individuals within the military unlocking their genetic locks. What caught him off guard was that the commander of Shushi would present such items as incentives for survivors. Ordinary individuals had no concept of these pills. While they could indeed repair collapsed genes to some extent, their efficacy was limited to those who had unlocked their genetic locks. For an average person, consuming them would yield minimal absorption of the source material, resulting in only a slight enhancement in physical strength, far less effective than mere exercise. As for healing injuries, Lin Shi conceded that they possessed some capability in this regard, but only for minor wounds. In the case of severe injuries, such as those suffered by Shin Bin, one would require 6 pills at once just to cling to life, and even then, modern medical intervention would be necessary for recovery, without access to contemporary medical facilities. Even consuming 10 pills would lead to death in the event of a serious injury. Thus, this feature seemed rather trivial. Lin Shi immediately discerned that these items were merely a gimmick, akin to the grand prize of a scratch-off lottery, designed to entice purchases. The price of 10,000 contribution points was unattainable for anyone in the short term. Even if achieved, it would take several years. What truly piqued Lin Shi's interest was the crossbow valued at 3,000 contribution points. Upon seeing batteries and flashlights, he surmised that the Shushi military likely had a considerable stock of military supplies well sealed or stored underground, untouched by the electromagnetic storm. However, aside from trivial items like flashlights and loudspeakers, it was unlikely that anything of greater significance would be released. Lin Shi casually jotted down a list, and, upon exiting the supply distribution center, noted that it was already past 3 in the afternoon. In about an hour, darkness would descend. As he returned to the entrance of the Shanghai apartment, he could hear soldiers using loudspeakers to disperse the still thronging crowd. In half an hour, today's supply distribution will conclude. Those who have not yet collected their supplies should return tomorrow. Soldiers were also making rounds with military loudspeakers, informing those arriving later. Discontent and complaints arose from the crowd, with some unwilling to disperse. Carrying his bag, Lin Shi did not venture far from the Shanghai apartment before he noticed several hostile gazes directed at him. These individuals had fixated on him since he had exited the building. The vicinity was still close to the Shanghai apartment, and the number of patrolling soldiers was greater than in other areas. Lin Shi smirked inwardly, maintaining an air of nonchalance as he continued on his way. After walking 2 kilometers and passing through an uninhabited street, the group could no longer contain themselves. 6 masked men divided into 2 groups, blocking Lin Shi's path both forward and backward. One of the masked men brandished a fruit knife at Lin Shi, stating, "Kid, hand over what you have, and we might spare your life." Lin Shi raised the bag in his hand and shook it lightly, responding, "Here you go." A flicker of delight flashed in the masked man's eyes as he stepped forward to seize the bag. However, as the masked man approached, Lin Shi took a decisive step forward, seizing the masked man's right hand and thrusting the fruit knife deep into his abdomen. With a swift motion, he withdrew the knife, charging towards the 2 individuals who had yet to comprehend the unfolding chaos. Moments later, the icy ground was stained with the silent forms of 6 lifeless bodies. Since the incident involving Xin Jinbin, Lin Shi had made it a practice to ensure that a body exhibited no signs of life before departing, or he would directly transport the corpse into his space. Given the previous characteristic of his space, which could not accommodate living beings, any body that could be stored within was unequivocally deceased. Initially, he intended to collect the bodies of these 6 individuals into his space. Yet, inexplicably, after eliminating them, he felt an unsettling sensation of being watched, a feeling he could not pinpoint. Lin Shi remained vigilant, opting not to utilize his space. After confirming their demise, he rose and departed. Long after he had left, a figure emerged in the snow, clutching a grotesquely contorted head. Had Lin Shi been present, he would have recognized the face of the head, belonging to the elderly woman who had previously cut in line at the supply distribution point. The individual holding the head was none other than the seemingly innocuous young man who had stood in front of Lin Shi. The young man gazed in the direction Lin Shi had taken, a cryptic smile gracing his lips. How intriguing. Once Lin Shi vacated that street, the sensation of being observed dissipated. To be cautious, he continued on foot for several kilometers before finding a secluded spot to store the bag he carried in his space. After changing his appearance, he retrieved a snowmobile and headed towards the western suburbs. By the time he was en route home, darkness had enveloped the sky. Once night fell, Lin Shi ceased to conceal himself, boldly maneuvering the snowmobile onto the main road. The pitch-black streets were illuminated solely by the glow of his headlights, capturing the attention of several shivering survivors on their journeys. "What on earth is that?" someone exclaimed in astonishment. "A snowmobile. Hey, can I hitch a ride?" Another called out, envy lacing their tone. "Where did this snowmobile come from in Shushi?" Someone pondered, questioning their reality. "Is there really a functioning vehicle out there? I should try to find one tomorrow." Another thought, harboring a flicker of hope. Lin Shi's features were concealed behind goggles and a mask, rendering him unrecognizable, while onlookers could only watch with a mix of admiration and envy as he sped away. Upon reaching the western suburbs, Lin Shi stored the snowmobile in his space to prevent anyone from tracing him through the vehicle's tracks. After erasing his footprints, he returned to the outskirts of Wulong Village, where the clock approached 7 in the evening. As he stepped into Wulong Village, an unsettling sensation washed over him. Chapter 77. Encountering the source beast. Since the arrival of the extreme cold, the absence of insect chirps and bird calls rendered the already quiet nights even more eerily silent. The entirety of Wulong Village was shrouded in darkness, merging into a void beneath the night sky. In the gloom, the entrance of the village appeared as if a monstrous entity had opened its gaping maw, waiting for Lin Shi to cross its threshold. As he gazed into the darkness, an instinctive sense of danger stirred within him, despite the fact that no living villagers remained in Wulong Village. However, the threats of the night do not typically arise from humans, but rather from wild beasts or even source beasts that roam the depths of the mountains in search of sustenance. Wulong Village, being a mountain settlement, inherently possesses a higher likelihood of such creatures appearing compared to other locales. With every advantage comes a corresponding disadvantage. The chosen location, while distant from crowds, inevitably increases the chances of encountering source beasts. Lin Shi donned an infrared night vision device retrieved from his space. In the darkness, any warm-blooded creature within a 200-meter radius would be rendered visible under the night vision scope. He then armed himself and ventured onto the path outside the village. One side of the path was flanked by fields, while the other led to the homes within the village. The night was still, with snow falling, and the overgrown fields lay bare, unobstructed by any structures. Lin Shi directed his focus toward the village side, advancing cautiously step by step. After several minutes, he had yet to discern anything suspicious. The only sound accompanying him was the faint crunch of his footsteps in the snow. Was he merely being overly cautious? Lin Shi pondered silently, yet he remained vigilant. Better to exercise caution than to succumb to the perils of negligence in a post-apocalyptic world. After a few more minutes, a sudden flash of red appeared in the infrared night vision. It vanished behind the obscuration of a building in an instant. What could it be? Lin Shi stood still, on high alert, his grip tightening around his weapon. The red light confirmed his suspicions. There was indeed life within Wulong Village. The fleeting red glow, soaring through the air, was undoubtedly not human. Lin Shi held his breath, focusing intently on the spot where the red light had just disappeared. Approximately 3 to 4 minutes later, accompanied by an unusual sound, the infrared night vision flickered again, revealing another flash of red that swiftly vanished. This time, it was closer to his position. As time ticked by, Lin Shi remained poised for action. When the red light re-emerged in his line of sight, he swiftly aimed and fired. Bang! The gunshot caused the approaching creature to stumble, plummeting from the air with a muffled thud as it hit the snow. Yet, it quickly regained its footing and charged toward Lin Shi. Now, Lin Shi could clearly see what it was. Astonishingly, it was a primate. In the infrared night vision, the creature's arms appeared exceptionally robust, using both hands and feet to propel itself forward, its palms larger than a basin. This was evidently a mutated gibbon. The sounds he had previously heard were due to this gibbon swinging through the village's structures. As the gibbon came within 100 meters, a notification from the treasure basin chimed. One tier source beast detected within 100 meters. Rather than being alarmed, Lin Shi felt a surge of excitement. He sheathed his firearm and drew a military knife. He aimed to ascertain whether he could tame this gibbon. Although he had contemplated assembling a legion of source beasts, if these creatures could not be domesticated, his plans would falter, despite the space's ability to contain living beings. Let us test the viability of my thoughts with this gibbon. Now that I have unlocked the second tier of the genetic seal, I can assess my true combat prowess against this first-tier gibbon. Lin Shi's eyes ignited with fighting spirit as he brandished his military knife and charged towards the enormous gibbon. Seeing Lin Shi advance rather than retreat, the gibbon unleashed a thunderous clap of its massive palm, aiming a strike at Lin Shi. The stench of its fur and flesh assaulted Lin Shi's senses, prompting him to nimbly evade. He swung his knife down at the gibbon's arm, but the blade penetrated only an inch before being ensnared by the gibbon's powerful muscles, unable to descend further. Such formidable defense. Although his strength had multiplied several times since unlocking the first tier of the genetic seal, the wound inflicted upon this gibbon was less severe than that of the previous mutated wild boar. The pain in its arm elicited a furious roar from the gibbon, which then swung its other arm down towards Lin Shi. He relinquished his knife and leapt back, narrowly avoiding the strike that sent snow flying from his original position. He had no doubt that if that blow landed on his forehead, it would crack open like a watermelon in the safety of his hideout. In an instant, the genetic seal activated silently. Lin Shi's demeanor transformed, entering an enigmatic state as power surged within him. His mind swiftly assessed the gibbon's strengths and weaknesses. As a primate, its defense was not as robust as that of the wild boar, but its arms appeared exceptionally strong in both power and resilience, clearly altered through mutation. To subdue this gibbon, the target of attack should be its body. As the gibbon missed its strike, it quickly opened its arms wide, attempting to envelop Lin Shi in a fierce embrace. Those arms, at least 2 meters long, nearly sealed off Lin Shi's escape routes in all directions. A military knife reappeared in Lin Shi's hand, leveraging the gibbon's arm. He skillfully propelled himself onto its shoulder. After unlocking the second tier of the genetic seal, his strength and speed surpassed that of any first-tier source beast. Stabilizing himself by grasping the gibbon's fur with his left hand, he thrust the sharp knife toward the gibbon's neck with his right. In a matter of seconds, the tide of battle shifted. The gibbon howled in pain. With precise control granted by the genetic seal, Lin Shi deftly avoided the gibbon's carotid artery, driving the blade deep into its neck. With a lateral force, he could sever half of the gibbon's throat. Disregarding whether the gibbon comprehended his words, Lin Shi declared with menacing intent, "Submit to me, or I shall slay you." Chapter 78. What breed of dog is the Demon King? Though the gibbon could not fathom Lin Shi's words, animals possess an instinctive fear of death, understanding the sensation of having their fate grasped in someone else's hands. The mutated gibbon was evidently more intelligent than ordinary creatures. It chose not to struggle in its final moments, but ceased its assault, remaining still. Had Lin Shi been able to gaze into the gibbon's eyes, he would have seen the round orbs filled with panic and fear. Lin Shi immediately sought to communicate with the space, attempting to confine the gibbon within. However, the process of drawing the demon lord into the space was not as smooth as anticipated. When Lin Shi attempted to pull the gibbon into the realm, he sensed a formidable resistance. He tightened his grip on the military knife, driving it deeper, and with a voice laden with menace, he warned, "Do not resist." Time was of the essence. The gene lock could only be activated for a mere 8 seconds. Once that period elapsed, he would succumb to weakness. If he failed, he would have no choice but to eliminate the gibbon to avert any potential threat. Aware that wild animals could not comprehend human speech, he chose to emanate his murderous intent, hoping that the gibbon would grasp his meaning. If that failed, he would have to devise another strategy in the future. Silently, Lin Shi began to count down in his mind. 5, 4, 3, 2. In the next moment, the gibbon vanished from the snow beneath his feet. Lin Shi landed successfully. He quickly directed his consciousness into the space to observe. The gibbon appeared bewildered, standing on the ground of the realm. Realizing that its neck was still bleeding profusely, it instinctively scooped up some dirt and pressed it against its wound, then began to survey its surroundings. Lin Shi withdrew his consciousness. The sensation of weakness washed over him almost instantly. However, this time, he did not falter or kneel. He steadied himself on his legs. Drawing his weapon, he scanned the vicinity with his infrared night vision goggles. Despite his physical frailty, he dared not lower his guard. After all, he was still outside, enveloped in darkness. The emergence of another source beast remained a distinct possibility. If only the demon lord were nearby, he mused. The reason he had refrained from bringing the demon lord into the space was due to concerns about the potential hazards of housing a living creature, such as oxygen depletion over time or other unforeseen complications. Originally, Lin Shi had intended to venture into the mountains in the coming days to test a wild beast. Now, he could conveniently experiment with this gibbon. Once he confirmed that the space could indeed accommodate source beasts for an extended duration, he would always take the demon lord along on his excursions. With the demon lord's vigilance, he would no longer have to worry about safety after unlocking the gene lock. Regaining his composure, Lin Shi began to make his way towards the safe house step by step. Half an hour later, he finally returned to the sanctuary. Upon hearing the door open, the demon lord rushed forward, sniffing curiously at Lin Shi. Habitually, Lin Shi reached out to stroke the demon lord, running his fingers through its newly grown short fur before heading to take a shower and change out of his blood-stained clothing. Successfully capturing a source beast was a significant triumph for him. Whether he could completely tame this gibbon to serve him as the demon lord did remain to be seen based on future developments. After dinner, Lin Shi attempted to communicate with the gibbon within the space. However, despite its intelligence, the gibbon, having lived in the wild, could not comprehend human language at all. Instead, it was startled by the sudden sound and began to dart anxiously around the space. Lin Shi contemplated for a moment, glancing at the obedient demon lord watching a tutorial video nearby, and said, "Demon lord, I have a task to assign to you." The demon lord turned its head, looking at Lin Shi with curiosity. "Woof?" After several minutes, Lin Shi found himself in a space of consciousness, observing a dog and a gibbon engaged in a playful chase. The gibbon was fleeing ahead, while the demon king pursued it, barking in a chaotic manner. The most striking aspect was the expression on the demon king's face. Lin Shi had encouraged it to approach the gibbon amicably, yet the demon king had somehow adopted a grotesque smile. This expression on the demon king's canine visage was exceedingly unsettling, resembling that of a pervert. It seemed evident that communication between different species was fraught with difficulty. Lin Shi helplessly supported his forehead, initially believing that, as a source beast, the intelligent demon king would have no trouble subduing a gibbon. He realized he had been overly eager. Although both were mammals, it was still challenging for a person from the Enlightenment nation who had never learned a foreign language to converse with a foreigner unfamiliar with the Enlightenment tongue, especially considering the gibbon was in an unfamiliar and suspicious environment. It was unlikely to engage in conversation with the Demon King, who had suddenly descended from the heavens. Moreover, upon spotting the gibbon, the Demon King seemed to unleash some innate nature, becoming somewhat unruly. It was at this moment that Lin Shi recognized he had never truly understood the breed of the Demon King. With a flicker of thought, he released the Demon King from the spatial confines. Upon emerging, the Demon King appeared somewhat reluctant to leave, gazing at Lin Shi as if eager to continue the playful antics. Lin Shi offered a wry smile, saying, "It's still a bit timid. Let us try again in a few days." He began to observe the Demon King intently, as the fur that had been shaved began to grow back. The Demon King's coloration became discernible. With pointed ears and a coat of dark gray, its underbelly was white, as were its paws. Aside from its black nose, the mouth and the area surrounding the eyes were white, though a streak of dark gray fur ran between its eyes and forehead. Although Lin Shi had never owned a dog, the Demon King's appearance seemed oddly familiar. Perhaps it was. Lin Shi quickly dismissed this notion. It could not be. The Demon King was so gentle, never destructive, and its size was substantially larger than that of such breeds, with longer fur as well. Comparing the Demon King to a dog he had seen in a film on his computer, he scrutinized it and asked, "Demon King, you are an Alaskan Malamute, aren't you?" The Demon King blinked and barked affirmatively. Lin Shi felt a wave of relief. It was evident that the self-healing abilities of source beasts were remarkably potent. The following day, Lin Shi noticed that the gibbon's wounds had ceased to bleed. He procured some fruit from another vacuum space to feed the gibbon. During each feeding, he would converse with the gibbon, allowing it to acclimate to the sound of his voice. This gibbon proved to be even smarter than Lin Shi had anticipated. With the intelligence of a transformed beast, particularly one from a species already possessing a higher IQ than ordinary animals, it gradually calmed down. No longer frightened by the sudden sounds Lin Shi made. 2 days later, the gibbon had settled considerably, far less restless than upon its arrival. Lin Shi gently rubbed his brow and summoned the Demon King from the spatial realm, where he had been joyfully engaged in battle. Over the past few days, Lin Shi had confirmed that keeping living beings in the space for extended periods posed no issues whatsoever. Today, he intended to venture to the eastern suburbs to gather gold. Chapter 79. A reunion with Qian Liang during his previous excursion to the eastern suburbs. Lin Shi had only taken the opportunity to scout the area, leaving him no time to collect any gold. In the last 2 days, however, he had visited all the gold shops in the other 2 suburban directions, amassing over 100 kilograms of gold and various jewelry. This bounty was just sufficient to elevate the item replication feature by 1 level. Upon upgrading, the data for the treasure basin was as follows. Treasure basin, storage space. Complete the volume of the space can expand with the user's innate power, capable of storing living beings. Function, item replication 765, required wealth points for upgrade. 2, for 80,000 the replication count had increased by 384 times. Yet the wealth points required had doubled. This marked the 8th upgrade. Lin Shi took the time to replicate various materials stored within the space, utilizing 15 replication attempts. He replicated items such as generators, medicines, outdoor survival tools, and thermal clothing, along with more rapidly consumed resources like coal and wood. He had 750 replication attempts remaining. After once again admonishing the Demon King and the long-armed monkey to refrain from fighting, Lin Shi placed the Demon King back into the space, donned his attire, and set out. Outside, a heavy snowfall had begun, compelling Lin Shi to wear a waterproof and insulated outfit, ensuring that both his hat and boots were waterproof. In snowy conditions, if one's clothing is not waterproof, even the thickest layers fail to provide warmth. Snowflakes melting upon contact with clothing can freeze quickly, chilling one to the bone. Along the way, a few survivors ventured out with umbrellas, their feet wrapped in nylon and plastic bags to prevent water from seeping in. Periodically, they would shake off the snow accumulating on their umbrellas to lighten their burden. Observing Lin Shi's protective attire, the survivors could not help but feel envious and resentful. Ever since the military in Shushi distributed supplies, news had spread to nearby villages and counties, prompting families to flock towards Shushi. The blizzard and plummeting temperatures had claimed many lives in this city within a mere fortnight. Those arriving from surrounding areas would knock on windows to ascertain if anyone was home. If not, they would forcibly enter by prying locks or breaking windows, discarding the frozen corpses inside onto the streets, repairing the windows, and settling in as if it were their own home. Consequently, the number of survivors in Shushi began to increase at a visible rate, disrupting the fragile order that had just begun to stabilize. While the main roads may have deterred direct confrontations, it was not uncommon to encounter lifeless bodies lying in the snow in alleyways or deserted areas. These corpses would be buried under the fresh snowfall by morning, with no one knowing how many lay beneath the paths they traversed. Lin Shi dealt with a few reckless individuals and prepared, as per usual, to find an unoccupied location to extract his snowmobile. Just as he entered a narrow path, he heard the distant sound of pleas for mercy. Such occurrences had become all too familiar. He chose to disregard it, turning to seek another place for his endeavors. "I will fight you to the end." A resounding shout pierced the air, followed by hurried footsteps drawing ever closer to Lin Shi. "Quick, pursue him, you little brat. Should I catch you, I will flay you alive." Qian Liang desperately broke free from the trio of nefarious pursuers, fleeing for his life. Spotting Lin Shi was akin to seeing a lifeline. He cried out, "Help! There's a robbery and murder happening." Noticing that Lin Shi feigned ignorance and continued on his path, a flicker of malice crossed Qian Liang's eyes. He reached out to seize Lin Shi's back. Since he was unwilling to lend assistance, he should not blame himself for using Lin Shi as a shield. However, it seemed as though Lin Shi possessed eyes on the back of his head. He merely shifted slightly, causing Qian Liang to grasp at nothing but air. Taken aback for a moment, Qian Liang dared not linger and prepared to flee again. Yet, just as he took a step, an unexpected foot appeared beneath him. Tripped, he lost his balance and tumbled face first into the snow, landing unceremoniously. It was Lin Shi's leg that had impeded him. Lin Shi looked down upon Qian Liang from his elevated position. Perhaps due to the small size of Shushi, this marked their third encounter. Qian Liang glared at Lin Shi with resentment, attempting to rise and continue his escape. However, this delay allowed the three pursuers to catch up. One of them, clad in a black down jacket, swiftly raised his foot and delivered a vicious kick to the newly risen Qian Liang, sending him back into the snow. "You little rascal, that's what you get for running. Dare to kick me? Try it again." As Qian Liang attempted to rise, the man plunged a knife into his leg, eliciting a scream that echoed through the air like a slaughtered pig. "Shut up. If you scream again, I'll kill you. Where's the food? Hand it over quickly." Qian Liang, racked with pain, protested through tears, "My food was stolen a couple of days ago. I truly have nothing left, brothers. Otherwise, I wouldn't be out here alone searching for food, only to be caught by you." He turned to Lin Shi, his eyes filled with venom as he pointed at him. "Look at how well he is dressed. He must have food at home. I even know he has a dog. If you kill that dog, you could feast for days. I beg you, brothers, spare me." Qian Liang recognized Lin Shi as the individual who had been seen with a dog a few days prior, as his unique attire was unforgettable in the entirety of Shushi. Meanwhile, the demon playing with the gibbons remained blissfully unaware that someone had set their sights on his canine. Upon hearing Qian Liang's words, the other two men licked their lips and advanced towards Lin Shi with their knives drawn. A glint of murderous intent flashed in Lin Shi's eyes as he reached for his waist. Just then, a synchronized cadence of footsteps approached. Lin Shi halted his movement. Such disciplined footfalls could only belong to trained soldiers. One of the assailants, evidently seasoned, muttered urgently, "Trouble." That little brat shouted too loudly and attracted the soldiers. He hastily propped Qian Liang up to shield himself, covering the bloodstains in the snow. Another man pressed his knife to Qian Liang's back, warning, "Do not make a sound. If we are discovered, you will be the first to die. If you cooperate with us, we shall spare your life shortly. Do you understand?" Qian Liang nodded vigorously. Another individual threatened Lin, saying, "If you dare to seek help, we shall eliminate you first." The three men adeptly assumed their positions. And within a moment, a squad of soldiers approached, inquiring about the situation. The man blocking Qian Liang's path feigned embarrassment before the leading soldier, stating, "We five came out together to gather supplies. My brother just fell and cried out a bit too loudly. I sincerely apologize." Qian Liang was firmly shielded behind one of the assailants, attempting to subtly signal for help, only to feel the blade's tip pierce his clothing, rendering him motionless. The other two quickly adopted a demeanor of innocence. The lead soldier cast a dubious glance over them, noticing Lin, whose attire was distinctly different from the group, and asked, "Is that so?" Chapter 80. The Fall of Gold. Evidently, the soldiers were aware of the current situation in Shushi. The three thugs broke into a cold sweat upon hearing this. If the soldiers discovered a robbery in progress, they would promptly arrest the culprits and take them to the nearby security office. Reports indicated that the office had been overcrowded in recent days. Those who believed the current security office operated like those prior to the apocalypse were gravely mistaken. Incarcerated individuals would be crammed into a single cell with dozens of others, receiving neither food nor bedding. While the crowding might prevent freezing to death, the filth, stench, and constant hunger, along with the uncertainty of their confinement duration, constituted a harrowing ordeal. Of course, one could resist, but the consequence of resistance was death, and the murderer would be executed on the spot. The three thugs turned their gaze sharply towards Lin. Qian Liang, hidden behind one of the assailants, displayed a look of ecstatic relief, internally exclaiming, "Damn it, just blink, and I might be saved." Just as everyone anticipated Lin would call for help, Lin cast a glance towards Qian Liang, inadvertently capturing his expression of unrestrained joy due to their positioning. He shook his head at the soldiers, stating, "I am not being kidnapped." The elation on Qian Liang's face faltered, replaced by disbelief. The three thugs were taken aback, yet secretly relieved. At that moment, a commotion erupted from the street outside, with someone shouting help. The lead soldier's expression tightened, disregarding the peculiar atmosphere surrounding the five, and hurriedly led his team outside. Once the soldiers departed, the three thugs returned to their menacing demeanor. One of them, glaring at Qian Liang with a vengeance akin to that of a man whose father had been slain, commanded, "Strip off your clothes and shoes, and get lost." Qian Liang had initially thought his chance to seek help from the soldiers had slipped away, sealing his fate. However, seeing that the three truly intended to let him go, he disregarded the cold and swiftly removed his clothing and shoes. He could guarantee that he had never undressed this quickly, even on his first night. As he stripped, he shot a triumphant glance at Lin, mouthing the words, "Deserved it." Another individual addressed Lin Shi, saying, "Young man, observe that we seek only wealth and do not take lives. You displayed commendable behavior just now. Now, remove your clothing and hat, and hand over your dog." However, before he could utter another word, a sharp pain pierced his neck, silencing him forever. Qian Liang, focused on undressing, was suddenly startled by the sound of a heavy object crashing into the snow nearby, prompting him to glance over. What he witnessed would remain etched in his memory for eternity. The three previously menacing figures now lay sprawled on the ground, their bodies and heads forever severed. The expression on one head still bore a fierce countenance, as if it had not yet comprehended its own demise. In an instant, Qian Liang understood why Lin Shi had refrained from seeking assistance from the soldiers. It was utterly unnecessary. Faced with Lin Shi's cold, unyielding gaze, Qian Liang, even in the midst of removing his trousers, fell to his knees in the snow, banging his head against the ground, pleading, "Brother, spare my life. Please, spare me." Lin Shi had no intention of letting this man who posed a threat to him escape. The knife in his hand swiftly descended toward Qian Liang's neck. At that moment, as if suddenly realizing his impending doom, Qian Liang exclaimed, "Brother, I know of a place rich in gold." Lin Shi halted his hand mid-swing, now pressing the blade against Qian Liang's throat, narrowing his eyes with a chilling intent as he inquired, "How do you know I seek gold?" "My brother, previously you went out with a large dog to smash a gold shop and even killed a monster. This has circulated widely in the area." "Hee, I heard about it too," Qian Liang replied. A mix of fear and desperation etched on his face as beads of sweat formed on his forehead, quickly freezing into frost. Soon, his head was completely white with cold. Lin Shi pressed, "You know where there is a substantial amount of gold?" I know. I previously worked at an organization where my superior had a penchant for purchasing gold." Qian Liang's voice wavered slightly at this point. Lin Shi, impatient, interrupted, "Are you mocking me? How much gold can one person buy? Do you really think this individual possesses more gold than a gold shop?" Suddenly reminded of his precarious situation, Qian Liang hastily corrected himself. No, not just a little. There is indeed a vast quantity. I have heard many people have delivered gold to him. He is my esteemed leader." He stole a glance at Lin Shi, aware that such words were normally taboo. Yet, given the current state of affairs, what did it matter if he spoke the truth? Without his life, Who would care about potential retaliation from a superior? Observing Lin Shi's murderous intent dissipate, Qian Liang realized his life was spared, at least for the moment. Where is it? Lin Shi pressed. Originally, he intended to collect gold in the eastern suburbs today before exploring nearby cities. However, as he had not scouted those cities in advance, the collection speed would be significantly slower than in Shushi. If he could expedite the process, it would be most fortunate. Qian Liang's mind raced as he flashed a smile, saying, "Hee, brother, if I tell you, wouldn't that seal my fate? I am not so foolish. How about this? I will lead you there. And once you have the gold, you let me go. What do you say?" Lin Shi sheathed his knife and commanded, "Get dressed and take me there." Observing the flustered Qian Liang hurriedly putting on his clothes, Lin Shi's voice was as cold as ice. "If I do not find the gold I seek, you shall regret having lingered on this earth for even a moment longer." Having endured 8 years in the apocalypse, he was well versed in several methods that could render life worse than death in extreme cold. Qian Liang shivered at the chilling threat, glancing nervously at the 3 individuals nearby, their blood frozen like shards of ice. He quickly replied, "I would never dare." Once Qian Liang had donned his attire, Lin Shi discreetly retrieved a golf ball from his backpack, which he had previously collected from a container at the port that housed athletic equipment. Presenting the golf ball to Qian Liang, he instructed, "Hold this in your mouth." Qian Liang stared at him in disbelief. Lin Shi narrowed his eyes, the threat implicit. "If you dare to shout or scream once we step outside, I will end your life." The size of the ball was just right to render speech impossible. Reluctantly, Qian Liang complied, placing it in his mouth and donning the mask Lin Shi had given him. To an outsider, there was nothing amiss. Initially contemplating an escape as they reached the street, Qian Liang now felt a surge of unspoken exasperation brewing within him. Chapter 81. The Quest for Gold. After more than 2 hours, Lin Shi and Qian Liang arrived at a villa district near the eastern suburbs. By this point, despair had nearly consumed Qian Liang. Lin Shi's vigilance was extraordinary. He had found no opportunity to flee. The entire area appeared to be shorter than usual, with the ground level in Sha City having sunk to the point where the first floors were uninhabitable. The relentless snowfall had accumulated to over 3 meters in depth, submerging the first floors entirely. The once 3-story villas now stood at only 2 stories tall. Following Qian Liang's directions, the two approached a villa. "Is this the place?" Lin Shi asked, pointing at the entrance, barely visible above the snow. Qian Liang nodded nervously. After scanning the surroundings and confirming they were alone, Lin Shi seized Qian Liang and, amidst his terrified whimpers, tossed him onto the second-floor balcony, which was just over a meter above the snow. He then leapt up after him. Qian Liang landed on the balcony, momentarily dazed. As he tried to rise, his gaze met another pair of eyes through the glass. They were murky and yellow, fixated on him. Woo. Terrified, Qian Liang stumbled backward, nearly falling off the balcony again. Upon seeing Lin Shi join him, he urgently pointed into the room. Upon entering, Lin Shi immediately spotted the figure lying within the floor-to-ceiling window. It was a corpse. He slid open the window, which was unlocked, and stepped inside, revealing a bedroom containing 2 bodies. One lay on the bed, a middle-aged woman, while the other was sprawled on the floor, a middle-aged man. The man's eyes were wide open, staring blankly toward the balcony. He bore visible injuries, a clear indication of foul play. Recognizing the man's face, Qian Liang pointed and whimpered incessantly. Lin Shi instructed him to remove the golf ball from his mouth to speak. Qian Liang exerted considerable effort to extract the golf ball, and with an exhilarated expression, exclaimed, "This is my leader." Observing the signs of disturbance within the room, Lin Shi furrowed his brow. "Someone has been here." "What?" Qian Liang glanced at the disheveled state of the room, a flicker of fear crossing his face as he looked at Lin Shi, apprehensive that Lin Shi might swiftly take his life in a fit of rage. "Perhaps we should search a bit more. There might still be gold left behind." Even as he spoke, he found it hard to believe his own words. How could thieves possibly overlook anything of value, though gold held little utility at present? What if one day the world returned to its former state? Qian Liang merely hoped to find an opportunity to slip away amidst the search. Lin Shi cast a sidelong glance at Qian Liang, whose eyes darted nervously, and said, "You search, I will watch you search." Realizing his intentions had been laid bare, Qian Liang resignedly began rummaging through the room. Every bedroom in the villa had been stripped of clothing, bedding, and even curtains, leaving no valuables in sight. It was as if a deluge had swept through. As he searched, Qian Liangliang's heart sank further, and he could not help but furtively observe Lin Shi's expression. "Hurry up, or I shall kill you immediately," Lin Shi urged. With no choice but to press on, Qian Liangliang finally shouted in delight upon entering a room that appeared to be a study. "The safe is still here." Though the safe was not large, it was quite heavy. Without electricity or cutting tools, it could not be forcibly opened in haste. Perhaps that was the reason the robbers had left it behind. Lin Shi cast a cold glance at the overjoyed Qian Liangliang. Even if it were filled with gold, it wouldn't hold much. Upon hearing this, the previously jubilant Qian Liangliang was instantly drenched in cold sweat, flailing his arms in an attempt to convince Lin Shi there must be other places with gold. It cannot be just this. He often saw news of corrupt officials hiding money in walls or mattresses. Lin Shi's gaze swept across the entire study, and he rapped on the wall. There was nothing unusual. "What peculiar habits or quirks does your leader have?" Lin Shi inquired. "Peculiar habits?" Qian Liangliang scratched his head, deep in thought, when suddenly an idea struck him. He looked up and said, "Does his fondness for rock music count?" "Fondness for rock music? A middle-aged bureaucrat revels in rock music?" Lin Shi questioned. "Indeed. I heard that he even built a soundproof room specifically for it, and would invite people over to enjoy it together. However, he is very protective of his audio equipment, never allowing anyone to touch it," Qian Liangliang replied. In the room they had just searched, there had been several enormous speakers. "Let us return to that room," Lin Shi suggested. They made their way back to the previous room adorned with speakers. The room was lavishly decorated, featuring a massive screen, flanked by 6 extravagantly designed speakers. Opposite was a genuine leather sofa. Lin Shi suspected that gold might be hidden within this room. He instructed Qian Liangliang, "Dismantle the sofa and see what's inside." Qian Liangliang approached the sofa, while Lin Shi headed towards the speakers. With such large speakers, hiding something should be quite simple, shouldn't it? He placed his hand on the speaker and gave it a gentle shake. The first speaker functioned normally, as did the second. However, upon reaching the third, Lin Shi immediately sensed something amiss. This speaker felt particularly heavy. Indeed, it was more than double the weight of the previous 2. Lin Shi promptly communicated with the space using his mind, extending his consciousness into the speaker. To his astonishment, he discovered gold within. Furthermore, it was comprised entirely of rectangular gold bars. These bars were approximately the same size as those he had previously purchased from the bank, each weighing around 10 kilograms. Astonishingly, this speaker contained a total of 53 bars. He then placed his hand on the other speakers and casually inquired, "How long has your leader been with your organization?" "I heard it's been around 20 or 30 years, Qian Liangliang replied. Lin Shi nodded, understanding the reason behind it. This speaker also harbored over 50 bars. While Lin Shi diligently collected the gold, Qian Liangliang, who was originally searching for something to cut open the sofa, displayed a sinister expression. He reached into his pocket, and when he withdrew his hand, it was now holding a sharp blade. Cautiously, he approached Lin Shi, who had his back turned. The carpet muffled his footsteps, and the closer he drew, the more malevolent his expression became. If it weren't for the presence of 3 individuals today, he would have already struck back and seized the other's possessions. Unfortunately, the subsequent developments surpassed his expectations. No matter how careful this individual was, everyone has a moment of inattention, like now. Qian Liangliang envisioned the moment he would slice Lin Shi's throat, picturing the despair and shock on Lin Shi's face. He stepped closer, slowly raising the blade in his hand. "What are you doing?" Lin Shi turned his head, his calm and unperturbed gaze locking onto Qian Liangliang's grotesque face. Qian Liangliang froze. He had not anticipated Lin Shi would turn around. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Shi had already sensed his approach, waiting for him to draw near for the final strike. After all, this man was no longer of any use. Chapter 82. Acquiring gold. Lin Shi swiftly drew his knife, severing Qian Liangliang's head in one decisive stroke. With this threat eliminated, he resumed inspecting the remaining 2 speakers. Each of these contained 50 to 60 bars, and combined with the previous finds, the total exceeded 200 bars, over 2 tons of gold. In the pre-apocalyptic world, this would equate to 500 million. Lin Shi couldn't help but marvel at how cunning this leader was, concealing gold right beneath his nose while inviting others to enjoy rock music in his home. Typically, individuals of this leader's age would not possess an affinity for rock music, making it unlikely they would return. No one would suspect that such a vast fortune lay hidden within the speakers before them. By only activating the first two speakers, it would be difficult for anyone to raise suspicions. He then checked other areas to ensure there were no more surprises before returning to the room where he had discovered the safe. Generally speaking, a safe has a thickness of around 68 centimeters. Lin Shi contemplated whether he could extract the gold from within the safe without opening it. Since his last experiment with telekinesis, he had discovered that his mental reach had increased, allowing him to retrieve objects from a greater distance. To err on the side of caution, Lin Shi summoned the Demon King from the void, instructing it to alert him of any approaching entities. The Demon King immediately assumed a vigilant stance, its heterochromatic eyes sharpening as it scanned the surroundings. Lin Shi placed his hand upon the safe, bridging the connection to the spatial realm. Unlike the retrieval of gold from the speakers, he felt an intensified sense of resistance as his consciousness penetrated the safe. As he delved deeper, a dull ache throbbed at his temples, yet he had not yet reached his limit. Lin Shi furrowed his brow, focusing intently as he pressed onward. At last, he succeeded. With the items within the safe transported to his spatial realm, he exhaled a quiet sigh of relief. Unbeknownst to him, beads of sweat had formed upon his forehead. Wiping his brow, he examined the contents he had just acquired, only to be met with disappointment. In his hand materialized a handful of cash, 2 small gold bars, and some jewelry. The value of these trinkets paled in comparison to a single gold bar he had previously unearthed from the speakers. However, upon reflection, Lin Shi decided not to dwell on it. The fact that he had managed to secure over 2 tons of gold was a delightful surprise. Perhaps he ought to explore the villa district further? Adhering to the principle of having come this far, Lin Shi collected all the wooden furniture from the villa into his spatial realm. Dismantling the wooden furniture would provide kindling, and many might still be unaware of the wood's intrinsic value. In time, such resources could become scarce. He also gathered various pots and pans, taking anything he deemed useful. After thoroughly ransacking the villa, he returned the Demon King to the void and departed from the balcony. Landing gracefully, he noted that the day was still young and resolved to search for further treasures within the villa district. To ascertain whether any villas were inhabited, he merely had to observe whether the snow at the entrances had been cleared. Some villas had their snow neatly pushed to the sides, while others were completely buried beneath the white drifts. Lin Shi sought out those whose doors were obscured by snow. Within half an hour, he had searched 2 more unoccupied villas. One was entirely devoid of salvageable items, showing no signs of chaos, as if the owner had relocated on their own. The other exhibited no evidence of habitation, yet bore furniture thickly coated in dust. Regardless of their potential utility, Lin Shi decided to take them nonetheless. After 2 rounds of exploration, his spatial realm brimmed with assorted items, yet he had found no gold. Indeed, the likelihood of stumbling upon treasure in the villa district was slim. Without clear knowledge of where gold lay, this method was far less efficient than raiding a gold store. Exiting yet another unoccupied villa, Lin Shi prepared to leave when he suddenly heard a faint sound, a soft thud as something fell into the snow. Almost immediately, he heard the sound of something struggling to rise from the snow. With caution, Lin Shi turned to investigate. A young girl clad in a beige down jacket was emerging from a snowbank, shaking off the snow that clung to her. The bulky down jacket fails to conceal the girl's exquisite figure. A fluffy rim of fox fur on the jacket's hood obscures half of her face. Lin Shi, hidden behind his goggles, recognized her instantly. She was the girl from the group he nearly collided with while riding a shared bicycle. After encountering the personnel from the port that day, Lin Shi became increasingly convinced that he had almost bumped into military personnel and not just ordinary soldiers. The man known as Uncle Qiao had exuded a palpable sense of threat. Now, having unlocked the second tier of his genetic lock, Lin Shi comprehends the true strength of that man, Uncle Qiao. The power and reaction speed he possessed indicated that he was at least a first-tier genetic lock wielder, likely a seasoned warrior. With such formidable protection, the girl could very well be a relative of a significant figure within the military. If she is here, it is highly probable that Uncle Qiao is nearby as well. Although Lin Shi's current prowess rivals that of Uncle Qiao, he prefers to avoid entanglements with troublesome individuals. He turned and quickened his pace to distance himself from her. After just a few steps, he sensed someone following him. He halted and turned to see that the girl had indeed trailed him. Lin Shi regarded Lu Pianran, his brow furrowing beneath the goggles, and he instinctively quickened his pace in an attempt to shake her off. When he last encountered her, the weather had not yet turned cold. He had worn light clothing, and half of his face had been concealed by a raincoat. This time, his eyes were completely hidden, and he donned far more layers than before, making it improbable for her to recognize him based solely on his silhouette. Lin Shi glanced around, yet he did not spot Uncle Qiu this time. To his surprise, despite his acceleration, the girl continued to keep up with him. "Hey, wait a moment. Don't run away," Lu Pianran gasped, exerting every ounce of her energy to keep pace with Lin Shi. Initially confined within the villa, she sought fresh air, only to find the world outside enveloped in a blanket of white. The absence of any other figures filled her with trepidation. "Hey, why do you run away upon seeing someone? You're acting suspiciously. Stop," Lu Pianran chided, noticing that Lin Shi showed no intention of halting. Frustrated, she brandished the firearm Uncle Qiu had given her for self-defense. "If you keep running, I will shoot." Feeling the palpable threat emanating from behind him, Lin Shi ultimately came to a stop. He turned to face Lu Pianran, his tone laced with impatience. "Why are you following me?" Lu Pianran retorted sharply. "Is this road yours? Who claims I'm following you? I merely noticed your furtive behavior and thought you seemed untrustworthy, so I wanted to ask you a few questions." Her tone only deepened Lin Shi's frown. She was the epitome of a haughty young lady, just out of school, still oblivious to the perilous world that surrounded them, speaking with an air of superiority as if she were above it all. He was unwilling to waste words and directly warned with a murderous intent. "If you follow me again, I shall kill you." Chapter 83. The Sudden Conflict. Kill me? Lu Pianran was taken aback by Lin Shi's menacing aura, instinctively retreating 2 steps, only to be followed by a surge of indignation. No one had ever dared to speak to her in such a manner. Now that she possessed a firearm, if anyone were to die, it would surely be him. "I command you, take me away from here at once, or I shall pull the trigger." Indeed, Uncle Qiu was right. There were no good people outside. With this thought, she felt no qualms about threatening this sneaky individual with her gun. Lin Shi stood his ground, silent. His hesitation lay in whether to eliminate this girl. The force backing her was evidently formidable. Even if he were to dispose of her, it would only create further complications. Lin Shi chose to disregard such individuals and turned to leave. At that moment, hurried footsteps approached rapidly from a distance. Qiu Jun had just returned from visiting an old friend in the villa area, and, upon discovering Lu Pianran was missing, he rushed out in alarm. He approached her, inspecting her for injuries, his voice filled with concern yet laced with sternness. "Xiaoran, are you all right? Why did you sneak out? Where are you going?" Lu Pianran stuck out her tongue. "Sorry, Uncle Qiu. You keep me cooped up in the villa every day. I was just too bored and wanted to take a stroll." Other guards assigned to protect Lu Pianran hurried over and encircled her, forming a protective barrier around her. Qiu Jun pulled Lu Pianran behind him, eyeing Lin Shi warily. "Who is that?" Lu Pianran cast a disdainful glance at Lin Shi and, inverting the truth, declared, "I was walking peacefully, and he threatened to kill me." In that moment, she hoped that Qiu Jun would reprimand the oblivious Lin Shi, unaware that her words had escalated tensions between the 2 parties. Upon hearing her words, Qiu Jun's brow furrowed, and a palpable aura of hostility emanated towards Lin Shi. The others instinctively reached for their firearms. Lin Shi's eyes, hidden behind his goggles, gleamed with lethal intent. Was he deliberately seeking trouble? Sensing the shift in atmosphere, Lu Pianran hastily tugged at Qiu Jun's sleeve, her voice tinged with guilt. "It's all right, Uncle Qiu. Look, I'm perfectly fine. Let's just let bygones be bygones." However, her plea did not alleviate Qiu Jun's murderous intent. Lu Pianran remained oblivious to the perils of the outside world, which they were all too aware of. How could someone dare to threaten the life of the person they were sworn to protect? Even contemplating such violence was unacceptable. After listening to Lu Pianran, Qiu Jun and the others regarded Lin Shi with even greater hostility. Xiaoran stepped back. Qiu Jun was confident he could handle such a petty thief with ease. With that, he took a powerful step into the snow, leaving a deep imprint, and launched himself towards Lin Shi like a bolt from a bow. Lin Shi was not slow to react either. He swiftly reached behind him to draw his handgun. He refrained from defending himself, knowing from his experiences in the apocalypse that explanations bore no weight in such circumstances. Even if the other party was skeptical, they would first subdue him before seeking clarification. However, Lin Shi would never entrust his safety to the conscience of others. The moment Qiu Jun moved, Lin Shi swiftly drew his pistol and fired directly at the oncoming Qiu Jun. At such a close range, it was nearly impossible for a normal person to evade a bullet. Yet, in that instant, Xiao Jun's fierce gaze widened, and his expression turned bewildered as he narrowly dodged the bullet by a hair's breadth. A surge of murderous intent flooded Xiao Jun's eyes. He abandoned his initial plan to apprehend Lin Shi for interrogation. This young man was unexpectedly dangerous and armed, clearly having come prepared. Execute him on the spot, Xiao Jun commanded as he advanced towards Lin Shi. Lin Shi squinted slightly, and as others drew their guns, he hesitated not to fire a second and third shot. However, his aim was no longer directed at Xiao Jun, but rather at the 6 individuals standing before Lu Pianran. The 6, tasked with protecting Lu Pianran, dared not flinch, and 2 of them fell at once. It was only then that the remaining 4 unleashed their bullets towards Lin Shi. In the split second that the bullets whizzed towards him, Lin Shi's demeanor transformed dramatically. His genetic lock spontaneously disengaged, allowing him to evade the 4 incoming bullets with blinding speed that left only an afterimage. This scene unfolded like a cinematic spectacle, striking in its visual impact. Upon witnessing Lin Shi's own genetic lock being unlocked, Xiao Jun's pupils constricted, and he shouted, "Wait, this is a misunderstanding." He had not anticipated that Lin Shi was a formidable being who had unlocked his genetic potential. Those capable of doing so existed far above the 99% of humanity. If such an individual truly intended to kill Lu Pianran, he would never have allowed a moment as time to reach her side. The other 4 ceased fire, their expressions a mix of shock and realization, understanding fully what it meant to evade such a barrage of bullets. However, at that moment, Lin Shi's murderous intent had already ignited. It was too late to claim misunderstandings. Having drawn blood, he could not believe that the fallen would harbor no resentment. Without hesitation, Lin Shi unleashed the bullets in his gun. There was no need for precision. 3 consecutive shots felled 3 more individuals. Xiao Jun drew his own weapon, aiming at Lin Shi in an attempt to halt the carnage. "Stop. It was a misunderstanding. Let us discuss this. If you join us, we can overlook everything that has happened." Though Lin Shi had already claimed several of his subordinates, 100 ordinary subordinates could not compare to the importance of a genius who had unlocked their genetic potential. "Humph," Lin Shi retorted coldly. He had no intention of joining any organization. With the genetic lock now activated, once the time expired, he would find himself at a disadvantage. Thus, it was either his death or theirs. Moreover, it was they who had provoked him first. Lin Shi's murderous intent only intensified. With a single shot, he eliminated the last of those standing before Lu Pianran and aimed his gun at the now terrified Lu Pianran. "Stop!" Xiao Jun, now anxious, deflected the bullet aimed at Lu Pianran and charged fiercely towards Lin Shi. Xiao Jun was not far from Lin Shi, and upon activating his genetic lock, his speed surged. After deflecting the bullet aimed at Lu Pianran, he closed the distance to Lin Shi in an instant, intent on subduing him first. Lin Shi relinquished his empty handgun, and as Xiao Jun approached with a powerful fist, he swiftly intercepted the blow. Although Xiao Jun was not taken aback by the counter, he realized that with the activation of the genetic lock, his speed surpassed instinctual reactions. He might have intended to assert that even if Lin Shi had also activated his genetic lock, he would still fall short as an adversary. Mastering the genetic lock required time for adaptation, and Xiao Jun had been immersed in the first tier of this enhancement for a full 5 years.